Su Lili, a junior disciple of the Shushan School, specializes in swordsmanship while also dabbling in culinary arts. Being the youngest among her peers, she has been sent to Hogwarts as an exchange student, thus embarking on a whirlwind of chaotic adventures. Su Lili often finds herself pondering, are the facial features of Westerners and Easterners truly so distinct? Why is it that she encounters so many individuals who have met an untimely demise? Chapter 1: The Injured Owl. It was an unremarkable afternoon, and the disciples of Shushan were engaged in their lessons. Amidst them, Su Lili seized a moment of distraction from the elder instructor to swiftly grab a small twist of dough and pop it into her mouth. At that very moment, Shushu, the notification from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has arrived. The Grand Elder requests your presence. This announcement was rather loud, immediately drawing the attention of all present. They turned their heads toward the entrance, quickly grasped the essential information, and cast their gazes upon Su Lili. With a mouthful of dough, her cheeks puffed up, it was evident she had been caught snacking. Almost choking, she hastily chewed and swallowed. The elder, who had originally chosen to ignore her, now had no choice but to adopt a stern demeanor, saying, "Junior sister, you shall practice your swordplay 500 times. After class. As she gathered her belongings and made her way out, Su Lili casually responded with an okay gesture. The 500 sword strokes could hardly be deemed a punishment. Rather, they were more akin to a warm-up, considering the water was nearly at boiling point. Upon exiting the classroom, her fellow disciples exchanged knowing glances. What was that gesture the Shushu just made? They had heard it was called okay, a common sign among foreigners. Lately, their Shushu had been fervently studying foreign languages, adopting certain habits along the way, and had taken to gesturing this way with everyone. As understanding dawned upon them, they nodded in agreement. After the instructor cleared his throat a couple of times, they promptly straightened their postures and resumed their studies. Outside the classroom, Su Lili bounced along, her hand delving into the bag of twists, grabbing a generous handful to shove into her mouth while munching. She queried the disciple who had delivered the message, "Didn't we already know we were heading to that school in England? Why has the notification only just arrived?" It was already August 25th, with the new term fast approaching. The magical school there employs a rather primitive method for sending notifications, which has caused a slight delay. Her cousin Mo Chongsong, who was over half a year her senior, explained us. Su Lili raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Primitive method? Are they using carrier pigeons? Mo Chongsong shook his head. Not quite, they use owls. These owls commenced their journey 10 days ago but have now returned with injured wings and are recuperating at Beast Summit. Are they seriously injured? If that's the case, there's no need to waste healing potions. We could simply select a couple of healthy ones from Beast Summit to return them, Su Lili reasoned, concerned that allowing the owls to recuperate for another 10 days before their return would only lead to further injuries, reflecting poorly on Shushan's humanitarian efforts. Mo Chongsong replied with a straight face, "They are merely minor injuries." Before he could finish, Su Lili interjected, "An owl that has flown such a long distance over 10 days must have well-developed wing muscles. It would taste delightful roasted." Mo Chongsong swallowed the remainder of his words, falling silent for a moment before suggesting, "Shushu, we should hurry. The Grand Elder may become impatient." Su Lili mumbled in agreement, quickening her pace while her mind lingered on the steps of roasting wings, plucking, scoring, marinating. Upon arrival, Mo Chongsong was about to stand outside when a voice called from within, "Chongsong, do come inside as well." Su Lili continued without interruption, tossing the bag of twists into her spatial pouch while hastily cramming in a final handful. "Master, you summoned me." Bai Yuan cast a fleeting glance in her direction, his gaze lingering on the remnants at the corner of her mouth. Feeling utterly drained, "The notification has arrived. You may take a look," he stated, foregoing further pleasantries as he handed envelopes to both Su Lili and Mo Chongsong. Upon seeing the English letters on the envelope, Su Lili felt a surge of frustration. Having nearly reached her limit with the language recently, she briefly skimmed the contents of the letter, her eyes inadvertently drawn to one particular phrase, gasping in shock. "This Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry requires students to prepare dragonhide gloves. Are they truly that formidable? How dare they casually skin dragons?" Bai Yuan's eyebrows twitched, his surprise flitting across his face. "Is that so? Allow me a look." He extended his hand, and the letter in Su Lili's grasp soared over to him. Bai Yuan shook the parchment, casting a glance cough. He was at a loss, however. He could not reveal his confusion in front of his disciple, adopting an air of profound wisdom, his fingers concealed beneath his voluminous sleeves as he calculated. "Oh, this dragon is not that dragon. Do not be so easily startled." Bai Yuan began instructing her after grasping the situation. "This dragon is not of our kind. It is a local specialty of theirs, akin to an animal with heightened intelligence, not even classified as a monster. I have told you to read more often. Yet, when it comes to critical moments, you embarrass yourself." Su Lili felt somewhat ashamed of her ignorance, her face reflecting her chagrin. So that's how it is. She resolved to diligently study once she received her textbooks. It was one thing to embarrass herself within Shushan, but to do so abroad was utterly unacceptable. Seeing his disciple so swiftly acknowledge her mistake made by Yuan feel a bit uneasy. His heart wavering that it is good that you recognize your errors. With only a few days until school starts, you should have your belongings packed and bid farewell to your friends. You may use your sword to travel there. It will save time. They both answered affirmatively and then withdrew. That evening, a farewell gathering was held for them at Shushan, and Su Lili's seniors and cousins presented her with a plethora of random gifts as parting tokens. Early the next morning, Su Lili and Mo Chongsong each cradled an owl and mounted their flying swords, setting forth towards a foreign land. The two owls, having flown for 10 days and thoroughly exhausted, were startled to find that after a mere afternoon of rest, they were to embark on the return journey nearly collapsing from frustration. However, upon realizing they were being treated with such high regard, being carried back, they were nearly moved to tears. Yet, 10 minutes later, they were utterly paralyzed with fear. No one had informed them that their return would involve such a rapid pace. What was happening? Was that an aircraft they just overtook in midair? You mean to say they were racing in the sky, no exceeding the speed of machines? Mamma mia! Help Dumbledore! Help McGonagall! Someone save us! From Hogwarts to Shushan, the owls had flown for a full 10 days, but from Shushan to England, Su Lili and Mo Chongsong made the journey in merely 10 hours. Upon arriving in England, their hair was a bit tousled, but the two owls looked as if the wind had nearly blown all their feathers away, barely able to stand. Once they landed, the owls were reluctant to let these two humans carry them any longer, flapping their wings in a desperate attempt to escape, feeling unworthy of such extravagant treatment. Seeing the owl flapping wildly in her arms, Su Lili frowned. Why was it being so unruly? Did it wish to end up in the pot? Chapter 2. Preparations before school commencement. Upon their arrival in the United Kingdom, Su Lili and her companion diligently followed the instructions provided on a piece of paper accompanying their letter to report to the Ministry of Magic. Despite their unfamiliarity with the surroundings, they possessed several magical items, including a compass to guide them. Once again, they took to the skies on their broomsticks, arriving at a location aptly named the International Magical Cooperation Department, where they were instructed to complete some forms. As they beheld the imposing figure of the department head, Barty Crouch, who bore an array of illustrious titles, they couldn't help but steal a few glances at him. Crouch, somewhat perplexed by their scrutiny, remained unfazed, adhering strictly to the regulations at hand. Su Lili, however, felt a pang of sorrow for him, reflecting on the tragic fate that awaited him in a few years. A fate not only dire but also marked by familial betrayal. Was it truly the case that such disloyalty and ingratitude were commonplace among foreigners? Yet, as newcomers to this realm, she wisely refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing retribution. After completing the necessary paperwork and registering, Barty Crouch informed them, "Professor McGonagall from Hogwarts is waiting for you outside. You have arrived a bit late. Do hurry and follow her to procure your supplies." "Thank you, Mr. Crouch," Su Lili replied with a courteous smile, stepping out of the International Magical Cooperation Department. Professor McGonagall made a stern impression on Su Lili, which was her initial assessment of the woman. "Good day, Professor McGonagall," she greeted. The professor reciprocated, "Greetings, Miss Su. And Mr. Mo. What items do we need to acquire today?" Su Lili inquired. "Should we exchange our money for pounds?" Professor McGonagall had intended to lead them directly to Diagon Alley, but only then recalled that they might not possess British currency. "Are you carrying Chinese currency?" she questioned, sensing potential complications. "Partially. We have also prepared some gold," Su Lili replied, revealing the gold in her possession. The professor noted that they would need to exchange their paper currency for pounds before they could convert enough into galleons at the Wizarding Bank. Upon weighing the half a pound of gold in her hands, Su Lili was taken aback to learn from Professor McGonagall that it could only be exchanged for 25 galleons at Gringotts. Surveying the meager value of the paper currency she held, she grew increasingly anxious about her financial situation for the upcoming academic year. To avert an immediate economic crisis, she promptly began to calculate her options, pondering the absurdity of converting gold to pounds. Though skeptical of this approach, Su Lili believed in her mathematical prowess. Upon exiting the Bank of England, she was disheartened to discover that, after deducting fees, her gold had only yielded 1,721, while her Chinese yuan had converted to a mere 85. Realizing time was of the essence, Professor McGonagall, without waiting for their confusion, raised her wand and summoned a vibrant purple triple-decker bus that promptly halted before them. "Welcome aboard the night bus, Professor McGonagall. What a surprise to see you here with new students," the conductor greeted. "Indeed, it has been a while," Professor McGonagall acknowledged. "We are en route to the Leaky Cauldron. Come along, Miss Su, Mr. Mo. We mustn't dawdle," she urged, gesturing for them to board. Once on the night bus, Su Lili and Mo Chongsong took their seats. shortly followed by Professor McGonagall, who paid their fare and settled in. You would do well to hold on to the handrails, Professor McGonagall advised. This bus can be rather. Before she could finish her sentence, the bus jolted into motion, and both students quickly grasped what she meant. The speed and turbulence were manageable for them, rendering the handrails somewhat unnecessary. The other passengers seemed oblivious to the two newcomers, as the night bus evidently overwhelmed them. When the bus halted, Lili noticed that Professor McGonagall's expression was slightly strained, yet wisely chose not to mention it. It was evident that she wished to maintain her authoritative demeanor in front of the students, and confronting her about it would be unwise. Despite her discomfort, Professor McGonagall guided them through the leaky cauldron, familiarizing them with the route to Diagon Alley, before leading them to Gringotts to exchange their wizarding currency. The duo marveled at the vintage streets and bustling crowds, attempting to restrain their gazes to avoid appearing like country bumpkins. An embarrassing prospect indeed. Upon entering Gringotts, Lili observed the peculiar goblins and mused to herself about the fact that not all magical beings were aesthetically pleasing. No wonder Mr. Crouch had insisted on their signing a confidentiality agreement. The wizarding world certainly had its secrets. After exchanging their currency, Lili weighed the galleons in her hands, quickly realizing that wizarding gold seemed rather inexpensive. She exchanged 300 galleons, leaving her remaining pounds untouched, as it would be prudent to retain some non-magical currency for their stay in Britain. Mo Chongsong, whose family was engaged in business, had received a generous sum for his studies abroad, allowing him to avoid the meticulous budgeting that Lili was obliged to undertake. With their finances in order, Professor McGonagall led them to shop for supplies. After acquiring dragonhide gloves, Lili discovered that they bore little resemblance to her traditional understanding of dragons, and thus lost interest, casually placing them into her enchanted bag. Noticing something amiss, Professor McGonagall inquired, "Have you not unpacked your belongings since arriving in Britain? Even if you haven't, how is it that you have purchased so many items yet possess nothing in your hands? The undetectable extension charm is not meant for personal use, and not even having a suitcase seems rather excessive," she noted, jotting down the matter to address after they had procured their wands. Lili selected a wand made of elm, with a phoenix feather core, measuring 11 inches and exhibiting a degree of flexibility. Mo Chongsong's wand, on the other hand, was crafted from maple, with a dragon heartstring core, measuring 13 inches and equally pliable. After their wand acquisition, Professor McGonagall secured 2 rooms at the Leaky Cauldron for their stay over the next few days. Subsequently, she broached the subject of the undetectable extension charm and, upon learning that it was permissible in the East, opted not to intervene further, handing them their bus tickets before departing in haste. As the school year approached, Professor McGonagall had many responsibilities to attend to and could not linger any longer. Chapter 3. The Life of an Academic Overachiever. Before leaving, Professor McGonagall advised them to take advantage of the few days before school commenced to explore Diagon Alley further, where they could still purchase any needed items. However, Lili had no intention of spending her time shopping. "Chongsong," she said sternly after Professor McGonagall had departed, "in order to avoid embarrassment at that school, we must forego sleep for the next few days and memorize these books." Mo Chongsong gazed at the thick volumes before him, inhaling deeply. For the glory of Shushan, he resolved to put in the effort. Although they were both still young, they had attained a certain level of skill, and staying awake for a few days was entirely feasible. Particularly for Lili, sleep held far less importance than sustenance. Previously, in an effort to make a good impression on Professor McGonagall, she had refrained from eating much. Now that she had departed, Lili immediately began to snack while poring over her texts. However, they soon discovered that this was no simple memorization task, as many of the terms were derived from Latin, bearing little resemblance to the commonly used English vocabulary they were accustomed to. After a moment of contemplation, Lili resolved, "It's all right, let us focus on memorizing the terms for now. The teachers will instruct us once we enroll, so not understanding everything at this moment is of no consequence." Mo Chongsong remained silent. Since his master's uncle had spoken, he felt it was best to simply listen. The two of them immersed themselves in their studies day and night, and by the morning of September 1st, they had lost all sense of time. After hastily completing their morning routines, they boarded a flying sword and made their way to King's Cross Station. They found a secluded spot to land. Arriving between platforms 9 and 10, Professor McGonagall, being quite reliable, had specifically informed them that platform 9 was nestled between those two platforms. As Lili approached the wall, she quickly discerned the presence of a magical barrier akin to a teleportation array, and moved toward it, with Mo Chongsong following closely behind. Prior to their arrival, His master had instructed him to closely accompany Su Lili, and he dared not act carelessly. Upon reaching platform 9, Su Lili noted the sparse crowd with a hint of perplexity. Why are there so few people? Isn't the train scheduled to depart at 11? It's already 26 minutes past 10. Aren't they in a hurry? Mo Chongsong pondered briefly and suggested. I've heard that there is only one wizarding school in Britain, and everyone must take the train from here. Given the vastness of the country, it's only natural that those coming from farther away might take their time. Fair enough, Su Lili replied, not particularly curious about the matter, and nodded. Let us find an empty carriage to sit in. Arriving early had its advantages, as the carriages were plentiful, allowing them to choose their preferred seats. Once settled, they observed the outside world growing busier while the interior remained tranquil, each absorbed in their respective books, determined to finish memorizing the remaining content. After all, it would be a disservice to their late-night efforts if they didn't complete it. Matisitere, came a knock at the compartment door. Both turned to see a girl with wavy brown hair, whose countenance radiated good fortune. She seemed destined for greatness. Su Lili quickly responded, of course, please come in. Mo Chongsong moved to assist her with her luggage. After placing her belongings on the rack, the girl took a seat beside Su Lili. Are you new students as well? After brief introductions, Su Lili replied, yes, we are exchange students from the Chinese Mystical Alliance visiting Hogwarts. Hermione's eyes widened slightly. I know. I read about it in the Daily Prophet, how the International Confederation of Wizards attempted to invite the Chinese Mystical Alliance to join, but the alliance declined. Now that you're here as exchange students, has the Chinese Mystical Alliance changed its mind? Hermione looked at them with anticipation, eager for an answer. Su Lili shook her head, not yet. They are currently deliberating, which is why they sent many students to various wizarding schools as exchange students. Many students? From different countries? Doesn't that leave your courses without attendees? Su Lili calculated the numbers in her mind and reassuredly replied, well, we only send 1 or 2 exchange students to the more renowned magical academies, so it's manageable, considering the numbers. While Hermione was well informed, she struggled to envision the scale of students Su Lili described, prompting them to shift the conversation. Are you reading Hogwarts textbooks? Yes, we arrived rather late. And my English isn't very proficient. I'm worried I won't keep up with the teachers once we reach Hogwarts. So I plan to memorize the textbooks in advance. Su Lili expressed her concern about the troublesome Latin phrases. I fear I might perform poorly once at school too. Hermione nodded empathetically. Some students have wizarding parents who must know a lot of magic, so since I bought the books, I've been reading every day. I've subscribed to several different wizarding newspapers to help me gather more information about the wizarding world. Newspapers? I completely forgot about that, Su Lili sighed. Once at school, I must find a way to subscribe. Hermione, delighted to meet someone who shared her studious habits, generously offered, you can read mine. I've subscribed to several newspapers. We can alternate our reading times. Su Lili's face lit up, but she quickly recalled, however, I've heard that we'll be sorted into houses at Hogwarts. And we might not end up in the same house. Wouldn't it be inconvenient to borrow your newspaper then? Surely not. Hermione replied, her concern surfacing as she continued. I've heard Gryffindor is the best house at Hogwarts. I truly hope to be sorted there. Su Lili understood but still had some doubts. How is the best determined? Is it by holding a competition each year and ranking them? Hermione appeared disheartened. I'm not sure. I read in Hogwarts, a history that it didn't mention anything about the sorting process. I certainly don't want to be sorted into Slytherin. They say it's a rather undesirable house. Why is that? Su Lili questioned. Basil. If a house is truly so poor, why not abolish it? The book mentioned that all 4 houses were founded together. Hermione shrugged. That's what they say. They claim that Dumbledore, the headmaster, is from Gryffindor, which is the best house, while Ravenclaw is also quite respectable. Chapter 4. The Bustling Train. Mo Chongsong suddenly interjected, since we're all uncertain. Perhaps we shouldn't speak on it any further. If we say the wrong thing, it would seem rather foolish. Hermione was taken aback, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded, you're right. While she acknowledged the logic in his statement, whether she truly agreed remained undetermined. Seeing Hermione engrossed in her thoughts, Su Lili realized that she could no longer focus solely on her book, so she began discussing questions from her studies with Hermione, effectively reviewing and reinforcing their knowledge. Su Lili then retrieved a collection of snacks from her spatial bag and pushed them toward Hermione, encouraging her to help herself. Your hands. Hermione's curiosity piqued. Are your parents wizards? What magic did you use to store these? I haven't met my parents, Su Lili reminisced. It said they were disciples of Bai Yuan. but they practiced magic as well. However, in our culture, we refer to them as cultivators. How fascinating. Hermione clapped her hands. Could you show me? Lili snapped her fingers and conjured a small firework, a rather flashy spell suited for impressing others. They continued to munch on snacks while discussing the challenges they faced in their studies. Before long, a knock sounded at their compartment door once more. The group paused and looked over, finding a round-faced boy standing outside. With tear-filled eyes, the boy pleaded, "Excuse me, has anyone seen my toad?" They all shook their heads. And seeing the boy's pitiable state, Hermione kindly offered to help him search. Lili and Mo Chongsong felt compelled to join in as well, standing up to assist the boy in his quest. However, Lili did not intend to spend an excessive amount of time on this, quietly beginning to calculate. The boy introduced himself, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, I'm Neville Longbottom. I have a poor memory and often misplace it." They all introduced themselves as they walked, forming a small procession to search for Neville's toad. After a short distance, Lili stopped outside a compartment, knocked on the door, and pulled it open. "Excuse me, have you seen a toad?" Lili's appearance was deceptively sweet, with a charmingly innocent demeanor that struck a chord with those inside the compartment, leaving them momentarily speechless. A toad? The smallest and palest of the three boys inside was the first to recover, his cheeks slightly reddening. "Goyle crab, have you seen any toads?" The two large boys named reacted immediately, shaking their heads in unison. "No, we haven't seen any." Seeing the unreliable demeanor of the three individuals, Lili had little hope for them, especially considering that one of them bore the countenance of someone unlikely to survive beyond 7 years. Her gaze swept across the compartment before she pointed to a specific spot and exclaimed, "Ah, over there." The trio leaned down, discovering that the toad was nestled by Gao's feet. Draco shot him an incredulous glance, questioning, "How could you not see that?" The other, oblivious to the reproach, bent down to retrieve the toad and handed it to Lili, saying, "Here, your toad." With a flick of her hand, the toad floated to her side. Nonverbal magic? A silent spell? This display piqued Draco's interest. His eyes flickered as he seemed to assess whether Lili was worth befriending. "Thank you for your assistance, goodbye," Lili said, pulling the sliding door shut behind her, and turning away without a backward glance. She returned the toad to Neville, earning his gratitude, while the others opted not to venture further into the rear compartment, but instead retraced their steps. Back in their original compartment, Lili deduced that it was time for lunch. Although she had snacked quite a bit earlier, a proper meal was still in order. She rummaged through her enchanted bag, which her seniors had generously filled with an array of food items. Since the contents of the bag wouldn't spoil, she was pleased to find steam rising from the dishes as she extracted them. Lili invited Hermione to join her for lunch, but Hermione declined. Unlike Lili, who had indulged in numerous snacks earlier, she was not hungry at all. Thus, Lili found herself dining alone. After finishing her meal, she pulled out a handful of snacks and continued to munch away, only to turn around and find Hermione gazing at her stomach with a look of awe. "What are you staring at?" Lili inquired, puzzled. Hermione, somewhat anxious, replied, "Aren't you full after eating so much? Won't you overindulge?" "Not at all." Lili responded with remarkable calmness, laced with a hint of indignation. "I have never truly felt full. I always feel hungry." Hermione found this notion scientifically implausible, if not outright magical. What could be the reason for that? A human stomach has its limits. How can one always be hungry? Who says I'm human? Lili retorted. Hermione was taken aback. "Then what are you?" "A glutton," Lili explained, sharing her background. "My master sealed my appetite right after I was born, otherwise I would have starved long ago. Even if I didn't perish, they certainly couldn't afford to feed me." Hermione had not anticipated that her new friend was a being beyond humanity. However, her knowledge of gluttons was limited, and she felt no fear, merely asking, "Are your parents also gluttons?" Lili shook her head. "My mother is human, while my father carries a faint gluttonous lineage. I am an anomaly, a throwback. And thus there is still a significant gap between me and a true glutton." The two then transitioned from discussing Lili's lineage to magical creatures, with Lili adamantly refusing to equate herself with them. During their conversation, a vendor pushing a cart of snacks knocked on their compartment door. Hermione, who had indulged in many of Lili's snacks, purchased a bounty of wizarding treats for everyone. Mo Chongsong was somewhat reserved, whereas Lili welcomed the offerings with glee, enjoying every moment. After a while, Lili heard a commotion outside, accompanied by loud voices. Straining to listen, she caught snippets about a savior and a mysterious figure. This reminded her of something she had encountered in a novel, prompting her to question the sole local among them. "Hermione, do you know what they mean by savior?" As expected, Hermione was informed. Clearing her throat, she began. I had purchased a few extra reference books that mentioned someone named Harry Potter, who at the age of 1, vanquished the most fearsome dark wizard in the wizarding world. It seems he is also set to enroll this year. Lili was baffled. A child barely over a year old defeated a Dark Lord? Even the most audacious novels would shy away from such a tale. Chapter 5. Entering the Castle. Despite learning about the existence of such a savior on the train, none of them had the inclination to pay a visit. When the train came to a stop, darkness enveloped the scene, and students surged toward the doors, finding the platform shrouded in shadows, illuminated only by a single lantern swaying in the air. Lili's vision remained unaffected. She was astonished to discover that the lantern was being held by a figure towering around 3 meters high. She had never encountered anyone of such stature before. First years. Gather here. The giant bellowed. Harry, over here. How are you? The first years followed the giant to the edge of a lake, across which loomed a majestic castle, its windows glowing brightly amidst the night. No more than 4 can fit in each boat, the giant, named Hagrid, instructed as he embarked on a separate vessel. Lili boarded the boat, joined by Hermione and Mo Chongsong, and soon Neville arrived, settling in as the small craft began to drift gently on its own. Is it customary for first years to travel by boat? What happens if it rains? Hermione questioned, aware of the tradition but still curious. Lili was unsure, but didn't he consider it a significant concern? We are wizards after all. Surely we could conjure something to shield us from the rain. First years hardly know any magic, Neville remarked. My grandmother told me that when she started school, it rained, and she was caught in it while on a boat. She ended up drinking a vial of invigorating potion the next day. Hermione recited the recipe for the invigorating potion, while Lili emphasized its side effects. Both of them oblivious to the astonished expressions of Neville and the other first years nearby. Hagrid mumbled, 2 Ravenclaws, are they? As the boat reached the shore, Hagrid led them through a rocky tunnel, ultimately arriving at an enormous oak door. Lili watched as Hagrid knocked a few times, and the door swung open to reveal Professor McGonagall, clad in a vibrant green robe, standing at the entrance. She thanked Hagrid before ushering the new students inside, leading them to a small room adjacent to the Great Hall, while providing a brief introduction to Hogwarts. Finally, she instructed them to tidy themselves up. Lili was taken aback to see only about 40 new students in the room. Wasn't that a rather meager number? There are only about 3,000 wizards in all of Britain. This is actually quite a lot, Hermione shrugged. Lili fell silent, noticing the palpable tension among her peers. When Professor McGonagall announced the impending sorting ceremony, some students turned pale. Fred remarked, that could be quite damaging for us, though Lili suspected he was joking. She overheard a nearby boy murmuring about the sorting, and glancing over, she noticed 2 boys whose fortunes rivaled Hermione's. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the red-haired boy bore a hint of insecurity mixed with pride, while the slender, dark-haired boy also seemed somewhat self-conscious. What is wrong with the children these days? Lili feigned maturity with a sigh. Disinterested in their conversation, she turned away, though several nearby students leaned in, eager to catch any insider information. Suddenly, Lili sensed several chilling auras, and looked up to see several pearlescent ghosts floating in midair, beckoning to the first years. Had she not previously read Hogwarts, a history, she might have instinctively hurled a talisman at them. Mo Chongsong was also tense, as his upbringing had taught him that the living and the dead should not intermingle. Upon death, one should reincarnate. Yet he was astonished to find so many ghosts in this school. Some students were so startled that they let out shrieks, while other newcomers gazed in awe at the ghosts emerging from the walls, listening intently as they spoke of matters pertaining to the school. Professor McGonagall soon returned, leading them in a single-file line into the Great Hall. Lili walked behind Hermione, hearing her softly reciting spells learned from her textbooks. Lili found it difficult to comprehend their anxiety. After all, having been selected to attend this prestigious institution, it seemed unlikely they would be expelled unless they committed a grave error. Even if they were sorted into a less favorable house, what difference would it make? A mentor guides one to the door, but personal endeavor is essential. Surely one's own efforts hold greater value than anything else? A thought crossed Lili's mind. Could it be that different houses had varying access to resources? That would indeed be troublesome. However, she remained largely unconcerned, as she would only be studying here for a few years before returning home. Even if her performance was subpar, it would not hinder her ability to seek employment upon her return. Upon entering the Great Hall, Lili heard multiple new students gasping in astonishment. The hall had been magnificently decorated, with thousands of floating candles illuminating the room, and the ceiling revealed a starry night sky. Hermione whispered, "This place has been enchanted. It resembles the sky outside." Lili discerned a small secret. It seemed Hermione was attempting to alleviate her own nervousness through conversation. The facts Hermione spoke of were also found in Hogwarts, a history, yet Lili chose not to engage her, fearing it might heighten Hermione's anxiety. Lili noticed Professor McGonagall placing a four-legged stool in front of them, atop which sat a rather grimy hat, leaving her curious about its purpose. Soon, the hat split open, revealing what appeared to be its mouth, and began to sing. After hearing the opening lines, Lili found the sound unbearable, and began to lose focus, her eyes wandering toward the staff table. To her astonishment, she noticed a white-bearded old man in the center of the staff table. He must be the esteemed Professor Dumbledore, whose life was said to be nearing its end. Glancing to the side, she spotted a male professor with greasy hair, also rumored to have only a few years left. Next to him sat a professor swathed in a turban, a veritable ghost of a man, and another female professor who also seemed unlikely to survive many more years. What was going on here? Was the attrition rate among the faculty alarmingly high? Turning her gaze toward the older students, she was taken aback to realize that the mortality rate among them was equally concerning. What kind of school had she entered? Was it too late to return to China? Just then, the hat song concluded, and she heard Professor McGonagall call out, "Hannah Abbott." Chapter 6. The Sorting Ceremony. Lili watched as a golden-haired girl stumbled toward Professor McGonagall, took a seat on the stool, and donned the filthy hat. Surely, if they were going to make us wear this hat, couldn't they have at least washed it? How could they expect to present such an unkempt item? Hufflepuff. The Sorting Hat declared. Upon hearing the result, Lili noticed the people at the long table on her right applauding. A warm earthy hue. She felt an instinctive connection to them. Hermione Granger. Gryffindor. As each name was called, Lili's own nerves began to rise, and she felt an overwhelming resistance toward wearing the hat. However, her apprehension was of no consequence, as over 30 individuals were swiftly sorted. Lili and Mo Chongsong were placed at the end of the line, and after the last name was called, Dumbledore stood. This year, Hogwarts welcomes 2 exceptional students, exchange students sent by the Chinese Mystical Alliance. Let us give them a warm welcome. Applause erupted from the students and professors of all 4 houses, eager to discover which house these 2 exchange students would join. Minerva, please proceed with the sorting. Professor McGonagall nodded and, following the list, called out Lili's name. Lili. Was it merely her imagination? Or did the greasy-haired professor at the staff table cast a glance her way after her name was announced, despite having previously been glaring at Harry Potter? Lili dismissed such thoughts and walked slowly to Professor McGonagall, closing her eyes as the hat was placed upon her head, hoping it might swiftly declare her house. However, the sorting hat seemed eager to engage in conversation. Why can I only see 3 days of your memories? It inquired, puzzled. What more do you wish to see? Lili bristled, finding it quite rude to invade another's thoughts. The sorting hat coughed and posed another question. Why do you spend at least 22 hours of your day eating? Before Lili could respond, the hat glimpsed her conversation with Hermione. Oh, a glutton. What is that? Will you sort me or not? Lili's patience was wearing thin. The sorting hat seemed to sense her impatience and smirked. All right, such a hasty one. Hufflepuff. Finally sorted. Lili could hardly contain her eagerness to depart from that place. She had just caught a whiff of something unpleasant emanating from the hat. She needed to wash her hair once she returned. Lili took her seat at the Hufflepuff table, and turned her attention to Mo Chongsong's sorting. Mo Chongsong faced a dilemma. The sorting hat suggested either Slytherin or Ravenclaw, yet his mentor had previously instructed him to take good care of Lili. He attempted to negotiate with the sorting hat, but it adamantly refused to allow him into Hufflepuff. Growing frustrated, the sorting hat informed him that both Slytherin and Hufflepuff resided in the dungeons, while Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were located in the towers, urging him to make a swift decision. Reluctantly, Mo Chongsong chose Slytherin, contemplating how he would need to send a letter back to his mentor to apologize. Lili paid little mind to her nephew's state of mind. Her attention was now drawn to Dumbledore, who had risen once more. Lili felt a surge of vigilance. She had refrained from snacking for so long, and after enduring the sorting, was he about to deliver a speech? What if she couldn't resist the hunger any longer? Fortunately, Dumbledore seemed to sense the collective hunger of the attendees, and uttered only a single sentence before allowing the feast to commence. Lili's focus was instantly captivated by the array of food before her. Roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, and sausages. She was delighted to find that each dish was generously portioned. Unfazed by the concept of politeness, she noticed the absence of chopsticks on the table, only knives and forks. Thus, she retrieved a pair of chopsticks from her enchanted bag and began to feast. "What is that?" inquired a curious fellow student, peering at the chopsticks in her hands. Lili quickly swallowed her mouthful and replied, "Chopsticks. We use these to eat back home." The student regarded her with a few glances, hesitating to speak, finally uttering, "I see," before returning to their meal, though their eyes occasionally darted toward how Lili adeptly handled her food, filled with a hint of reverence. Lili was unbothered, skillfully maneuvering her chopsticks without losing a single round potato. As they observed, they began to realize something was amiss. Had she really consumed 5 or 6 chicken legs, 2 large pieces of roast beef, 3 lamb chops, along with several potatoes and carrots? And she was still eating. Most perplexing was her speed. She devoured her meal swiftly yet with an elegance that left them baffled. How was she achieving this? Lili indulged herself from the beginning to the end, savoring every dessert without restraint, devouring multiple pastries, ice creams, and puddings of various flavors. For her, these delicacies were only slightly too sweet, offering a more delightful taste than the main courses she had just consumed. The time allocated for desserts was, for everyone, a moment of leisurely conversation following the meal. Hannah Ibewood declared to the group that she was a half-blood witch. Ernie Macmillan interjected, stating that there was little distinction between purebloods and half-bloods, as well as muggle-born wizards, except for the Slytherin students, who truly placed such weight on blood status. While enjoying her food, Lili found herself drawn into the conversation, particularly upon being asked, "By the way, Sue, does your culture place significance on bloodlines?" She replied, "Not at all. In our society, we value talent above all else. Aside from a few families with genuine ancestral lineage, most people pay little heed to blood status. For ordinary folks, as you call muggles, bloodlines are only a consideration when selecting pets." This statement elicited hearty laughter from all the Hufflepuffs, with some curiously asking, "What exactly constitutes a family with a genuine ancestral lineage? Are they as pretentious as those extreme pureblood families?" Lili shook her head and responded, "I cannot speak to the nature of the pureblood families you mention, but for those with special bloodlines, such as myself, the closer one is to their ancestors, the greater their potential." In Chapter 7, How Can One Sleep at This Age? Lili generously shared insights about her lineage, which sparked another wave of astonishment. The Badgers were keen on gossip, yet upon learning of the gluttonous traits of her lineage, they refrained from interrupting her feast, even revealing amused expressions as they watched her consume more food. Soon, the desserts were cleared away, and Dumbledore rose to restore silence in the hall. "Now that everyone is satiated, I have a few matters to address," he began. "First-year students, please take heed. The wooded area on school grounds is strictly off-limits to all students." His gaze swept toward the Gryffindor table. "Upperclassmen, you too must remember this. Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, requested that I remind everyone not to use magic in the corridors during breaks. Lastly, I must inform you that anyone wishing to avoid unexpected accidents and untimely demise should refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." Lili diligently noted these regulations. She typically adhered to such rules, but under special circumstances, she might consider exceptions. Curiosity piqued. She wondered if the 4th floor corridor was truly a forbidden zone within the school. "Now let us sing the school song," Dumbledore announced, waving his wand gently. Lines of text appeared in the air, allowing each person to select their preferred melody. "Ready, sing." Lili was taken aback. A favored melody? She had never possessed a musical talent, her singing often straying far from the original tune, so she hesitated to sing aloud. Instead, she recited the school song in a poetic tone. Once the song concluded, Dumbledore expressed his appreciation for the power of music and dismissed everyone to their dormitories. As Lili navigated through the crowd, she heard the prefect Gabriel Truman calling the first years to follow him. Upon exiting the hall, she noticed that the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws did not accompany them, instead ascending the marble staircase towards the upper floors. This division made the space feel considerably less crowded. Truman led them to a corridor lined with large wooden barrels. "Remember, to enter the common room, you must tap the bottom of this barrel. You must knock in the rhythm of Helga Hufflepuff to unlock the passageway. You would not wish to discover the consequences of a misstep." With that, he demonstrated the correct rhythm, and the lid of the barrel turned, revealing an entrance. As Lili joined the throng, she initially felt inconspicuous, but upon entering the Hufflepuff common room, an upper-classwoman called out to her, "Sue, what is it?" Lili turned to see Lydia Kent, another prefect of Hufflepuff. "The house elves informed me that they couldn't locate your luggage." Surprised by the reason for the inquiry, Lili responded apologetically, "I always carry my luggage with me. Did I cause you trouble?" "Not at all," Lydia reassured her, relieved to hear that Su Lili had her belongings. Now that we know your luggage is with you, I can rest easy. She indicated the location of the dormitory and casually handed Su Lili a box of chocolates. Go rest now. Confused, Su Lili entered her dormitory, finding it a 3-person room where Hannah Ibwa and Susan Bones were already organizing their belongings. While enjoying her chocolates, Su Lili unpacked her items, categorizing them neatly. However, she preferred to keep most of her possessions in a space bag, only taking out a few change of clothes and toiletries. Everyone seemed a bit weary today. Although they were mentally excited, after showering, Hannah and Susan climbed into their beds and quickly fell asleep. Su Lili was puzzled. It was not yet 10 o'clock. And the night was still young. Why did they adhere to a schedule akin to ordinary people? Where were the wizards she had heard of? At this moment, Su Lili remained unaware that wizards, unlike her resilient self, were merely fragile beings, unaccustomed to enduring hardships. She drew the thick curtains to block out any light and cast a silencing charm, then opened a double-sided mirror to chat with her disciple. The connection was established promptly, and her disciple greeted her politely, Master. Mo Chongsong, are you feeling sleepy? Su Lili inquired. Not particularly, he replied. Are you hoping to finish the section of the book we didn't cover today? Mo Chongsong wondered if she intended to quiz him on it. I just need a little more time, 5 minutes, and I'll have it down. Su Lili had no intention of quizzing him. Instead, she asked, have your roommates gone to sleep? Yes, they have. Su Lili paused for a moment before saying, oh, but I can't sleep. At our age, this is the prime time for studying. How can they possibly sleep? Indeed, Master. Mo Chongsong agreed, finding it rather unreasonable. It was said that wizards had an average lifespan of only 200 years. Wasting time in such a fleeting existence was truly regrettable. While he still needed a teacher's guidance for his studies, it was not urgent for now. They had spent the past few days focused on this, and had neglected their sword practice. Su Lili gathered her thoughts and proposed, how about we find a place to practice swordsmanship tonight? Mo Chongsong, unaware of any issues, replied, that sounds good. Where shall we practice? Su Lili responded, that's simple. Our sword practice tends to be quite loud, and at this hour, most students should be asleep, so we won't disturb them. Didn't Dumbledore mention that students are prohibited from entering the woods near the grounds? Let us head there. Mo Chongsong nodded, good idea, I'll get ready to go. They arranged to meet outside the castle, disregarding school rules, confident in their abilities, and roamed the castle at midnight with a boldness rivaling that of the Weasley twins. The two practiced swordsmanship near the Forbidden Forest for half the night, and 2 hours before dawn, Su Lili took Mo Chongsong to the kitchen, where the Hufflepuff prefect had informed the first years of the kitchen's location, a delightful perk of the house. Chapter 8, Potions Class. At this time, the kitchen was bustling with house elves fervently preparing breakfast, their activity in full swing. Upon discovering that 2 individuals had opened the kitchen door, several house elves paused in their tasks, their eyes wide as tennis balls, and cautiously approached the newcomers. Su Lili and Mo Chongsong had never encountered such creatures before, having only gleaned information from books, and thus identified them as house elves. Clearing her throat, Su Lili expressed her desire for something to eat. Upon hearing her request, the house elves promptly escorted them to a small dining table in the kitchen, where they prepared an abundant array of food, filling the table to the brim. Moreover, 2 house elves stood by the table, their eyes brimming with anticipation, as if hoping that Su Lili and her companion would assign them further tasks. Montak Chongsong, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their scrutiny, nibbled on a few pastries before halting his consumption. Su Lili gestured for him to return, delighting in her meal alone. After a hearty feast, Su Lili was even presented with a package of food prepared by the house elves. Though she felt a tinge of embarrassment from the gesture, she could not refuse, and thus carried a large bag as she tapped on the wooden barrel. When Su Lili returned to the dormitory, it was still early, and both her roommates had yet to awaken. She set the food aside and meditated on her bed for 2 hours, emerging revitalized to continue her meal, while perusing a few unmemorized pages of her book. As the designated time to rise approached, Su Lili heard the alarm clock on Susan's bed ring twice. Noticing that her other roommate, Hannah, was already up while Susan remained motionless, she closed her book and went to rouse Susan. Susan, still in a daze, stumbled out of bed, her eyes barely open, and groggily made her way to the washroom. Su Lili and Hannah peeked over to see that Susan not only had not grabbed the wrong towel, but also had correctly taken her cup and toothbrush, all while keeping her eyes shut. A testament to her remarkable skill. After their morning routines, the trio headed to the hall for breakfast, where a senior from Hufflepuff casually informed them of the classroom, where first-year students would be attending lessons that day. After expressing their gratitude, The three girls hurried to the potions classroom, where the same senior warned them of Professor Snape's notoriously irritable temperament, advising them to arrive a bit early. The potions classroom was situated quite near the hall, and they soon arrived to find several other first years already gathered outside, awaiting the professor. Lili was able to discern which students belonged to Ravenclaw, and which to her own house by the color of their robes, greeting them before retreating to a corner to snack. Having heard rumors of Professor Snape's volatile disposition, Lili understood that her chances of snack time during his class were slim, prompting her to consume as much as she could while waiting. As more students gathered outside, Snape's arrival was still awaited. Mere minutes before the lesson began, Lili heard the sound of heavy footsteps approaching, unmistakably belonging to an adult male. Surely it was Snape. She quickly swallowed her food, wiped her mouth, and attempted to appear nonchalant among the crowd. Professor Snape towered over the group, and the 11-year-olds were hardly taller than his waist, rendering his face obscured, save for the sight of his dark robes. Upon entering the classroom, Lili was struck by the oppressive atmosphere, tainted by an odd odor. The first years from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, having heard of Snape's reputation, entered the room in a remarkably orderly fashion. After taking attendance, Snape shook his cloak and cast a hawk-like gaze over all the students present. "You are here to study the precise science and rigorous craft of potion-making," he began. "There shall be no foolish wand-waving. Many of you will not believe this is magic. I do not expect you to truly grasp the beauty of a cauldron simmering gently, exuding fragrant vapors, nor the wondrous magic of the liquid coursing through human veins, enchanting and beguiling. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. But there is one stipulation. You must not be the kind of fools I frequently encounter." Upon concluding this lengthy discourse, the students were left in stunned silence, including Lili, who found herself grappling with the rapid-fire English words, which required translation in her mind, leaving her with a headache. Following his introductory remarks, Snape posed a few questions regarding the Scabbers potion, and Lili eagerly raised her hand ahead of her Ravenclaw peers, earning a few points for Hufflepuff. The lesson progressed as Snape instructed the class to brew the Scabbers potion, while he roamed the classroom, observing their methods. Lili followed the book's instructions to measure out dried nettles, and attempted to chop them. However, after a couple of awkward attempts, she decided to retrieve a cutting board and a knife from her space bag. To Hannah's astonishment, Lili placed the dried nettles on the board, and promptly began chopping with a rhythmic precision. Before Snape could intervene, she had expertly cut the nettles into uniform lengths. Immersed in the potion-making process, Lili failed to notice Snape silently observing her from behind. When he observed that her technique was correct, he refrained from interrupting her. Lili pondered why the potion-making steps emphasized the number of clockwise and counterclockwise stirs. Did it truly make a difference? Thus, while stirring, she focused her magical essence on sensing the potion's transformation, inadvertently neglecting Snape's presence. After a brief observation, Snape resumed his patrol of the classroom. Having just reprimanded 2 students for their mistakes, he was startled by a sudden thudding noise. Irritated, he turned to find Lili vigorously grinding a snake's fang with a mortar and pestle. "Miss Sue, might you employ more conventional tools for handling potion ingredients?" he asked impatiently. Is that not permissible?" Lili inquired, bewildered. "And may I ask, is it better to grind the snake's fang to a finer powder?" Though Snape appeared reluctant to engage in conversation, he nonetheless explained, "Indeed, the finer the snake's fang is ground, the more potent its magic can meld with other ingredients. And Hufflepuff loses a point." Lili fell silent, having gained 5 points this lesson but lost 1. Recalling the senior's advice, she realized that contesting Snape's decision might cost her further points. Thus, she resolved to continue her potion-making diligently. In Chapter 9, Herbology class, it became evident to Lili that her potion had been executed flawlessly, yet she had only received a modest 2 points. And she finally understood why Senior Diggory had remarked on Snape's temperament. During lunch in the dining hall, Susan quietly lamented Snape's character to those around her. A senior at their table replied, "Compared to Gryffindor students, Professor Snape is quite lenient with us. He occasionally awards extra points. If you were to encounter them, it would be a miracle not to lose 10 points in a single class." Moreover, Susan had indeed received some points today, an extraordinary occurrence, and 4th-year Fleming remarked cheerfully, "It seems Professor Snape is in a good mood today. We need not worry too much about this afternoon's class. By the way, you all have herbology class this afternoon, correct?" inquired 3rd-year Vivian. The new students nodded in agreement. Vivian advised, "Be sure to bring your dragonhide gloves. The headmaster may teach you to care for certain plants, so remain calm and follow his instructions." Under the pleasant afternoon sun, The group of first years made their way toward the greenhouse behind the castle. Along the way, Lili encountered Hermione, adding a lion to their badger brigade. Hermione inquired, "I heard you had potions class this morning. How was it?" Gryffindor had no classes in the morning, which left Hermione, who had eagerly anticipated the Hogwarts classroom experience, somewhat disheartened. However, she spent the entire morning in the library, filled with anticipation for her first lesson. Lili summarized, "Professor Snape is somewhat stern. Yet he is diligent and responsible. No one was harmed during the lesson." She added, "But do take note, Professor Snape will pose questions before class." Hermione nodded but refrained from inquiring about the nature of Snape's questions, as she was not one to resort to underhanded tactics. "I heard that Hermione moved a little closer to the three girls, and that Professor McGonagall is an animagus, occasionally teaching in the form of a cat. If you see a cat during Transfiguration class, be sure not to approach her." "A cat? An animagus? What on earth is that?" Lili had only perused the basic textbooks and had not come across such terms. She could only speculate that perhaps the magical creatures here could transform into humans as well. Hermione briefly explained what an animagus was, and then lowered her voice, saying, "I've heard that students in the past have teased Professor McGonagall with cat toys and catnip." What? Such a sensational piece of gossip, even with Hermione's hushed tone, was not lost on the two nearby badgers, who could catch snippets of the conversation. Excitement at the juicy tidbit lit up their faces, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Ahem, class is about to start. Let us hurry along," Hermione urged, unwilling to divulge her head of house's secrets, prompting them to rush to the greenhouse. The badgers, too bashful to pry into Hermione's gossip about her head of house, felt like restless kittens, pondering whether to ask the upperclassmen later if they had heard anything similar. The girls hurriedly reached the greenhouse, where Professor Sprout was already present. Lili took a moment to observe, memorizing Professor Sprout's visage. She was a somewhat short, plump woman with a warm, optimistic smile that made her instantly approachable. As customary, attendance was taken, and then Professor Sprout brought out several pots of plants, asking, "Does anyone know what these plants are?" Hermione promptly raised her hand, and Lili glanced over, realizing she needn't bother, as Hermione would undoubtedly answer first. "Nettle, daffodil, wormwood, and white ash." Not only did Hermione name these plants, but she also provided details about their characteristics. Professor Sprout nodded in approval, awarding Gryffindor additional points. Lili noticed that Weasley from Gryffindor subtly grimaced, nudging Harry Potter closer to him. Now in pairs, they were to randomly select 2 pots from the 4 plants and prepare them as potion ingredients. Although only 2 herbs needed processing, it was no simple task. Most of the badgers opted for nettle, having used dried nettle in the morning as potions class. They at least knew what to do with this herb. As for the second plant, some selected with confidence, while others had to choose randomly with eyes shut. The Gryffindors who hadn't attended the class were at a loss. Hermione seemed unable to decide among the 4 plants and ultimately chose the 2 closest to her. Her companion, Lavender Brown, appeared inclined to select daffodil. But with Hermione's decision made, she said nothing, though her displeasure was evident. With the Hufflepuff group being small, 4 boys paired off easily, while 3 girls posed a challenge. The final arrangement had Professor Sprout instructing the 3 girls to work together on 3 pots of plants. Susan chose to dry the nettle, as she was familiar with it, while Hannah took on the white ash, leaving Lili to don her dragon hide gloves to handle the daffodil bulbs. Lili suddenly felt that purchasing the dragon hide gloves was somewhat unwarranted. Being a sword cultivator and a being of great resilience, she had no real need for such protective gear. As she cleaned the daffodil bulbs, she shook her head inwardly at the thought of selling the gloves. After washing the bulbs, it was time for preservation. For this herb, if freshness wasn't required, the only method for preservation was drying. Daffodil bulbs were not particularly difficult to dry. Although they possessed slight toxicity, the gloves provided sufficient protection. The only precautions necessary were to gently extract them from the soil and ensure the roots remained intact while drying them to the proper degree. Even the textbook content was vague. A slight miscalculation could leave moisture in the bulbs or even overdry them. Lili's keen eyesight allowed her to dry the daffodil bulbs to perfection by mere estimation. In comparison, the other 2 girls' processing had minor flaws, but these were negligible. Some Gryffindor students had forgotten to wear their dragon hide gloves during processing, resulting in minor irritation on their hands, though the injuries were not severe. Lili worked swiftly with the herbs and even acted as a helpful guide, alerting her fellow housemates to any missteps. The badgers did not perceive her actions as meddlesome. After receiving Lili's advice, they blushed and expressed their gratitude. As a result, Lili received additional points from Professor Sprout. Chapter 10. A day of study concludes. That evening, History of Magic was Suli's favorite class of the day, as Professor Binns paid them no mind whatsoever. Ever since Suli discovered the Ghost's state, she spent the entire class munching on snacks, her audacity eliciting several glances from Hermione, who was nervously keeping an eye on Professor Binns, fearful he might become irate. Her demeanor more tense than Suli's casual snacking. Suli was not entirely inattentive. However, Professor Binns' lectures were exceedingly soporific, with content scarcely differing from the textbook. She had long memorized the entire book, requiring only a few notes on his supplementary material. When class ended, Hermione marched up to Suli, visibly irate. "How can you behave like that in class? Isn't that rather disrespectful to Professor Binns? As a ghost?" Professor Binns remained at Hogwarts solely due to his obsession with teaching. As far as Suli was concerned, taking thorough notes sufficed as respect. Formality was trivial. She earnestly persuaded Hermione. Yet Hermione seemed on the verge of retorting. "There's no need for further discussion," Suli interjected. "You know my situation. I could barely endure not eating in front of those strict professors before. In this class I was genuinely famished." Hermione fell silent, having never experienced true hunger. Yet seeing Suli's demeanor, she could understand perhaps. Regarding Professor McGonagall, there was indeed a matter to discuss. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room that evening, Suli found 3 gossiping girls clustered around, seeking information from the fifth-year gossipmonger, George Malone. The trio inched closer to him, pressing. "So what happened next? Did Professor McGonagall explode in fury?" "Not at all," George replied, accepting the tea egg Suli offered. What's this?" "Tea egg, it's delicious. Try some," Suli urged. George examined the egg's marbled surface but refrained from eating it, merely holding it. "Professor McGonagall is quite stern. Ignorance is no excuse." "Wow. Professor McGonagall is truly fair and just." The girl's admiration for her soared. George continued, "Ahem, however, Professor McGonagall was particularly stringent with them afterwards, though not like Professor Snape, who seeks out faults." "Well, you know what I mean." Oh, Susan understood. "Professor McGonagall holds a grudge, then? How can one say it's holding a grudge? That professor merely has, high expectations of them." "Yes, indeed, high expectations." After indulging in the latest gossip, everyone felt a sense of satisfaction, and promptly began to tackle their assignments. Lili swiftly completed her work, while Susan and Hannah were slower, likely needing to consult the library for their potions essay, rather than retreating to her dormitory immediately. Lili took a moment to appreciate the inviting layout of the Hufflepuff common room. The warm glow of candlelight illuminated every nook and cranny, and the space was adorned with a plethora of plants, some peculiar in shape while others were breathtakingly beautiful. As she admired the flora, Lili matched them with the entries in her herbology textbook, discovering many unfamiliar species, presumably unique to Europe. However, from the plants she recognized, most possessed soothing properties. Some were fragrant while others calmed the spirit, and even the ones she did not recognize appeared non-toxic. Her gaze fell upon a particularly stunning light yellow flower that emanated a subtle, almost ethereal fragrance, reminiscent yet cooler than that of wintersweet. "Do you fancy the Sicilian lily of the valley?" A gentle voice interrupted her reverie. Turning, Lili found Cedric Diggory standing beside her. After a moment's contemplation, she replied candidly, "I find it quite lovely and its scent pleasant, though I am not yet familiar enough to claim any strong affection for it." Cedric was taken aback by her response, and seized the opportunity to impart knowledge. "The Sicilian lily of the valley is a plant unique to the magical realm." "What?" you ask. "Because Muggles cannot perceive them at all. Not only can they not see them, but they exist as if in another dimension, unreachable by Muggles. This plant serves a vital role as a wizarding detector. The Hogwarts student list is inscribed with the juice of these flowers, then enchanted with a special magic, so that every little wizard born in Britain automatically appears on the Hogwarts roster." "Well, that is truly remarkable," Lili exclaimed, casting another glance at the Sicilian lily of the valley, though she couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled a diminutive lily, rather than a true lily of the valley. "Speaking of which, we have a similar plant back home. Are you aware of the river Styx?" "Of course," Cedric replied. Lili eagerly shared tales of the higanbana, or the flower that blooms solely on the shores of the underworld. While many mistakenly refer to the lycoris as higanbana, they are entirely different. The lycoris merely mimics its appearance and withers if planted by the river Styx. "How do you know this?" Cedric pondered, suspecting it to be mere folklore. "I have seen it," Lili responded. "When I was a child, I didn't grasp the distinction between the two flowers. So I planted the lycoris by the river Styx and secretly dug up a higanbana to plant in the human world, only to be scolded by my master." Cedric, taken aback, asked, "Wait, that is quite a lot of information. Why did your teacher reprimand you? Lili, slightly embarrassed, explained. The Lycoris quickly withered when sent to the river Styx, which was no issue, but the Higginbana attracts spirits, though invisible to ordinary people when planted in the human world. Soon enough, several spirits began to surround the area. Cedric remarked, that seems a bit extreme. It sounds rather sinister. In disbelief, Cedric questioned, you truly ventured to the underworld? But isn't that a realm meant only for the deceased? Not at all. While ascending is indeed a challenge, descending to the underworld is quite achievable with some moderate cultivation. In recent years, the number of souls has surged, placing immense pressure on the underworld, which has resorted to recruiting some practitioners to serve as spirit messengers. Thus, Lili and Cedric engaged in conversation until Hannah and Susan completed their assignments, at which point they ceased their idle chatter and returned to their dormitories. After a few girls had finished their evening routines, they commenced the traditional practice of gossiping in the girls' dormitory, their congenial personalities allowing for lively discussions that extended until 11 o'clock before they finally retired for the night. Chapter 11. Transfiguration. In the dead of night, Lili again accompanied Mo Chongsong to practice swordplay near the Forbidden Forest, where she received intriguing news. Master Uncle, I discovered something today, during the midnight hour here. It is already the hour of the rabbit at Mount Shu. This means that while we are in the early hours, they are just beginning their morning classes. Upon hearing this, Lili felt a surge of excitement. They could utilize a two-way mirror for their lessons. If they pushed this timing forward by another 20 years, she would realize that this contraption is what we now call online classes. Back then the term did not exist. Yet the two individuals with advanced cultivation technology began their own version of online classes within the realm of cultivation. The elders at Mount Shu greatly admired the dedication of these two students who traversed oceans yet remained committed to their studies, and they delivered their lectures with exceptional vigor. They subsequently agreed to meditate in their dormitory before 1 o'clock each morning to replenish their energy, then attend their remote classes before dawn. On Tuesday morning, during Transfiguration class, Lili arrived early to find a cat perched on the podium, its facial markings strikingly similar to Professor McGonagall's square glasses. Having researched some knowledge about animagi the previous day, she observed closely and noted that the transformation technique appeared flawless to the naked eye, save for a slight hint of a human essence lingering around the cat. However, had she not been informed by Hermione that this cat was indeed Professor McGonagall, and had she been seated further away, she might have simply assumed it was a pet of Professor McGonagall's. Under Lili's inquisitive gaze, Professor McGonagall, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, shifted her body slightly, moving her tail to the other side. Lili couldn't resist the urge to touch the catnip in her pocket. She must clarify that it was not intended to amuse Professor McGonagall, as it was meant for Madame Loris. Nonetheless, at that moment, she genuinely contemplated bringing out the catnip. Steady yourself, Lili, do not disrespect your elders. She is far more formidable than yesterday's ghost professor. Within a couple of minutes, a person settled beside her, and without needing to glance, she knew it was Mo Chongsong. Lili remarked, your last class was Defense Against the Dark Arts. Montag Chongsong nodded, affirmatively. What was it like? Lili inquired, referring primarily to the peculiar individual with a person behind him. Professor Quirrell had been reciting from the textbook, and though Mo Chongsong was reluctant to speak ill of his teacher, he lowered his voice to say, the garlic scent from his turban completely masks the stench of decay emanating from his body. The figure behind him is rather ominous as well. Lili nodded in understanding before asking, how are you getting along with your classmates? They tend to form cliques, though they do not exclude me. They often inquire about my sect, displaying a certain degree of camaraderie. Make sure to maintain good relations with your classmates, Lili advised in a tone befitting an elder. They seem somewhat fragile, so avoid conflicts that could escalate into international issues. After a moment, she added, but do not allow yourself to be bullied. Mo Chongsong assured her that he would not permit any bullying. Thereafter, they shifted away from that topic as students trickled into the classroom. It seemed they had caught wind of some rumors, as everyone was behaving appropriately, with no one attempting to provoke the cat. Seeing the orderly students, Professor McGonagall nodded, leaped down from the podium, and transformed back into her human form mid-descent. Some students, unaware of this trick, were left in stunned silence. Though the students were behaving well, Professor McGonagall had seen enough over the years to give them a stern warning, transforming the podium into a small pig before reverting it back. Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous form of magic you will learn here at Hogwarts. Should anyone misbehave in my class, I will ask them to leave, and they shall never be allowed to return. I have warned you all. With her piercing gaze sweeping across each student, Everyone was captivated by her remarkable magic, eager to commence their lessons. Nevertheless, whether it pertains to becoming an animagus or transfiguring furniture into animals, both are sophisticated forms of magic that remain beyond their current capabilities. After Professor McGonagall elucidated a plethora of theories and instructed them to take copious notes, she handed each student a matchstick, challenging them to transform it into a needle. After absorbing Professor McGonagall's explanation, Sue Lili experienced a moment of clarity and swiftly succeeded in transfiguring the needle. With a newfound understanding, she proceeded to conjure other small trinkets. She transformed her white feather quill into a matchstick, which she then changed into a vibrant crimson feather, distinctly different from her previous quill. Sue Lili reveled in her accomplishments, successfully capturing Professor McGonagall's attention. "Miss Sue, you possess remarkable talent. Have you previously mastered these transformations?" "No," she replied candidly. "I often found myself perplexed while reading. But it was upon hearing Professor McGonagall's discourse that I truly grasped the essence of transfiguration." Professor McGonagall awarded her additional points and showcased the slender needle she had conjured to the class. Following the conclusion of the transfiguration lesson, Professor McGonagall assigned a substantial amount of homework, exempting those students who had successfully transformed the matchstick into a needle from the task. Upon discovering her exemption from homework, Sue Lili cheerfully gathered her study materials. At lunchtime, Mo Chongsong, accompanied by his Slytherin companions, approached Sue Lili. With no conflict of interest, her exceptional talent, commendable background, and pleasing appearance made Sue Lili a desirable acquaintance among Slytherins. As Sue Lili observed the group of diminutive figures, she reciprocated their friendliness. Although they were all classmates, their camaraderie with Mo Chongsong placed them in a position of seniority, akin to observing younger kin. In the afternoon, they would attend a charms class together. As Sue Lili regarded the diminutive Professor Flitwick, who was rumored to possess fairy blood, she felt no disdain nor found it amusing. After all, there was an elder in Shushan who was a sloth spirit. That elder was truly amusing. It was not so much about his character, but rather his exceedingly sluggish movements. At times, when an impatient individual approached him with a task, witnessing the elder's frantic yet slow actions was the most humorous aspect of it all. Professor Flitwick taught with meticulous attention, reminiscent of Sue Lili's early days learning phonetics. However, it appeared quite similar. He explicated the fundamental principles of a charm, followed by pronunciation and gestures in a manner that was both accessible and comprehensible. Chapter 12. Garlic, Garlic. The defense against the dark arts class was, as Mo Chongsong had described, rather tedious. Sue Lili toyed with a galleon, tossing it into the air before catching it on the table's surface, mindful that eating during class was inappropriate. Regretfully, she returned her snacks to her bag, continuing to listen as Coral stuttered through a tale about helping an African prince escape the clutches of a revenant zombie, who had gifted him a scarf in gratitude. The pervasive scent of garlic in the classroom was not particularly unpleasant to Sue Lili. However, after inhaling it for an extended period, she found herself yearning for garlic-flavored crayfish, garlic vermicelli steamed scallops, and garlic in general. How vexing! The more she thought about it, the hungrier she became. From morning until dinner, this craving rendered her insatiable, no matter how many snacks she consumed. With no other option, Sue Lili dashed to the kitchen in search of food. The house elves in the kitchen had grown accustomed to Sue Lili's presence, and upon her arrival, they promptly attended to her. "Miss Sue, what would you like to eat today?" Sue Lili promptly recited a list of dishes she desired. The house elves exchanged glances of concern. "We have garlic, but we have not prepared the dishes you mentioned." "In that case, just gather the ingredients, and I shall prepare them myself," she replied, unaware of any impropriety in her suggestion. However, upon hearing her words, several house elves nearly shed tears, wiping their eyes before hastening to gather the ingredients. "What's the matter?" she inquired, oblivious to their feelings of shame regarding their culinary skills, feeling compelled to let Sue Lili cook. Cultural differences, after all. When Sue Lili wielded a knife, the house elves grew increasingly anxious, and eventually, she could no longer bear it. Deciding to delegate some tasks to them, before long, the kitchen was suffused with a robust garlic aroma, and the delicious scent began to waft through the air, overwhelming in its intensity. Just then, the kitchen door swung open. "Wow! Who do we have here?" It turned out to be a sneaky badger. Sue Lili turned to see two red-headed figures with identical faces, the renowned Weasley twins from the school. "Are you not also here in search of food?" Sue Lili inquired. "Indeed. That is correct," one of the twins replied. The other approached, sniffing the air. "The garlic scent is quite strong. I almost thought I was back in defense against the dark arts class. Would you care to sample?" Sue Lili had prepared an ample amount of food, so sharing a little with them was not out of the question. Then we shall. Not at all. The twins attempted to help carry the dishes to a small table, but the house elves prevented them, unwilling to risk their jobs. Garlic vermicelli scallops, garlic oysters, garlic shrimp. Why is even the steak slathered in garlic? Sue Lili spread her hands in exasperation. There's no helping it. After attending Defense Against the Dark Arts class today, I initially found the aroma a bit overwhelming. And then I succumbed to temptation. Oh, you little glutton. The twins exclaimed in unison. Sue Lili tapped her fingertips on the table. Are you going to eat or not? Haven't you heard the saying? Softened lips beg for morsels? The twins were well aware of this adage, exchanging glances before continuing to eat. After satisfying their appetites, the group departed the kitchen, with George and Fred sniffing each other's aromas, both scrunching their faces in distaste. You reek. You're the one who stinks. The twins engaged in playful banter, ultimately conceding that they were now no different from Quirrell. Why is it that you don't smell at all? One of them suddenly noticed that Sue Lili, standing nearby, bore no scent whatsoever, instantly piquing their curiosity. The other inched closer, aware of the distinctions between genders, and cautiously leaned in to sniff, confirming that indeed, Sue Lili carried no trace of garlic aroma, further fueling their intrigue. How do you manage that? It's innate. Sue Lili replied, I consume so much food daily without worrying about it. Have you ever seen me smelling of something unpleasant? That's impossible. How can you not carry any scent? The twins raised their voices, their eyes darting suspiciously, clearly concocting some mischievous scheme. George, Fred. What are you two doing outside the Hufflepuff common room? A few older students, returning to their dormitory, spotted them and approached with purpose. One of the older girls subtly positioned herself to shield Sue Lili, casting a wary glance at the twins. You needn't be so cautious. We haven't done anything wrong. The twins feigned innocence, one clutching his chest and the other wiping a faux tear, ready to audition for the entertainment industry. However, upon observing their vigilance and recalling the time, the twins waved their goodbyes and turned to leave. They didn't play any pranks on you, did they? The older students inquired, concern etched on their faces. No, we were merely in the kitchen eating, and we happened to cross paths, Sue Lili replied, shaking her head. They sighed in relief and advised her, that's good, but do be cautious around them. Although Gryffindors generally adore them, their pranks can sometimes go too far. I understand. Thank you, Sue Lili responded with a sweet smile, receiving affectionate ruffles to her hair from the older students. Upon returning to the dormitory, Susan and Hannah had already changed into their pajamas, and looked up as the door swung open. Back from the kitchen again, are you? In a declarative tone. One might say that only a few days into the new semester, they had already adapted to the notion of Sue Lili slipping into the kitchen at any moment to indulge in snacks. Indeed, today she had savored a plethora of delectable treats. However, the aromas were quite pungent, thus she refrained from bringing any back for them. Sue Lili was well aware that not everyone appreciated such strong flavors, and while it was acceptable to dine in the kitchen, one ought to consider the preferences of others when returning to their dormitory. The two girls felt no discomfort. On the contrary, they admired her meticulous nature. It's quite all right. After all, the kitchen is so close, we can simply help ourselves whenever we wish, they remarked. Presently, their greater concern lay in their assignments, and thus Sue Lili offered her assistance in tutoring them, although her reading list was not extensive. As she had to juggle courses from both sides and spent considerable time eating, her visits to the library were infrequent. Nevertheless, once she had perused a book, she could recite it from memory, making her a veritable human encyclopedia. Thus aiding them with their current assignments posed no challenge. Soon enough, they completed their homework, and Sue Lili proceeded to freshen up, marking the end of yet another day. Chapter 13. The Mirror. Sue Lili received a bag of candies and a small box of biscuits from Draco Malfoy of Slytherin. The Malfoy family perpetually sent Draco large parcels filled with sweets and treats, seemingly anxious that he might suffer any indignities at school. Each time he received such gifts, Draco would open them at the dining table, sharing some with his friends. Due to the influence of Mo Chongsong, and perhaps other factors, Sue Lili was included among those who were privy to his snack sharing from the second week onwards. For Sue Lili, this was not an extraordinary occurrence, having been accustomed to being spoiled with treats since childhood. Yet she graciously accepted this gesture and reciprocated the following day with a warm chestnut. Relationships are often nurtured in such small ways, and as Sue Lili was not a Gryffindor, the other Slytherins gradually became more familiar with her. Sue Lili frequently received various tokens of affection from her peers within the house. Not only upperclassmen but even their headmistress, Professor Sprout, would occasionally slip her a handful of candies. observing her unintentional rise to the status of a beloved figure, without any deliberate socializing. Lili gazed into the mirror, and confirmed that her countenance remained as charming as ever. As the girls in the dormitory grew closer, they began to reveal their individual quirks. For instance, Susan delighted in collecting an array of hair accessories, with various styles of hair ties and clips adorning their table, while Hannah possessed a mirror that offered her daily encouragement and compliments, filling her with vitality for the day ahead. Then there was Lili, who owned a rather peculiar mirror, one that housed a ghostly presence. When she was very young, a mentor had regaled her with numerous ghost stories. At that tender age, children are often naive and playful. Though the tales frightened her somewhat, she could not resist the allure of hearing more, ultimately developing a habit of sleeplessness at the slightest rustle in the night. Of course, her insomnia was of little consequence. She could use that time for meditation to rejuvenate her spirit. Yet, her master deemed this unacceptable, insisting that a disciple of Shushan ought not to fear ghosts. Thus, he implemented a rather drastic remedy. Bai Yuan retrieved a mirror containing a century-old ghost, and placed it in Lili's room. To her surprise, she gradually became accustomed to the fright, eventually forming a close bond with the ghost named Alan. As Lili embarked on her studies in this foreign land, she naturally brought along her longtime companion. Having refrained from introducing Alan to her roommates for fear of startling them, Lili finally felt it was the right time to allow Alan some fresh air. Alan understood that the residence was inhabited by young ladies, so even when Lili displayed the mirror, she did not reveal herself to outsiders. Instead, she would chat with Lili at night while the latter attended her classes, absorbing the essence of the moon. What a place this is! It seems like one rarely sees the moon here, Alan lamented, irritated by the overcast sky. The climate here was indeed humid, with clouds abundant and sunlight scarce, rendering moonlight a rarity at night, Lili observed. After venting her frustration, Alan retreated into the mirror, but her reluctance to reincarnate and her lack of interest in absorbing human life force meant her cultivation would progress slowly. Lacking moonlight was inconsequential, and she would rather take it easy, merely expressing her grievances. Finding little enjoyment in Lili's classes, Alan roamed through the school's mirrors, eavesdropping on gossip to pass the time. Lili recognized Alan's sense of propriety and rarely interfered with her. Before long, Alan would return with snippets of gossip, such as, the Gryffindor twins were conspiring to place a stink bomb on you. Had I not overheard your name, I would have overlooked it entirely. Alan, with her limited English, had picked up a few words and keenly caught Lili's name, relaying the entire sentence to her. Upon hearing it, Lili finally understood that those two had been plotting to place a foul egg on her, believing that her natural lack of scent could be thwarted. How long ago did that occur? You two have quite the memory, she feigned ignorance, discreetly returning the stink bomb to its original place, after they attempted to slip it into her pocket. The Weasley twins soon found themselves on the losing end. When they discovered the unpleasant odor clinging to them, it had intensified, and even after discarding the stink bomb, they had to endure the stench back to their dormitory. From that moment on, a rivalry blossomed between Lili and the Weasley twins, each party displaying their ingenuity, with the twins seeking to provoke her while Lili cleverly countered their antics, playfully toying with them a few times. Yet, astonishingly, the Weasley twins suffered a complete defeat. Alan had significantly assisted Lili in this, and in turn, her English had improved remarkably. To express her gratitude, Lili offered several incense sticks and a roast chicken as an offering. However, the chicken was met with disdain. How could you possibly make it taste this dreadful? It's truly remarkable that you can stomach it. Your gluttonous lineage is indeed strong. As for British cuisine, it was rather unremarkable. Lili, driven by hunger, could consume anything without discrimination, but for Alan, eating was merely about satisfying cravings. She would not deign to indulge in anything unpleasant. Thus, Lili resorted to preparing some snacks and pastries for her, as these treats, typically aimed at children, were generally more palatable than the roast chicken. Days passed in this manner, and all in all, life remained relatively tranquil, until one day, a notice appeared in the Hufflepuff common room announcing that flying lessons would commence on Friday afternoon, alongside Ravenclaw. In the ensuing days, first-year students buzzed with excitement regarding the flying lessons, and Lili sought out information on the matter. Although first-year students were prohibited from bringing brooms, the Quidditch pitch was frequently occupied by upperclassmen practicing, and during breaks, several students would convene there to play Quidditch. Lili took the opportunity to observe a few times, but found it rather uninteresting. Her disinterest stemmed from two primary reasons. Firstly, she felt that riding a broom allowed for only upper body movement, which was somewhat perplexing for a swordsman. Secondly, The speed of the broom was decidedly slow. For someone who could travel from Shushan to London in 10 hours, the broom's speed felt akin to crawling. The sluggish pace rendered it utterly uninspiring. During the sect competitions, her every move had been so swift that it was barely discernible, leaving spectators unable to lose focus, for the outcome would be determined in the blink of an eye. The thrill was palpable. This was simply not engaging. Chapter 14, The Flying Lesson. Ever since the announcement regarding the flying lessons was posted, Lili had not only overheard Draco's lofty discourses on the subject multiple times, he tirelessly recounted his prodigious talent in Quidditch, repeatedly boasting about how he had once narrowly evaded a Muggle helicopter while soaring on his broomstick. Lili, having heard this several times, found it somewhat tiresome and considered advising him to temper his enthusiasm. However, their relationship had yet to reach a level where such candid reminders were appropriate. As fate would have it, within a few days prior to even attending their first flying lesson, Draco's demeanor appeared to shift dramatically, becoming markedly more composed. Out of curiosity, Lili inquired about this change with Mo Chongsong. Her good-natured nephew candidly admitted that this transformation was indeed linked to him. He had sensed a certain restlessness within the dormitory and, after consulting with his peers, decided to light incense daily to instill calmness. After several days of this practice, the group of young students gradually subdued their fidgety tendencies. Draco even confided that he had never felt so lucid, as if he had gained a renewed perspective on the world. Mo Chongsong furrowed his brow at this point. Lili sighed. I observe that his fate is somewhat tumultuous in the early stages, characterized by a restless spirit, yet it appears to smoothen later on. Your actions, though seemingly innocuous, may have inadvertently interfered with his destiny. After all, as friends, I cannot bear to witness him traverse a convoluted path. Mo Chongsong, too, was acutely aware of this truth. Each person is bound by their own destiny. This is not merely a saying. Some individuals sail through life with ease, while others endure perpetual tragedy. From a distance, one can maintain a semblance of rationality, yet when one becomes friends with such individuals, the impulse to lend a helping hand becomes irresistible. Mo Chongsong added, this subtle alteration of fate, though seemingly trivial, is not without its significance. Upon witnessing his sincere dedication to friendship, Lili was reluctant to assume the role of the naysayer, and waved her hand dismissively. Very well, it's already done. Why dwell on it? After finding his newfound tranquility, Draco became somewhat endearing, and even Gryffindor's Harry Potter, after a few days of wariness, gradually lowered his guard, altering his perception of Draco. Thursday marked the freshman's inaugural flying lesson, and afterward, Lili learned that Harry Potter had been selected for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, due to his remarkable flying prowess. Observing the divination she had recently interpreted, even in the absence of a catalyst, the inevitable outcome had manifested. She remained uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Nevertheless, her interest in the Child of Destiny waned, and she soon dismissed the matter from her thoughts. On Friday afternoon, it was Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw's turn for flying lessons. Lili, along with her fellow students, arrived at the designated area, their feet sinking into the soft grass, feeling far more invigorated than when confined within the classroom. The weather was splendid, with a hint of sunshine, a comfortable temperature, and no oppressive heat, ideal for outdoor activities. Once everyone had gathered, Madame Hooch approached briskly, her short gray hair and sharp yellow eyes reminiscent of a hawk. Each student stood beside a broomstick, hurrying to follow her commands. Extend your right hand. Place it above the broomstick and say, up. Lili joined in, pondering whether shouting the command in Chinese would compel the broomsticks to obey her wishes. Her broom proved to be rather obstinate. After 2 attempts to raise it with her voice yielded little response, Lili grew impatient and made a slight gesture, prompting the broom to leap into her palm. Madame Hooch then instructed them on how to mount their broomsticks without slipping, correcting some students' postures before guiding them to ascend, or rather, to hover a few feet above the ground. Lili executed the movements appropriately, but felt a sense of unease. Since mastering sword flying, she had not utilized any other flying apparatus, let alone sat upon one. Moreover, she sensed that her broom was somewhat disobedient. It was as if the broom had detected her reluctance and was somewhat petulant in return. Instead of feeling liberated on this broomstick, she found herself needing to exert control to prevent it from darting erratically. It was quite the bother. Madame Hooch, seeing that no issues had arisen among the students, allowed herself a tentative sigh of relief, though it was premature. After sitting for a while, Lili found herself grappling with an internal obstacle and desired to land and take a break. The broom, however, remained obstinate, leading her to exert more effort. This resulted in an unfortunate snap, the broom shattered. She plummeted downward from a height of approximately 10 meters, quite a departure from the initial few feet they had hovered at. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, Lili instinctively retrieved her flying sword from her spatial bag, performed a somersault to adjust her posture, and landed gracefully upon the sword, soaring past her classmates in a flash of light before lightly descending to the ground. Some students, still bewildered by the commotion, turned in time to witness Lili standing amidst a pile of splintered wood, their minds reeling. Those who had seen her broom break did not have the opportunity to gasp in shock before her swift actions left them momentarily speechless, their reactions caught in limbo. "Are you all right, dear?" Madame Hooch had been observing them closely and, after witnessing the entire sequence, approached to check if Lili had sustained any injuries. "I'm fine, Madame Hooch," she replied. Although Lili insisted she was unscathed, Madame Hooch nonetheless apologized. "I'm sorry for not inspecting the broom beforehand. I frightened you." Lili felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing how closely related this incident was to her. She had not expected Madame Hooch to offer an apology. In truth, Madame Hooch was not one to shoulder blame for every mishap. Young witches and wizards stumble and fumble, and as long as no serious injury occurred, it was generally deemed acceptable. However, this incident was somewhat exceptional. Had a student encountered trouble while learning to fly, Madame Hooch would not have been so apologetic. Yet, her failure to detect that a broomstick had reached the end of its lifespan was indeed a misstep, warranting her contrition. After their exchange concluded, the incident spread throughout the school, akin to Harry Potter being chosen as the seeker, not for any other reason, but due to Lili's final display of sword flying. Chapter 15, Detention and Food Expenses. Lili found herself in detention with Severus Snape. The incident unfolded as follows. That night, Lili and Mo Chongsong were engaged in their usual lessons near the Forbidden Forest. Midway through, a figure unexpectedly emerged from the woods. It was none other than Snape. Lili had no desire to recall the expression on his face. Initially, he intended to deduct points, but upon noticing Mo Chongsong beside her, he begrudgingly decided they should both serve detention, and reported the matter to Dumbledore. As students sent by the Mystical Alliance, their late-night excursion to the edge of the Forbidden Forest drew Dumbledore's considerable attention. Furthermore, even if Snape had not brought them to Dumbledore, the headmaster would have sought Lili out for a discussion, due to an anomaly in the monthly food expenditure at Hogwarts. In truth, the rumors regarding Lili's insatiable appetite had already reached the ears of the Shushan Sect, and Dumbledore had prepared himself somewhat for the revelation. He had originally thought that the food prepared at Hogwarts was far too abundant to be entirely consumed, and if Lili indulged a little more, it would not be a waste. However, he had not anticipated that she not only finished the surplus food, but had also caused the daily ingredient expenditure to rise by 2 galleons. While this might seem negligible, the purchasing power of 2 galleons was substantial. When converted into food, was she truly eating excessively? Dumbledore wasn't particularly concerned about the monetary aspect. Rather, he harbored some worries regarding Lili's health, and felt it prudent to inquire about her well-being. Upon entering Dumbledore's office, Lili couldn't help but shake her head at the sight of the white-bearded old man, reflecting on the unfortunate nature of his existence. Dumbledore, perceptive as ever, sensed her peculiar gaze and pondered whether he had, in fact, done anything amiss. What could her look possibly signify? "Professor Dumbledore," the two of them greeted him. Dumbledore gestured towards the sofa with a benevolent smile, saying, "Miss Sue, Mr. Mo, please take a seat, and do not feel too constrained. Would you care for some cake?" Lili, feeling unabashed, took a piece of cake, only to find it excessively sweet. "I heard from Severus that you ventured into the Forbidden Forest at midnight?" Lili protested. No, Professor, we remember your words and did not enter that forest. However, you never specified that we couldn't leave the dormitory at night." Dumbledore nodded. "What business do you have wandering out there at such an hour?" They briefly recounted the situation. Upon hearing their dedication to learning, Dumbledore realized he must not dampen their enthusiasm. However, he expressed concern over their nightly escapades, questioning their choice to forego sleep in favor of roaming about. "Besides your Hogwarts classes, you must also attend 5 hours of lessons at night. Isn't that rather exhausting? With barely 2 or 3 hours of sleep each day. Are you even human?" "Oh wait, one of you isn't." The 2 naive children, oblivious to the implications of his words, insisted they felt no fatigue, and had ample free time for extracurricular activities. Dumbledore's furrowed brow deepened, and he ultimately issued them a special permit, allowing them to attend classes outside the castle from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., provided they kept their distance from the Forbidden Forest. Previously, They had faced detention after being caught by Snape while harvesting potion ingredients from the Forbidden Forest, and that incident had already warranted punishment. After addressing this matter, Dumbledore inquired about Sue Lily's appetite. Is it really unnecessary to consult Madame Pomfrey about your situation? Sue Lily's heart sank at the thought, realizing her unabashed indulgence in the castle's food might strain the school's resources. No, it's quite all right, she hastily replied. I've always had a hearty appetite, and no amount of food affects my health. It's been this way since childhood. She then expressed her embarrassment over eating too much and felt compelled to compensate for it. While Hogwarts education was tuition-free, Dumbledore gently refused her request, noting, though your case is rather unique, how could we set such a precedent? With limited funds, around 200 galleons in her pocket, Sue Lily realized that her voracious eating could lead to financial ruin, especially as she needed to reserve some for emergencies or future endeavors. Despite having discovered a loophole in the exchange rates between Gringotts and the British Bank, she didn't expect to profit from it. If Dumbledore demanded compensation, she would indeed face a fiscal crisis. After negotiations, they reached a compromise. Sue Lily would cultivate a vegetable patch to supply Hogwarts with fresh produce daily. Farming, a skill embedded in the DNA of the Chinese people, filled Sue Lily with eager determination. Before their departure, Dumbledore remarked, "Thus, your detention will consist of 2 hours each night devoted to establishing this vegetable garden." At that moment, Dumbledore remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the task at hand, thinking 2 hours of labor was a fair punishment while ensuring Snape had been informed, thus preserving face for the 2 exchange students. Little did he know that for 2 sword cultivators, such a task would be monumental. Once outside the headmaster's office, Sue Lily conferred with Mo Chongsong. "I do eat rather excessively, and I feel quite guilty about taking advantage of the kitchen. Let's cultivate a larger vegetable patch, planting a variety of vegetables as a means of compensating for my meals." Mo Chongsong nodded, burdened by the thought of his master's appetite. He resolved to work diligently that night, digging more land to alleviate Sue Lily's hunger. The news of a Slytherin and a Hufflepuff being punished quickly spread throughout the school, leaving many to ponder how a snake and a badger found themselves entwined. Eventually, they learned it was Sue Lily and Mo Chongsong, and their curiosity shifted to the reasons behind their detention. Whispers of their midnight excursions to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to study began circulating, astonishing the Ravenclaw house with their unyielding thirst for knowledge. Hermione specifically sought out Sue Lily to express her admiration, inquiring, "With so much time dedicated to studying and so little sleep, you still appear vibrant and energetic. Do you possess some secret?" Sue Lily tactfully indicated that such a study regimen was not suitable for her. While Hermione cherished learning, she understood that such extensive hours were unfeasible for most, and thus did not press the matter further. Chapter 16. This vegetable patch is mine to tend. As October approached, the nights grew darker, and when Sue Lily arrived outside the castle, visibility was nearly non-existent. Assessing the workload for the night, she marked out a substantial area and prepared to commence her task. Moments later, Mo Chongsong arrived, accompanied by several Slytherin students carrying lanterns. Upon closer inspection, Sue Lily recognized the familiar face of Draco Malfoy, flanked by the hulking figures of Crabbe and Goyle, with Blaise Zabini standing slightly taller nearby, and the leaner Theodore not at his side. Draco had undergone a significant transformation, exuding a newfound composure accompanied by a subtle fragrance that seemed to invigorate the atmosphere. "What are you all doing here?" Sue Lily inquired, counting on her fingers. "I haven't heard of so many Slytherins receiving detention before." "We are all friends," Draco replied. "You two have been punished, so it is only natural for us to come and observe. Besides, idling in the dormitory is quite dull. We thought we might deepen our friendships. Mo has been quite generous in allowing us to copy his homework. With the hour still relatively early, they figured they might lend a hand." "Very well. If you've all said your piece." As more individuals gathered, Sue Lily, aware that not everyone possessed her keen night vision, conjured several lights, illuminating the area like 200-watt bulbs. She then retrieved a hoe from her enchanted bag and handed it to Mo Chongsong, who rolled up his sleeves, appearing quite ready for the task ahead. Curious glances from the nearby students revealed their newfound interest in farming. "What are you planning to do? Can we assist?" Draco asked, his remarkable transformation often leaving his dormitory mates questioning whether he had been replaced by someone under the influence of polyjuice potion. Sue Lily recognized that even Goyle and Crabbe, who typically followed Draco, had not engaged in manual labor at home. Thus, she assigned them the task of weeding, assuring them it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Despite their youth, the 11-year-olds, armed with magic, busily worked on the weeding, though their efforts appeared chaotic and uncoordinated. as if they were merely engaging in playful mischief. Sue Lili had previously resolved to set fire to a plot of land she intended to cultivate. In no time, the color of this land deepened significantly compared to the adjacent grassy area. A few Slytherin boys stood dumbfounded as they watched two figures wielding hoes, their movements leaving behind ephemeral traces. Oh, sometimes the disparity between individuals is indeed greater than that between humans and dogs. The Slytherin students, realizing they could offer little assistance and finding no amusement in the endeavor, were soon persuaded to leave, acknowledging the efforts of the two and deciding it was best to retire early for the night. By the time the two completed their 2-hour detention task, the area they had cultivated was impressively expansive and not far from the Forbidden Forest. The next day, Dumbledore observed from a distance through the window, his fingers nearly pinching off his beard in disbelief. Merlin's socks, could it be that you two spent the entire night digging this vast plot? How could such an expanse be unearthed in merely 2 hours? Consequently, he instructed Fawkes to deliver a message to the two. The land had been successfully cultivated, and there would be no further clearing for the next 2 days. They should focus on growing vegetables, providing students with a space for leisure after classes. Upon receiving the note, the two abandoned their intentions of further land cultivation and prepared to fertilize and sow seeds that very evening. That afternoon, they visited Hagrid's hut to observe the variety of vegetables he had planted in his garden. Some of Hagrid's produce was also supplied to the school, and Sue Lili intended to grow different vegetables to prevent the students from becoming weary of eating the same dish repeatedly. Hagrid welcomed the visiting Sue Lili and Mo Chong Song warmly, for few ventured to his abode. It had been quite some time since he last invited Harry and Ron, so he was delighted to have guests and offered them his homemade rock cakes. Even with Mo Chong Song's sturdy teeth, the cakes proved challenging to chew. After a single bite, he declined further. In contrast, Sue Lili's gluttonous lineage allowed her to consume one with ease, finishing it in just a few bites. Hagrid felt a twinge of regret that Mo Chong Song did not appreciate his culinary creation, yet seeing Sue Lili enjoy it so heartily endeared her to him even more. Despite the lackluster taste, Sue Lili graciously finished an entire plate of rock cakes. "I never expected you to relish it so much," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully. "I can pack some for you to take home." "Thank you, Hagrid, I truly enjoy it," Sue Lili replied earnestly. Although the flavor was unremarkable, the substantial quantity left her feeling pleasantly full, a rarity indeed. In summary, the cakes were quite filling. After treating them to food and drink, Hagrid, upon hearing Sue Lili's purpose for visiting, eagerly escorted her to his garden to showcase the types of vegetables he had grown. Sue Lili took a quick glance and noted the presence of carrots, peas, and potatoes, gaining a rough understanding of what was planted before bidding farewell to Hagrid, who generously packed a large bag of rock cakes for her. Mo Chong Song discreetly noted this incident, planning to inform his master that his aunt had recently developed a taste for stone. Sue Lili intended to plant white radishes, cabbages, bok choy, and sweet potatoes, each requiring distinct sowing methods, which proved somewhat cumbersome, yet the two managed to complete the task swiftly. After planting the vegetables, Sue Lili practiced various spells on them, including the wind protection charm, rain charm, and growth charm. Moreover, during a visit to the kitchen in search of food, she provided the house elves with a simple recipe, hoping they would prepare a variety of dishes with the forthcoming vegetables. Due to the spells employed while caring for the plants, the vegetables matured at an astonishing rate, often ready for harvest within 3 to 5 days. Gradually, the Hogwarts dining table began to feature Chinese dishes such as braised beef, chicken stew with radishes, stir-fried cabbage, and shredded potatoes. Students and professors alike noticed the long stagnant menu had introduced new items, sparking a sense of anticipation for each meal. However, Quirrell, with Voldemort lurking behind him, was far from pleased. "Why did I never encounter such fortune in my time? British cuisine truly leaves much to be desired." Chapter 17. The Sisters' Roast Conference. Not long after the agricultural endeavors commenced, Sue Lili heard that the Weasley twins had once again found themselves in detention. Since the beginning of the term, such news had become all too familiar to her. She briefly contemplated whether the two would be tasked to assist in the gardening before dismissing the thought entirely. Yet unexpectedly, she learned the details of the incident from Hermione. They played a prank that left Harry, Ron, and me trapped on the staircase until the magic wore off after curfew, Hermione fumed. "And then you encountered Filch on your way back," Sue Lili surmised, piecing together the unfolding events. Hermione slammed her fist on the table, exasperated. "Exactly. Filch never questions students when he catches them. If we had been apprehended, it would have been utterly unjust. So we had to run, and then Sue Lili interrupted, sliding a cup of calming tea toward her. Hermione gulped it down and continued, "We even ran into Peeves, changing directions constantly. You know how convoluted the staircases are. We inadvertently ended up on the 4th floor, where we stumbled into a room. Do you know what was inside? Hermione whispered conspiratorially. Sue Lili chuckled, you reek of dog. Was it a kennel? Hermione, bewildered, raised her hand to sniff herself. Can you really smell that? I took a shower yesterday. She then disclosed that it was no ordinary dog. It stood as tall as the ceiling, with 3 heads, and was extremely ferocious. Is that so? Sue Lili teased. That dog sounds dreadful. Allow me to slay it for you, and we shall feast on dog meat hot pot tonight. Invite a few more people. Such a large dog. We might not finish it ourselves. Absolutely not. Hermione, aware of Sue Lili's appetite, mistakenly took her jest seriously and pressed her down, fearing she might actually venture to the 4th floor corridor to slay the 3-headed hellhound. When Sue Lili burst into laughter, Hermione realized she had been playfully tricked, and the two engaged in a light-hearted tussle. After they settled down, Hermione informed Sue Lili that the 3-headed dog was guarding something atop a trapdoor. They were neither particularly intrigued nor concerned about the creature, but they swiftly shifted the conversation back to denouncing the troublesome pranks of the Weasley twins. Hermione continued, fuming. Not only do they pull reckless pranks, but they also dismiss the consequences, never considering the trouble it causes others. So I reported them to Percy. But Harry and Ron thought I was being overly dramatic. Sue Lili chimed in, echoing Hermione's sentiments regarding Harry and Ron. That perspective is rather intriguing. But you nearly faced certain doom at the jaws of that dog. Did those two merely regard it as a daring escapade? Right? You understand. Hermione felt as if she had finally encountered someone who shared her sensibilities and vented. Why can't we avoid danger before it arrives? Must they wait for a prank to result in dire consequences, before realizing how perilous their actions are? Sue Lili sensed that Hermione seemed to be struggling at Gryffindor. Yet her pride was formidable, so she refrained from offering unsolicited comfort. Instead, she aligned with Hermione's sentiments, acknowledging her valid reasoning. Sue Lili believed there was nothing wrong with Hermione's way of thinking. She was an exceptional student. Why then was she not appreciated? Sue Lili, after all, is not constantly in the company of Hermione, and during their interactions, Hermione seldom exhibits her haughty demeanor. Thus, although she is aware of Hermione's minor character flaws, she finds it hard to believe that Hermione could be so unpopular. This is certainly not an instance of a friend's bias. The discord accumulates gradually in the course of daily life. Perhaps the saying far fragrance, near stench applies here. Sue Lili observes that the tensions between Hermione and her classmates in Gryffindor are becoming increasingly pronounced, particularly with Ron, as if their worldviews are inherently misaligned. While attending classes with Gryffindor, Sue Lili notices that both of their fates seem to be encountering turbulence. She cannot help but feel a tinge of guilt. Surely this has nothing to do with her? Better to dismantle 10 temples than to break one marriage. She reminds herself fervently. On the eve of Halloween, a sweet, alluring aroma of roasted pumpkin wafts through the castle, and the Hufflepuff common room is no exception. Little pumpkin lanterns are scattered everywhere, and the once warm and bright common room is now filled with an abundance of pumpkin pies. The delightful scent lifts Sue Lili's spirits. But during the second History of Magic class, this good mood diminishes. Ron, where has Hermione gone? Sue Lili asks, tapping Ron Weasley on the shoulder from the front row. He jumps at the sudden touch, looking somewhat guilty and unable to meet her gaze. How should I know? You ought to ask someone else. Sue Lili then consults her intuition, concluding that Hermione is likely in the dormitory, and tentatively trusts her instincts, continuing to indulge in the food. However, as the evening draws near and the Halloween feast commences, Hermione's absence in the Great Hall becomes increasingly peculiar. Once more Sue Lili seeks an omen, which reveals that Hermione is currently in the girls' restroom, attending to biological needs. I suppose she will soon appear in the Great Hall. Tempted by the food, Sue Lili begins to feast. Yet before long, Quirrell bursts into the hall, his face a mask of terror, capturing the attention of everyone present, except for Sue Lili. He then announces the presence of a troll in the dungeon. This revelation finally piques Sue Lili's interest, as the Great Hall descends into chaos, and Dumbledore instructs the heads of houses to escort the students back to their dormitories. Forced to abandon her meal midway, Sue Lili glares at the unfortunate soul who has fainted beside Dumbledore, thinking, why did you choose this moment to arrive? Despite her reluctance, she has no choice but to blend into the crowd and follow the head of her house, though she lags behind deliberately, stuffing her mouth with several chicken legs. Is someone glaring at me? Sue Lili turns to find Professor Snape staring at her. She quickly swallows the chicken legs, feigning nonchalance. Chapter 18. Have the lilies of my hometown bloomed? Sue Lili walks at the back of the Hufflepuff line. After finishing her chicken leg, she wipes her mouth and ponders. realizing she seems to have forgotten something. It is only when she spots Harry and Ron discreetly slipping away from the line and mingling with the Hufflepuffs that she remembers Hermione. As they prepare to dart out from the Hufflepuff group, Lili quietly follows suit. However, being further back in the line, it is not as easy to escape. Cedric grabs the corner of her robe. "Where are you going?" Lili turns, instinctively wanting to fabricate an excuse, but upon meeting his concerned gaze, she feels embarrassed to deceive him. Pulling him aside, she briefly explains that Hermione had gone to the restroom and, fearing she might encounter the troll, wanted to warn her. Cedric glances at their classmates who are already far ahead, considers the busy professors, and with a resolute nod says, "Then I'll accompany you." What else can Lili say? Let us not waste time, we must hurry. However, they have scarcely taken a few steps when they encounter Emo Song and Draco. All right, no need for further discussion. Let us go together. Harry and Ron turn to see several people trailing behind them, their faces paling as they realize Lili is leading the group. A silent assembly of individuals races toward a common goal, when suddenly, they hear hurried footsteps. Fearing discovery, they all huddle behind a large stone statue, with Lili and Emo Song casting protective spells. As the figure passes through the corridor, a few small heads peek out from behind the statue, recognizing it as Snape. What is he doing? Why isn't he with the other professors in the classrooms below? Harry whispers. The headmaster has his own reasons for acting. Draco chimes in, unusually calm and not engaging in banter with Harry, though he feels compelled to defend Snape. Harry and Ron attempt to follow Snape's path, but are halted as Lili and Emo Song each grab an arm. Let us not waste time. We need to find Hermione. Just then, an overwhelming stench assaults Lili's senses, nearly overwhelming her keen olfactory abilities. Ugh! She exclaims, covering her nose and gagging. She turns her head away, prompting the others to follow her gaze, where they see the troll lumbering towards them like a small mountain. The troll clutches a hefty club, dragging it across the ground, its dim-witted head peering into a doorway before slowly squeezing itself inside. The key is in the lock. Harry whispers, "We can trap it inside." Ron, a bit anxious, adds, "What a brilliant idea. Are you all foolish? Hermione is inside that very door." Lili, disregarding her need to cover her nose, presses acupressure points to dull her sense of smell, feeling revitalized, before sprinting in that direction. The others exchange glances before following suit. Draco even takes a moment to mock them, calling them fools. When the group reaches the girls' restroom, Lili dashes in like lightning, embracing Hermione and instructing Emo Song. "Lop off that idiot's legs." Emo Song nods, displaying no fear of the enormous creature, drawing a shimmering blade and aiming it at the troll's knee joint. However, he misjudges the troll's thick hide. The blade merely slices through the tough skin, revealing flesh beneath, but failing to sever any bones. Yet the troll, in response to the pain, lets out a horrific scream, its body losing balance and crashing to the floor, shaking the entire room, though it remains conscious. Flailing its arms in a desperate attempt to grasp something, Cedric seizes the opportunity, casting a gravity spell on the troll's arms, immobilizing it. The restroom is now in utter disarray, the cacophony undeniable. At this moment, Lili is preoccupied with comforting Hermione, who is genuinely terrified. Initially, Hermione had held it together, but now, cradled in Lili's arms, her tears flow freely, soaking Lili's robes. Observing the troll's impending fall, Lili instinctively covers Hermione's ears and retrieves a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Emo Song, hesitating over whether to strike the troll again, feels a pang of jealousy. "Master, here I am, bustling about, and you're busy comforting a girl." The troll's immense collapse finally attracts the professor's attention, who rush in to find a throng of students. Professor McGonagall clutches her chest, nearly breathless. Upon seeing the adults, Hermione, feeling embarrassed to remain in Lili's embrace, wipes her eyes and stands to the side. "What on earth are you all playing at? Why aren't you staying in your dormitories like good students?" Professor McGonagall's lips trembled with indignation as she gazed upon the fallen giant. Severus Snape shot a fierce glare at Emo Song and Draco, seemingly contemplating the possibility of tossing these two Gryffindor students into the cauldron. Cedric, the only third-year student present, glanced around before stepping forward. "We noticed that Miss Granger was absent from the feast," he began. "Lili mentioned she was in the restroom, and upon hearing about the giant, we speculated she might not be aware, so we came to inform her, only to find the giant entering the girls' lavatory. The ensuing events were known to all," Harry recounted. Then Miss Sue dashed in and rescued Hermione. Ron, realizing that Cedric's explanation contained no mention of his own contributions, exuberantly waved his arm, exclaiming, "Professor, you don't understand." Emo pulled out that sword and severed the giant's leg in one swift blow, and it just collapsed. The group pieced together the tale, and Professor McGonagall felt a twinge of appreciation for the children's concern for their classmate, despite their recklessness. So that's how it transpired. However, in the future, should you encounter such dilemmas, it would be prudent to consult the professors rather than venture into perilous situations in a large group. Nearby, Snape, examining the giant's condition, muttered sarcastically, if these little giants were capable of understanding that, it would indeed be a sight to behold. The students, choosing not to engage with his remarks, dutifully acknowledged their understanding and received points from Professor McGonagall. Now, off you go back to your house common rooms and enjoy a good meal. Chapter 19 Grudges. Sue Lili was harboring a grudge. Ever since Quirrell's antics had left her hungry for a time last night, she returned to her dormitory and penned a denunciation letter to Dumbledore, accusing Quirrell of being with child for several months. After all, she sensed two souls residing within him, and by common reasoning, that indicated pregnancy. Upon receiving her letter, Dumbledore was at once amused and bewildered, while Snape's lips twitched in response. Reflecting on the events of the night, Snape shared Dumbledore's disdain for Quirrell, yet he pointedly asked, why did she not inform us of this sooner? Lily. Upon hearing Dumbledore utter her name, noticed Snape's displeasure and quickly amended, Miss Sue is a clever child. Being new here, she may not have fully grasped the situation, which could explain her initial silence. Did last night's incident prompt her change of heart? Snape considered this, finding it plausible. Dumbledore produced a sheet of parchment, stating, nonetheless, for the sake of our plan, we must write to Miss Sue, requesting her discretion. Snape's expression darkened further. He had always opposed Dumbledore's inclination to place Potter in jeopardy. Hogwarts was a sanctuary for students, not a training ground for saviors. However, Dumbledore's argument held merit. Voldemort and his fleeing Death Eaters were still lurking in the shadows, certain to target Potter, and it was imperative that he be prepared beforehand. Meanwhile, Lili, incensed by her failed denunciation, contemplated how to inconvenience Quirrell. When it came to mischief, few could rival the Weasley twins. Seizing an opportunity, Lily summoned the two mischief makers, using a few snacks as bribes. Given their penchant for pranking the stuttering Quirrell, the Weasley twins quickly devised a plethora of outrageous schemes. Thus, Quirrell soon found himself embroiled in a series of unfortunate events. Accidental missteps, such as stepping into a pile of dung, or missing a step on the staircase, became trivial matters. Lily even resorted to a particularly devious trick. She stealthily rendered Quirrell temporarily anosmic, sprinkling a generous amount of chili powder, mustard, and pickled bamboo shoots onto his scarf. While he could not detect the pungent aroma, the Voldemort residing behind him suffered greatly, nearly sneezing in public and risking exposure. The heads of the four houses were, to varying degrees, aware of who was behind the pranks but chose to turn a blind eye, reasoning that Quirrell had yet to identify his tormentors. It would be better to intervene when he finally brought them before him. Quirrell, sensing himself targeted, spun his thoughts around, unaware that his predicament stemmed from blocking Sue Lili from her food. Instead, he fixed his suspicions squarely on the Weasley twins, convinced they were the culprits. Thus began a feud between Quirrell and the twins. Firstly, Quirrell was not entirely the ineffectual weakling he appeared to be, and secondly, he had an incompetent ally lurking behind him. Though he feigned timidity, Voldemort was also provoked, escalating the situation significantly. Lily had not anticipated Quirrell and his shadowy companion to be so thin-skinned. After all, it was merely a few harmless jests. Moreover, was it not rather reckless to retaliate against those whose identities remained unknown? Nevertheless, she bore responsibility for her own actions and could not simply shrug it off. She had to lend a hand. Lily was thoroughly engaged, publicly ensnaring Quirrell while secretly outmaneuvering him. One day, while lost in thought on her way back to the dormitory, she caught a distant whiff of a strong sour aroma. It was unmistakably the result of someone striking the wrong note on the wooden barrel, becoming doused in vinegar. How long has it been since the term began? And there are still those who can't keep the rhythm right. Lily muttered to herself. Initially she brushed it off. But once inside the common room, her previous thoughts of how to trick Quirrell were overshadowed by the persistent sour scent. After a while, she returned to her dormitory and retrieved a small pot. Each Hufflepuff had their own snack stash, and they occasionally prepared simple dishes in their rooms. Lily, with time to spare, enjoyed making tea eggs, a habit her friends Hannah and Susan had grown accustomed to. However, today's aroma was particularly assertive. As the two girls worked on their assignments, they suddenly caught a whiff of an intensely sour and spicy fragrance that rumbled their stomachs. Lily was cooking a pot of spicy and sour noodles, richly garnished with various accompaniments, creating a unique flavor. After devouring the entire pot, she found herself still unsatisfied. So she added slices of radish, potato, baby bok choy and broccoli, transforming her spicy noodle dish into a full-blown hot pot. While waiting for the ingredients to cook, she munched on a few carrots, keeping her mouth busy. Hannah and Susan watched enviously. Yet, after spending time eating with Lili, their appetites had grown considerably, and they had unwittingly put on weight. Although Lili urged them to indulge, claiming it was a crucial time for growth, the two girls resolutely resisted the temptation of such a late-night snack, choosing instead to immerse themselves in their studies. Satisfied from her meal, Lili concocted yet another scheme to prank Quirrell. The next day, Quirrell, having just collected the first-year students' assignments, sat in his office grading them. As he perused the crooked handwriting and nonsensical essays, he felt his temper flaring. Being the defense against the dark arts professor conveniently facilitated his attempts to steal the philosopher's stone, but teaching these students proved to be an arduous endeavor. The inhumane scheduling at Hogwarts, coupled with a shortage of professors, left him overwhelmed during the weekdays. As if that were not enough, he also had to grade assignments. What quality of work could be expected from these first years? It was an exhausting process, and it was no wonder Snape always wore a sour expression. Just then, he stumbled upon an assignment with neat, elegant handwriting that truly caught his eye. Upon glancing at the name, Sue Lily of Hufflepuff, he thought, indeed, she should not have been placed in Hufflepuff, she would thrive in Ravenclaw. He perused the paper thoroughly, finding it exceptionally well written, which significantly uplifted his spirits. However, he was dismayed to discover a conspicuous stain upon its surface. With a furrowed brow, Chilo wondered if it had been caused by a morsel of food that had slipped during his meal. As time elapsed, the paper exuded an increasingly rich aroma, intensifying his hunger to the point where he felt capable of consuming an entire bowl. Chapter 20. Chilo's Anorexia. At lunchtime, all the students cast their gazes towards Chilo at the faculty table. Even the professors stole glances in his direction. The reason was simple. Chilo was indulging far too excessively. A chicken leg disappeared into his mouth with the swiftness of an animated character, leaving behind nothing but a slick bone. He sliced the steak twice, dividing it into 4 pieces, and with a mere forkful, he chewed a couple of times before swallowing, subsequently struggling to sip a cup of pumpkin juice, appearing to be on the verge of choking. Sue Lili, while enjoying her meal, relished the sight of Chilo's predicament, knowing that soon his belly would swell to the size of a ball, resembling a state of pregnancy, which would be quite amusing. The professors observed Chilo's excessive consumption for an extended period, eventually urging him to consult Madame Pomfrey, yet he continued to eat, tears welling in his eyes from the discomfort. The situation escalated, culminating in Professor Flitwick conjuring a length of rope to bind Chilo, and using a levitation spell to transport him to the infirmary. After a thorough examination, Madame Pomfrey found no abnormalities, yet she was somewhat troubled. Faced with the inability to address the root of the problem, she decided to tackle the complications arising from Chilo's binge eating. Thus, she administered an emetic potion to induce vomiting, and once he expelled some food, she followed with a digestive potion and a calming elixir. After considerable effort, Chilo's belly finally diminished slightly, yet he still clamored for more food. Reluctantly, Madame Pomfrey resorted to giving him a vial of the draught of living death, allowing him to drift into slumber, which somewhat quelled his incessant demands. By the following day, Chilo finally awoke. At this point, he no longer craved food, prompting Madame Pomfrey to joyfully declare his release from the infirmary. In the great hall during breakfast, the professors warmly welcomed Chilo back, enthusiastically introducing the new dishes provided by the kitchen. Chilo's lips twitched as if he wished to smile, but when he speared a piece of roasted meat to his mouth, the greasy aroma caused his stomach to convulse, and he felt an immediate urge to retch. Chilo had developed anorexia. Sue Lili feigned concern upon hearing Ron share this news, exclaiming, "Really? How unfortunate." Ron shot her several peculiar glances. Sensing that her tone lacked genuine sympathy, Chilo, now afflicted with anorexia, sought the source of his troubles. Yet as he reflected, he realized he could no longer recall how his sudden gluttony had come to be. Not only he, but even Voldemort found himself unable to trace the evolution of this predicament. They felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Could it be that Hogwarts concealed a figure more fearsome than Dumbledore? It seemed prudent to maintain a low profile for the time being. Unbeknownst to them, this was merely the effect of a drop of Sue Lili's blood. Gluttony, characterized by insatiable greed, when infused into a broth, would amplify one's appetite over time. November brought frigid temperatures, with the surrounding mountains draped in a thick blanket of ice and snow, appearing gray from a distance, while the lake's surface was frozen solid. Sue Lili and Emo Chongsong found the weather invigorating, reveling in the rare snowfall on Mount Shu. They ventured outside the castle twice daily, ostensibly to tend to the vegetable garden, but in reality, they were frolicking in the snow. Dumbledore approached them once, advising that due to the cold, they should forego outdoor classes at night in favor of lessons in their dormitory. How can a practitioner abandon their training due to the frost? Lili declared with righteous fervor. As sword cultivators, we must hone our skills in all environments to achieve mastery. Mo Chongsong echoed her sentiments, expressing his indifference to the cold, asserting that sword practice must occur daily, for a single day of laziness would squander precious time. Dumbledore had no choice but to insist they keep warm, and Professor McGonagall was likewise moved by their diligence, often reducing their homework assignments due to their exemplary performance in Transfiguration. However, as night fell, Lili and Mo Chongsong illuminated the surroundings as if it were daylight, using a two-way mirror to allow the disciples of Mount Shu a glimpse of what true heavy snowfall looked like, garnering a chorus of envy and admiration. Ah, how delightful! Lili exclaimed. The Quidditch season commenced, and among their year, only Harry had received special permission to participate. It is noteworthy that although Harry and Ron had not been of much assistance during Halloween, their initiative to seek out Hermione was commendable, leading to a reconciliation. This reconciliation was remarkably timely for Harry, as having a friend like Hermione alleviated his homework burdens. While she would not lend him her assignments, she would assist him in identifying gaps in his understanding, guiding him on which books to borrow from the library, and which pages contained pertinent information. This saved him an abundance of time. Moreover, under Lili's encouragement, Hermione became more tolerant of Harry and Ron's occasional attempts to challenge school rules, establishing clearer boundaries in their friendship, which made Harry and Ron find her increasingly endearing. However, Lili sensed a certain distance in their interactions, feeling that hers with Hermione was far more intimate. On the day of the Quidditch match, Hermione shared some news with Lili. Did you know? Professor Snape has injured a leg. Lili initially thought it was trivial, smiling as she remarked, I have perfectly good eyesight. I noticed he was limping all day. However, when Harry approached Professor Snape to reclaim the confiscated magical Quidditch ball, he overheard Snape exclaim, how could you possibly keep an eye on 3 heads at once? Hermione grew animated, expressing their suspicions that the professor had ventured to the 4th-floor corridor, intending to pilfer something that Dumbledore had secured under strict guard. Do you know what lies beneath the trapdoor? Lili recalled Hermione mentioning that a 3-headed dog guarded a trapdoor, possibly concealing something, yet she had never divulged the specifics. Realizing Lili was unaware of the matter, Hermione elaborated. When Harry was on his way to Diagon Alley, Hagrid retrieved something from the vault beneath Gringotts. Harry suspects that whatever lies beneath the trapdoor is that very object. Are you referring to the protagonist of the Gringotts heist detailed in the earliest copy of the Daily Prophet you lent me? Lili recalled the sequence of events, connecting the dots. Chapter 21, The Quidditch Match. I do not perceive Professor Snape as a villain, Lili asserted, glancing toward the faculty table. How so? Hermione was reluctant to view a professor in such a negative light, yet Harry and Ron presented a series of speculations, prompting her to seek Lili's corroborative evidence. I observe his countenance. Although he may have had muddled moments in his youth, he has since embraced the light and now aligns with the forces of good, Lili stated, producing a handful of gold, copper coins, from her pocket, akin to a fortune teller. Hermione, intrigued, questioned, is your divination truly reliable? Lili would not allow her expertise to be doubted. She promptly showcased her skills, revealing the intricate details of Hermione's lineage, successfully earning a devoted admirer. As the Quidditch match was set to commence, the 2 girls joined the throngs heading to the stands. A badger blending in among a pride of lions wasn't particularly conspicuous. After all, this match was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and had little to do with Hufflepuff. To surprise Harry, Ron and his friends had crafted an enormous banner from a stained bedsheet, emblazoned with Potter for the win. Dean had painted a massive Gryffindor lion beneath the words, while Hermione had enchanted the pigments to shimmer in a dazzling array of colors. Lili kept a slight distance from the banner. After the Gryffindor and Slytherin players soared into the arena, Hermione excitedly grabbed Lili's sleeve. Lili, don't you practice divination? Can you predict who will win this match? Lili glanced at Harry Potter, whose aura shone blindingly bright amid the Gryffindor team, and casually tossed a copper coin. Gryffindor. A few nearby spectators turned at their conversation, casting brief, amused glances at the 2 girls before smiling and chanting, Gryffindor must prevail. Beside Lili sat a 3rd-year Gryffindor student who wore a peculiar expression, his lips moving silently. Oh, Trelawney, listen. I expect a fair and honest game from all of you, Madame Hooch declared sternly at the center of the field. Harry had a faint suspicion that her words were aimed at Marcus Flint, the Slytherin captain and 6th year. He felt a knot of anxiety, fearing he might ruin the match, until his peripheral vision caught the grand banner waving proudly from the Gryffindor stands, making his heart leap with sudden joy. "Mount your brooms, please." The players from both sides swung onto their brooms, and at the blast of Madame Hooch's whistle, a dozen broomsticks soared into the air. The match had begun. After watching for a short while, Sue Lily found it more entertaining to listen to the humorous commentary of Lee Jordan than to focus on the game itself. Her gaze drifted toward the teacher's podium. Her exceptional eyesight allowed her to discern even the blemishes on the professors' faces from such a distance, which she found rather vexing. This vantage point also meant the professors remained unaware of her scrutiny, granting her the freedom to observe them undetected. It was then that she noticed Quirrell's lips moving incessantly, as though he were conversing with someone. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no one beside him engaging in conversation. Following Quirrell's line of sight, Sue Lily realized he was fixated on Harry. She shared her observation with Hermione, though in a jesting tone. "Do you think he's watching nervously? Perhaps he's cheering for Harry. But how can you see so clearly from here?" Hermione turned to look, only to find she could barely make out the professors' faces, let alone their expressions. Just then, Hagrid approached, seeking a spot to sit. Hermione squeezed closer to Sue Lily to make room. Hagrid patted the large binoculars hanging around his neck and said, "I've been watching from my hut. No sign of the snitch yet?" "Not yet," Ron replied. "Harry hasn't had much to do so far." Hagrid raised his binoculars, straining to follow the tiny speck in the sky, and muttered, "We'll be lucky if there's no trouble." Sue Lily chuckled softly. Needing binoculars to watch a match made her wonder how strenuous it must be for those without them. Hagrid's arrival made Hermione forget what she had been about to say, so she returned her attention to the game. The golden snitch appeared. Harry on his Nimbus 2000 sped toward it, and the Slytherin seeker noticed it too, though his broom was considerably slower. Just as Harry reached for the snitch, Marcus Flint collided with him, forcing Harry's broom off course. Boos erupted from the stands. Hermione and Ron leaped to their feet in agitation, while Dean Thomas shouted, "Red card! Ref, send him off." Ron sat back down, reminding him, "You can't send players off in Quidditch, and what's a red card?" Hagrid agreed with Dean. "They ought to change the rules." Flint nearly knocked Harry off his broom up there. Madame Hooch caught the blatant foul and awarded Gryffindor a penalty shot, and the game resumed. Soon, a strange occurrence unfolded. Harry's broom began to jerk sporadically, as if trying to throw him off. At such a height, a disobedient broom was a severe problem. Harry's heart pounded with fear like never before. He felt on the verge of falling. Hermione had an idea. She snatched Hagrid's binoculars and scanned the crowd anxiously. "Oh, it's Quirrell. Wait. Professor Snape seems to be muttering some sort of spell too." Ron grabbed the binoculars and looked toward the teacher's podium, groaning in dismay. "Blimey. So which one is doing it?" Hermione, equally confused, turned to Sue Lily as if grasping at straws. "Lily, do a quick divination. Find out who's behind this." "Quirrell," Sue Lily stated succinctly. "What do we do now?" "Harry's about to be thrown off," Ron said urgently. "Leave it to me." With that, Hermione dashed off and vanished from sight. Sue Lily weighed her options, wand in her right hand and flying sword in her left, pondering which to use to rescue Harry, or perhaps both. Chapter 22. Nicholas Flamel. Unsure where Hermione had gone, Ron continued watching Harry through the binoculars. His situation was dire. What has she thought of? Ron fretted. The answer soon revealed itself. A sudden burst of fire ignited on the teacher's podium, setting Quirrell's robes ablaze. It took him several seconds to notice, and he frantically rolled on the ground, patting out the flames. Brilliant! Ron hadn't expected Hermione's solution to be so direct, and he felt a newfound respect for her. Turning back to Harry, they saw his broom had now steadied. He climbed back on, swooped down swiftly, and landed on the ground, clutching his mouth as if about to be sick. On all fours, Harry coughed and spat out a small, golden ball, the golden snitch. Absolutely splendid. Hagrath slammed his right fist into his left palm. "We ought to celebrate. Would you like to come to my hut for a visit?" He extended the invitation to Ron, Hermione, and Sue Lily. "I'll make some rock cakes for you." "Ron, that won't be necessary." "Yes, please." Sue Lily immediately accepted Hagrid's offer, earning a horrified look from Ron. 20 minutes later, the young wizards crowded into Hagrid's hut. However, Harry, Ron, and Hermione felt somewhat like outsiders as they watched, swallowing hard, while Sue Lily devoured rock cake after rock cake with gusto. Beside her, Hagrid gazed at her with a doting expression, and after she finished 2 cakes, he placed a cup of freshly brewed milk tea before her to prevent her from choking. Harry nearly got thrown off his broom. It was Quirrell. We saw him muttering a dark curse. After Hermione set his robes on fire, Harry's Nimbus 2000 calmed down, Ron explained to Hagrid, with Hermione nodding in agreement. Is that true? Harry had always believed Professor Snape was the one who despised him. Hadn't Ron said he saw Snape muttering a spell too? It was Professor Snape. Hermione corrected. Perhaps he was actually trying to save you? Nonsense. Hagrid said sternly. No professor at Hogwarts would harm a student. Not a single one. Lily swallowed her food and mumbled indistinctly, Hagrid, we weren't exactly whispering earlier. How come you didn't seem to hear any of it? Hermione interjected, indeed. I did seize your telescope at that moment, and I observed Quirrell's eyes fixated on Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. Hagrid spread his hands in exasperation. But why would he do such a thing? He has no reason to harm Harry. Harry too felt a sense of disquiet. For it was Snape who had been bitten by the three-headed dog after Halloween. How could you know Lili? Hagrid slammed the teapot down onto the table. Yes. Lili, Hagrid continued, I acquired it last year from a Greek fellow I met at the inn. Dumbledore borrowed it for guarding. Eager for information, Harry inquired, guarding what? No, do not ask any further. That is classified information, do you understand? Hagrid retorted brusquely. But Snape intends to steal it, Harry asserted. Hagrid replied, impossible. Snape is a professor at Hogwarts. He would never steal such an object. Hermione chimed in, perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye. Lili, what do you think? Well, perhaps. From his appearance he doesn't seem like a villain, Lili nodded. So, it is indeed true that he was once a Death Eater. Ron leaned forward, resting his hands on the table. Lili responded, I merely possess the ability to read faces and tell fortunes. It does not mean I have direct access to a script from fate, alright? You will surely excel in divination class, Hermione said sincerely. Harry glanced around. Sensing the conversation had veered off course, Hagrid resolutely refused to believe that Snape wished to steal that object. Listen, Snape could never steal something like that. And Professor Quirrell is not as you imagine him to be. Forget about that large dog and its guardian. This involves Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. So, this matter also pertains to someone named Nicholas Flamel, does it? Harry immediately seized upon the key point. Hagrid fell silent, angry with himself. The group decided to search for clues regarding Nicholas Flamel, although Lili was not particularly interested, as Dumbledore had advised her to refrain from meddling. However, by the 2 weeks leading up to Christmas, they had uncovered little in the way of clues. Hermione had been pressuring Harry and Ron to read in the library, and they were nearly sick of it. Especially Ron, as Harry had less time for reading due to Quidditch practice, almost half of what they had. The Weasley twins were caught and punished for enchanting a few snowballs to chase Quirrell around, ultimately striking him on the back of his head where his scarf was wrapped. Quirrell's anger was palpable. He docked 20 points from them and confined them. Consequently, the number of those mocking Quirrell dwindled, as it seemed that people were inclined to bully the weak and fear the strong. However, Lili was not among them. She still occasionally pondered ways to cause mischief for Quirrell, albeit with more subtlety as time passed. There was also news that several owls were delivering mail amidst the blustery snow, needing to recuperate under Hagrid's care before they could continue their work. Upon hearing this, Lili made a special trip to see a few of the owls, discovering that the two who had previously delivered messages to Shushan were not among them. She shared her biscuits with the owls before departing. Not long after entering the school, Lili had received news that those two owls had developed depression after delivering letters to Shushan. She felt a pang of guilt upon receiving the news and faced resistance when trying to feed them. But this time it was not them, which was a relief. As Christmas approached, Lili wrestled with the decision of whether to return home for the long holiday, knowing that doing so would mean missing the new year. What a dilemma. Ultimately, Lili decided against going home, with Mo Chongsong naturally accompanying her, thus adding 2 more students to those remaining at school for Christmas. Harry was delighted by this, for with Ron and his twin brothers, he could spend Christmas with several friends. Chapter 23, The Special Mirror. Before the Christmas holiday, Lili's final class was flying lessons. The biting cold wind and swirling snow had rendered her somewhat numb to the sight of snow over the past 2 months. She focused intently on Madame Hooch's explanations. After Madame Hooch announced they could engage in free activities, she began to cast powerful warming charms on the students, ensuring their warmth for 5 hours, all for a bit of extra holiday earnings. God only knows what expression she wore upon learning about the need for gift-giving during Christmas. Upon entering the Great Hall that evening, the atmosphere was already steeped in Christmas spirit. The most striking feature was the 12 enormous fir trees, adorned as majestic Christmas trees. Some embellished with shimmering icicles, others twinkling with hundreds of candles, and still others bedecked with strings of golden baubles. The walls were draped with vibrant garlands of holly and mistletoe. With several days remaining until Christmas, Lili mused that it resembled the festive atmosphere that begins to emerge in the days leading up to the new year. On the day of the Christmas holiday, Lili and Emochangsong made a point to see their friends off at the train station. Just before boarding, Hermione whispered to them, "While I'm away, you must continue to search for information about Nicholas Flamel. If you make any discoveries, send me an owl." Ron, in a moment of foolishness, suggested, "You could also ask your parents if they know anything about Flamel. It's always safe to consult them." Hermione nearly rolled her eyes. That would indeed be very safe, as they are both dentists. After the holiday began, Ron and Harry enjoyed themselves immensely. The dormitory was entirely under their control, and the common room was sparsely populated, allowing them to occupy the most comfortable armchairs by the fire, and indulge in all manner of foods that could be skewered on a roasting fork. Such a comfortable existence left them little time to ponder Nicholas Flamel. Lili, too, had no time to dwell on it. While they were on holiday, classes at Shushan were undoubtedly in full swing. On Christmas Eve, after finishing breakfast, Lili headed to the Ollery with a pile of prepared gifts. A handkerchief for Hannah, a bag of pretzels for Susan, and a book for Hermione. Once all the gifts had been dispatched, Lili let out a sigh of relief. Upon returning to the dormitory, she found Alien seated in a chair, the room empty of others, finally free to enjoy some unrestrained fun. "Lili, you're back." Alien turned upon hearing her voice, staring at her for a while. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Lili asked, perplexed. "I noticed you just went out to deliver gifts," Alien remarked, her English having improved significantly as she learned about the tradition of gift-giving at Christmas. Extending her hand toward Lili, "What about mine?" Lili shrugged and produced the scented candle she had prepared long ago. "Could I forget you?" Alien excitedly shared a secret with Lili. There's a strange mirror that appeared in an abandoned classroom. When I stepped inside, it seemed to want to absorb my soul, to use me as its sustenance. Lili took note of this, yet lacking the same insatiable curiosity as Gryffindors. She surmised it was connected to Dumbledore and thus had no desire to investigate further. The next morning, shortly after 6, Lili returned to the dormitory after her class to find a pile of gifts awaiting her, and she eagerly began to unwrap them. The first was from Slytherin S. Knott, written in beautiful script, albeit somewhat lacking in vigor. He had sent a large box of biscuits, just as Lili was feeling peckish, though she was always ready for a snack, so the entire box disappeared quite swiftly. The second gift was from Susan, containing a piece of delightfully fluffy cake, which Lili promptly devoured. The subsequent gifts, third and fourth, were nearly all edible, including various candies, biscuits, cakes, and ham. Halfway through, Lili found herself needing to wash down the sweetness with several cups of hot tea. It was simply too sugary. There remained 2 non-edible gifts. One was a pair of exquisite buttons presented by Professor McGonagall, and the other was a hairpin gifted by Cedric. The Christmas feast at Hogwarts was exquisitely arranged, with 100 plump roasted turkeys that made Sue Lee's eyes gleam with delight. Not to mention the mountains of roasted meats and boiled potatoes, along with generous platters of sausages. Observing the hall, she noted a significant decrease in the number of attendees, rendering the entire space somewhat desolate. Sully mused that this feast ought to be a memorable one. Thus, she promptly retrieved her eating utensils, placing her chopsticks beside her plate, which appeared somewhat incongruous. As Sully watched the Weasley twins draw forth a colorful cracker that erupted with a naval officer's hat and several lively white mice, her curiosity piqued. Sitting beside a heap of crackers, she idly pulled one, and after a swirl of smoke, a lovely women's hat adorned with lace emerged. Although it was quite large, Sully placed it atop her head, creating a mismatched appearance. The cracker also released several beautiful butterflies, which she swiftly relocated before they could flutter their wings and dust her food. Despite this, Sully found herself intrigued by the colorful crackers. At the head table, Dumbledore removed his pointed wizard hat and donned a floral women's hat instead, while Professor Flitwick entertained him with a joke that elicited hearty laughter. After the feast concluded, Sully gleefully returned to her dormitory, clutching a bounty of treasures that had burst forth from the crackers. As the day turned, Sully overheard Harry and Ron discussing a mirror during breakfast. Intrigued, she inquired, "Are you referring to that mirror located in what appears to be an abandoned classroom?" "How did you know?" Harry asked, astonished. "I know quite a bit, but what purpose does that mirror serve? I can see my parents in it. Would you like to join me for a look?" "We could go tonight," Sully proposed, her excitement mirrored in Harry's expression. "Well, it wouldn't hurt to take a peek. But why not go during the day?" she added with a playful blink. "But that classroom is inside the restricted section of the library," Harry reminded her. "True. But the invisibility cloak can facilitate our visit. We just need to be cautious." Yet Harry soon became troubled again. If the three of us are cloaked together, we might easily be discovered. Then let us go at night. It gets dark around 5 or 6. We can head over after dinner, he suggested. Chapter 24. All substantial dishes. If you don't need the invisibility cloak, why suggest we come at night? A low voice emerged from the seemingly deserted corridor, startling them. Because I think it's quite dangerous for the two of you to share a cloak, Sully replied. Hurry, while everyone is at dinner. It will be safe for us to go. Upon entering the library, Harry attempted to retrace his earlier steps, circling around several times. Eventually, Sully could no longer bear it and, prompted by Aelin, quickly found the correct path. This is the place, no doubt, Harry declared as he lifted the cloak and dashed to the mirror. His face lit up as he beheld his parents within. Did you see that? He whispered. I see nothing, Ron replied. Sully could only catch a glimpse of Harry's outline, so she conveyed this truthfully. Take a good look. You both stand where I was. Harry instructed, stepping aside for Ron to stand before the mirror. However, when Harry glanced back at the mirror, he could only see Ron standing there, mouth agape, pointing at his own reflection. Look. That's me in there. Ron exclaimed. Can you see your family surrounding you? Harry asked. No, just me. I'm still the student council president. Ron grinned broadly, appearing almost dazed. Could this mirror be a portent of the future? I'm wearing a badge that belonged to someone else, holding both the house cup and the Quidditch cup, and I'm the captain of the Quidditch team. Sully shook her head. How could that be? Do you think Harry's parents could come back to life? Let me see. Ron hesitated to leave the mirror's side, but Harry tugged at his arm, compelling him to let Sully have a look as well. What do you see? They both asked in unison. Did you see your family? Did you glimpse your future? Well, I only saw myself lying in a place filled with food. I seem to be quite full. Sully admitted, her envy rising as she observed her contented self in the mirror, longing to experience the sensation of being satiated. Suddenly, she felt a pang of hunger, her stomach protesting, and saliva pooling in her mouth. She quickly stuffed her mouth with a handful of food, swallowing without chewing. And her pace quickened until her enchanted bag yielded nothing more. Yet her hunger persisted. Do you have any food? Sully inquired. Ron and Harry stared in disbelief as she consumed what seemed to be an entire cow's worth of food in mere moments, their minds struggling to comprehend the scene. Do you have any food? Sully pressed impatiently. Yes, Ron exclaimed, fumbling to retrieve a chocolate frog he had stashed in his pocket. Before he could extend it, Sully swiftly tore open the wrapper and swallowed the entire chocolate frog whole. Is that all? This isn't nearly enough to satisfy my hunger. Harry and Ron sensed something was amiss and instinctively took a step back, swallowing nervously. And no more, they stammered, enveloped by her insatiable hunger. Sully could no longer contain herself upon hearing this, her consciousness fracturing as her primal instincts took over. At that moment, two food sources appeared before her. Stop. Sully. Mo Chongsong emerged from the shadows, intervening to prevent her from launching at Harry and Ron. When Sully regained her senses, she found herself confined within a cage in an empty room. There was no time to ponder why she was trapped. Her stomach still protested with hunger, and there was nothing to eat in sight. After scanning the room, she leaned against one of the cage's bars and tentatively opened her mouth. After a while, the door to the empty room swung open, revealing several figures, led by Dumbledore and by Yuan, accompanied by several professors. However, upon witnessing the scene, their expressions grew increasingly complex. The specially crafted silver cage had been devoured by Sully, leaving only a fraction remaining, and the sound of her teeth gnawing on the bars echoed painfully in the silence. Hearing the door creak open, Sully looked up, her face lighting up as she lunged towards Bai Yuan. Lion Tiger, I've missed you. Her next words were, do you have any food? This cage is giving me a toothache. Bai Yuan glanced apologetically at Dumbledore, leading them to relocate to the kitchen. So I almost devoured Harry and Ron yesterday. Sully exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock as she dropped the chicken leg from her mouth. Actually no, Mo Chongsong interjected. The mirror you were initially drawn to was the mirror of Eriste. However, it was rather large, and you couldn't consume much at once. So I took the opportunity to send a distress signal to Shushan. It was quite the predicament. I had followed you when I noticed you slipping away from the dining table. And before I knew it, you suddenly declared yourself hungry and lunged at your classmates. I sensed trouble immediately and drew my sword, but I never anticipated your first target would be the mirror of Eriste. His sudden appearance had struck a comical note, leaving Harry and Ron exchanging awkward glances, the atmosphere palpably tense. Upon receiving the news, Bai Yuan was incensed. The seal had been reinforced prior to her departure abroad, and it should have endured for at least 2 years. How could it possibly fail in less than 6 months? Clearly, someone was up to no good. In his fury, Bai Yuan summoned all his disciples capable of responding and mounted his flying sword, determined to confront whoever had dared to target his apprentice. He was eager to discover which scoundrel would dare to plot against his pupil. Despite his reckless speed, it would still take him an hour or two to reach Hogwarts. Before him, Dumbledore had already arrived, and was dismayed by the scene unfolding before him. Attempting to reason with her from a closer distance, he nearly lost his Elder Wand to a bite from Su Lili. Keeping a safe distance, he thought, a wizard should engage in ranged attacks, right? Yet, despite casting various spells to incapacitate her, Su Lili's magical resistance was alarmingly high, rendering his efforts futile. Her frequency of gnawing at mirrors remained unchanged. He hesitated to employ more advanced magic for fear of harming the exchange student, especially with her master's nephew observing nearby. Snape, with a sour expression, produced a potent gas-based sedative, which he threw beside Su Lili, shattering it to no avail. It appeared they would have to wait for the Shushan members to come to the rescue. Fearing Su Lili might turn her hunger towards others after finishing the mirror, several professors kept a watchful eye on her until Bai Yuan arrived. Chapter 25. Altering the menu. Upon his arrival, Bai Yuan swiftly subdued Su Lili and confined her within a cage. He was well aware that the cage served little purpose, merely a display for the Hogwarts professors. After consulting his calculations, he deduced that this matter was connected to Voldemort, and he set off with his disciples to confront Quirrell. They apprehended him, first incapacitating him, then extracting Voldemort's soul from Quirrell's body for separate interrogation. Voldemort, a dark wizard notorious for his malevolence, had inflicted untold suffering through the use of the Cruciatus Curse, and had never feared interrogation. Yet under Bai Yuan's questioning, he could not withstand even a single night before readily divulging who had aided him in targeting Su Lili. We met a decade ago. He was but a fragment of a soul then, scarcely better off than I. At that time, he sought to consume me, Voldemort recalled, his anger rising. Though my strength has waned, I am not so easily vanquished by him. During their skirmishes, Bai Yuan discovered that Voldemort's soul was in a far worse state than his own. Yet his power remained formidable, on par with Bai Yuan's. Utilizing a different magical system altogether, they were at an impasse and had no choice but to retreat, each claiming their own territory within the Albanian forest. After approximately 6 months he departed, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Until Christmas, when he approached me and Quirrell in Hogsmeade, requesting our assistance in framing a girl from the east. Su Lili's pace of consumption had slowed considerably, prompting the question, who was that person? They were all in the dark, and Bai Yuan remarked, in the early hours, I ventured once more to Hogsmeade but uncovered no useful clues, and my divination yielded nothing. Su Lili frowned. Had I known, I should have concealed my identity. The flaws of a glutton are indeed quite evident. This method appeared harmless to Su Lili, yet should she consume a person, particularly Harry Potter, the ramifications would be monumental, elevating it to an international crisis. However, Su Lili mused that Shushan was an institution of integrity, while Hogwarts and the wizarding world remained shrouded in ambiguity. Should conflict arise, Shushan would undoubtedly have the upper hand. That individual possesses power from the Eastern system. With your appetite, even if they cannot discern the depth of your gluttonous lineage, they would certainly suspect its presence and could utilize this method to ensnare you, Bai Yuan stated plainly. Dumbledore and the others listened, shaking their heads. Though Voldemort's soul had been captured, an even more formidable villain lurked in the shadows, making the British wizarding world quite perilous of late. Ah, Mr. Bai. Let us discuss the matter concerning Miss Su, Dumbledore suggested. Very well, Bai Yuan replied. You seek compensation, yes? How much? Dumbledore seemed to recall this issue. It is of no concern. You have aided us in capturing Voldemort's soul, and that mirror is no longer of use. Originally, it had a bewitching effect. But since Miss Su has taken a liking to it, I shall have it delivered shortly. What I wish to discuss further pertains to the individual revealed during the interrogation. Bai Yuan understood and opted not to disclose this information. Thus he retreated with Dumbledore for a private discussion. The professors, seeing Su Lili had returned to normal, offered her some words of comfort, and refrained from interrupting her meal. Once the professors from Hogwarts departed, Su Lili's senior disciples emerged, eager to pat her head, pinch her cheeks and feed her. Eldest senior sister, don't pull my hair. Fifth senior brother, did you draw another symbol? Your hands reek of dog blood. Go wash up. Don't touch my face. 11th senior sister. As Su Lili accepted the offerings from her seniors, she playfully resisted their antics, reminiscent of the capricious kittens in cat cafes that turned their backs once fed. The Shushan contingent did not linger at Hogwarts for long. Bai Yuan reinforced Su Lili's seal, and the group prepared an abundance of food and protective talismans for her before departing without delay. Having reunited with her fellow disciples, it was a semblance of a Christmas gathering with family, and after bidding them farewell, she made her way back to the castle. Along the way, she encountered Harry and Ron, sincerely apologizing. "I frightened you both last night, didn't I? I'm sorry. And Harry, I broke that mirror. So you can no longer see your parents. It's all right. We know you were manipulated by Voldemort." Harry quickly waved his hand, unaware of Ron shuddering at the mention of that name. "Moreover, Professor Dumbledore informed me that he planned to remove that mirror soon. He does not wish for us to become ensnared in illusory dreams at the expense of our real lives." Harry sighed as he spoke. He understood the importance of not becoming obsessed with illusions, yet he longed for just one more glimpse of his parents. How beautiful and gentle his mother was, and how dashing his father had been. They were the epitome of the best parents. Everything is Voldemort's fault. Harry's eyes sparkled with determination. "I must also thank you, Lily. Your master has vanquished Voldemort's soul." Lily scratched her head. "Is that so?" "Indeed, Professor Dumbledore has already informed us," Ron remarked, suddenly feeling that the name held less significance. After all, wasn't he already dead? "Oh, I see," Lily nodded, casting a glance at Harry's countenance. "But it seems your appearance hasn't changed much. Could it be that another formidable foe awaits you?" After bidding them farewell, Lily returned to her dormitory, where a mirror marked with numerous bite impressions awaited her. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove in to continue her feast. This mirror possessed potent magic, far surpassing the combined energies of Harry and Ron. Thus, it was entirely understandable that Lily had chosen to indulge in the mirror of Ariste. Had she consumed the mirror entirely, both Harry and Ron would have been in jeopardy. It was indeed folly that they hadn't fled at that time. However, the mirror proved to be rather hard on her teeth. With her small mouth, she could not take large bites, forcing her to savor it slowly. It took her 2 days to finish the mirror. Perhaps due to the reinforcement of the seal, or the mirror's abundant magic, after devouring it, Lily felt a sense of fullness. Could it be that the mirror of Ariste had granted her wish? She pondered. Thus she resolved to seek out more magically potent sustenance, regardless of whether it adhered to human dietary norms. Chapter 26, Cured Meat. The Christmas holiday had concluded. Hermione returned the day before the start of term, feeling somewhat incredulous at the myriad events that had transpired over a mere Christmas holiday. "I've missed so much," she remarked. "What exactly happened with Quirrell? The letter didn't clarify much. Could you recount the details for me?" Thus, several individuals began to narrate the tale from various perspectives, providing Hermione with multiple renditions of the story. Quirrell has already been apprehended. We no longer have to scour the library each day to uncover the identity of Nicholas Flamel," Ron exclaimed as he tore open a packet of chocolate frogs. Attempting to appear nonchalant, Harry, too, let out a sigh of relief, retrieving a chocolate frog from his robe pocket. The last one from the box Hermione had gifted him for Christmas. He bit off the head of the chocolate frog and effortlessly extracted the famous wizard trading card from within. "By Merlin's beard, I found Nicholas Flamel," Harry exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the back of the card. "I've located him, right here, among Dumbledore's renowned contributions. A fruitful collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in the field of alchemy." Hermione and Ron leaned in closer. Hermione slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Wait!" With that, she dashed upstairs to the girls' dormitory and soon returned, cradling a large, ancient tome. "I never thought to look here. This is a book I borrowed from the library weeks ago for leisure reading." Hermione swiftly flipped through the pages, muttering to herself, "I found it. So he is a 600-year-old master of alchemy." Listening to their revelations, Sully developed a newfound interest in alchemy. "And we believe that the large dog was likely guarding his Philosopher's Stone," Hermione added excitedly. "A stone that can transmute base metals into gold and, most importantly, grant immortality. I suspect that this was the reason Quirrell had designs on it." However, with Quirrell out of the picture, Harry and Ron felt reassured, their focus shifting to the upcoming Quidditch match. Sully, meanwhile, had her thoughts elsewhere, as the lunar calendar had entered the 12th month, with less than a month remaining until the new year. The last time Yuan and the others visited, they had brought her an abundance of sausages and unsmoked bacon. And Sully contemplated gathering some cedar branches over the weekend to smoke them. The climate here was damp. Although the cold and heavy snowfall meant the meat wouldn't spoil, she feared it might develop mold in such a humid environment. She planned to smoke the meat, then hang it in Hufflepuff's warm basement, slicing off pieces to enjoy leisurely, thus capturing a bit of the festive spirit. Sully constructed a cylindrical smokehouse beside Hagrid's hut, resembling a large chimney. She hung the bacon and sausages on hooks and placed them on iron rods. covering the top with a lid. Mo Chongsong had already gathered a substantial bundle of wet cedar branches and pine needles, which, once lit, would produce thick smoke ideal for smoking meat. Su Li monitored the fire closely to prevent it from extinguishing, and to ensure there were no open flames. Otherwise, it would simply turn into roasted meat. Hagrid stood nearby, always pleased when visitors came to his hut, though in the cold weather, aside from Harry and his friends, only Su Li and Mo Chongsong were present. Hagrid chatted with them about the various creatures he cared for, sharing their peculiar habits and recounting shared experiences. I've befriended some Thestrals. They are willing to help us transport students back to the castle at the start of term. Some children, having never witnessed death, believe the carriages move on their own, unaware that Thestrals are pulling them. He grew somber when mentioning Aragog, saying, "Oh, what a poor creature he was." Noticing Hagrid's melancholy, Su Li said, "Hagrid, I'm feeling a bit chilly. Could you fetch me a cup of hot tea?" "Of course," Hagrid replied, placing the branch he held down and entering his hut to prepare a pot of tea, along with some rock cakes. As the aroma of the smoked meat wafted through the air, a few curious creatures stealthily emerged from the forbidden forest, eyeing the feast hungrily. Su Li, having never ventured into the forbidden forest before, was eager to learn about its inhabitants. The first creature she spotted was a tall, jet-black, gaunt beast resembling a horse, with bat-like wings and white, pupilless eyes. This peculiar appearance immediately reminded her of the Thestrals Hagrid had described. The creature seemed to sense her gaze, locking eyes with her for a brief moment before retreating into the underbrush. Approximately 5 meters away, another creature, possessing the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, maintained its stare with Su Li, neither willing to avert their gaze. That was Buckbeak, a fine creature. Hagrid approached with a pot of tea. Su Li, naturally, broke her gaze, only to hear an irritable squawk from Buckbeak. However, with Hagrid standing guard, Su Li and her friends were not easily intimidated, and the winged beast showed no inclination to charge at them. Su Li retrieved some raw meat from her enchanted bag and tossed it to the creatures, who sniffed it carefully, discerning no additives, before eagerly tearing into the meat. Yet, after finishing, they continued to eye the smoked meat longingly, prompting Su Li to feign ignorance and act as if she hadn't noticed. After completing the smoking of the bacon and sausages, Su Li shared some with Hagrid before she and Mo Chongsong made their way back to the castle. On their return journey, they encountered the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, who had just finished practice. "It's freezing today," said Truman. "Are you back from smoking meat?" "Indeed," Su Li replied. "I intend to hang it up to dry as soon as I return. I just hope no oblivious mice come to steal it, otherwise Madame Pomfrey will have a few extra meals on her hands." Laughter erupted among the group, and Cedric remarked, "What kind of mouse would dare to nibble on your food?" "Rest assured." Su Li touched her face, feeling slightly embarrassed, and quietly added, "I've never eaten a mouse." The group paused for a moment before bursting into even greater laughter, causing Su Li to join in. Chapter 27. New Year's Eve dinner at the end of January. The eve of the Lunar New Year arrived. Coincidentally, it was a Sunday. Su Li rose early, preparing to cook an extravagant feast. She had invited numerous friends to celebrate with her. Aside from those on dates or serving detention, everyone else readily agreed. Choosing not to intrude upon the house elves in the kitchen, she enlisted the help of the Weasley twins to locate a secret chamber. After requesting the house elves to tidy up the space, Su Li affixed a character for good fortune on the door of the chamber, and hung 2 large red lanterns. Using transfiguration, she created a stove, a cast iron pot, a stew pot, a clay pot, and various kitchen utensils, bringing in fresh ingredients. Su Li simmered an old hen, boiled several pig ears along with sausages and bacon, and spent 2 hours crafting over 200 dumplings, with Mo Chongsong assisting her in chopping meat and vegetables. After a hasty lunch, Su Li and Mo Chongsong returned to the secret chamber. Qiu Zhang, a second-year Ravenclaw student, was also on Su Li's invitation list. She arrived early in the afternoon, eager to participate in the preparation of the New Year's Eve dinner. Su Li had no objections. "May I make some braised spare ribs?" Qiu asked, glancing at Su Li. "I'm quite good at that dish." "No problem," Su Li replied. "Is 2 to 3 pounds of ribs sufficient?" Although there were many invitees, the variety of dishes they would prepare was quite ample. 3 pounds of ribs, cut into small pieces, would suffice for a single dish. As Su Lily diligently grilled the carp beside her, she took a moment to glance at Qiu, who was skillfully preparing dishes nearby. Although she occasionally employed a touch of magic, each step was executed with a deliberate calmness, showcasing a methodical approach to seasoning and timing. Meanwhile, as Qiu covered the pot to braise the ribs, she turned to Su Lily, her surprise evident. "You managed to cook entirely without magic? That is truly impressive." With a smile, Su Lily replied, "It's nothing extraordinary. During my time at Shushan, I majored in swordsmanship and chose culinary arts as my minor. The senior brothers and sisters there are remarkable. They can simultaneously prepare multiple dishes with impeccable timing, completely unfazed. If given the chance, I would love to witness that. Chiyo expressed. There will be opportunities. I return every summer. If you wish, we can take you along, Su Lili said, her delight evident. Master Uncle. We ought to return on our flying swords. The UK customs have no record of our entry, Mo Chongsong reminded her. Oh, I nearly forgot. Su Lili exclaimed. A hint of chagrin in her voice. While it was feasible to take Chiyo back on their swords, the thought of traversing the Eurasian continent within 10 hours was daunting, likely to leave her with psychological scars. Even now, the Hufflepuff students remained puzzled as to why Su Lili found standing on a broomstick more comfortable than sitting down. Undoubtedly, this would draw warnings from Madame Hooch. Is this a carp? Chiyo inquired, noticing the sizable fish, approximately 2 kilograms, and subtly cautioned her. This type of fish has many bones, and is not particularly favored. Indeed, but this fish is merely for display and not intended for consumption, Su Lili clarified. In our culture, when eating fish, we emphasize keeping the head and tail for the following year. This means preparing a whole fish, yet one cannot consume it entirely. The head and tail must remain. I think merely leaving the head and tail is rather unseemly, so I always prepare a smaller fish, leaving it untouched on the plate. She added. So we won't be eating fish today? Chiyo asked. Not at all. I have prepared a larger one. Su Lili pointed to a large basin nearby and announced. Tajda. A 20-kilogram big-headed fish. Chiyo gazed at the 1-meter-long fish, her mouth slightly agape in astonishment. Such a massive fish, surely, we can't finish it? Why not? Su Lili countered. There is still me. Chiyo then recalled the prodigious appetite of the petite girl before her and chuckled. I must have been foolish. The group busied themselves until past 5 o'clock, finally arranging a grand feast. Each dish was secured with preservation charms and delicately placed on the specially enchanted rotating table that Su Lili had conjured. Each dish was served in bowls, as most of them struggled with chopsticks. Thus Su Lili had provided several small soup spoons, allowing them to scoop food onto their plates without spilling. The gathering was quite substantial, with 3 professors in attendance. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout. Among the 4 houses, Slytherin students made up the largest contingent. And Mo Chongsong had recently become quite popular there, though the secret of his success remained unknown. Su Lili fully embraced the Chinese tradition of toasting at the dining table, offering a selection of beverages including wine and wuyangya. Come, professors, let me fill your glasses. A toast to longevity. Oh, by the way, headmaster. You are over 100 years old, aren't you? Then you must drink a bit more. Cedric, you too. Cedric, bemused, accepted the wine glass. What? Do you think I won't live to 99? Rumors about Su Lili's fortune-telling prowess had somehow spread, and Hufflepuff students frequently sought her predictions, often finding her insights remarkably accurate, which only enhanced her reputation. Upon hearing Su Lili's words, Cedric felt a tinge of wariness. I'm in good health and my future looks bright. Why should I drink? Well, it's the new year. You are the oldest here, so you must drink a bit for good luck. Don't be so tense, Su Lili reassured him. Cedric remained skeptical, taking a sip from his glass and exclaiming, Wow, this is quite strong. What is the alcohol content? Dumbledore and the other 2 professors who had partaken in the drink winced at the spiciness, needing to sip soup first to ease the burn. Oh. It's not that high, just 52 degrees, Su Lili replied nonchalantly. 52 degrees? Just not that high? Everyone echoed incredulously. No worries, I have a hangover remedy. 1 pill cures all ailments. Well, I mean if you drink too much, 1 will fix you right up. Su Lili produced a small porcelain vial and tossed it over. Don't just drink. You must eat something first. Su Lili finally noticed that the professors had already downed their drinks. Start with a few bites of food to cushion your stomach, or you might get tipsy too easily. Come, Hermione, try this crispy meat. It's especially delicious after soaking in the sauce. Ron, give this cola chicken leg a taste. Draco. I dare say you'll fall in love with this sour fish. You must try the belly, it's the best part. Everyone, please don't be shy. I've spent the entire day preparing these dishes. Professors, do sample our smoked cured meat. This stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat is also exceptionally fragrant. Theodore, eat up. You're looking a bit thin. Why haven't you taken the hangover remedy I gave you? Should I whip up a plate of peanuts for you? After the meal, everyone was leaning against the walls, and the reason was clear. Su Lili's culinary skills were simply exquisite. Moreover, the professors, having indulged in some wine, were resistant to Su Lili's insistence on taking the hangover remedy, firmly declaring they were not drunk. By the end, the 3 professors' faces were as flushed as ripe apples, their steps unsteady as they wove in an S shape. Students who had remained sober had to assist a few of them back. Drinking can lead to trouble, Lili sighed. Among the students, Cedric was also feeling the effects, though unlike the three professors, his face was merely slightly flushed, and he sat obediently in his seat, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Ron, don't rush off, Lili called out to them. Come, there are 50 or 60 dumplings here. Take some back for George and Fred. Boil them for about 7 or 8 minutes once the water is boiling, and they'll be ready. Since there had been an abundance of food, they hadn't cooked the dumplings by the end of the meal. Remembering those who had not attended, Lili decided to share the more than 200 dumplings. Chio, tomorrow is the first day of the new year. Let us boil some dumplings, and when the Lantern Festival arrives, I'll make you some tangyuan. Once everyone had dispersed, Lili tidied up the chamber and then assisted Cedric, along with Hannah and the others, back to the Hufflepuff common room. However, upon reaching the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, Lili found herself in a predicament. Entering required climbing, and while she could lean on Cedric while walking, now that they needed to ascend, he would have to manage on his own. She certainly couldn't use a levitation charm to toss him inside. Cedric, Lili called, pointing toward the open wooden barrel, we need to go back. You go in first. Cedric, momentarily slow to comprehend, finally responded, aren't you coming in with me? Of course. I will enter, but you go first, Lili insisted. No. Cedric interrupted her. What? Lili was perplexed. Yet Cedric's mind was in disarray. And after a moment of silence, he simply grasped Lili's wrist. With no other choice, Lili transformed herself into a cat, far easier than the animagus transformation, and perched on Cedric's arm. Now this should work. Let us go in together, quickly. Cedric stared at the little white kitten on his arm for a few seconds. Although he didn't understand why Lili had turned into a small white cat, he recognized her and gently lifted her to his shoulder, then obediently crawled into the passage at the bottom of the barrel. Finally, they had entered. As Lili beheld the familiar, warm and bright common room, she was eager to leap from Cedric's shoulder. However, before she could land, a hand caught her, cradling her in an embrace. Be careful not to fall, you might get hurt. Cedric gently stroked the cat's head, swaying slightly as he made his way towards his dormitory. Hey Seth, let me go, I want to return to my dorm. Lili protested. You are going back to the dorm. Cedric's voice resonated above her. Lili contemplated jumping down, but Cedric held her tightly. Forcing her way free might cause him harm. I really don't want to go to the boys' dorm, she declared. Upon arriving at Cedric's room, the situation exceeded her expectations. None of his roommates were present, and everything was neatly arranged without any peculiar odors, starkly contrasting with the stereotypical image of a boys' dormitory. Lili exhaled in relief. Cedric perched himself on his bed, sitting upright, as his fingers absently glided from the top of Lili's head down her back. Meow, Lili could not help but let out a soft mewl. Ahem. That's just a little quirk of the transfiguration, Cedric remarked, though he seemed startled by her feline sound, lifting her under her armpits to get a better look. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a cat before? She retorted. I've never seen such an adorable cat, Cedric murmured softly. Are you really drunk? Lili couldn't help but question, her skepticism evident. Of course not, he asserted emphatically. Oh, so you are drunk after all. Drunks never admit to their inebriation, she replied. Yet you reek of alcohol, Lili added, wrinkling her nose. Really? A look of distress crossed Cedric's handsome face. What should I do? You need to take a shower, Lili advised. Then change into your pajamas and go to bed. Cedric heeded her suggestion, cradling the cat as he began searching for clothes. After finding some, he walked over and pushed open the bathroom door. Wait, you can't take me in there, Lili exclaimed, initially thinking he would leave her behind, but was taken aback by his intention to bring her along. Have you no sense of propriety? 3 years minimum, potentially a death sentence, you know? Cedric paused, standing still as he contemplated, realizing he indeed should not bring her inside. Cats are afraid of water after all. Stay here and wait for me, he instructed, placing Lili on his soft bed. She offered no response, and as soon as he entered the bathroom, she swiftly made her escape. When Cedric emerged from the bathroom, his mind was slightly clearer, but only marginally so. He surveyed the empty dorm room, his gaze dropping as he pondered, where is my cat? Upon returning to her dormitory, Lili was immediately bombarded with questions from Susan and Hannah. Why are you back so late? Hannah inquired. Did you do something bad? Susan added. What about Cedric? Hannah pressed further. You didn't use your claws on him, did you? Lili exclaimed. Eh? What do you take me for? Pointing incredulously at herself. Ha! Did we say you wanted to take advantage of him? Sue Lili was bewildered. Then what do you both mean? What we meant before isn't important, Susan said excitedly. What matters is what you meant just now, Hannah interjected eagerly. Come clean. What did you do to our handsome Cedric? The glimmer of gossip flickered in their eyes. Sue Lili waved her hands dismissively. What did I do? I merely escorted him back to the dorm. Enough of this, it's late. I need to shower. You two should get some rest. As she retreated into the bathroom, the two girls exchanged knowing glances, sensing the stirring of intrigue. Chapter 29. Hufflepuff victorious. The following morning, Sue Lili boiled dumplings in the dormitory. Hannah and Susan each had one, cautious not to let Sue Lili go hungry, before heading to the hall for breakfast. Just before their potions class, Hannah whispered to her, during breakfast, Cedric asked about you and mentioned he wanted to talk to you at noon. A question mark appeared over Sue Lili's head. Talk. About what? Then she recalled the events of the previous night. No way, said. You were so drunk and yet managed to stay coherent? I shall henceforth refer to you as the strongest. What little secret did you two share yesterday? Susan leaned in, winking at Sue Lili. Ahem, since it's a secret, I obviously can't divulge. Sue Lili coughed lightly, her ears twitching. Enough teasing, the professor is coming. The two gossip-loving badgers finally set aside their curiosity, anxiously awaiting the start of potions class. At lunch, Cedric sat directly across from Sue Lili. And once they finished their meal, they left together, leaving Hannah and Susan exchanging meaningful glances. Sue Lili noticed that Cedric seemed somewhat uncomfortable. Casting a sidelong glance, she observed the tips of his ears tinged with crimson. Seeing him so flustered, Sue Lili felt a surge of confidence and decided to speak first. Cedric. I'm sorry, Cedric interrupted. I was out of line yesterday. It's fine, Sue Lili replied. I was the one who encouraged you to drink. You were already intoxicated. And it wasn't that egregious. After all, Sue Lili had become accustomed to being petted and pinched by her mentors and older peers. Who could blame her for being so endearing? However, Cedric considered it a grave matter, lamenting, regardless, my actions yesterday were indeed inappropriate. And I should not have allowed myself to become inebriated from such strong liquor. Sue Lili thought to herself, 52-degree liquor. Half a glass could knock you out. I was the one who made you drink, so live to 199. As for being drunk, she would accept that. Sue Lili shifted the topic. Do you like cats? I like them quite a bit, Cedric responded after a brief pause, recognizing her desire to change the subject and yielding gracefully. When I was very young, my family had a cat that played with me. She wasn't a magical cat. By the time I turned 8, she had grown quite old. One day, she simply vanished, and I was heartbroken. I haven't had a cat since. Sue Lili bit her lip, unsure how to comfort him. Cedric, sensing her unease, smiled gently. It's all in the past. There's no need for you to worry. Sue Lili nodded in understanding. In late February, the Quidditch match unfolded between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Sue Lili found herself seated in the Hufflepuff stands, looking across at the fluttering banner. Suddenly, she felt compelled to take action. As the players emerged, a magnificent firework exploded above the Hufflepuff stands, emblazoned with the words Hufflepuff will prevail, lingering in the air. Cedric, now Hufflepuff Seeker, had a fellow Seeker named Avril Shawn, a 7th-year girl on the brink of graduation. Luck is a curious thing. Life's trajectory is not fixed. Even the slightest deviation can alter one's fate. Intentional changes come at a cost, while unintentional ones do not. This time, the referee was not Snape, as the established trajectory might have suggested, but rather Madame Hooch. Because Sue Lili released the firework, it caused Avril to glance this way while searching for the golden snitch, allowing her to spot the fleeting glimmer of gold, while Harry remained oblivious. Hufflepuff was the first to capture the golden snitch. However, Sue Lili thought, it didn't really matter. Gryffindor was unlikely to win the Quidditch Cup this year anyway. She could easily envision the original trajectory where Harry lay in a hospital bed, having missed the Quidditch match, resulting in Gryffindor's unprecedented defeat after centuries. Though it was Ravenclaw that ultimately triumphed over Gryffindor, Harry had previously caught the golden snitch at an impressive speed in the match against Hufflepuff. But what did it matter? In contrast to the process, the principles of destiny prioritized the outcome. After all, Sue Lili had not resorted to any form of cheating. Following the competition, Harry appeared to be somewhat disheartened. Sue Lili felt that in such games, if a player were exceptionally skilled and fortunate, others would scarcely experience the game, which is why she remained rather indifferent towards it. The days that followed passed in a monotonous manner, with the sole exception being Valentine's Day, when Sue Lili received several love letters along with chocolates and flowers. Her expression upon receiving these tokens was one of sheer astonishment. But I'm still just a child. Susan and Hannah rolled their eyes at her. Oh, come on. Wizards come of age at 17, and many couples marry right after graduation. You should be choosing wisely now, or you might end up alone later. Suliliri tortith. Not necessarily. Besides, isn't there no absolute requirement to marry? Although she said this, how many truly remain unmarried? The future is uncertain. One might as well explore their options. Lili vigorously shook her head. Sharing her sentiments was Mo Chongsong. As sword cultivators, how can we indulge in matters of the heart? Who among today's youth truly comprehends the meaning of love? It is utter nonsense. Draco and Theodore exchanged glances, failing to grasp the workings of this fellow's mind. Not only did Mo Chongsong return the love letters and gifts in their entirety, but he also sought out Su Lili. If the master were to discover that his junior had received love letters, he would likely take it upon himself to strangle those classmates. And I would probably face some harsh consequences as well. This would not bode well. In approximately 10 weeks, Hermione began anxiously preparing her revision schedule, exclaiming, I should have started reviewing a month ago. I truly don't know what was wrong with me then. Harry and Ron could not relate to her feelings. While Su Lili and Mo Chongsong understood, having already mastered the textbook content and perfected their wand movements and spell proficiency, they had no need for such reviews. The professors shared Hermione's sentiments, assigning a considerable amount of homework, rendering the Easter holiday far less enjoyable than Christmas. As the semester drew to a close, Hagrid expressed his desire to raise a fire dragon. Given his personality and interests, this was entirely in character. I later learned that Quirrell had acquired a dragon egg, intending to use it to extract information from me. If Hagrid were to remain silent, he truly wished to rear a fire dragon, which was against the law. Hermione pointed out. Furthermore, acquiring a fire dragon egg implies someone is engaging in poaching. Just think of how heartbroken the dragon mother would be over the loss of her baby. Hagrid blinked. Yet his desire to raise a dragon remained resolute. Harry turned to Ron, seeking to divert the conversation. Are there dragons in England? Indeed, Ron replied. There are the Welsh Green and the Hebridean Black, both wild dragons. One of the responsibilities of the Ministry of Magic is to conceal their existence, requiring wizards to frequently cast spells on muggles who encounter these wild dragons, so they forget the incident. Is there not a single wizarding family that could raise a dragon? Harry inquired curiously. Absolutely not, Hagrid responded in a low voice. If anyone were to raise a dragon in their backyard, it would be hard not to attract muggle attention. Moreover, fire dragons are perilous. However, if I were to keep one in the Forbidden Forest, Hogwarts would remain undetectable to muggles. Hermione disregarded his words and turned to Su Lili. Are there fire dragons in China? Su Lili shook her head. I have never heard of fire dragons. But China certainly has dragons. I know they are called Chinese fireballs, right? Ron raised his hand. No, what kind of dragon is that? Su Lili blinked. Hagrid produced a book and flipped it open, pointing to an image. Like this. Su Lili winced. It was rather unattractive. I think it looks splendid, Harry remarked, poking at the fire dragon and exclaiming, look, it even breathes mushroom-shaped fireballs. Su Lili, perplexed, extended her hand, conjuring a mist that gradually became clearer, revealing a three-dimensional image of a five-clawed golden dragon in her palm. Now this is a Chinese dragon. It looks like a snake, Ron said, confused. But it has claws. Hermione observed closely. And it has 5 claws. How can there be such a peculiar dragon? Harry questioned. What's peculiar about it? Su Lili countered. It's beautiful. The fire dragon resembles a lizard with wings, doesn't it? Not at all. Ron's face flushed. Can this dragon fly? Where does it usually live? Hermione asked. Su Lili replied. Dragons can certainly fly. They typically dwell in water and can summon rain. In ancient China, dragons were symbols of emperors. Is that so? Ron exclaimed in shock. Did the wizards not intervene? That would be quite revealing. Su Lili responded. Even today, Mount Shu is accessible to all. Only certain critical areas are off-limits to tourists. Ron was even more astonished. What? Wouldn't Muggle China be frightened? You didn't have witch hunts back in the Middle Ages? The group continued their conversation. Even Hagrid forgetting his desire to raise a fire dragon, becoming engrossed in their topic. Soon the end of the term arrived, and the weather during this time was stiflingly hot. Su Lili consumed copious amounts of ice cream daily, and meals transitioned from hearty meats to refreshing salads. Notably, her vegetable garden expanded further, yielding high-quality produce, with the plots near the Forbidden Forest occasionally graced by visiting unicorns. As she sat in the large classroom during the theoretical exam, Su Lili observed many people suffering from the heat. She could not comprehend why they did not switch to short sleeves or skirts, as comfort should be paramount during exams. The professors provided them with specially enchanted feather quills for the test, designed to prevent cheating. Su Lili had begun to adapt to using the feather quill, though she still found it somewhat unwieldy. Hogwarts not only held theoretical exams, but also practical ones. Professor Flitwick instructed them to enter the classroom one by one, where they had to command a pineapple to perform a tap dance across a desk. The practical exam for transfiguration required them to transform a mouse into a snuff box. The more exquisite the box, the higher the score. Lacking artistic talent, even though Su Lili knew how to transform it, she struggled to determine the best design for the box. However, having accompanied her master to witness many fine things, she painted an exquisite ink wash on the snuff box, and the transformed box was made of nephrite jade, cool to the touch, prompting Professor McGonagall to nod approvingly. After the exams, Su Lili felt an increasing longing to return home, and began packing her bags well in advance. However, they would have to wait a few more days, as the Quidditch matches and the end-of-year feast were yet to occur. The match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw extended for a considerable duration, with the Golden Snitch appearing in the third hour after the match commenced. With no opportunities for Harry to showcase his skills, he sat on his broom in boredom, while the Ravenclaw seeker found himself in a similar predicament, having yet to spot the Golden Snitch. However, unlike Harry's relaxed demeanor, the Ravenclaw seeker remained tense. Once he began to relax, the Golden Snitch suddenly emerged. Harry immediately soared over and caught it. Nevertheless, Gryffindor still did not secure the Quidditch Cup. The end-of-year feast finally arrived. As Su Lili entered the Great Hall, it was adorned in the Slytherin colors of green and silver, while Hufflepuff remained composed, accustomed to their perennial last-place standings. Although Su Lili had contributed significantly to Hufflepuff's score throughout the year, their position still languished at the bottom. Dumbledore addressed the assembly, and as he reached the moment of the House Cup Award ceremony, he announced the scores of each house. In fourth place, Hufflepuff with 386 points. In third, Ravenclaw with 422 points. In second, Gryffindor with 462 points. And in first, Slytherin with 508 points. A resounding cheer erupted from the Slytherin table as they celebrated their victory in securing the House Cup once more. The other three houses remained silent, casting cold glances at Slytherin's jubilation. They had long grown accustomed to Snape's penchant for deducting points from other houses while adding them to his own students' scores, and they held no hope that during Snape's lifetime, any favoritism would be shown towards their house. When the examination results were announced, it was a delightful surprise that Mo Chongsong had claimed the top spot in his year, with Su Lili in second and Hermione in third. Mo Chongsong felt somewhat awkward when he saw the two girls, knowing that his potion's score considerably surpassed theirs. Had it not been for that, Su Lili would have undoubtedly outperformed him. Chapter 31. Summer Vacation. Look, these are my parents. Harry displayed the photograph of his parents that Hagrid had given him. Wow. Your mother is truly beautiful, Su Lili remarked, noting the stunning red-haired beauty with green eyes identical to Harry's. Harry beamed with a joy that eclipsed any praise he had ever received, his grin wide and somewhat foolish. Thank you. You really resemble your father, Ron pointed out, gesturing towards James's photograph. Su Lili did not linger long in their compartment, returning shortly to her previously claimed area. Besides Mo Chongsong, there were also guests from Slytherin. They greeted Su Lili upon her return, showing no interest in whether she had visited Gryffindor's compartment, tacitly choosing to overlook the matter. When are you planning to return to China? Draco inquired. Will someone be picking you up? We're taking the train back tonight, Su Lili replied. If it weren't for Professor Dumbledore's disapproval, we would have flown back before boarding the train. China is so far. How long will your flight take? Blaise Zabini asked from the side. Having learned that these two did not fly on broomsticks but rather on swords, he refrained from asking them about such rudimentary matters of flight. 10 hours, Mo Chongsong answered. Blaise blinked in surprise. Is it really that close? In his mind, sword flight should have been akin to broom flight, which averaged around 200 kilometers per hour for long distances. By his calculations, it would take 2.5 hours to fly from London to Paris. So surely the distance to China could not be equivalent to 4 times that from London to Paris? Su Lili countered, not really. When the school's owl delivered messages before, it took 10 days, and it even injured its wings in the process. Thus, Blaise shared his calculations, asserting that he had not made an error. Well, Su Lili hesitated to explain that broom flight could not compare to sword flight, and instead diplomatically remarked, however, if I were to fly from London to Paris, it would take less than an hour. At this point, they all understood the crux of the issue. The Slytherin students did not remain in the compartment for long, as the space was cramped, and after a brief conversation they departed. Su Lili, feeling at ease, began to prepare hot pot in the compartment as noon approached. The strong aroma wafted through the sliding door, causing many to find their sandwiches suddenly unappetizing, inwardly cursing Su Lili for her inconsiderate timing. This was worse than late-night snacks. Unfazed, Su Lili continued her culinary endeavor, her neatly arranged ingredients of various meats and vegetables at hand. Though the pot was small, it heated quickly, and before long, the broth was bubbling again. As she savored her meal, she grew even more reckless, adding water when the soup diminished and seasoning it whenever the flavor waned, as if she intended to exhaust the contents of her space bag. The delightful aroma lingered in the train until around 3 in the afternoon. "Master, if you keep eating like this, your space bag must be nearly empty," someone remarked. Su Lili waved her hand dismissively. "It's fine, we're heading back today. And surely no one in Shushan will deny me food." Mo Chongsong concurred with her logic and said nothing more. In contrast to the bustling morning in the compartment, the afternoon saw fewer visitors. By the time the train halted, the sun had begun to set. Su Lili bid farewell to her classmates and exited platform 9 3/4. Originally, she had intended to find a secluded spot to fly back, but Mo Chongsong suggested they should bring back some local specialties after their time in England. Thus, the two wandered the streets of London, and as darkness fell, they took to the skies on their swords, leaving England behind. Su Lili's summer was fulfilling. While Shushan was not one of China's 4 great Taoist mountains, its elders were well known, and many sought their assistance in times of trouble. Though it might sound like a scam, their abilities were genuinely remarkable. As Bai Yuan's little disciple, Su Lili accompanied him nearly everywhere during the summer, witnessing many extraordinary events. There were tales about Hong Kong stars who, upon seeking help from spirits in Vietnam, faced dire repercussions, wealthy individuals who were deceived into purchasing cursed land, and tragic stories of families sacrificing their children for wealth, only to see their kin perish one by one, with vengeful spirits demanding even more. Bai Yuan earned considerable extra income from these jobs, and Su Lili benefited as well, gaining valuable practical experience, making the summer enjoyable for all. By the end of July, Su Lili had sent Harry's birthday gift early. Instead of using an owl, she enlisted the help of other sect members specializing in overseas purchasing, which proved to be cost-effective. She did not expect a reply, knowing Harry cherished his Hedwig and would never risk its journey across the ocean for a letter. However, she was taken aback when the messenger informed Harry upon delivery that he would be returning after purchasing some items in the afternoon, offering to carry a letter back if Harry needed to send one. Harry, pleased that Su Lili had sent him both a letter and a birthday gift during the summer, felt compelled to respond, regardless of the content. He arranged with the messenger, paying a gold galleon as a deposit, and eagerly tore open the letter. Upon receiving Harry's reply, Su Lili realized the messenger had made an easy profit, but since both parties were satisfied, she said nothing as he departed. Opening the letter, she was astonished to discover that Harry had spent a staggering 5 galleons to ensure its delivery. 5 galleons equated to a couple of ounces of gold, a considerable sum by current standards. Su Lili mentally scolded the messenger, and resolved to remind Harry when school resumed that such messenger services should only cost 1 galleon for carrying a letter. The letter contained no significant revelations, merely sharing some of Harry's daily experiences, tinged with a hint of grievance. At platform 9 3/4, Ron had mentioned wanting to write a letter to himself, yet halfway through the holiday, he had still not received a single one. Harry also mentioned that the Dursleys had locked all his belongings in a cupboard, preventing him from doing his homework. Poor thing, Su Lili shook her head sympathetically. Chapter 32, The Start of School. The joyful summer vacation passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Lili and Mo Chongsong were once again packing their belongings for departure. Having learned from the previous year's experience, Su Lili set off on the evening of August 30th, aiming to arrive at the Leaky Cauldron around 10 o'clock London time. After checking into a room to rest, they set out early the next day to exchange for gallons and commence their shopping. What displeased Su Lili was the exorbitant cost of the books required for this semester's defense against the dark arts class, which exceeded the total of all other books combined. What on earth is this Gilderoy Lockhart? Su Lili was truly fed up. Recently, Lockhart had announced at his new book signing that he would be the professor for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts this year, and the reading list was filled with his novels. Yes, novels. Su Lili had seen them with Hannah, who adored Lockhart's writings, although Hannah insisted they were autobiographies, a notion Su Lili did not subscribe to. The two of them barely made it to England on time. Even though they had ample time after finishing their shopping in the morning, it meant they lacked sufficient time to review or memorize this year's textbooks. However, this was not a significant issue, as the workload was light at the start of the school year, and they could afford to spend a little extra time. The next day, they arrived at platform 9 3/4 with familiarity, and after boarding the train, Sue Lili gazed through the window, spotting many familiar faces. Around 10:50, the crowd on the platform began to dwindle, and some parents departed. As 11 approached, Sue Lili noticed a cluster of red-haired Weasleys hastily making their way toward the train, with the last two to board being Mrs. Weasley and a young girl. Then the train departed, and no one else entered. Where's Ron? Harry had been staying with the Weasley family for the past month, and it seemed he hadn't boarded either. Surely he hadn't arrived too early? After about 10 minutes, Sue Lili had a feeling and looked up, her eyes catching the train's roof gradually becoming transparent, revealing a flying car above. Sue Lili continued to observe for a few seconds, and the car's exterior also became transparent, unveiling Harry and Ron inside. What's up, Master? Montag Changsong inquiret. Nothing. Sue Lili shook her head. I just saw two rather unconventional fellows. So, should we consider flying directly to Hogwarts next time? In the morning, the Weasley twins visited their compartment, eager to see if Harry and Ron were around. Upon finding no trace of them, the twins lingered for a while, discussing the effort it took them to reach the station that day. George forgot his hard-earned fireworks at home. What a fool, Fred teased, pointing at his brother. You're no better, forgetting your flying broom, George retorted. They bantered for a moment without gaining the upper hand, then feigned indifference, letting the matter slide. I dare say Ginny had no need to turn back for her diary, Fred commented. We had already walked quite a distance, almost on the motorway, George added. If she's missing a diary, we could easily find her one among Filch's pile of junk. Sue Lili knew that the twins had acquired numerous treasures from Filch during their detentions, including a magical map they possessed. She expressed her opinion. A diary is a personal item, and it's essential to have it. Otherwise, it must feel rather disconcerting to have your writing interrupted. Perhaps. They shrugged, the secrets of young girls. The twins exchanged glances, unimpressed. Ahem, while we don't have Harry and Ron here, I know where they are. Sue Lili coughed to draw their attention. Where? Tell us quickly, lest our little sister starts to cry. Sue Lili tapped her fingers on the table, and the twins eagerly offered their candies, a gesture that pleased her. She pointed upward and said, We were sitting here watching you pass through the wall, yet we didn't see those two until the train departed. Later, I discovered they were driving a flying car, currently hovering above us. A car? George exclaimed, his voice rising. Really? Fred asked incredulously. Of course, when have I ever spoken falsehoods? Sue Lili replied, then unceremoniously tore open a candy wrapper and began to eat. This barter of food for answers had become a tradition, stemming from many who sought her counsel last semester, later feeling guilty for taking advantage of her generosity. However, after some time together, even those who did not seek her predictions would occasionally pull snacks from their pockets to share with her. After the train came to a stop, Sue Lili heard Hagrid calling for the new students to board boats, while the older students needed to take the thestrals. She approached one of the thestrals, gently stroking its head without facing any resistance. However, Hermione, standing nearby, blinked at her actions and squinted at where her hand was, only to find nothing amiss. What were you just touching? Hermione asked. A thestral, Sue Lili replied. Didn't you know? No, Hermione shook her head honestly. Sue Lili proceeded to explain the nature of thestrals, noting that those at the school were tamed by Hagrid, who was quite skilled with magical creatures. I can see that, Hermione said. They entered the Great Hall, and soon the first years were escorted in. From this angle, they appeared so novel, each small face alight with anticipation and trepidation. When the ghosts emerged, many young wizards were startled. Once the Sorting Hat finished its song, Professor McGonagall began calling names for the sorting ceremony. Seated to Sue Lili's right was a tall boy who shielded her as she discreetly stuffed snacks into her mouth, using her sleeve to cover her actions. Her position was relatively far back, making her less visible, and when her classmates noticed her sneaking food and felt a bit embarrassed, they subtly adjusted their positions to shield her more completely. How kind her classmates were, Sue Lili thought to herself. I must share some of my special treats with them. Chapter 33 Strawberries. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall left the banquet. Many speculated about the reason, all the while conveniently ignoring the long-absent Snape. A legend circulated within the school. Whenever one spoke ill of Snape in public, there was an 80% chance he would appear right behind you. Thus, students would prefer to gossip about Snape in their own common rooms, or in more secluded spots. Sue Lili noticed that Harry and Ron had not appeared at the Gryffindor table throughout the banquet. However, as they were safe, she felt no cause for concern. Upon returning to the dormitory, Sue Lili quickly tidied her belongings and arranged some trinkets on her desk. That night, as was her custom, Sue Lili ventured outside the castle an hour earlier than last semester. Before leaving school, she had planted strawberries and blueberries in her garden. And after more than 2 months, she wondered how they had grown. Exiting the castle, Sue Lili spotted her garden from a distance, the green vines adorned with plump, vibrant strawberries, all large and beautiful. Before her departure, she had cast protective charms over the garden, not because she was unwilling to let the birds have a nibble, but because she feared that upon her return, she would have to inspect each strawberry for bird pecks, which would be too troublesome. Thus, she had opted to shield the entire garden. Now, gazing at the clusters of large strawberries nestled among the vines, as well as the blueberry bushes bent under the weight of their fruit, Sue Lili felt that her decision had been utterly wise. Mo Chongsong arrived punctually, and upon seeing him, she handed him a large bowl of washed strawberries and blueberries. Have some fruit. In the evening class, after the elders had imparted their theoretical knowledge and announced the commencement of free activities, Sue Lili practiced the art of spellcasting, focusing on how to precisely harvest fruits without damaging the branches or leaves. Together, they collected the ripened strawberries and blueberries, with Sue Lili bestowing upon Mo Chongsong a generous bucket, leaving it to his discretion whether to indulge or share. On their way back, they encountered Professor Sprout tending to the injured whomping willow, its condition a mystery. Had it been struck by a falling star? There had been no disturbances the previous night. Upon returning to the common room, Sue Lili fetched a bowl, placing some washed strawberries and blueberries within, along with a note inviting all to partake freely. The first day of term necessitated dining in the Great Hall, as professors would distribute the course schedules to students. Sue Lili savourait hermine, one hand clutching salty bacon while the other indulged in strawberries. Before long, a flurry of owls swooped into the hall, circling overhead and dropping letters and parcels into the crowd. Sue Lili heard a shriek from the Gryffindor table, where Ron's voice rang out, prompting her to glance over, albeit briefly, as she continued her meal. Soon, a thunderous voice erupted, cursing loudly, shaking the very foundations of the hall and severely disrupting Sue Lili's dining experience. It dawned on her that her first class was herbology with Gryffindor, and after finishing her meal, she joined her classmates as they exited the castle, traversing the vegetable patch toward the greenhouse. Students awaited Professor Sprout's arrival, accompanied by Gilderoy Lockhart. Sue Lili noted the numerous bandages adorning Professor Sprout's arm. Had she been laboring since the break of dawn? After scrutinizing her head of house, Sue Lili cast a cursory glance at Lockhart, who stood in stark contrast to Sprout's modest attire, resembling a flamboyant peacock garbed in an immaculate aquamarine robe, topped with a green hat adorned with gold trim. A green hat? Sue Lili's gaze lingered there for a moment. The taste was commendable, though the person and its implications left much to be desired. Greetings, everyone. Lockhart called cheerfully to the students. Professor Sprout has just demonstrated how to treat the whomping willow, but I hope you do not think I am more adept in herbology than she is. I merely... Professor Sprout interrupted, her expression clearly irked, a stark contrast to her usual cheerful demeanor. Today, we shall proceed to the third greenhouse. She produced a large key from her waist and unlocked the door to the greenhouse. One by one, the students filed inside, and as Sue Lili entered, she surveyed her surroundings. Flowers as large as umbrellas hung from the ceiling, the air thick with the scents of damp earth and fertilizer, intermingled with a rich floral fragrance. Harry, I've been meaning to discuss Professor Sprout with you. Lockhart detained Harry, speaking to Professor Sprout as though she had granted her approval, then closed the large door of the greenhouse. Moments later, Harry managed to slip inside quietly, taking a seat beside Ron and Hermione. The lesson focused on mandrakes, with Professor Sprout questioning the class about their characteristics. As the class progressed, Sue Lili found herself washing her hands multiple times, for repotting mandrakes required a considerable amount of compost, which was frankly rather messy. Due to her filthy hands, Sue Lili was unable to sneak any snacks during this lesson. The professors at the school were somewhat aware of Sue Lili's penchant for snacking, and most had ceased to admonish her about it, especially Professor Sprout, being the head of Hufflepuff. After cleansing her hands, Sue Lili cheerfully resumed her fruit feast, sharing with her classmates. After the herbology class, everyone was rather grimy, so they only stowed the fruit in their pockets without indulging. Gryffindor students rushed back to their dormitories to change, as their next class was Transfiguration, and the interval was short. However, Hufflepuff students were under no such pressure. Their second period was free, allowing them to leisurely return for a hot bath and find ways to pass the time. Sue Lili strolled slowly with her two dorm mates, discussing Gilderoy Lockhart. He's quite peculiar, Susan remarked. He gives me the impression of a celebrity from the Muggle world. All flash and no substance. Not at all. What celebrity could pen such a riveting adventure autobiography? Hannah vehemently disagreed. I dare say he must be a formidable wizard. They continued their debate, eventually seeking Sue Lily's opinion. Sue Lily huffed, who cares what kind of person he is? The stories are what matter. I just lament the cost of the books. Those shopkeepers have hiked the prices now that he's a professor. Chapter 34. Gazing at the Stars. Just days into the term, the Weasley twins were caught by Professor Snape, resulting in a deduction of points for disrespecting a professor. So, what exactly did you two do? Su Lili inquired. Well, this is somewhat related to you, Fred said, placing a hand on her shoulder. No way. Sue Lily swatted his hand away. Don't shift the blame. Remember that hot pot base you gave us? George asked. Sue Lily nodded. You didn't use a cauldron to cook hot pot, did you? They readily admitted. You know, we aren't like you Hufflepuffs, with spare pots to use. So we had to make do with a cauldron. Well, even so, you should have cleaned it afterward. Sue Lily was astonished that a single packet of hot pot base could cause such a debacle. We did wash it. Several times. Sue Lily questioned. Then how did Professor Snape catch on? It's your hot pot base's pungent aroma. His sense of smell is sharper than a dog's. Serious. I don't believe it. While they could not elucidate how the situation had unfolded, the outcome was that they lost points. They meandered off topic. But thankfully George recalled their original intent. Can you help us divine what went wrong, so we don't incur his wrath again? I'm not a seer. How would I know? Sue Lily lamented. Divination isn't infallible. I didn't even know what the stargazing faction was until recently. Speaking of gazing at the stars, that had occurred at the beginning of the previous term. Though Sue Lily had heard of England's culinary desolation, she believed a country should at least boast one or two signature dishes. After some inquiries, she discovered there indeed existed a dish called stargazing. The name was intriguing, and the flavor could be anticipated. Thus Sue Lily asked her classmates, I've heard there is a renowned dish in England called stargazing. I don't think I've ever tried it. Do you know where I might find it? The Hufflepuff common room fell silent for a moment before erupting in laughter. Prefect Lydia explained what the dish entailed. However, Sue Lily was not one to judge food by its appearance. She discreetly had the house elves prepare her a serving. Upon seeing the finished product, one thought flashed through her mind. A strange glimmer in the fish's eye. Not one to waste, she steeled herself and took a bite. To be honest, the flavor was passable, far less off-putting than she had imagined. Sue Lily mused that it was probably akin to eating a boiled egg, psychologically challenging to accept, yet quite tolerable once consumed. The die was cast. Sue Lily could not foresee the outcome, and the twins would have to brainstorm solutions on their own. However, before their departure, Sue Lily inquired, is the cauldron suitable for cooking hot pot? The bitterness of the medicinal herbs lingered. As for the cauldron, I must admit I had not cleaned it thoroughly. You merely need to wash it well. In any case, it possesses a unique flavor. Sue Lily absorbed this information and, considering that she would need the cauldron for tomorrow's potion class, she refrained from using it to prepare hot pot for the time being. Nevertheless, she had an owl from Hogwarts deliver a letter to order a new cauldron. Hello, Ginny. Sue Lily greeted the youngest and only daughter of the Weasley family as she spotted her on her way to the library. Hi, Lily, Ginny replied, closing Gilderoy Lockhart's book. Observing Ginny pass by, Sue Lily stroked her chin and decided to seek out Percy instead. Are you suggesting that Ginny might be in danger? Percy asked, growing anxious, as the subject of their discussion was his beloved sister. I can only discern so much. Perhaps you should reflect on whether she has encountered any perilous individuals or situations in the past month. Sue Lily provided her intel before departing, leaving Percy in deep contemplation. Soon, Sue Lily's newly ordered cauldron arrived, prompting her to clean the old one meticulously. Once she confirmed there were no lingering odors, she ignited the fire and began preparing the hot pot base. After tasting the broth, she found it rather unremarkable, which led her to reminisce about her previous experiences with a furnace for alchemy. It seemed promising. Fueled by her formidable execution, a pot of nourishing soup emerged, and she couldn't help but savor the delightful flavor. Days later, Sue Lily overheard Ron mention that Percy had quarreled with Ginny. It appeared that Percy insisted on competing with Ginny for something unknown, prompting Ron to exclaim, he must truly not care for his reputation if he is competing with his sister. Perhaps there was more to the story. Sue Lily decided to share her earlier observations regarding Ginny's peculiar demeanor. Why not just say it directly? Ron scratched his head, pondering that this might prevent Ginny from becoming upset. Sue Lily shook her head. It's not that simple. It's best to intervene as little as possible, employing a subtle approach. Otherwise, should fate retaliate and elude my calculations, it would not be amusing. Typically, when classmates sought her counsel regarding trivial matters such as romance, it was manageable. However, This was of greater consequence and could potentially lead to dire outcomes, necessitating utmost caution. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere at school remained tranquil, and upon noticing that the dark clouds surrounding Ginny had dissipated, Lili gradually felt at ease. Chapter 35, Quidditch Substitute. Second-year students are permitted to bring broomsticks to school and participate in their respective houses' Quidditch team tryouts. Initially, Lili had little involvement in this matter, but Charles Carman, the captain of the Hufflepuff team, was actively distributing flyers in the common room and giving speeches to encourage everyone to try out. "Is it true that many in our house are unwilling to play Quidditch?" Lili discreetly inquired. "With over 50 students in the house, could they not assemble a team of 7? Cedric, overhearing her question, replied quietly, "The main issue is that Ivy, our seeker, has graduated and Robert, the keeper, is preparing for his OWL exams. As for the beaters, well, you know." Louise Carter, a 6th-year Hufflepuff, had recently ended a year-long relationship with her boyfriend, who had been unfaithful, simultaneously courting a Gryffindor and a Slytherin while also attempting to charm a younger student from their own house, truly exemplifying mastery in time management. This situation, in fact, involved Lili, as the scoundrel was in his 7th year and nearing graduation. Louise, believing they might marry, sought Lili's fortune-telling expertise. After revealing the truth about the man's character, Louise initially dismissed it, but upon discreetly investigating, she discovered the revelations were indeed accurate, igniting her fury. However, Louise was not one to tolerate mistreatment. She discreetly shared the matter with a few other girls, and together they ensured that the rogue ended up in the infirmary. Despite feeling vindicated, Louise remained heartbroken, compounded by the increasing academic pressures of 6th year, leading her to withdraw from the Quidditch team. This left several positions vacant that required filling, and Cedric sighed, "We also need substitutes." "What do you mean by substitutes?" Lili inquired. "The positions that need to be filled require substitutes. As you know, sometimes our students fall ill from bad food," Cedric stated delicately. Yet Lili envisioned various potential mishaps, recalling a classmate whose fate was marked by early demise. Indeed, substitutes were necessary. As she pondered, Lili caught Cedric assessing her with a scrutinizing gaze. She instantly became alert. "Don't look at me. I want to participate." "Just give it a try," Cedric urged, and ultimately, Lili was drawn into the role of substitute, specifically as a beater. Due to the low number of applicants for the Quidditch tryouts, after a round of selection, they secured the official players, but substitutes remained elusive. After Cedric persuaded her twice, Lili acquiesced. Substitutes did not require a formal selection, and she was admitted directly. The weather in September was quite pleasant. As long as it didn't rain, outdoor activities like Quidditch were ideal. Lili accompanied her classmates to the Quidditch pitch, and although she was a substitute, her practice intensity rivaled that of the official players. "Why must I, a substitute, practice for so long?" Lili question din confusion. The captain, Jason Hughes, called back, "If you were on a flying broom, I might consider letting you rest." Jason was equally exasperated, as Lili had steadfastly refused to ride a broom since discontinuing flying lessons, maintaining her principles upon joining the Quidditch team. Her reasoning was straightforward. After all, she was merely a substitute, and no Quidditch rule explicitly prohibited her from using a broom. Nevertheless, her fellow players regarded her with a peculiar gaze, reminiscent of how she once viewed others riding brooms. While perusing the Quidditch rulebook, Lili attempted to find a regulation permitting play without a broom, envisioning herself soaring on a flying sword while Hufflepuff dominated the field. Alas, the majority of the rules were broom-related. With no other option, Lili resigned herself to riding a broom. In truth, her reluctance stemmed not only from discomfort, but also from a belief that controlling a sword provided her with a greater sense of security, unlike brooms, which operated as independent vehicles with strict ascending and descending protocols. Her mastery over the sword allowed her to dictate its speed and stability entirely based on her control of her own power. Compared to a broom's commercially determined performance, Lili preferred to trust her own capabilities. After several hours of Quidditch practice, Lili was fully engaged, resembling an official player rather than a substitute. However, while others were utterly exhausted, their clothes drenched in sweat, Lili remained unfazed, showing no signs of fatigue. "You must have quite the stamina. Practicing with us for hours seems effortless for you," her peers mused, questioning their own resilience. "Well, it's not too bad. I generally practice at night," Lili replied. Everyone knew that she and Mo Chongsong typically slept less than 2 hours daily, making her quite the tough individual. Thus, they chose not to delve deeper into what that implied. A group of individuals made their way towards the Hufflepuff common room, only to find Mo Chongsong waiting at the entrance, clearly anticipating Su Lili's arrival. Aware of the necessity to keep the entrance to the Hufflepuff common room a secret from students of other houses, Su Lili guided Mo Chongsong aside. "What is it?" she inquired. Mo Chongsong's expression was rather grim as he lowered his voice, saying, "Draco seems to be acting strangely." "What seems off?" Su Lili asked, followed by, "Have you spoken to your head of house about it?" Mo Chongsong nodded. "I've noticed Draco's odd behavior since the term began. But I can't quite put my finger on it. I attempted to read his fortune, yet found myself unable to discern anything about him, which only adds to the strangeness." I discreetly approached Professor Snape, but he assured me that no issues had been detected. "Has he exhibited any peculiar actions?" Su Lili queried. "None. Unless one counts his sudden friendliness towards Gryffindor," Mo Chongsong recalled. "It's not like last year when I used the calming incense. It feels as though he is intentionally befriending them." He even sought out the Weasley siblings to apologize for his father's earlier confrontation with Arthur Weasley at Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing. Su Lili suddenly recalled the earlier incident involving Ginny and felt compelled to check on their situation. But the hour had grown late. She tossed a coin, and with it landing heads up, decided it was best to postpone her inquiries until the morrow. After conveying the information to Mo Chongsong, he took his leave, and Su Lili knocked on the barrel, climbing inside. "Lily, come join us for some snacks." In the common room, members of the Quidditch team had laid out an array of treats, waving at Su Lili as they spotted her. Cheerfully she approached, grabbed a pie, and cast aside her concerns, deciding to deal with them another day. Chapter 36, A Test. The following day, during Transfiguration, Su Lili pointed her wand at a toad while keeping an eye on Draco, seated in the front left. He appeared quite normal at first glance. Prior to entering the classroom, she had scrutinized his features, noting a slight darkness in his brow, yet nothing else seemed amiss. After class, she casually moved towards the Slytherin students and asked, "Do you all have a free period during the second class this afternoon? Care to play some Quidditch?" "I'm available." Pansy rushed over, her expression wary. "How many players do you still need?" "I'm free too," Blaise added with a smile from the side. "But when did you develop an interest in playing Quidditch?" "With several houses selecting new players lately, I've watched a few games and suddenly felt inspired to play today." Su Lili replied effortlessly, delivering her rehearsed lines. "I see," Blaise nodded, glancing at Draco. "Are you joining us?" Su Lili followed his gaze. Upon hearing the question, Draco flashed a perfect smile, responding, "How could I refuse a lady's request?" "Seriously? Is he being that obvious as a provocation?" Blaise thought, feeling repulsed by Draco's words. "What has been going on with you lately?" Draco seemed to realize his misstep, placing a fist to his lips and clearing his throat. "Just a joke." "Well then, see you at the Quidditch pitch this afternoon." With the arrangements set, Su Lili hurried off to her History of Magic class. At noon, Su Lili was absent from the Great Hall. Seizing the opportunity, she returned to her dormitory to summon Alan with her mirror. "Did you notice anything unusual yesterday?" she asked. "Nothing at all. He leave the dormitory at night, and with little Mo keeping watch, he wouldn't dare act strangely," Alan replied. Su Lili pressed her fingers to her temples, instructing, "Continue to monitor him, and report any anomalies immediately." "I understand, don't worry," Alan assured her. "Wait. Be discreet while you observe him. I fear there may be dangers involved." "Rest assured, I've done this plenty of times. As long as I'm just watching him and not drawing attention, I won't be discovered," Alan stated before vanishing. Su Lili hoped it would be so. Yet unease lingered in her heart. In the afternoon, halfway to the Quidditch pitch, she suddenly remembered that she had not purchased a broomstick. After some thought, she recalled having a standard cleaning broom in her space bag. Since she wouldn't be riding a flying broom, it would suffice, and she opted not to turn back to borrow one from someone else. Upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, a few individuals were already waiting, and Su Lili approached them. "Are we still short on players?" She noted the insufficient numbers. "It's not time yet. We arrived early," Draco said. "What broom are you using? What model?" With calm composure, Su Lili produced the ordinary cleaning broom from her space bag. Mo Chongsong, upon seeing it, hesitated, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Blaise, intrigued by the broom, asked, "What model is that?" "I've never seen it before." Su Lili continued nonchalantly, "This is a Chinese specialty, made in China. But in the East, don't you ride on flying swords instead of brooms? How did you end up with a broom?" Blaise seemed skeptical. Su Lili, maintaining her composure, spun a tale. "A couple of years ago, due to interactions between the International Wizarding Federation and the Chinese Metaphysics Alliance, we heard that wizards ride brooms. So we produced a batch ourselves. I've never seen them for sale. How do they perform?" Pansy approached for a closer look. We don't favor riding brooms. These were produced with minimal demand, and eventually, the manufacturer went bankrupt, selling them off cheaply. We ended up using them for sweeping. Performance? Average at best. If it weren't for this semester allowing broomsticks, I would have nearly forgotten I even had it. Pansy dismissed her desire to touch the broom, feeling it appeared rather grimy. During the wait, Mo Chongsong whispered to Su Lili, "Master, would you like to borrow my broom? That's unnecessary." "I know what I'm doing," Su Lili waved him off. Soon, the remaining players arrived. When invited, Harry approached and spotted a group of Slytherins, his expression darkening. "Harry, over here. We're short a seeker," Su Lili called out to him. Ron, who had come along, pointed to himself, and Su Lili remarked, "Perfect timing, Ron. You'll be our keeper." The Weasley twins chimed in. "So we're still playing as beaters?" "No, I need two of you to relinquish a position for me," Su Lili declared, waving her wooden bat. "Wow. Are you sure you can manage?" "Absolutely, Su Lili plaid." "Which of you will it be?" "George." "Fred." The twins, accustomed to their familiar roles, were reluctant to yield, believing that striking the opposing players was far more enjoyable than other positions. After a brief argument, George ultimately conceded his position to Su Lili. With both sides prepared, the game commenced. Brooms took to the sky, and players glared at the two notably taller members on their respective teams. The twins whistled cool. Su Lili and Mo Chongsong, perched on their brooms, feigned ignorance to the glares, gripping their bats firmly. Initially, the game proceeded without incident until a bludger hurtled towards Harry's face. Harry deftly maneuvered his Nimbus 2000 to the side, and Su Lili surged forward on her broom, intercepting the ball with her bat, and sending it forcefully towards the Slytherin side. For reasons unknown, Draco's reaction was delayed. He stared in horror as the bludger approached, his broom remaining stationary as he shifted his body. However, Mo Chongsong, quick on the uptake, darted in like a streak of light, swinging his bat decisively to redirect the bludger. Su Lili discerned that the ball was aimed at the goalkeeper Ron. Instinctively, she perceived it as a rogue quaffle that required her defense. By the time she realized the ball was hurtling towards her, it was almost upon her. To her astonishment, her teammates proved to be more formidable than she had anticipated. Fred, positioned nearby, raised his hand and sent the ball soaring into the air. The situation escalated rapidly, as the chasers found their momentum completely suppressed. The elusive golden snitch had yet to make its appearance, leaving the seekers to merely bask in the wind at a height. Su Lili and Mo Chongsong engaged in an energetic exchange, swiftly batting the ball back and forth. In Harry's words, they were essentially playing a game of badminton, without a net. Su Lili's reflexes and strength were evidently superior to those of Mo Chongsong, although there were moments when she failed to catch the ball. The quaffle she sent glided past the ends of their brooms, striking Pansy's broomstick and, most notably, hitting Draco squarely on the shoulder. Having observed closely, Su Lili noted that when the quaffle headed toward Draco, he awkwardly fumbled at his robe pocket. In Chapter 37, Alien vanishes. Su Lili had tampered with the quaffle. It sped toward its target, appearing perilously dangerous to the onlookers. However, upon striking Draco's shoulder, it left merely a bruise, causing no real harm. Yet he could not evade the ball's trajectory. It whisked past his face at an alarming speed, and though he managed to dodge through a shift in posture, Mo Chongsong's return was merely a trial run, a warning. On the second attempt, Mo Chongsong failed to intercept, resulting in the ball colliding with the other players' flying brooms, causing a temporary loss of control and intensifying the psychological pressure on Draco. The third time, Draco's broom malfunctioned, exacerbating his mental strain. In the final instance, the quaffle's blistering speed instilled in him a profound sense of impending doom, compelling him to instinctively deploy whatever means he deemed most advantageous, perhaps a protective shield, a spell, or an object. The contents of his robe pocket indicated that he felt most secure with something within his possession. "Apologies, Draco, did I strike a bit too hard?" Su Lili called out to him. Surprisingly, Draco felt little pain. Rather, he experienced a dizzying sensation. Upon hearing her voice, he momentarily regained clarity. "Iem me fine. Did you employ any magic on the quaffle? It didn't hurt all that much when it hit me. Aslait trick, Su Lili admitted. I believe this could be much safer if applied during a Quidditch match." "That's cheating," George shouted. "What kind of Quidditch is it if you can't even make the opponent bleed with the quaffle?" The others nodded in agreement. They continued their playful rivalry until dinner time, as the sun dipped lower in the sky, before gathering their belongings and heading to the dining hall. Su Lili urged Mo Chongsong to attempt to pilfer the item before nightfall, then have Alien bring it to her for inspection. Missing classes for 2 consecutive days was far too conspicuous, making them vulnerable, so they resolved to attend their lessons outside that day. Lili waited in the dormitory. Yet Alien did not return. However, she felt little concern, suspecting that her afternoon test had been overly conspicuous, raising Draco's suspicions, making it difficult for Mo Chongsong to succeed. Upon exiting the castle, Lili encountered Mo Chongsong. He explained, "Master, Draco claimed he spent the entire afternoon playing Quidditch and hadn't he done his homework. So he decided to catch up tonight. When I left, he hadn't yet retired for the night." Lili nodded thoughtfully, contemplating a strategy to acquire the item. The next morning, Alien returned with news. That guy had a necklace in his pocket while he was showering yesterday, and it seemed to contain something, though I'm not entirely sure. After his shower, he put it around his neck, making it difficult to retrieve. How troublesome, Lili mused, realizing she could not bear this burden alone, and contemplated tossing the issue upward. However, Draco was the crux of the matter, and it was directly linked to the necklace around his neck. This was purely conjecture without solid evidence. Even if she informed Dumbledore, there was no guarantee he would invest significant effort into it, even if he chose to believe her. Lili felt a strong impulse to disregard the affair entirely. Yet, only days later, Alien vanished. Alien's disappearance immediately heightened Lili's alertness. She was an adult and wouldn't he simply be delayed in reporting back. Knowing that some ghosts within the school had existed for hundreds, if not thousands of years, she reasoned that nothing could kill them. Similarly, a ghost that could traverse mirrors should also be able to return. She conveyed this matter to her master through the two-way mirror, feeling the gravity of his demeanor on the other side. "Why concern yourself with such trivialities?" Bai Yuan remarked. "You should have been cautious from the moment little Mo altered that boy's fate in the dormitory. You ought to have intervened, rather than allowing matters to deteriorate to this point." Lili bit her lip. "What's done is done, master. Your reprimands are futile. Please help me devise a plan. Upon my return, I shall be doubly dutiful. How do you expect me to assist you?" Bai Yuan sighed, regarding her with exasperation. "You've grown clever during your absence. Consider it my life at stake," Lili insisted, locking her gaze onto him. Yet, Bai Yuan did not flinch. After a moment of silence, a sardonic smile crept across Bai Yuan's lips. "Ah, you've learned to be cautious after being away for a few days. You think you can use my words against me? Your disciple would not dare," Lili admitted, realizing her thoughts had been laid bare, and she refrained from further argument. "Let me tell you, the reason behind your enrollment here is indeed because you are entangled in a calamity. The danger you encountered last year was also related to this." Bai Yuan pressed his temples. "Things have been rather chaotic recently. I thought you'd prefer to avoid complications, spending 22 hours a day indulging in food, thus not meddling in affairs. Yet, unexpectedly, little Mo's mishap intertwined your fates, complicating your future." Lili listened intently. "So what of my fate?" Bai Yuan replied curtly. "You are a glutton returning to your ancestral roots. What more can be said about your fate? Among a million, none have better luck than you. Life is present, but the path forward is for you to discover. Others' interference will only create chaos." As for Alien, Lili lacked her birth date and soul flame, leaving her unable to ascertain Alien's safety, thus seeking her master's assistance. Bai Yuan remarked, "Cultivation is inherently an attempt to defy fate. She is aware of that. A century-old vengeful spirit, should she survive this ordeal, will elevate her power. But if her spirit dissipates, that is also her fate." Lili lowered her gaze, contemplating this. It implied that Alien was not in immediate mortal danger. There was still hope. However, she needed to act quickly. After all, a century-old spirit could only be so powerful. Bai Yuan perceived her thoughts and cautioned, "You would do well to refrain from meddling. She is merely a female ghost. You were often frightened by her as a child. The tighter your fates intertwine, the more perilous your situation becomes." Lili pursed her lips, silently rejecting his advice. "Never mind, I shall remain uninvolved. After all, fate is a path each must walk alone." With that, he severed the connection of the two-way mirror. Lili rubbed her face, dismissing Bai Yuan's recent revelations, and sinking into contemplation. What power had imprisoned Alien? Where could she possibly be now? Why had she been confined? Was it Draco? In Chapter 38, Nick's message unfolds. "Terrifying, utterly terrifying," Lili exclaimed as she traversed the corridor, a milky white ghost gliding past her, seemingly dazed as it repeatedly uttered a single phrase. "Wait." Suddenly, Lili turned around and called out, "Nick, Nick." Almost headless Nick, startled, turned slowly and asked, "Miss Sue, is there something you need?" "Indeed, I have a question I wish to consult with you. Might we find a quieter place to converse?" Lili proposed. The other party readily agreed. Due to the fact that Su Lili and Mo Chongsong occasionally offered food as offerings to the ghosts, they had cultivated a good relationship. And sometimes the ghosts would willingly divulge secrets about Hogwarts to them. They made their way to the Myrtle's washroom, ignoring the faint sounds of weeping emanating from within, and commenced their dialogue. "Miss, what do you wish to inquire about?" Nick asked her. "I would like to understand what you mentioned earlier regarding something terrifying," Su Lili replied. Upon hearing this, Nick shuddered visibly, his face contorting in horror. "You ought not to ask about that," he eventually said. "It is far too dreadful, too sinister. I must inform Professor Dumbledore. A student should not be privy to such knowledge." Su Lili countered, "I believe that should you share this with me, at least I would be prepared should I encounter it. If I remain ignorant, I might mistakenly bring it back to the dormitory, believing it to be something benign." Nick was swayed by her reasoning. "Very well, I shall tell you, but do not seek it out afterward. Just moments ago, I overheard someone speaking in the Forbidden Forest." Nick longed to join the Headless Hunt, feeling that his head and body were only tenuously connected, thus qualifying him. He penned a letter to them, feeling confident after finishing it, and decided to take a stroll outside the castle, the Forbidden Forest being a splendid choice. He wandered through the forest, a ghost unafraid of any peril, even startling the bulky creatures within. After some time he found himself disoriented, noticing that the trees grew denser, the sky obscured by branches, allowing little light to penetrate, rendering the daytime nearly as dark as night. This did not faze a ghost, and soon he heard voices. The sound was peculiar, the language foreign to him. Intrigued, he crept closer and discerned a woman's voice. She spoke rapidly, and judging by the intensity of her words, Nick deduced she was hurling insults. Then the man, for reasons unknown, triggered a piercing scream from the woman. Peering through the underbrush, he realized they were neither corporeal nor truly ghosts, but rather something strange. What terrified him most was witnessing the black mist emitting the man's voice engulfing the red vapor. A sudden surge of fear gripped him. He knew that if discovered, his fate would be sealed. Thus he fled, not daring to look back. The black mist, startled by his movement, swiftly pursued him and bit at his leg. Nick pointed at himself and exclaimed, "Look, I've diminished in stature. Why did it not sever my neck?" With that, my entry into the Headless Hunt would be guaranteed. Su Lili was taken aback, exclaiming, "What are you thinking at such a moment? How did you manage to escape?" she inquired. "It was the red mist that inexplicably did not flee but came to my aid, urging me to seek help in a rapid stream of English," Nick recounted. However, her English was spoken too swiftly for me to fully comprehend. Su Lili, her thoughts swirling, finally said to Nick, "Very well, I shall not impede you further. Quickly, go seek Professor Dumbledore." Upon hearing this, Nick dashed off, only to reappear through a crack in the wall, warning urgently, "Do not venture into the Forbidden Forest." I understand. Now go." Su Lili waved him away. Once Nick vanished from sight, Su Lili retrieved a string of protective talismans from her space bag, donned them, and soared off on her broom toward the Forbidden Forest. Remaining judicious, she refrained from entering, instead producing the mirror where Alan had once resided, entwining her hand with the spirit bell, and beginning to shake it. Alan, spirit return to me, Alan." She circled the Forbidden Forest, ringing the bell. The mirror served as Alan's dwelling, inscribed with their pact, and as long as they were within 100 meters, the spirit bell would surely summon her back. After moving to and fro, she finally sensed Alan's spirit nearby, amplifying her magical energy. She shook the bell fervently, until she had drawn back all of Alan's spiritual essence into the mirror. At that moment, Dumbledore and several professors hurriedly approached. "Misu, could you elucidate why you are here?" Snape's gaze bore into her. "I came because I heard of a newly emerged malevolent force in the Forbidden Forest." Su Lili admitted candidly. Snape was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "So you have entered? This is a blatant violation of school regulations." "I have not. I merely wandered in the vicinity. I have never set foot inside," Su Lili firmly denied. "Severus," Dumbledore interjected, "I believe Miss Su speaks the truth. We have pressing matters to attend to. Let us temporarily set aside the interrogation of Miss Su." Reluctantly, Snape nodded in agreement and fell silent. Dumbledore addressed Su Lili, saying, "Miss Su, we are here now. You should return to the castle, as I recall you have a class soon." Having located Alan, with her master's words still resonating in her ears, Su Lili wished to avoid further entanglement. She nodded and sprinted back toward the castle. By this time, class was nearly in session. As Su Lili entered the classroom, Professor Binns emerged from the wall, bypassing roll call and diving straight into the lesson. Su Lili was eager to check on Alan's condition, but understanding that Professor Binns might not be attentive to her, and that the other students from different houses might not harbor a particular fondness for a ghost. She resolved to endure until class concluded. Afterward, she joined Hannah and Susan for a meal in the Great Hall, before finally finding a vacant classroom to observe Alan's state. Chapter 39. The Gateway to Prosperity. Alan's condition was dire. She appeared as though something had bitten her, her spirit fragmented. Fortunately, as a spirit, no matter how shattered, she could eventually be restored. However, she would likely remain unconscious for the time being. Lili felt a pang of anxiety, ultimately producing a string of prayer beads and drawing 9 exorcism talismans for Mo Chongsong to place in the dormitory. According to Nick's account, that entity was likely another ghost. And since it was a ghost, a straightforward approach would suffice. The exorcism talismans combined with the prayer beads would ensure that unless it dared to possess Draco, it could not enter the dormitory. Yet, should it succeed in possessing him, Mo Chongsong would be able to confront it. As it turned out, the entity proved to be more cunning than they had anticipated. Mo Chongsong returned to the dormitory with Draco, taking a cautious step back, his eyes fixated on him. As soon as the door opened, the exorcism talismans manifested, and the prayer beads radiated a golden glow. Mo Chongsong tensed, gripping the sword he had drawn at some point. Prepared for any eventuality, Draco's necklace snapped, cascading down his attire and landing with a resonant clink. He shuddered, as though his strength had been drained, collapsing weakly to the side. Before Mo Chongsong could catch him, a plume of inky black mist slithered forth from the necklace, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Mo Chongsong chased after it for a few steps, but could no longer sense the black mist's whereabouts. He tossed Draco back into the dormitory, and while opening a two-way mirror to send a message to Lili, he assessed Draco's pulse, noting the intrusion of malevolent energy and slight harm. It is not a significant issue. All that is needed is to bask in the sun a bit more, and perhaps placing an exorcism talisman beneath one's pillow for a few nights will suffice. Mo Chongsong briefly informed Lili about the occurrences on his end. The fact that this entity managed to slip away right under his nose indicates its troublesome nature. Lili grew increasingly vigilant. Although the creature had escaped from Draco, one could never know when it might return, and it could very well target other students or even professors. Upon regaining consciousness, Draco often hesitated to speak in front of Lili and the others. His demeanor towards Harry was particularly peculiar, oscillating between embarrassment and a cold, piercing glare. Eventually, Draco approached Lili when fewer people were around, accompanied by Mo Chongsong. I can't quite explain what happened back at the Leaky Cauldron. Witnessing Potter and Lockhart basking in the limelight elicited a scornful retort from me, and I felt increasingly uncharacteristic. Draco recounted his state of mind, revealing a tinge of disdain as he continued. For reasons unknown, I later sought out Weasley to apologize. I believe I wanted something from Percy Weasley, but he refused to provide it. Suddenly, Lili recalled Ginny and her conversation with Percy. She pondered for a moment, then glanced at Draco's pallid complexion, her skepticism mounting. Are you truly oblivious to what that item is? Draco's already wan features grew even more ashen, and after a brief silence he resolutely declared, I do not know. In that instant, Lili comprehended that he should not be privy to that knowledge, as it could spell trouble for him or indeed, for the entire Malfoy family. Not knowing is inconsequential. You may reflect upon your words from that moment, and make some conjectures, Lili encouraged. Very well. I shall contemplate this further, Draco replied, locking eyes with her, both silently reaching an understanding. With the realization that the entity sought something, Lili felt a sense of reassurance. Observing Percy from across the dining table, she noted that he did not exhibit the same ill-fated demeanor as Ginny, allowing her to gradually relax. A day later, Draco informed her, it was a diary, black and quite old. I haven't perused its contents, but I vaguely recall that it is no longer in Percy's possession. Draco had returned with a palpable clue. Yet it was a vexing one. Where could a missing diary possibly be hidden? In the following days, Lili found herself scrutinizing students from other houses, assessing their visages, and even resorting to divination when confronted with uncertainty, leaving her head spinning. She reflected on her hasty actions following Alan's incident. Rather than doubting this and that, it would be wiser to keep it close to Draco. At worst, she could monitor him daily. Nevertheless, the events had transpired, and she chose not to dwell on it for long. When challenges arose, one must confront them head-on. For an extended period, tranquility enveloped the school. During this time, Dumbledore sought a meeting with Lili and the others. She disclosed everything, Draco, the diary, and her speculations regarding the entity in the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore, perhaps accustomed to Gryffindor's proactive nature, was momentarily taken aback by Su Lili's candidness. He awarded her 20 points and expressed keen interest in the exorcism talisman, hoping to see it utilized throughout the school. Su Lili understood this to mean he desired her to create more talismans to distribute or sell. Headmaster, while it is preferable to wear these talismans, we cannot expect all students to be compliant. Moreover, unless there are overt attacks, most would not be inclined to purchase such items, she asserted. Miss Su, your insights suggest you may have a solution, Dumbledore remarked. Rather than having them carried, it would be more effective to affix these charms in public spaces, such as the common rooms of each house or classrooms, especially those where students dare not skip class. Su Lili proposed. Dumbledore found her reasoning compelling. Consequently, at a reduced rate, she procured a considerable number of exorcism talismans, affixing them in various classrooms, particularly in potions class. In the period following the placement of the talismans, the school buzzed with activity. These charms not only detected malevolent spirits, but also revealed items of dark magic. This led to considerable distress among some unruly students, particularly those with an abundance of dark artifacts. They found themselves having their contraband confiscated during class, resulting in deductions and detentions. Meanwhile, the instigator, Su Lili, cradled her freshly acquired galleons, finally grasping the essence of a lucrative enterprise. A gateway to prosperity gradually unfolded before her. Chapter 40. The Death Day Celebration. Greetings, Lili. Nearly headless Nick intercepted Su Lili on her path. Hello, Nick, she paused. Is there something you need? May I invite you to my 500th Death Day celebration? It will be held this Halloween Eve. I have just invited Harry. Nick shyly expressed his intent. A Death Day celebration? Su Lili was taken aback. Who would wish to commemorate the day of their demise? I understand this may be difficult for you to accept. Perhaps it is a bit excessive? You would prefer to attend the school's festivities, wouldn't you? Although Nick articulated this, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. If you would be willing. Oh, I have no objections, Su Lili replied. I can join you for dinner, provided a portion is set aside for the living. That would be splendid, Nick exclaimed. I shall host the event in a spacious underground classroom. My friends will be arriving from all corners of the realm. Nick momentarily forgot his previous disappointment regarding the headless hunt, having successfully invited both Harry Potter and Su Lili, which delighted him immensely. On Halloween Eve, the school thrummed with excitement. The great hall was adorned with live bats and Hagrid's colossal pumpkins carved into lanterns. However, this was of little concern to Su Lili, who was occupied in preparing the table for Nick. Ghosts could not physically interact with objects, so even if they observed Su Lili offering food, they were helpless without assistance. Having arranged the empty classroom, Su Lili couldn't shake the odd feeling it evoked. Doesn't this resemble a wake? She quietly inquired of Mo Chongsong. Not at all. Mo Chongsong replied straightforwardly, aside from the candle and incense, there is nothing reminiscent of that. Su Lili struck her right fist into her left palm. But the candle and incense embody the essence of a wake. Forget it, she decided. Nick's friends gradually began to arrive, and the band commenced to play. Su Lili initially held high hopes for the music, but when the cacophony of 30 musical saws erupted, she was left at a loss for how to respond. This is even worse than my arrow playing. No wonder my master always encouraged me by saying I had some talent, she muttered. The sound of the music was akin to countless people scraping their sharp nails against a chalkboard. Mo Chongsong remained silent, thinking that the meaning conveyed by the elder was not this. Su Lili's singing was off-key, her drawing skills faltered even in copying, and her piano playing was no better. She could memorize the fingerings, yet she would still stray from the melody multiple times. However, to assert that Su Lili possessed no talent at all would be inaccurate. She had a keen sense of rhythm, having worked diligently to prove herself. Yet it proved to be of little consequence. Her eyes understood, her mind comprehended, but her hands could not comply. In the end, inability remains inability. Su Lili possesses an extraordinary ability to discern whether others are playing music or singing off-key. When it is her turn, she promptly corrects her mistakes, only to falter once more the next time. As she observes the phantoms dancing to the music, she finds the spectacle both visually and orally displeasing, prompting her to grab a piece of cake from the table and indulge. Mo Chongsong stands nearby, lost in thought. I recall Su Lili suddenly exclaiming, "You seem to have some musical talent." Mo Chongsong, regaining his focus, nodded and replied, "Indeed. I can play and sing a piece on various instruments." In that case, Su Lili suggested, "When the music here pauses, I shall approach Nick and request you to perform a piece. Afterward, we can make our exit." Mo Chongsong had no objections. Before long, Harry and the others arrived. Upon seeing Su Lili, Hermione adeptly maneuvered around the ghosts and approached them. "Lili," she called out. Sue Lili offered each of them a small piece of cake, saying, "Good evening. You all appear to be rather cold." "Well, is it not warm here?" Ron replied, taking a bite and mumbling, "It tastes delightful." "Do ghosts also consume human food?" Harry queried, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I recall Nick mentioning that he hadn't eaten anything in nearly 500 years when we first started school." Turning to point at the makeshift altar they had set up, Sue Lili indicated that it was the buffet from which they could serve themselves. They all turned to look. Still perplexed but no longer inclined to delve into the topic of how ghosts partake of food, their disinterest in music and dance left them with few options. It seemed fitting to simply enjoy some food and drink as a way to celebrate the impending Halloween. Suddenly, Peeves emerged from beneath the table, donning a vibrant orange party hat and a spinning bow tie, seemingly attempting to startle them. However, none of the table's occupants were frightened. Upon catching sight of the people seated at the table, he let out a shriek and retreated. Aval interlod, su Lili markt. At that moment, nearly headless Nick floated through the crowd, greeting his friends. "Are you having fun?" All the ghosts and humans chimed in yes, merely for the sake of the event's singularly edible offering. He proudly declared that the turnout was satisfactory, mentioning that his time to speak was approaching, and he needed to alert the band. Just then, a horn blared, prompting the band and everyone in the underground classroom to fall silent and look around with excitement. Nick, however, appeared quite displeased. "Oh dear," he muttered. Suddenly, 12 ghostly horses emerged from the walls of the underground classroom, each ridden by a headless horseman, prompting enthusiastic applause from all attending ghosts. Harry joined in the clapping, but halted upon noticing Nick's expression. The ghostly steeds came to a sudden halt in the center of the dance floor, and the foremost horse bore a large, imposing ghost who clutched his elder's beard under his arm while blowing the horn. The ghost dismounted and raised his head high in the air to survey the gathering below. As he strode toward nearly headless Nick, he casually stuffed his head back onto his neck. "Nick," the ghost bellowed. "How are you? Is your head still attached?" He then erupted into a fit of laughter, slapping nearly headless Nick on the shoulder. Nick frowned slightly and replied stiffly, "Welcome, Patrick." Chapter 41. The Instrumental Rogue. Sir Patrick soon spotted Sue Lili and the others, feigning astonishment as he leapt high into the air, exclaiming, "Living beings!" This motion caused his head to fall off once more, eliciting hearty laughter from the crowd. Nearly headless Nick maintained a stern expression, remarking, "Very amusing." Sir Patrick, evidently believing Nick to be sulking due to their earlier rejection, cackled loudly at him. After catching Nick's meaningful glance, Harry hastily said, "I find Nick quite terrifying and—" "I suppose he compelled you to say that." Sir Patrick, clearly unconvinced of Harry's sincerity, swiftly called him out. "I disagree," Sue Lili interjected. "Many ghosts possess complete bodies, and quite a few have heads completely severed from their bodies, but it is rare to find one like Nick with such an experience. Who would wish to be like him?" Sir Patrick's head exclaimed, "He is not frightening at all." Sue Lili retorted, "One such as you is hardly terrifying. Heads drop from here and there. It's a trick that has grown stale after hundreds of years." "You speak nonsense." Sir Patrick angrily stepped before her. "You know nothing of our amusement." "What amusement?" Sue Lili countered. "Scaring people? I have encountered ghosts 10 times more terrifying than you. Would you care to witness?" "You are boasting." "I shall expose your lies, so let us see for ourselves." Sir Patrick laughed heartily, and the other members of the ghostly entourage joined in. Sue Lili remained unmoved, while those who had laughed alongside Sir Patrick fell silent. A blood-stained hand suddenly rested on Sir Patrick's shoulder, and he felt an inexplicable heaviness. Sir Patrick, intrigued, turned his head and beheld a bride ghost behind him, clad in a wedding gown. Her eyes wept dried streams of blood, her body limp and unnaturally still, resembling not a ghost in the state of death, but rather a long-deceased corpse, propped up like a cadaver. Upon catching sight of her face, the bride's rigid countenance contorted into a smile, appearing eerily grotesque. Suddenly, her eyeball plopped from its socket, and half of her facial skin sloughed away, revealing ghastly white bones beneath. Before Sir Patrick could scream, a bright red tongue erupted from the bride's mouth, extending longer and faster than imaginable, wrapping around Sir Patrick's head and dragging it away from the gathering of ghosts. Everyone present could hear the terrified screams of that head, as its body attempted to retrieve it but, blinded by the absence of eyes, it wandered aimlessly in the wrong direction. The ghosts did not pity Sir Patrick, rather, they roared with laughter at the spectacle, finding it utterly delightful. "Will anything terrible occur?" Hermione asked anxiously, gazing toward the direction the bride ghost had departed. "What could possibly happen?" "Do you not find this amusing, Hermione?" Ron exclaimed. "Just look at how pompous he was moments ago. I think a headless Sir Patrick is much more endearing, don't you agree?" Sue Lili did not respond but instead observed nearly headless Nick, whose lips curled into an involuntary smile. Nick, little Emo wishes to perform a piece for you. What do you think? Nick, in high spirits, turned to Emo Chongsong, who stood nearby, invisible. Oh really? That sounds splendid. I look forward to it. The trio cast curious glances at them, finally diverting their thoughts from the disembodied head. Emo Chongsong shyly smiled and then stepped onto the stage, producing a swona. Sue Lili's anticipatory smile faltered, and she inwardly began to recall the pieces that could be played on the swona. Ultimately, she sorrowfully realized that there were too many compositions possible, and she had no inkling whether Emo Chongsong would choose an appropriate melody for this occasion. Regardless of her thoughts, it was evident that this was not a festive atmosphere, and a mournful tune seemed equally unsuitable. Sue Lili silently prayed that Emo Chongsong would refrain from playing A River of Wind, and ideally, would not perform The Phoenix Welcomes the Birds. Hermione and her companions were perplexed by Sue Lili's decision to have Emo Chongsong perform music, eagerly anticipating a delightful melody from him. When he unveiled the peculiar little trumpet, curiosity gripped them, as they were unfamiliar with it. Ron, noticing Sue Lili's slightly distressed expression, sensed something was amiss. However, he reasoned that, regardless of how unpleasant Emo Chongsong's music might be, it was bound to surpass the recent performance by the band. This thought only heightened his desire to hear him play. The ghosts, too, gazed curiously at Emo Chongsong, uncertain of his intentions. As he produced the first note, Sue Lili's composure shattered, and she lamented, "I'm sorry, Nick, I should not have suggested this." Yet, when Emo Chongsong played A River's Breeze, the audience was entranced. Though the piece was somewhat unconventional, it was undeniably more melodious than the previous band's performance. As he finished, the ghosts clamored for an encore. Emo Chongsong, however, remained steadfast in his plans, stowing away his swona and making his way off stage, only to be pulled away by Sue Lili. The trio exchanged glances and discreetly slipped out, catching snippets of Sue Lili's gentle admonishments to Emo Chongsong. Though it is Nick's 500th anniversary, he seems eager to celebrate this occasion. How could you play A River's Breeze here? She questioned. I had several pieces in mind, but this is the one I am most proficient at. Even if they may not be familiar with the others, I felt more confident with this one. Emo Chongsong defended himself. That makes sense, Sue Lili acknowledged. In their homeland, with a stable order and powerful practitioners rarely faced with troubles, Emo Chongsong's experiences were limited to helping others select auspicious dates and assisting his master with rural funerals, which is why he often played A River's Breeze. While he was also familiar with 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, such performances had become uncommon in rural celebrations, rendering him less practiced. Reflecting on this, Sue Lili sighed. During the summer, she took on various jobs alongside her master, traversing the country to earn meager pay. Without national support or funding, their lives were challenging. The path of cultivation is indeed arduous. Chapter 42, A Giant Serpent. Shaking her head, Sue Lili thought, even if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall enough to hold it up. Why should I worry? Just then she heard a faint sound, akin to something rubbing against the wall. However, when she paused and tilted her head to listen closely, the sound vanished. What's wrong, Lili? Hermione asked, linking her arm with Sue Lili's. I suspect you haven't had enough to eat. Shall we head to the hall to see if there's anything left? Sue Lili glanced at the palm of her right hand, with the coin showing tails. This matter was not her concern, and she ought not to interfere. Thus, she took a step forward, walking alongside Hermione toward the staircase leading to the foyer. Wait, Harry interjected, having heard a chilling voice, one he had encountered previously in Lockhart's office. Tear you apart, kill you. What's the matter, Harry? The group turned to see him halt before the stone wall, attentively listening and glancing around. The voice resurfaced, prompting Harry to hush them. Sue Lili recalled hearing them mention that Harry had heard a cold, murderous voice, yet Lockhart, who had been in the same room, had not perceived it. Everyone fell silent, and Sue Lili distinctly heard the unmistakable sound of something slithering, judging by the noise. It was undoubtedly a large serpent, but she could not speak. Catching Emo Chongsong's expression of hesitation, she silenced him with a glance. This way, Harry suddenly called out, dashing ahead into the foyer. The hall echoed with laughter and merriment, and Harry reasoned that they would not be able to hear any other sounds there, which prompted him to sprint up the stairs, and they had no choice but to follow. Hermione, growing fatigued, could not help but voice her thoughts. Harry, what are we doing? Harry urged, listening intently before exclaiming, He is going to kill. He then bounded up the stairs with urgency. The others had no choice but to continue trailing behind, eventually arriving at an empty corridor. Ron, panting and wiping sweat from his brow, turned to Harry. What's going on, Harry? I can't hear anything. At the end of the corridor, Mrs. Norris glared at them coldly, licking her paw. You brought us here just to see it? Hermione quipped, her lips twitching. Harry, equally perplexed, replied, no, that voice. It said it smelled blood. I thought it was going to kill, but there's no one here. Su Lili and Mo Chongsong, with sharper eyes, noticed that Mrs. Norris was being stalked by a predator lurking above. Instinctively, they looked up. The hidden hunter recoiled into the shadows, creating a commotion. What was that noise? The trio exclaimed, startled. Mrs. Norris reacted more dramatically, her fur standing on end as she leapt away from them in fright. Harry lingered for a moment, but the voice faded away, resigned. They made their way back toward the hall, only to find the festivities had concluded. What a rotten day, Ron lamented. Hermione shared his disappointment, though she did not express it as overtly. They returned to their respective common rooms, while Su Lili and Mo Chongsong quietly speculated about the creature. It must be a snake, Su Lili mused, closing her eyes and estimating its size by the sounds she had heard, between 12 to 17 meters long and 20 to 30 centimeters wide. Could it be a magical transformation? Mo Chongsong shook his head. I've never heard of such a transformation among magical creatures here. However, someone must know what kind of snake it is. Let Dumbledore worry about it. Su Lili dismissed the thought, not wanting to overthink it, as it would only lead to hunger. Let us discuss it tomorrow. The next day, Su Lili approached Professor Sprout, noting that Dumbledore had not appeared in the hall. His office's password was generally unknown, so it was time to seek her househead. Dumbledore has his own matters to attend to. Why not choose to inform me? Professor Sprout felt somewhat wounded by her student bypassing her to seek out the headmaster. Professor, it's not that I distrust you, but I must ensure this matter remains known to as few people as possible. If you are curious, you may inquire with Dumbledore later. Su Lili stati fermly. If too many people were aware, then Su Lili's secrecy from Harry and the others would be rendered futile. As for Professor Sprout, that was a dilemma for Dumbledore to contend with. Su Lili was granted an audience with Dumbledore, who always had an array of snacks in his office. Today, there were ice cream scoops and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans laid out before her. Su Lili opted to indulge only in the ice cream, avoiding the peculiar flavors. Headmaster, yesterday Mo and I discovered. Su Lili recounted the events like spilling beans, emphasizing her reasons for concealing information. If I become too entwined with the threads of fate here, I will eventually be unable to foresee the outcomes. I hope you understand. Dumbledore blinked, acknowledging, I am aware of this matter. The mystical divination of the East cannot predict events related to oneself or blood relatives, correct? Not entirely, Su Lili replied. It is possible, but the margin for error is significant. One cannot ascertain whether the outcome is before or after a change, leading to easily made misjudgments. Of course, most individuals cannot discern it at all. Dumbledore expressed that he would only conduct discreet inquiries, and even upon obtaining results, would strive to resolve matters quietly. As long as you refrain from divulging your plans to me, and do not inquire about related matters, said Su Lili, if I have other considerations, I shall let them unfold naturally. Dumbledore, lacking a profound understanding of Eastern divination, could merely acquiesce to Su Lili's wishes, reiterating his commitment not to contravene her intentions. However, I must ensure that no harm befalls the students, Dumbledore asserted. Of course, that remains your responsibility, Su Lili replied, offering no further comment as she departed from Dumbledore's office. Having cast aside yet another matter, Su Lili felt considerably more at ease, though a nagging sensation lingered that she had overlooked something. Nevertheless, it was likely inconsequential, wasn't it? Where is my head? Where has it gone? Return it to me at once, Sir Patrick exclaimed. Chapter 43, The Attack. The headless Nick and his spectral companions were in despair after witnessing the play. A guest had lost his head while attending his own death anniversary celebration. After sharing a laugh, they now faced the daunting task of recovering it. All the ghosts in the classroom mobilized. Yet they were unable to locate the female ghost who had absconded with Sir Patrick's head. This was indeed a significant predicament. Thus, they had no choice but to seek Su Lili's assistance in retrieving the head. The ghosts traversed through walls, scouring the castle for Su Lili, eventually encountering Bloodman Barlow in a corridor. Covered in splotches of blood, Barlow halted before Su Lili, stating, "Last night, that ghost took Patrick's head. You must retrieve it." With that, he fixed his gaze intently upon her. Oh. Su Lili suddenly recalled what she had forgotten, and promptly released the newly acquired female ghost from the summer. The ghost, clutching a severed head, was most reluctant to comply with Su Lili's request to return it. She was a vengeful spirit who had not been able to marry in life. Unable to enter her husband's ancestral hall, she could not find rest in death. Now, Having encountered a prime candidate, she wished to fulfill her desire for a ghostly marriage. Su Lili called to her twice, but the ghost remained unresponsive. Ultimately, Su Lili resorted to forceful persuasion, compelling Bloodman Barlow to return the head to Sir Patrick. Reluctant to court further trouble, Barlow seized the head and departed, informing the other ghosts that there was no longer a need to seek Su Lili, as she was currently in a foul mood, and anyone approaching her risked a beating. Headless Nick reclaimed his head from Barlow, who had grown weary of Patrick's incessant lamentations, and returned it to his body. Nick beamed with pride as he regarded Patrick, relishing his discomfort, and expressed gratitude to the ghosts who had attended his 500th death anniversary. However, as he thanked each one, a sense of unease gripped him. Where has the weeping widow gone? And the portly friar? Have any of you seen them? The other ghosts exchanged glances, counting among themselves, only to discover that several had gone missing. This was no trivial matter. Ultimately, it was the students who stumbled upon the vanished ghosts, now cloaked in darkness and shrouded in mist throughout the castle. The professors were alerted, unable to fathom what force could have wrought such a transformation upon the spirits. Undoubtedly, this incited widespread panic. What malevolence had befallen the ghosts? Had a dark wizard infiltrated Hogwarts? Surely not, for Dumbledore was still present. What dark wizard could dare enter? What of last year's events had they been forgotten? Moreover, the spectral transformations were not the work of a dark wizard, but rather dark magic. What other power could accomplish such a feat? In the ensuing days, the topic dominated discussions throughout the school, with professors struggling to control the narrative. It wasn't until the Quidditch match drew near that attention shifted, for the attack had merely altered the ghosts' appearances. No one was injured. Thus they did not regard the matter with excessive gravity. This is quite unfavorable, Mo Chongsong remarked as he approached Su Lili. Flint has been preoccupied devising strategies to thwart Harry in the Quidditch arena. He appears utterly fatigued. Next week. Su Lili shook her head, replying, "You know I do not pay much attention to such matters. However, with a week remaining, I believe he should be able to adjust his condition. And with you in the team, Slytherin's chances of victory remain substantial." Unlike Su Lili, Mo Chongsong was a formal chaser for Slytherin, unlike her, merely a substitute. Perhaps, he conceded, harboring little hope. A week passed swiftly, and as the clock approached 11 o'clock, the entire student body made their way to the Quidditch pitch. The weather was hot and humid, with distant thunder rumbling in the sky. Su Lili, clutching a large cup of fresh apple juice, ascended to the stands. This time, she would not sit in the Gryffindor section, for both competing houses boasted friends of hers. As the players took to the field, Su Lili could hear the unmistakable jeers directed at Slytherin. They were decidedly unpopular. Uncertain of how events had escalated to this point, she took a deep breath of her apple juice, which felt slightly warm. A chill coursed through her palm, and a layer of ice formed at the bottom of the cup, rendering the apple juice delightfully refreshing. In the center of the pitch, Madame Hooch called for the team captains to shake hands. Flint and Wood exchanged menacing glares, their hands tightly clasped as though engaged in an arm wrestling contest. Su Lili suddenly sensed something amiss. Glancing at Flint and then Wood, she felt a disquieting tension. Moreover, she looked skyward and perceived an unfamiliar presence approaching. Madame Hooch blew her whistle, and the crowd erupted in cheers as the players soared into the air. Su Lili noticed the diminutive figure that had previously appeared shifting closer to Harry. I mean to say, why does Harry always encounter such peculiarities while playing Quidditch? Is this the power of the Chosen One? Draco and Harry squinted against the sky, scanning for the golden snitch. The atmosphere markedly quieter than during their earlier confrontations at the start of the school year. Harry was engrossed in his search when out of nowhere, a bludger hurtled toward him. With remarkable skill he narrowly dodged the rogue ball, his heart racing. That was close, Harry. George sped past him, wielding his bat in an attempt to strike the bludger toward the Slytherin players. Distracted by this event, Draco glanced at Harry, noting he was unharmed, and returned his focus to the game. However, he had not anticipated that the bludger would veer mid-flight and target Harry once more. Taking advantage of Harry's moment of evasion, George struck the ball hard back toward him. Draco thought, "What have I done to deserve this?" Fortunately, the bludger altered its course yet again, careening toward Harry's head. At this point, even the dimmest observer would understand that something was amiss. Harry accelerated, soaring toward the opposite end of the pitch, yet the bludger relentlessly pursued him. Fred intercepted the ball mid-flight, striking it away, but before he could revel in his success, it returned, as though Harry were magnetized. With no other option, Harry hastened to evade it. The skies began to rain. Chapter 44. Capturing the Golden Snitch. The current score was 600, with Slytherin in the lead. The bludger seemed intent on knocking Harry from the sky. Fred and George had to fly closely alongside him, continuously waving their arms to deflect the ball. This left Harry with little hope of locating the golden snitch. Yet, among the players, there was another who shared their frustration. Mo Chongsong originally intended to engage in an exhilarating match, yet the bludger failed to veer in his direction, rendering his experience utterly devoid of excitement. Cedric offered a bag of open chips to Su Lili, remarking, "That bludger is rather peculiar. Do you think it might have been bewitched by someone?" It was evident that Su Lili, without hesitation, grabbed a handful, oblivious to who might be responsible. Unlike the Slytherins, Cedric extracted his binoculars to scrutinize the expressions of the Slytherin players, particularly focusing on Draco, who appeared somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Su Lili nodded, "Look at Mo. He's utterly bored." Unbeknownst to her, Cedric's gaze flickered momentarily after her remark. Cedric casually inquired, "I learned a bit of Chinese before. Does Mo mean uncle?" This prompted Su Lili to enthusiastically elaborate on the meaning of Shirshu. "Essentially, you're his elder," she explained. Cedric's smile brightened a touch. "That's correct," Su Lili affirmed. "Though I may be younger, my seniority is greater. I hadn't really considered it since arriving here. Otherwise, his friends would likely be of a lower generation than mine." Cedric chuckled. "Then as Hufflepuffs, we must generally be a generation above Slytherins. If you find this amusing, you could let him call you Shirshu." Su Lili imagined the scene and felt certain that Mo Chongsong's serious demeanor would eventually crack. As their conversation continued merrily, they were abruptly drawn back to the Quidditch match by Madame Hooch's whistle. The players descended, and the Gryffindor team was embroiled in some dispute. Su Lili asked, "Will they investigate that strange bludger?" "I don't think so," Cedric shook his head. "If they request an investigation, they would be disqualified from the match. Given the current score, Gryffindor would be doomed." As the rain intensified slightly, Su Lili erected a transparent rain canopy in the Hufflepuff stands, shielding everyone thoroughly. "Quite impressive," Cedric remarked. "In truth, your need to learn magic here is unnecessary, isn't it? Your abilities are already quite formidable. Yet it is still essential. Mastering multiple skills never hinders one," Su Lili countered. "And entirely different magical systems are worthy of our exploration." She refrained from disclosing her ulterior motives for being there. The other Hufflepuff students expressed their gratitude for Su Lili's actions, and contributed some snacks they had brought. The spectators in the other stands were not so fortunate. They resorted to various means to shield themselves from the rain. Facing the resentful glances of other spectators, the Hufflepuffs held their heads high, filled with pride. Soon, they concluded their discussion, and Madame Hooch blew her whistle once more, prompting them to soar into the sky, where the bludger once again pursued Harry. Harry maneuvered his broomstick, deftly evading the relentless bludger. Draco, aside from a fleeting glance at him at the start, remained focused on searching for the golden snitch, undeterred by Harry's predicaments. "I've spotted the golden snitch," Su Lili suddenly declared. Cedric raised his binoculars, scanning the area. "Where?" Su Lili pointed to a spot on the field, saying, "To the left of Wood. It's now flying toward Slytherin. Slytherin is about to win." Draco had yet to see it. If Potter caught the golden snitch, Gryffindor would surely turn the tide in their favor. Cedric was reluctant to draw conclusions, believing the situation on the field could shift dramatically. "No. I say this because Mo has seen it," Su Lili laughed. Mo Chongsong had found the match quite tedious. One bludger was solely fixated on Harry, while the other was being kept at bay by Fred and George, who had been surrounding Harry. When Wood called for a timeout, Fred and George returned. Yet Mo Chongsong still felt a sense of ennui. At that moment, he spotted the golden snitch approaching him. He altered his course, rushing to alert Draco, as Harry's back was turned to them, providing the perfect opportunity for Draco to seize the snitch. However, commentator Lee Jordan discerned their intentions. Slytherin's Mo had inexplicably abandoned the pursuit of the bludger, and was now heading towards Malfoy. What could he be up to? Malfoy darted forward, having spotted the golden snitch. Harry abruptly turned his broom towards Draco, chasing after him. The golden snitch seemed reluctant to be captured, veering in another direction. Draco pursued relentlessly, with Harry trailing closely behind, less than 3 meters away, while the bludger continued its chase, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Both teams halted, fixated on this pivotal moment that would determine the outcome. Draco accelerated once more, seizing the golden snitch, and Harry felt a wave of despair wash over him upon witnessing that moment. Yet he had no time for despair. The frenzied bludger was still in pursuit. At the instant Draco caught the golden snitch, Harry slowed slightly, allowing the bludger to close the distance between them. He realized that advancing further would result in colliding with Draco, prompting him to instinctively dive towards the ground. However, the bludger in its proximity struck Draco squarely in the back, sending him tumbling from his broom. Harry, startled, controlled his broomstick to fly forward and catch Draco. The broom dipped suddenly, and Harry lacked the strength to hold onto Draco, resulting in both of them plummeting onto the sandy ground below. Fortunately, their fall was not from a great height, and they sustained only minor injuries. Harry's elbow hit the ground first, the impact fracturing his arm, while Draco's back hit the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed. That blasted ball. Don't let me find out who did this, Draco gritted his teeth, seething with anger. Chapter 45. The Chamber of Secrets and the Attack. Lili observed Lockhart striding into the center of the field, issuing commands, and an ominous suspicion arose within her. She descended with the crowd, hearing Lockhart proclaim, "Do not worry, everyone. I have treated injuries of this nature before. There will be no mistakes. Now I shall demonstrate for you. But do not think I am more skilled than Madame Pomfrey. No one would think such a thing." Lili silently sympathized with the two boys on the ground, who had already lost consciousness, their figures a muddled mess of mud and rain. She heard the click of a camera nearby and turned to see Colin Creevey, who had been idolizing Harry since the start of the term, snapping pictures. Lili mused that taking photos of Harry in such a state would likely not earn Colin any favor with him. Was this truly Harry's fervent fan? Or did he resemble more of a detractor? Moreover, judging by the lad's appearance, he hardly seemed destined for longevity. The photograph was quickly developed, and Lili, with her exceptional eyesight, caught a glimpse of it, noting Draco's legs also made an appearance, which Colin appeared less than pleased about. Wizards were indeed sturdier than ordinary folk. And Harry soon regained consciousness, feeling somewhat drained as he realized he was still on the field. Lockhart, noticing Harry had awakened, extended his hands, signaling for silence, then leaned down to look at Harry, revealing a dazzling smile. "Oh no, not you." Harry felt a sense of foreboding. Yet his voice was too faint for Lockhart to hear, who loudly addressed the Gryffindor students attempting to approach. "I have no idea what he's saying." He then turned back to Harry. "Do not worry, Harry. I am about to treat your arm." Harry's face contorted in terror. "No. Just let it be." Lockhart, however, disregarded his words, offering a soothing reassurance. "Do not fret. This is merely a simple spell, one I have employed countless times." Harry found himself utterly powerless to resist as Lockhart twirled his wand, directing it at Harry's arm. Lili watched in dismay as Harry's arm transformed into a limp, rubber-like appendage, feeling a profound sympathy for him. She traced the design of a coin in her palm, deciding it was not the time to draw attention to herself. After tormenting Harry, Lockhart seemed to be aware of his misdeed, yet he feigned nonchalance, stating, "Indeed, such things can happen. However, the bones are mended now. Well, Harry, you may stroll to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey can attend to you further." He dared not experiment with Draco, so both boys were escorted to Madame Pomfrey. Lili chose not to follow immediately, planning to wait until after dinner to visit. Draco, evidently far more fortunate than Harry, was spotted at the Slytherin table during dinner, surrounded by his fellow Quidditch players, his smile radiant. Meanwhile, Harry was required to remain with Madame Pomfrey until the following day, with Hermione lamenting his distress from consuming Skeelgrow, noting that the process of bone regrowth was quite painful. Ron, standing nearby, quipped, "Now you know, right? Lockhart is nothing but a fool with no real talent." Hermione appeared displeased, deliberately ignoring his remark. The next day, Harry was discharged, bearing grave news. Colin had been attacked. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor, had been discovered by Dumbledore the previous night, transformed into a stone statue. They speculated that his camera might have captured an image of the assailant. But when Dumbledore opened the camera's back, a noxious, burnt smell emanated from it, revealing that the film had been entirely melted. Harry, filled with guilt, remarked, "Colin had a bunch of grapes with him. Professor McGonagall surmised he intended to sneak to the hospital wing to see me." "It is not your fault, Harry," Ron interjected. "I heard something," Lili spoke up. "There's quite a stir in our house. A wall has appeared with fresh red blood, inscribed with the message, 'The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemies.'" The Hufflepuff upperclassmen had dismissed it as a joke, unaware of Colin's assault, believing it merely a prank. In light of the ghost's recent transformation and Colin's attack, that message now took on a sinister and chilling tone. Additionally, "I encountered Dobby yesterday evening," Harry recalled, regaining their attention. He revealed that this year is perilous at school, and he wishes to leave, causing various incidents. He also mentioned that the orchestrator of this plot is quite powerful, alluding to the Chamber of Secrets, a chamber that has been opened before. "Initially, I was unaware, thinking the chamber was simply a hidden place within the school, seldom discovered. However, based on what Lili just said, it seems it may not be an ordinary chamber at all." Hermione covered her mouth in shock. The last time the chamber was opened, something terrifying occurred. What was it? He did not disclose that information to me. We must devise a plan, Hermione resolved. Hermione proceeded to the library to research, while Harry and Ron sought information from others. Although classmates might be oblivious, their parents surely possessed some knowledge. By Sunday evening, the news of Colin Creevy's attack had spread throughout the school. Hufflepuff upperclassmen were constantly surrounded by first years, accompanied by a few second and third year students, all huddled together for safety. Lili crafted protective talismans and distributed them to her friends. Subsequently, one day, unfamiliar upperclassmen from other houses approached her, seeking to exchange talismans. Lili was initially perplexed until she learned that an upperclassman had made a mistake during potions class, resulting in a powerful explosion. Many were affected. Yet those who received her talismans were enveloped in a protective shield, emerging unscathed. Of course, injuries from Snape's venomous attacks and point deductions were another matter. The recent attacks had instilled a sense of dread among the students, prompting them to seek information about the source of the talismans, which led them to Lili. Seizing this opportunity, Lili profited handsomely, as others felt reluctant to accept her talismans without compensation. Chapter 46, The Diary. Signs of damage were evident in Slytherin's emblem. In late November, Mo Chongsong brought Lili this troubling news. Another incident related to Slytherin, Lili remarked, gazing at him. Is there a peculiar fondness for Slytherin in all this chaos? Do you believe it is the same as before, or perhaps a diary? Uncertain. Would you like me to investigate? Mo Chongsong inquired. Lili nodded. Please do so discreetly. If it pertains to the previous incident, do not raise alarm. If it is a diary. She glanced at her divination results, determining that if it were a diary, it should be retrieved. Such an object should not be present at this time. The following day, Mo Chongsong returned with an ancient diary, dated from 50 years prior. Accompanying him was Draco, who, upon noticing Lili's questioning gaze, explained, I was able to procure this quickly and smoothly thanks to Draco's assistance. Lili then turned her attention to Draco. Recently, Flint had been inexplicably irritable, frequently clashing with others, exhibiting an exuberance reminiscent of someone who had struck a great fortune. Draco elaborated on how he discovered the diary, linking it to the previous incident where I had been controlled by that object, sensing something amiss. Coincidentally, I noticed that Mo seemed to have detected his odd behavior. Thus I played a minor role in the situation. Draco had distracted Flint, allowing Mo to search for suspicious items in Flint's dormitory. Flint's room harbored numerous dark magical artifacts, which Mo could not distinguish, so he took them all and requested Draco's help in identifying them. Upon seeing the diary, my previously hazy memories became vividly clear. Draco fabricated a story from there, and promptly selected it. That is how it transpired. Lili opened the diary to find it entirely blank, with not a single word inscribed, save for the first page which bore the name of its owner, Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle, huh? Lili chuckled unexpectedly. This diary concealed a fragment of a soul, though it was not particularly strong. What? Draco inquired, momentarily confused, as Lili had just spoken in Chinese. Nothing. Lili replied, closing the diary. Can you ascertain what Flint has been up to recently? Please, Slytherin is not Hufflepuff. Do you think information can be so easily obtained? Draco retorted with irritation. I can try, Mo Chongsong offered. Begin with that. If it fails, I shall consider alternative methods, Lili replied, then seemed to recall something. Glancing at Draco, remember, do not disclose this matter to anyone. Draco furrowed his brow. This is perilous, Lili cautioned, gesturing toward the diary, and quite troublesome. Draco comprehended the implications of her words, silently acknowledging the need to avoid trouble for the Malfoy family. Draco's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that his actions were in defiance of his father. He should remain oblivious to the existence of this diary, and it was best to keep his distance from it. Yet at this moment, Draco licked his parched lips, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him. Born from the rebellion against his father's long-standing authority, the onset of his rebellious phase arrived with such swiftness and ease. I understand now, rest assured, Draco declared. Lili cast him a curious glance, sensing that he was indulging in some peculiar mental gymnastics. From that point until mid-December, no further incidents of attack transpired within the school. However, while tending to the vegetable patch, Lili overheard Hagrid lamenting, something has been stealing my chickens. Not long ago, only 2 perished, drained of blood, but recently, several roosters have met their demise. I nearly caught the scoundrel. The silhouette resembled a Slytherin. The students at the school all have similar builds, don't they? Lili remarked. How can you be so certain? Hagrid responded, slightly irked. If I hadn't witnessed a few Quidditch matches, I certainly wouldn't have been able to tell. but that figure did bear a striking resemblance to Flint. I have no evidence and cannot confront Professor Snape. Su Li's eyes flickered with intrigue. The captain of the Slytherin team? Why would he steal your chickens? Surely the school's food is sufficient for him? It can't be that he finds it lacking. The school can certainly afford my meals. Who knows what goes through his mind? Hagrid was uncertain himself, and quickly shifted the topic to the methods of keeping crops warm during winter. Draco and Mo Changsong had been closely monitoring Flint, regularly reporting on his peculiarities. Ever since they had purloined the diary, Flint's haughty demeanor, which suggested he was the chosen one above all others, had swiftly dissipated. Initially, he suspected that someone from the dormitory had stolen the diary, and he surreptitiously rummaged through their belongings, yet found nothing. Subsequently, he began to engage in odd behaviors, including nightly escapades and the killing of Hagrid's roosters. Flint's lackluster practice during Quidditch was evident. However, due to the brevity of the sessions, his teammates merely muttered complaints without confronting him directly. Aside from these occurrences, Hermione and her friends had also partaken in a few ventures. Firstly, during History of Magic class, Hermione pressed Professor Binns for information regarding the Chamber of Secrets, obtaining only superficial details. Secondly, Mo Changsong informed Su Li that Harry had caused a ruckus during potions class, resulting in a 5-minute fiasco during which Hermione slipped out of the classroom and returned with an additional item. Su Li, while reflecting on the myriad troubles of recent times, chose not to involve herself in their exploits. She had not even confronted the soul within the diary, merely counting the days until she could dispose of it. With the prolonged absence of attacks, the previously taut atmosphere within the school began to relax, and it was during this period that an announcement piqued their interest. The dueling club. What is this? Su Li pondered as she read the newly posted notice in the common room, her confusion evident. A nearby student elucidated the concept, and instant comprehension dawned upon her. It was to be a tournament. Excitement surged within her. It had been ages since she had engaged in such contests, and she felt as though her bones were growing rusty. Although she practiced swordsmanship regularly, nothing compared to the thrill of sparring with others. Chapter 47. The Dueling Club. Cedric inquired, "Are you eager to attend?" The question momentarily dampened Su Li's excitement, prompting her to deliberate seriously before responding. "I must first consult the oracle." Producing several coins, she placed them in her palm, solemnly shook them, and then tossed them onto the table. Cedric, perplexed, asked, "What does it say?" "You may go. But do not meddle unnecessarily," Su Li replied. Cedric chuckled. "When have you ever meddled? You're often too preoccupied with food." Su Li shot him a glance, contemplating that the oracle's message suggested she refrain from engaging in combat. Boring, she thought, instantly losing her desire to venture out. "Let us go together tonight. Although no attacks have occurred recently, it feels safer to go as a group," Cedric proposed. Su Li nodded. Since there was an invitation, it seemed prudent to accompany him. At 8 p.m., they arrived at the Great Hall, which was eerily vacant. The long dining tables had vanished, replaced by a stage that stretched along one wall. Nearly all the students gathered there, huddled together in excitement, brandishing their wands. Whispers filled the air as they speculated about who would instruct them in the art of dueling. Cedric chimed in, "As long as it's not that Gilderoy Lockhart, I could even tolerate Professor Snape." Upon hearing Cedric's remark, Su Li glanced at the coin in her hand, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Soon enough, Cedric spotted Gilderoy Lockhart, resplendent in his vivid purple robes, flanked by the brooding figure of Snape. "Can everyone see me? Can you hear me?" Lockhart called from the stage, waving to the crowd, signaling for silence before bellowing his address. "Why doesn't he just use a sonorous charm?" Cedric said, his expression impassive. "Does he not wish to? Or is he incapable of even that?" Su Li retorted. The two listened as Lockhart rambled about the reasons for founding the dueling club, simultaneously promoting his book. Before introducing Snape, "How can he even make such claims, assuring you that your potions professor will remain unscathed?" Su Li shook her head. Though Professor Snape could be irritable, his prowess was indisputable. Cedric echoed her sentiments. "Perhaps Snape will emerge unscathed, but the other might not be so fortunate. What if I were to cast a protective barrier on the stage?" Su Li suggested excitedly. "With everyone so tightly packed, what if someone gets blasted and collides with the students below?" "Consider your oracle's message," Cedric reminded her softly. Indeed, Su Li recalled the oracle's warning. Yet she did not abandon her idea. She summoned Mo Changsong, whispering a few instructions to him. Obediently, he conjured a protective barrier around their space as the two duelists prepared themselves on stage. Lockhart counted to 3, and both duelists raised their wands high above their shoulders. "Expelliarmus!" Snape shouted. Lockhart had no time to utter a word before a blinding crimson light shot forth from his opponent, sending him hurtling across the stage. Just as Lockhart was about to tumble off the edge, he appeared to collide with an invisible object, akin to a transparent trampoline, which slowed his descent before catapulting him back towards Snape, landing prostrate before him. Laughter erupted from the students, transforming the hall into a sea of merriment. Snape, momentarily taken aback by the turn of events, scanned the crowd, seemingly seeking the culprit behind the incident. At that moment, Lili, still petite among the throng of second-year students, felt no guilt as she observed the spectacle on stage. Mo Chongsong slightly lowered his head, as though embarrassed by an unseen blemish on his shoe. To Li's astonishment, Lockhart struggled to rise from the ground, proclaiming to everyone that he had intentionally allowed himself to be defeated to demonstrate the technique for Snape, claiming he had long recognized Snape's intentions. Upon witnessing Snape's menacing expression, he hastily declared the demonstration concluded, and instructed everyone to form groups for practice. Lockhart paired Lili with Mo Chongsong, while Cedric was left to join another group for training. I think we need a protective barrier here as well, Lili observed. That would be hard to conceal, Mo Chongsong replied. Nevertheless, a protective barrier rose around their designated space. After Lockhart called for the commencement, Lili and Mo Chongsong simultaneously cast spells at each other, swiftly dodging the opposing incantations. The two missed spells struck the protective shield, whereupon they were absorbed. Subsequently, they grew increasingly unrestrained, casting spells at an astonishing rate. Nearly one per second, akin to a dazzling display of fireworks. The surrounding students instinctively shifted aside, for although no spells struck anyone, it is a natural reaction for ordinary people to retreat upon witnessing bullets while donned in bulletproof vests. Is it not? Soon, Lockhart was compelled to call for a halt in panic, but to little effect, until Snape uttered a spell that brought all to a standstill. Was that a sparring session just now? Cedric remarked, his expression a complex mixture of emotions as he regarded the duo. No one believes you have no enmity. Is this not just the beginning? Lili retorted, visibly displeased. A sparring session isn't valid without bloodshed. Cedric, astonished, exclaimed, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Understanding his implication, Lili waved her hand dismissively. My highest record was toppling 15 of those ruffians who came to disrupt my master. Displeased with him, they sent their apprentices to wreak havoc. Unable to contend with my master directly, however, in the end, my master avenged me. Those fellows gained nothing worthwhile. As Lili spoke, her face beamed with pride. Cedric fell silent, beginning to sense the cultural disparities between their two nations, or rather, the differences in how the wizarding world and the Chinese Mystic Alliance educate their children. Cedric inquired, "What do you think are the chances of the Chinese Mystic Alliance joining the International Wizarding Federation?" Not promising, Lili replied, "Cultural differences are trivial. We seek common ground while respecting our divergences. The disparity in spell systems is the real issue. As long as we do not interfere with one another, it suffices. If one party faces trouble, the other is not averse to offering assistance. Why must one side join the other?" Lili held a rather pessimistic view on the matter. Chapter 48. Parseltongue. Cedric suddenly felt a distant detachment as he gazed at Lili, as if observing someone from another realm. That sounds intriguing, Cedric remarked. I would love to see it. At the mention of this, Lili felt invigorated. You can come during your summer break. I can be your guide, she said cheerfully. I noticed you can handle spicy food. I can take you to enjoy authentic hot pot, and even to juice Haegu. Mo Chongsong stood nearby, pretending to be an ornament, feeling that something was amiss. Indeed, something was not quite right. Lockhart stood at the center of the hall, wishing to select a pair of partners to demonstrate how to counter hostile magic. At Snape's suggestion, Lockhart chose Harry and Draco as a duo. Draco felt somewhat awkward. He no longer harbored significant hostility towards Potter. Since regaining clarity, he found such animosity unnecessary. He would rather focus on improving himself. However, since his house had so vehemently disliked Harry, going so far as to teach him a spell, he felt it prudent not to contradict Professor Snape's wishes. Harry observed Snape whispering to Draco, feeling quite uneasy, and even contemplating seeking Lockhart's assistance. When Lockhart once more demonstrated how to perform the spell, his actions were so absurd that Harry couldn't help but question his own sanity for having requested the demonstration. A blunder occurred. A long black snake erupted from the tip of Draco's wand, landing heavily on the floor between them, raising its head in preparation for an attack. Snape, watching Harry freeze, staring wide-eyed at the snake, felt a measure of relief. Do not move, Potter. I shall handle it. However, Lockhart stepped forward, waving his wand, yet to no avail. provoking the snake to angrily slither towards Justin Finch-Fletchley. Cedric immediately tensed, raising his wand poised to attack the serpent. But the distance between him and the snake was too great, while Justin stood too close. He was uncertain he could direct the spell accurately. At that moment, everyone saw Harry step towards the snake, hissing, and the serpent turned its head to regard him, as if seeking his counsel. Justin, terrified, shouted at Harry before turning and fleeing the hall. Snape then waved his wand, transforming the snake into a wisp of black smoke, and cast a peculiar glance at Harry, as though assessing him for something. The people in the hall began to murmur, casting various looks at Harry, who stood dazed on stage, until Ron pulled him away. "Let us go," Sue Lily whispered, realizing why she had foreseen that omen today, as everyone departed. Cedric walked out alongside her in silence. On the way, Sue Lily asked Cedric, "You all seemed quite taken aback. Why is that?" Cedric gently replied, "Potter is a Parselmouth, which is an exceedingly rare gift, traditionally associated with Salazar Slytherin." Sue Lily immediately connected this with the earlier inscription. "So he is highly likely to be the heir of Slytherin, the fabled chamber." "That is likely their assumption, but I doubt Potter fits that mold," Cedric remarked. "He is the epitome of a Gryffindor." They did not dwell long on the matter, shifting their conversation to the upcoming Christmas festivities. "Are you staying at school for Christmas this time?" Cedric inquired, noting that many students had opted to return home due to the recent attacks. Sue Lily shook her head. "Traveling back and forth takes a day. It's not worth it. I'd rather spend the time studying at school." Cedric chuckled. "Sometimes I truly feel you are not a Hufflepuff. You ought to be in Ravenclaw. Are you not also the top of the 4th year? You certainly spend ample time studying." "Does that mean I cannot enjoy reading?" Sue Lily replied, "I am as straightforward as they come, a quintessential Hufflepuff." "Indeed, I misspoke," Cedric quickly conceded. Sue Lily let out a light huff and cited an example. "Though Hufflepuffs do not advocate for competition, when we do compete, we can outshine the other houses. The flat-headed badger fears no challenge. The emblem of Hufflepuff is the badger, not the honey badger," Cedric corrected her. "Regardless, what does it matter? They are all the same," Sue Lily retorted, dismissing his correction. They walked until reaching the entrance of the common room, preparing to knock on the wooden barrel, when Sue Lily remembered Mo Chongsong trailing behind. "What are you still doing here? Hurry back to rest," she urged him before opening the door to the common room. As Mo Chongsong walked away, he internally grumbled, "How did they not notice me before? This matter must be reported. Otherwise, if it comes to light, I will be the only one facing the consequences." Unaware of Mo Chongsong's musings, Sue Lily did not realize she had drawn the attention of romance until her dual-sided mirror illuminated. "Master, I truly am not in a relationship," Sue Lily declared to Bai Yuan, swearing an oath, who spread such unfounded rumors, if not little Mo? Remembering that he was still present, she thought of how he had been filled with a plethora of nonsensical ideas, always on edge. "I am still young, merely a child. How could you think so of me?" Bai Yuan, uninterested in her explanations, instructed, "Step aside and stand in the light. Let me observe your countenance and see if you've recently encountered romantic interest." Knowing her words would be futile, Sue Lily complied. Standing in the light and adjusting the angle of the dual-sided mirror, Bai Yuan scrutinized her features while calculating. Upon completion, Sue Lily remarked, "See? There is nothing, is there?" Bai Yuan's expression remained impassive. Indeed, there are female admirers amidst the infatuations, but they are merely one-sided affections, which can still be considered as nothing. "Make sure to keep Xiao Missouri close to you, so that those with ulterior motives do not get a chance," he advised. Sue Lily was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, "What? You must be mistaken. The number of people I know and am familiar with at school is quite limited. How could I possibly have several admirers? And as for females, that is even more improbable." Bai Yuan chuckled, clearly skeptical. "Trust me, you won't regret it. Remember to keep Xiao Mo by your side." As she pondered over the notion of severing ties with the two-faced mirror, Sue Lily found herself bewildered. Where could all these admirers be coming from? Chapter 49. Misguided speculations. During breakfast, Sue Lily received the news that their herbalism class had been cancelled due to heavy snowfall. When she learned that Professor Sprout was to dress the mandrakes in socks and scarves, she mused, "Isn't this a form of sentience?" This reminded her of the summer she spent reading Journey to the West, where the ginseng fruit remained stationary, merely resembling a human form, and Tang Sung refrained from consuming it. The mandrakes required such meticulous care. If they were to be used for medicinal purposes in the future, who would have the heart to do so? In the common room, Sue Lily cradled a cup of hot milk tea while perusing a novel borrowed from Cedric, noting that the 4th grade reading list differed from hers. Hannah and Susan were engaged in a game of exploding snap, chatting idly. Hannah remarked, Justin Finch-Fletchley didn't return to his dorm last night. Instead, he went to Ernie Macmillan's. They all believe that Justin needs to lay low for a while. I don't think that's a wise idea. Of course, if he is hiding from the heir, it's understandable. But Harry Potter? I can't fathom him being the heir. Susan interjected her thoughts. Lily, you think so too, right? She asked, turning to Sue Lily. It matters not what I believe. My opinion does not alter reality, Sue Lily replied. But you can read fortunes, can't you? Hannah suddenly recalled. Could you perhaps discern who the heir is? I cannot, Sue Lily stated firmly. Why not? Didn't you help Senior Louise with that scoundrel's matter at the beginning of term? Hannah inquired, intrigued. The two are not of the same nature, and besides, divining such things comes at a cost from our side. Sue Lily found herself fabricating a tale, blending truth with fiction. What cost? The two girls ceased their game, now fixated on Sue Lily. There is a saying that those who divine too many secrets often suffer from 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies, she explained, elaborating on what these flaws and deficiencies entailed. Hannah and Susan's mouths widened in astonishment, regretting their previous decision to have Sue Lily read their love lives. Observing their reaction, Sue Lily quickly added, that is merely the result of an ordinary person possessing a certain unique ability. For someone like me, a practitioner, it is less likely to incur such flaws, though one can imagine the price would still be considerable. In this day and age, deceiving others has become increasingly difficult, Sue Lily mused, contemplating the need to learn eloquence from fortune-tellers beneath the bridge. If you wish to inquire about love, that's one thing. But if you ask me to divine where the Death Eaters lurk in their schemes, that would be quite the challenge. Thus, she resolved to preemptively block that avenue. Hannah and Susan fell silent, returning to their game. After a while, Hannah excused herself to the library, burdened with homework. Yet less than an hour later, she returned to the common room, her face stricken with terror as she shared the shocking news. Justin has been petrified. Harry Potter was present at the time. A wave of chaos erupted in the common room as the horrifying reality sank in, with some clutching their protective amulets. Everyone eagerly scrambled to reserve seats on the Hogwarts Express, desperate to return home, a sanctuary of safety. Are you really going to stay at school? Cedric asked her once more. If returning home feels too distant, you could come to my place. It's too dangerous here. So Lili Saïd. Oh, Seth. You're the 5th person to say that to me. Worry not. I'll be fine at school. Cedric, at a loss, ceased his persuasion, but took the opportunity to teach Sue Lily a few advanced spells. Harry had been looking increasingly troubled lately, with classmates whispering and avoiding him. Only Fred and George found amusement in the situation, running up to Harry in the corridor and shouting, "Make way for the heir of Slytherin. The most wicked wizard has arrived." In those moments, Harry would silently thank Percy, who maintained his usual stern demeanor, scolding Fred and George. This is not a matter for jest. Sue Lily and Mo Chongsong were engaged in a quiet discussion. Sue Lily pondered, what power does that diary possess? Why do we still encounter attacks even after securing it? Mo Chongsong speculated, could it be that, much like your mirror spirit, it can detach itself from the diary and manipulate others? Impossible, su Lili eserti disaisibili. If that fragment of soul left the diary, I would certainly notice. Then, she seemed to have an epiphany, muttering manipulation and control. Her eyes lit up. Could it be that the diary had previously ensnared Flint, prompting him to activate a mechanism? Now, even if the diary is contained, that mechanism remains unreclaimed. What could it be? Mo Chongsong rubbed his thumb and index finger together, suddenly recalling, a serpent. Master Uncle. Do you remember the serpent we speculated about before? Sue Lily also recalled, could the serpent's petrifying ability belong to Medusa? Mo Chongsong found this theory quite plausible. Medusa's gaze can indeed turn one to stone. It fits perfectly. Thus, they theorized that the diary, or whatever had previously escaped, had controlled Draco or Flint to open the Chamber of Secrets, releasing Medusa, who now roamed the school unchecked. While one had been driven away and the other contained, the more Sue Lily contemplated, the more logical it seemed. Should we inform the headmaster? Mo Chongsong inquired. Sue Lily felt conflicted. It was not yet time to discard the diary, and the events altered by her interference had yet to realign. Informing Dumbledore could lead to unintended consequences if he sought to protect the students, potentially complicating matters for everyone involved. Let us keep this from him for now. But we can document everything and present it to him later. Sounds like a good plan, Sue Lily concurred. Chapter 50. Polyjuice Potion. It wasn't until the students boarded the Hogwarts Express to depart that Sue Lily learned of their recent plans from Hermione. Polyjuice Potion? Sue Lily's lips twitched. Isn't that something we should be studying in our second year? Hermione blushed slightly. This is a note I had Professor Lockhart sign. I used a little trickery. Oh really? Sue Lili feigned disinterest, unconcerned with their methods. Are you really brewing the polyjuice potion so soon? Sue Lili calculated the timeline, sensing something amiss. There are still 2 days left, Hermione replied, noticing Sue Lili's irritation regarding their secrecy. For this, we even pilfered from Professor Snape's stores. Sue Lili responded. I'm not particularly keen on knowing this. If Snape finds out, I'd be implicated as your accomplice. Hermione was oblivious to the thoughts swirling within Sue Lili's mind, feeling a pang of guilt for having concealed the matter previously, and thus laid everything bare. Sue Lili, upon hearing this, found herself at a loss for words. I don't see Draco as the heir of Slytherin. He seems much kinder now. You don't understand. We've analyzed this. It's all a fade, Hermione asserted emphatically. Earlier, he provoked us at the leaky cauldron. Yet upon arriving at school, he apologized to the Weasley siblings. This raises significant suspicion. Moreover, his demeanor has been peculiar. Neither as volatile as before nor as polite as during his apology. It's highly questionable. Sue Lili fell silent, aware that Draco had previously been under control. However, for the sake of avoiding panic and due to other reasons, this matter remained undisclosed to her. After a moment, Sue Lili suggested, aren't Harry and Ron dressing as Crabbe and Goyle? Aren't you going to follow them? Do you trust their capabilities? I have this, Hermione exclaimed, lifting a strand of hair for Sue Lili to see. During the dueling club, Professor Snape paired me with Millicent Bulstrode, and when she had me in a chokehold, this was left on my collar. Sue Lili recalled that moment vividly. When Snape cast the full body bind curse, everyone had struggled to maintain their dignity. Hermione and Millicent were nearly engaged in a brawl, and it took Harry considerable effort to rescue her. However, pardon my candor, Hermione, but Sue Lili hesitated to reveal that it was a cat hair, pondering whether this constituted a change. The answer was indeed affirmative. Yet, the polyjuice potion only permitted the inclusion of human hair. What if she added this and consumed it? What would transpire? What's wrong? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Sue Lili hesitated but ultimately confessed, it's a cat hair. After all, they were friends, and a minor alteration should pose no issue. Nevertheless, Sue Lili felt conflicted. Such dilemmas were far from amusing. Hermione was taken aback and scrutinized the hair, ultimately conceding that it did not appear to be human. A mix of disappointment and relief washed over her. Had Sue Lili not examined it, she might have ingested the potion and faced unforeseen consequences. On Christmas morning, Sue Lili discovered a plethora of gifts beside her bed, far exceeding last year's bounty. She rubbed her stomach, brimming with excitement as she began to unwrap the presents. The smallest package on top revealed a card from Snape, a first for her. Last year, upon her arrival, she had embraced the spirit of respect for her professors, presenting gifts to each, save for Quirrell. Yet she had received little in return. This year, however, Snape sent a card, Professor McGonagall gifted cookies, Dumbledore bestowed chocolate frogs, and surprisingly, Professor Sprout had included a gift from Lockhart, a signed photograph. Sue Lili yearned to discard the latter, but ultimately relegated it to the bottom of a box, out of sight. Most offerings from her peers consisted of food, and she found herself indulging in a feast of Christmas gifts, albeit not enough to satiate her hunger. 2 days after Christmas, Hermione triumphantly announced the successful concoction of the polyjuice potion. Now you two should proceed as planned, incapacitate Crabbe and Goyle, and obtain a few strands of their hair. I shall keep watch. Hermione delineated their roles clearly. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, incredulous at their own foolishness. Sue Lili smacked her forehead in disbelief, watching as Crabbe and Goyle devoured the chocolate cake Harry had left on the railing, questioning their intelligence. Wouldn't any rational person hesitate before consuming something of dubious origin? Ma Chong-song, too, felt a mix of emotions, speculating on how these two had managed to enter Slytherin. Suddenly, with a thud, the two collapsed to the ground, their expressions unchanged. Crabbe and Goyle, being large individuals, proved difficult for Harry and Ron to stuff into a cupboard. It took considerable effort to accomplish this. Subsequently, they plucked a few strands of hair from Crabbe and Goyle's heads, swiped their shoes, and hurriedly departed. Sue Lili observed from a distance, her face etched with disdain. Their own shoes might feel ill-fitting after consuming the polyjuice potion, Ma Chong-song explained. I know, but that doesn't prevent my disdain, Sue Lili retorted. Harry and Ron transported the hair to the girls' restroom, where Sue Lili leaned against the door, watching them. The potion had yet to be bottled, and Sue Lili suddenly inquired, is an hour sufficient for you to ask? Excluding travel time, you'll likely have 40 to 50 minutes. That should suffice, they hesitated. Perhaps you should take additional precautions. So Lili suggested. What precautions? Harry and Ron asked in unison. 2 minutes later, they exchanged glances, their faces and hair smeared with grime, unsure of how to react. And ultimately gulped down the polyjuice potion. You're toying with them, Hermione remarked after the boys left. There are only a few individuals in the school. Should the potion wear off, their physiques alone could reveal their identities. There's no need for facial recognition. Darkening their appearances is futile. Lili checked. Don't you find this amusing? Chapter 51. The Diary in the Toilet. After Harry and Ron transformed into Crabbe and Goyle, they quickly fled, only to realize they were unaware of the location of the Slytherin common room. Oh dear, we should ask Emo, Ron lamented, feeling quite foolish. No worries. Let us hurry and see if we can find someone to guide us, Harry suggested. Ron stared at Harry, remarking, seeing Goyle deep in thought is quite the odd sight. They dallied momentarily on their way, but fortune smiled upon them as they encountered Draco. Did you crawl through a chimney dressed as Santa Claus? Draco mocked upon seeing them. The two felt somewhat embarrassed, yet the grime on their faces served as a perfect mask to conceal their discomfort in the dimly lit corridor. Draco required no response, gesturing for them to follow. Harry and Ron exchanged astonished glances, marveling at their luck, and trailed behind him. When they returned, they only learned that the heir of Slytherin was not Draco, leaving them with a belly full of grievances. After hearing their account, Lili pondered whether Draco had discerned their identities as Harry and Ron in disguise. He had deliberately produced a newspaper featuring Arthur Weasley, who had been fined 50 galleons for enchanting a Muggle car, taunting them verbally. Harry and Ron could only endure the provocation, unable to retort, ultimately leaving them frustrated and empty-handed. After the Christmas break, the trio remained troubled over the identity of the heir of Slytherin. Hermione finally managed to borrow a copy of Hogwarts, a history from the library, hoping to uncover information about the Chamber of Secrets. At that moment Lili, after tossing a coin, received a favorable outcome and resolutely clutched the diary, compass in hand, seeking the most suitable place to dispose of it. She eventually found her way to the girls' restroom where Hermione was brewing the polyjuice potion. Peering inside, she noticed that Myrtle was absent, making it an ideal spot for her to discard her rubbish. Entering a stall, she tossed the diary into the toilet. The diary was too large to flush away. Lili gave it no further thought, and proceeded to turn on the faucet to wash her hands before exiting the women's restroom. The diary, immersed in the toilet, wondered, why is there so much water? Who did this? Who submerged this notebook? How foolish. When Tao Jin-young returned to the washroom, she immediately entered her most familiar stall, only to discover a notebook in the toilet. This was a provocation, undoubtedly. Tao Jin-young shouted in anger, leaving this book here is like claiming a spot. It's utterly outrageous. This is my washroom. Mine. As a ghost, Tao Jin-young's emotions were quite unstable. Sometimes, a trivial incident could linger in her mind for ages. When her feelings spiraled out of control, it signified an increase in workload for Fei Erqi. Less than a day after discarding the diary, Lili encountered it again. Now in Harry's possession. Goodness, you lot were just waiting in the women's restroom, weren't you? The moment I tossed it, you picked it up. Hermione articulated their deductions. Previously, Harry received information from Malfoy that the last time the Chamber of Secrets was opened was 50 years ago, and the diary we found also dates back to that time. Moreover, when Ron was in detention, he learned that Riddle had received a special contribution award, which must be connected to the opening of the chamber. He might have captured the heir of Slytherin. Where did you acquire this diary? Lili was less concerned with their speculations. She was more preoccupied with the question of who had retrieved it after she had discarded it in the toilet. A twinge of guilt tugged at her. Had she known it was these individuals who retrieved the diary, she would have refrained from tossing it into the toilet. The three fell silent, their gazes wandering for a moment, reluctant to answer the question. As they searched for the heir of Slytherin, they had added another task: to investigate what transpired 50 years ago when the chamber was last opened. Compared to the previous task, this one seemed considerably simpler. We just need to inquire of those who have been at the school for over 50 years. Perhaps we can glean some answers, Hermione suggested. Is Professor McGonagall that old? Ron scratched his head. Professor Flitwick might know something. What about Snape? He looks to be in his 40s or 50s, Harry interjected. Hermione, taken aback, replied. How could you think that? Professor Snape is only in his 30s. He appears to be in the same year as your father. What? Harry and Ron exclaimed, astonished. Snape seemed to be much older than his actual age. Hermione opted not to divulge further information, and returned to the previous topic. In addition to the professors, we could ask the ghosts. Didn't Malfoy mention that a Muggle-born student died back then? Perhaps he is still haunting the school, moaning Myrtle. Hermione's eyes widened suddenly. Do you think that is possible? Harry and Ron both nodded. As they sought information, time swiftly passed into February, and no further attacks had occurred. With the weather gradually warming, the students grew more optimistic. They believed that the heir of Slytherin, under the vigilant eyes of the entire school, would find it increasingly difficult to act. He might have become too timid, and would likely need to wait another 50 years to make a comeback. Of course, a faction of the student body held differing views. Ernie Macmillan insisted that Harry was the true culprit, and continued to harbor animosity towards him. Peeves frequently appeared in the corridors, singing loudly, "Oh Potter, you pesky nuisance," complete with a signature dance that heightened everyone's wariness of Harry. Harry felt that these days were no better than those spent at the Dursleys, where Dudley led his little gang to bully him, while no one openly tormented him now. The many wary glances cast in his direction felt dreadful. Chapter 52, Gilderoy Lockhart's Encouragement. After a lengthy period without incidents, Lockhart began to feel self-important and stepped forward to claim credit for the tranquility. "I believe there will be no further trouble," he proclaimed one day. And Sue Lili overheard him say, "The chamber should never be opened again. That elusive little thief must realize I will eventually catch them. It would be wise to desist before I begin to pursue them." When Sue Lili recounted this as a joke to others, they revealed they had heard Lockhart make similar claims in various settings. "I guarantee that when the heir appears before him, Lockhart will be the first to flee." Laughter erupted among them, as many had now recognized Lockhart's ineptitude. In his classes, aside from boasting about his own exploits and demanding that students reenact scenes from his novels, there was little else of substance. Besides propagating the myth that his presence had thwarted the heir, Lockhart decided to orchestrate an event, claiming the school needed a morale boost. On February 14th, as Sue Lili entered the Great Hall for breakfast, she noticed the walls adorned with large clusters of pink flowers, while colorful confetti floated down from the ceiling. Sue Lili blinked in disbelief, pondering when Hogwarts taste had become so garish. However, Hannah seemed unfazed by the decor, grinning like a fool, and sadly, many in the hall mirrored her expression. "What's going on?" Sue Lili inquired. Cedric pointed to the staff table, where Lockhart, clad in a bright pink robe that matched the hall's decorations, waved his hands for silence. "Happy Valentine's Day," Lockhart announced exuberantly. "So far, 46 people have sent me cards." Sue Lili swallowed a piece of bread and asked Cedric, "Are Valentine's cards freely given?" "Oh no," Cedric hesitated before clarifying. "What I mean is, you can give cards to some good friends. As long as they aren't love letters, it's fine. If you don't want to write one, that's okay too. But if you could give me one, I would be delighted." Sue Lili began to understand. The Valentine's card was akin to wishing friends well during the new year. Optional, but appreciated. "All right then," she said. "I'll write you one shortly." Cedric gently ruffled her hair, smiling warmly. Susan, sitting nearby, bit her fork, struggling to suppress a smile. Lockhart continued, "I took the liberty of arranging this little surprise, and that's not all." He clapped his hands, and 12 diminutive figures with golden wings and harps entered, their expressions grim. Lockhart gleefully announced that these little creatures could deliver Valentine's cards, and suggested that students consult Professor Snape on brewing love potions and Professor Flitwick on enchanting spells. The two mentioned professors reacted differently, and Sue Lili guessed that no one would be foolish enough to follow Lockhart's advice and provoke them. "Do you think anyone will send Lockhart food laced with a love potion?" Sue Lili whispered. "Given how he attracts hatred, someone might sneak in hair or scales from magical creatures in it. That might not be effective. Love potions require human hair," Cedric analyzed based on potion characteristics. The potion mistakenly consumed by him likely brought him some degree of satisfaction. And if someone harbored a deeper resentment towards him, perhaps they would dip his hair into a love potion and feed it to a perilous magical creature. The mere thought of such a scene amused Sue Lili. "You might want to consume a bit more. If he bears a grudge against you, your grades in dark arts defense class could be in jeopardy." Cedric handed her a peeled egg. The antics of Lockhart's little gnomes had caused considerable disruption to the school's educational activities, incessantly darting in and out of classrooms, interrupting lessons and exasperating both professors and students alike. One of the gnomes seized Harry Potter's backpack, insisting on publicly reading aloud the contents of the card he had received, accompanied by melodious strumming. In the Hufflepuff common room, everyone was sharing the amusing incidents of the day, with one person recounting how Harry had been ensnared by the gnomes. His backpack had been torn apart, its contents of quills, ink, and books strewn across the floor. As the crowd grew larger, blocking the hallway, Harry desperately wanted to escape, but a gnome clung to his leg, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. Sue Lili found her friend's misfortune quite entertaining, and inquired about her curiosity. "What about Flint?" As the crowd swelled, Flint was among them. He suddenly pointed to a notebook that had fallen from Harry's grasp, claiming it as his own, and accusing Harry of theft. How could that be? Su Lili remarked incredulously. Who would steal a notebook? The others found this absurd as well, though some suspected Harry to be the heir of Slytherin. No one would entertain the notion that he would pilfer Flint's notebook, unless it contained all of Flint's deepest secrets, enabling him to wield lifelong threats. Chaos ensued, and Percy Weasley approached, attempting to restore order. Then the class bell rang, prompting Harry to hastily gather his belongings and rush to class. The audience was somewhat dissatisfied. The story had started with great excitement, but concluded rather abruptly, prompting them to seek out the next piece of gossip. Su Lili joined them in eavesdropping on the latest tidbits. However, the following day Harry and his friends delivered startling news. 50 years ago. It was Hagrid who had opened the Chamber of Secrets. What? Is this information credible? Su Lili asked, eager to learn how they arrived at such a conclusion. Harry explained that he had grown suspicious when the diary remained unsmudged by ink, leading him to write in it, ultimately uncovering Tom Riddle's memory that revealed Hagrid as the one who had opened the chamber. Did you actually witness Hagrid opening the chamber? Su Lili wanted to ask, but as her fingers brushed against the warm coin in her pocket, she restrained herself. This was truly unexpected. Chapter 53. Speculation and Confirmation. Upon concluding that Hagrid was indeed the one who had opened the chamber, the progression of events once again stalled. Harry and his companions unanimously believed Hagrid merely opened the chamber to let the creature out for a bit of ventilation, rather than intending for it to harm anyone. They were also unwilling to seek out Hagrid for answers, unless another attack occurred. After all, it had been quite some time since any attacks had taken place. Perhaps the creature had been confined once more. Watching them act like ostriches, Su Lili found it rather amusing. As days turned into weeks, by March, several mandrakes were thriving and nearing maturity, indicating that those petrified would soon receive aid. During the Easter holiday, second-year students had new considerations regarding their elective courses for third year. Su Lili received the course list and noted 5 subjects to choose from: divination, arithmancy, ancient runes, Muggle studies, and care of magical creatures. After some contemplation, she marked all 5 courses, reasoning that the first 3 would not pose much difficulty for her, primarily focusing on the latter 2. Yet she was keen to learn as much as possible. Hermione was delighted by this. The classes shared between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff had only 2 in common, but now that they both selected 5 courses, it meant they would have more time to attend classes together. To better prepare for third year, Hermione frequently invited Su Lili to the library, where she borrowed a book titled An Introduction to Ancient Runes, and they struggled through it together. Recently, Su Lili had been quite busy. The protective charms placed in various classrooms and common rooms were continually at work, yet she had not detected the soul that had previously controlled Draco, which led her to lower her guard and focus her energy on studies and Quidditch. As the weather warmed, the Quidditch match between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor was approaching, and Su Lili needed to intensify her training. On the eve of the match, with no incidents among the team members, she felt a moment of relief. Perhaps fate disapproved of her idleness. On the morning of the match, Hermione quietly informed her that the diary had been stolen. Just before the match commenced, Professor McGonagall announced its cancellation due to yet another attack. When she learned that Hermione was among the victims, Su Lili felt a wave of panic, for she had not sensed anything amiss when she had seen Hermione that morning. I merely advised Hermione to avoid that cat hair, Su Lili muttered to herself, reflecting on how she had not performed any divination for anyone recently. Had her entanglement with the threads of fate grown so profound? Returning to her dormitory, Su Lili retrieved a notebook in which she had recorded changes she had intentionally or unintentionally wrought since her first year. Comparing it against what was supposed to occur this academic year, half the notebook had already been filled. Well, that is indeed a considerable amount. The deeper the entanglement with fate, the more obscured her path became, for a diviner cannot foresee their own fate. This was troublesome. Biting the end of her quill, Su Lili pondered her next steps. She extracted a particular date from a jumble of clues. June 24, 1995, the day the first student, Cedric Diggory, met his demise at Hogwarts. This seemed an ominous beginning, as in the following 2 or 3 years, there would be a series of deaths among students and professors. Given the current state of the British wizarding community and Harry's status as the chosen one, a war was likely to erupt during that time frame. Originally, Quirrell would have perished at the end of the first year, yet Voldemort's possession of him indicated that he had not truly died. Su Lili suddenly recalled that her mentor had mentioned eradicating Voldemort's soul last year, yet the subsequent deaths of professors and students appeared unchanged. So, had that soul truly been extinguished? What kind of entity could endure after her mentor's intervention? What methods could ensure the preservation of his soul? Previously, Sue Lili had perceived wizards as fragile beings, yet it now seemed they possessed areas worthy of study, albeit those possibly involving the much-despised dark arts. She then recalled her own adversary and pondered why he had infiltrated Hogwarts. He had encountered Voldemort in the forests of Albania. He must have been intrigued by the dark magic that preserved souls, thus seeking to uncover that method within Hogwarts. But why did he not confront Voldemort directly? Why control Draco to search for the diary? Wait, could there be a connection between the diary and Voldemort? Sue Lili felt she was on the verge of unraveling her enemy's intentions. Suddenly, she stood up, flung open the dormitory door, startling Susan and Hannah. The diary from 50 years ago. Rather than questioning Hagrid, it would be far more prudent to consult Dumbledore directly. Sue Lili held a compass, its needle indicating that Dumbledore was currently in the headmaster's office. Lacking the password, she soared on her broomstick to the window outside the office, rapping gently on the glass. Dumbledore, engrossed in a document, perhaps due to his advanced age, failed to hear her knock, though his phoenix, Fawkes, was the first to notice her presence. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses atop his nose and approached the window to open it. As he stepped aside, Sue Lili leaped inside, and before he could utter a word, she posed her inquiry. "Headmaster, what is the relationship between Tom Riddle and Voldemort?" Dumbledore's expression nearly faltered. "Miss Sue, from where did you hear that name?" After a moment's contemplation, Sue Lili replied, "I previously mentioned a diary." Dumbledore nodded, recalling the incident. "We have obtained it. The diary bears the name of its owner, T.M. Riddle." Sue Lili recounted the events, clarifying that she had never opened the diary. All her knowledge stemmed from Harry's recounting, who had stated that the diary's owner was Tom Marvolo Riddle. Dumbledore sighed, having not heard that name in quite some time. Observing Sue Lili's dawning comprehension, he affirmed, "Indeed, he is more widely known as Voldemort." The mystery within her heart unraveled, and she shared her conjecture with Dumbledore. "Headmaster, what kind of dark magic could enable his soul to perpetually evade capture?" Sue Lili gazed at Dumbledore, unfazed by the fact that she was inquiring about dark magic from a renowned white wizard. A great white wizard may abstain from employing dark magic, yet he would undoubtedly possess an understanding of it.
Chapitre 54, Dumbledore's suspension.
"I can ascertain nothing until I have examined the diary," Dumbledore replied, uncertain. "The diary went missing yesterday and is likely in the possession of 3 individuals," Sue Lili stated, "Ginny Weasley, Percy Weasley, and Marcus Flint. All 3 have had it and possess some knowledge of its contents. Today's attack must have been incited by one of them under the diary's influence." Dumbledore immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Sue Lili nodded and continued, "The diary was lost in Harry's dormitory. Thus the Weasley siblings are the prime suspects. They may have sought to dispose of that dangerous object, yet the soul within could not tolerate it. Could they be in danger?" Dumbledore longed to search for the whereabouts of the diary, but he recalled Sue Lili's earlier words about not altering the original thread of fate, and that any change should ideally be used to save lives. According to the original thread of fate, no students would perish at the school until before 1995. Sue Lili responded, "The more we alter, the more fragmented the thread of fate becomes. It will be increasingly difficult to foresee what lies ahead." Dumbledore exhaled deeply. "Then there is no rush. We can afford to wait." Upon hearing his answer, Sue Lili, whose previously tense demeanor relaxed, stated, "Since there is no immediate issue, I shall take my leave. Go on, it is nearly 6 o'clock. Failing to return to the common room will result in point deductions," Dumbledore said kindly. Shortly after Sue Lili departed, a knock echoed at Dumbledore's office door. He closed his eyes momentarily before walking over to open it. "Good evening, Albus." Entered a stout man with a mess of gray hair. "Good evening, Minister Fudge," Dumbledore greeted him with a handshake. Cornelius Fudge seemed pleased by Dumbledore's address, a gentle smile gracing his face. "My old friend, we must discuss that matter." The following morning, Harry and Ron brought shocking news to Sue Lili. "What?" "Hagrid has been taken away, and Dumbledore has been temporarily suspended." Sue Lili's expression turned grave. "Do not worry," Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Ron dryly added, "It's just temporary." "I know, but the news is utterly astonishing. I was in Dumbledore's office just yesterday, so close, and I failed to discern from his demeanor that he was about to face such circumstances. It feels dreadful." All signs indicated that if Sue Lili wished to uncover any truths in the ensuing days, she would have to resort to divination. Deciphering the fortunes of others through their visages was no longer an option. "Do you have any plans? Did they leave any information behind?" Lili inquired. "Hagrid mentioned something. If someone seeks something, they need only follow the spiders to find the right direction," Ron recounted, shuddering at the mention of spiders. Harry and Ron felt compelled to seek Hagrid's clues, They had grown weary of their current predicament, yet the castle yielded no spiders. Moreover, they were obliged to navigate the castle in groups with other students, considerably hindering their search. Lili refrained from joining them, leaving only a remark. If the castle holds nothing you seek, why not venture into the forbidden forest? Without Dumbledore at the school, a palpable fear gripped everyone, compelling them to conquer their dread of the forbidden forest and decide to embark on the journey. Lili remained absent from their company, as the school was under lockdown, and neither she nor Mo Chongsong was permitted to leave the common room at night, making it impossible to rendezvous with them outside the forbidden forest. She merely provided each of them with an enhanced protective charm to ensure their safe return. Harry and Ron were not particularly disappointed with this outcome. The invisibility cloak could not accommodate 4 individuals, and if Lili were to join, Mo Chongsong would accompany her. Furthermore, the 4 of them represented 3 houses, which would only complicate their nighttime excursion. Having cast divination twice, Lili discerned that their outing would not engender significant peril, allowing her to put the matter aside. Not placing all her hopes on them, and no longer playing the role of a passive observer, she utilized her divination and compass to locate the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Moaning Myrtle's lavatory. I believe our previous assumptions have encountered some discrepancies, Lili remarked to Mo Chongsong. The width of those pipes could not accommodate a basilisk. Thus, within the realm of magical creatures, a massive serpent possessing petrifying abilities resides in Slytherin's chamber, capable of enduring for centuries. The indicators are quite clear, Lili deduced. We need only visit the library to ascertain what it is and discover its weakness, Mo Chongsong suggested. What do you believe is the means by which that great serpent petrifies its victims? Lili saben lipositez. I think it is akin to that of the basilisk. Mo Chongsong pondered briefly before responding. Lili produced a pair of sunglasses and handed them to Mo Chongsong, saying, "Then wear these at all times." "What are you 2 up to?" A cold, low voice suddenly interjected, causing Lili's heart to leap, and the sunglasses slipped from her grasp, clattering to the floor. Both turned to see Severus Snape standing at the doorway. "Shouldn't you provide me with an explanation?" Lili, placing a hand over her heart, exclaimed, "You nearly frightened me to death, Professor. Do you not realize that scaring someone can be lethal? If you wish to know something, why not simply ask us?" Snape noted that he had entirely failed to intimidate the pair, casting them an irate glare. Yet he was also curious whether they possessed knowledge of any underlying matters. Lili and Mo Chongsong displayed no intention of concealing anything. They candidly shared the entirety of their reasoning process with Snape. Upon concluding, Snape's brow furrowed as if he could crush a fly, his gaze shifting between the two before finally resting on Lili. "What I speak of is known even to Headmaster Dumbledore," Lili declared loudly. Snape would not forfeit Lili's points merely due to that statement. He simply required a different justification. 5 points were deducted from Hufflepuff for the disruption caused to the maintenance of school order. Chapter 55. Division of Responsibilities. Snape turned away, intending to relay their discovery to the other faculty members. After taking a few steps, he turned back with a hint of impatience and said, "Aren't you leaving? Do you wish for me to ask you to?" Lili and Mo Chongsong hurriedly followed him, traversing the corridor until they reached the staff lounge. "Stay here. Do not wander," Snape instructed before stepping outside. Soon, the bell rang for the end of class, and Lili heard footsteps approaching as several professors entered, appearing somewhat astonished to see the 2 of them present. "Mr. Mo, Miss Sue, what are you doing here?" Professor Flitwick inquired kindly. Lili replied, "We are waiting for Professor Snape. We have some findings. Is everyone gathered?" At that moment, Snape and Professor McGonagall entered, surveying the room. "Professor Lockhart is still absent," a female professor remarked. "Do not concern yourself with him," Snape retorted with an expression of distaste before disclosing Lili and Mo Chongsong's findings. "Serpent basilisk." Professor Kettleburn exclaimed with excitement. The basilisk's gaze possesses the power to kill. Yet the previous children did not meet its eyes directly. Snape responded, "I too suspect it to be such a creature. Thus, to slay the basilisk, we merely need to procure a rooster." "Professor, Lili interjecta." Drawing the attention of the professors, the rooster raised by Hagrid was previously killed by someone. There should be no rooster left within the school. "Indeed, I recall this matter," Professor McGonagall stated. "Hagrid had reported to Dumbledore about casting a spell near the chicken coop." "Not to worry. We can acquire a rooster from Hogsmeade," Professor Kettleburn said optimistically. Professor Sprout remarked, "And that diary, we must locate it. If it has ensnared any student, the consequences would be dire." A professor raised a concern. "Now that we know the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in the Myrtle's bathroom, What is the method to open it? Professor Snape, McGonagall quickly decided. You shall investigate that girl's restroom to see if you can find the entrance to the chamber. Professor Flitwick, you will go to Hogsmeade and fetch some roosters. I will ensure the students return to the common room, and then join the other professors in searching for that diary. No one opposed this plan, but at that moment, an unexpected event occurred. Bang! The door was forcefully pushed open, and all eyes turned in astonishment as Lockhart pantingly declared, "There has been an incident. A student is missing. Ginny Weasley, she did not attend my class. Her roommate initially stated she had something to attend to and would arrive later, but she never showed up until class ended. Professor Lockhart, why did you not mention this sooner?" McGonagall's face paled, her fury unabated. Lockhart weakly defended himself. "I was engaged in teaching them." In truth, he had been boasting in class about how he had terrified the heir of Slytherin, and became so engrossed in the performance that he only realized Ginny was absent well into the lesson. However, he had not been overly concerned until, on his way out, he noticed an additional line beneath the previous message from the heir. "Her corpse shall remain forever in the chamber." This made him realize the gravity of the situation. "We must act swiftly," McGonagall stated seriously. "Inform all students to return to the common room." Professor Sprout took Su Lili towards the Hufflepuff common room, while the other professors led Mo Chong Song. In the blink of an eye, the staff lounge was left with only Lockhart. He could not comprehend why it seemed as if he had fallen out of sync with their thoughts simply for being a moment late. Su Lili obediently followed Professor Sprout. But halfway there, a question suddenly arose in her mind. "Professor, if the basilisk were to see itself in a mirror, would it petrify itself?" "I do not know." Professor Sprout pondered before honestly replying. "As the number of Parseltongue wizards dwindles, the basilisk, a dangerous and powerful creature, is nearly extinct. Wizards are forbidden from breeding basilisks, mainly because they cannot control them." Su Lili chose not to speak further. After all, the professors were not like Harry and Ron, those reckless boys. If they wished to confront the basilisk, they would surely collaborate and devise the most prudent course of action. Upon returning to the common room, Su Lili discovered that nearly all the students from the entire house were gathered there. "Lili, are you alright?" Hannah and Susan rushed over to embrace her. The first-year defense against the dark arts class was shared between Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, and in Hufflepuff, gossip spread the fastest. As more students returned to the common room, they realized someone was missing. Hannah and Susan were frantic, yet the prefects restrained them from leaving. Finally seeing Su Lili, a weight lifted from their hearts as they clustered around her. Professor Sprout did not elaborate much to them but asked, "We have found some clues regarding the chamber. We now need everyone's assistance." "What assistance?" The students quieted momentarily before chattering. "What can we do to help?" "A diary, with a black cover, very old." Professor Sprout described the diary to them. "Has anyone seen this diary?" The crowd immediately fell silent, exchanging glances. "I believe I know." A girl raised her hand. On Valentine's Day, Harry Potter's backpack seemed to contain such a diary. Professor Sprout, initially expecting new leads, felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. "Is there anything else?" The Badgers shook their heads. They had no further information. Su Lili sighed. Though they intended to search, the professors could not indiscriminately rummage through students' personal belongings, and could only filter through in this manner. "Are you hungry?" A gentle voice interrupted Su Lili's thoughts from behind her. "I went to the kitchen and brought back a few snacks." Cedric, along with Susan and Hannah, shifted their attention away from Su Lili and gathered around, ready to share the treats. Chapter 56, The Entrance to the Chamber. Su Lili nibbled on a snack from Cedric before returning to her dormitory. Solemnly, she took out 7 bronze coins and began to read fortunes for each person, yielding results that indicated no one was in danger, allowing her to contentedly resume her own activities. Professor McGonagall announced that the final exams would take place on June 1st after Dumbledore's departure. She believed that under such circumstances, the school remained open to ensure that students continued their education. With nothing else to occupy her, Su Lili decided to review the knowledge she had acquired throughout the academic year. Meanwhile, the adventure belonging to the protagonists became safe and devoid of the thrill of gameplay, due to the involvement of numerous professors. Harry and Ron, evidently leveraging their intellect and numerous clues, along with a touch of protagonist's luck, discovered that the monster within the chamber was a basilisk. However, upon attempting to find Professor McGonagall, they heard the announcement instructing all students to return to the common room. They reluctantly made their way to the staff lounge, only to find it empty save for Lockhart. "Oh, what are you two doing here? Did you not hear Professor McGonagall's instructions? Quickly, return to the common room." Lockhart adjusted his demeanor, hoping to usher them away. What has happened? The two individuals were loath to depart so abruptly. It is truly regrettable, Mr. Weasley, Lockhart lamented. I understand you must be quite anxious at this moment, but Miss Weasley, Ron was momentarily struck dumb, his complexion paling. What did you say? What has happened to Ginny? Lockhart, somewhat irritated by Ron's interruption, insisted, now is not the time for such discussions, Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter. You both must return immediately to the Gryffindor common room, and share what you know with us. Ron pointed his tattered wand at Lockhart. The latter stood frozen, clearly aware of his own limitations. Reluctantly, he divulged the details of Ginny's disappearance and the ominous message he had encountered. He further cautioned them. We do not even know the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Even if you were to search for it now, what could you possibly find? It would merely be a futile endeavor and increase the danger. Upon hearing all of this, Ron was seething with anger at Lockhart's negligence. Yet he lowered his wand, contemplating their next course of action. Harry suddenly interjected. We know where the chamber is located, and what creature resides within Slytherin's lair. Harry and Ron had not considered confronting the basilisk on their own, nor the possibility of an heir of Slytherin lurking in the shadows. Thus, they insisted that Lockhart accompany them. However, a look of terror crossed Lockhart's face. Children, perhaps you should inform the other professors of this matter. I received an urgent notification this morning, and must leave immediately. It is truly unfortunate. You just want to flee, Ron exclaimed, his fury escalating. With so many dark forces at play, as the defense against the dark arts professor, you should assist in combating this threat. After all, you have written so much about remarkable feats. This should be no different. Harry chimed in. Books can be deceiving, Lockhart replied with a sly smile. But you authored that book. Lockhart then boasted about how he had tracked down individuals, inquired about their exploits, and ultimately cast memory charms to attribute their deeds to himself. So that is how it is, a voice emerged from outside, causing Lockhart to blanch. He turned to see several professors had appeared at some point unbeknownst to him. This is the end, Lockhart crumpled to the ground. Yet the professors paid him no heed. Professor Flitwick stepped forward and addressed Harry. Harry, we require your assistance. I can help too, Ron raised his hand. Mr. Weasley, please follow Professor Sinistra back to the Gryffindor common room, Flitwick instructed. Not waiting for Ron's protest as he led Harry toward Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Severus, I have brought him, Flitwick called out. Come here. Snape beckoned impatiently to Harry, who could speak Parseltongue. Harry was bewildered. He had yet to inform them that the entrance to the chamber was right there. How did they know? But there was no time to ponder this. Harry attempted several times to speak to the brass serpent head of the fountain, finally managing to utter the command in Parseltongue. Open. The serpent's mouth emitted a blinding white light and began to whirl, revealing an enormous pipe large enough for a person to crawl through. I shall descend first, Flitwick declared before sliding down the pipe. It is empty here. We still have a distance to travel, Flitwick's voice echoed back after a few moments. Severus Snape then prepared to leap down but hesitated, glancing at Harry. Give me the invisibility cloak, Potter. You go and inform Professor McGonagall about the situation here. Harry bit his lip and handed over the cloak. Professor, you might want to wear some kind of glasses. Snape's lips twitched, possibly in derision, as he took the cloak and slid down. However, just as he steadied himself, the pipe expelled another person, colliding with his waist. Give me an explanation, Potter. Snape roared at him. Flint. Marcus Flint tried to attack me, Harry replied, having also been jostled. I had no choice but to jump down. Harry had thought Snape would dismiss his words, but to his surprise Snape seized him by the collar, lifting him to eye level. Stand here. If Flint dares to come down, use the disarming charm immediately, and I will ascertain the truth of your words. If you dare to lie, I will make you regret it. With that, Snape strode into the tunnel. Harry nodded, raising his wand, his gaze unwavering on the pipe. Yet within a minute, Flitwick and Snape returned. Harry felt a chill. Could it be Ginny? Silence. Snape's expression was grim. Calm down, Severus, Flitwick interjected, then turned to Harry. We still require some assistance from you, Harry. Following them to a wall adorned with two intertwining serpents, Harry comprehended immediately. He needed to help the professors unlock the door to the depths of the chamber. In a hushed hiss, he commanded, Open. The stone wall split down the middle, sliding apart to reveal a dimly lit chamber. Professor. Harry turned back, only to find that Snape and Flitwick had vanished from sight. He swallowed hard, his heart racing as fear began to envelop him. In that moment, he truly believed he was trapped in a nightmare. That Snape and Flitwick were mere figments of his imagination, and that they had never come at all. Go on, Harry, Flitwick's voice suddenly appeared beside him. We shall be watching you from here. Snape merely huffed in impatience. Harry's previously frozen hand tightened its grip. Indeed, they were concealed beneath the invisibility cloak. He nodded, not questioning their presence, and summoned his courage to step inside. With wand aloft, Harry cautiously advanced, until he reached the highest step, where he beheld a statue towering to the same height as the room. He tilted his head back to discern the visage of an aged, decrepit face. Below the statue sat Ginny Weasley, her face a mask of despair. "Ginny!" Harry exclaimed, rushing towards her. "Thank goodness, you are unharmed. No go. You must leave." Ginny cried out in a frenzied tone, "Do not come closer. What are you saying?" Harry gazed at her in disbelief. At that moment, a clear voice echoed, "After all this effort to arrive here, why rush off so soon?" Harry was taken aback, turning to see a tall boy with black hair leaning against a nearby stone pillar, watching them intently. Tom Riddle? Under the invisibility cloak, Snape's entire being tensed, instinctively seeking refuge behind another pillar. Even the cloak did not afford him a sense of security. Tom smugly recounted the events of the past few months. And as Harry's astonished gaze remained fixed upon him, Ginny's pallor deepened. "For months, you did not know to whom you belonged? You genuinely do not know who stole the diary from Flint?" Harry queried. This question puzzled Tom as well. He could not fathom the missing link. The identity of the individual who knew the diary's purpose, and why it had been taken. Just then, footsteps echoed behind them. Snape turned to see Marcus Flint, which darkened his expression considerably. As the moment arrived, Tom ceased to fidget with Ginny's wand upon the sight of Marcus. "Marcus, come forth. I wish to witness your loyalty. Choose one." The expression on Marcus Flint's face grew increasingly animated, his gaze hungrily flitting between Ginny and Harry. "I presume you wish to personally execute Harry Potter. Thus, I shall take care of this pureblood traitor." Flint sought to pit Ginny against him, primarily because she was devoid of a wand. Hearing this, Harry's anxiety surged. He shielded Ginny behind him and brandished his wand at Flint. "He is Voldemort. Flint, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" The adversary, evidently more astute than Tom, recognized the folly of verbosity that often befell villains. He chose to forego answering Harry's query, and launched an assault instead. "Petrificus totalis. Expose your weapons." Harry instinctively uttered the incantation, yet his power paled in comparison to the seventh-year Flint, failing to disarm him. Tom stood aside, summoning the basilisk, eager to witness the creature's annihilation of Harry. The colossal serpent emerged from the mouth of the Slytherin statue. Even without its gaze, its weight alone could obliterate Harry. Balancing the need to protect Ginny and evade the basilisk was an almost insurmountable task. Just then, a series of resounding rooster crows inflicted agony upon the serpent. "Protego." Harry recognized Professor Flitwick's voice, and a surge of courage replaced his earlier trepidation. It was at this moment that Tom realized they were not alone in the chamber. Others had joined their ranks. Unwilling to accept defeat, he cast spells at the roosters while urging the basilisk and Flint to intensify their onslaught, disregarding Ginny altogether. Determined that Harry Potter must perish here. Upon discovering the presence of others, Flint's previous arrogance deflated like a punctured balloon, replaced by sheer terror. Would he face expulsion? Would he be imprisoned in Azkaban? Would the Flint family suffer repercussions? A myriad of questions flooded his mind, causing his wand-holding hand to tremble, leading to several misdirected attacks. Tom's ire deepened. "What are you doing, Flint? If you fail to execute this task, you should be aware of the consequences." Flint clenched his eyes shut. When he reopened them, only madness lingered within. He had no avenue of retreat. His best option now was to eliminate everyone else present, burying the truth beneath the earth, ensuring no one would discover it. However, just as he prepared to cast the most powerful curse he knew upon Harry, Harry unleashed a spell that struck him squarely. Flint was hurled backward, colliding forcefully with a stone pillar, his wand skidding away into a distant drain. "Petrificus totalis." Harry delivered the finishing blow, rendering Flint motionless. The rooster's crows weakened the basilisk, its movements growing increasingly sluggish. Tom's attempts to eliminate the roosters failed as the two professors, hidden beneath an invisibility cloak, successfully deflected every one of his spells, leaving him to watch helplessly as the serpent feebly swished its tail. Expelliarmus. At this juncture, Harry found an opportunity to assist, attempting to disarm Tom. Observing the battle, Ginny gritted her teeth, dashing to retrieve Flint's wand from afar and joining the fray. In truth, the two professors concealed beneath the cloak were not at all pleased with their actions. Rather, they contemplated reprimanding them and relocating them to a safe place to hide. Yet, who would expect Gryffindor's foolish lion to heed such advice? Snape, careful not to let the cloak slip, internally scoffed. Outnumbered, Tom ultimately succumbed, retreating back into the diary. Professor Flitwick emerged from beneath the cloak, transfiguring a stone into a box, seizing the diary and placing it within, before delivering a final blow to the basilisk. Only then did Snape remove the invisibility cloak. Chapter 58. The Return of Dumbledore. Upon their emergence from the chamber, and returning to the surface, a multitude of professors awaited them, with Dumbledore standing at the forefront of the crowd. "Follow me, children. I must conduct a check on you." Professor Pomfrey regarded them with evident concern. "Flint requires no examination. He must accompany us," Snape remarked, his countenance dark. Although Professor Pomfrey was unaware of the events that had transpired, she refrained from insisting on Flint's examination. "Now that we are all above ground, let us converse elsewhere," Dumbledore suggested. "Poppy, once you finish your checks, please bring them to my office." Professor Pomfrey acquiesced and led Ginny and Harry away for their examinations, while two figures emerged from the crowd, revealing themselves to be the Weasley parents. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, Professor Flitwick presented the diary to Dumbledore. It was Dumbledore's first encounter with a Horcrux, and he shook his head. "This magic is exceedingly malevolent. We must destroy it. Is there a way?" Professor McGonagall inquired. "We can attempt this." Dumbledore extracted a sword from the sorting hat, adorned with a magnificent ruby. The sword of Gryffindor struck the diary, cleaving it and producing a piercing scream as the Horcrux was vanquished. The professors collectively exhaled in relief, grateful to be rid of such an evil object. "This may not be the only one," Dumbledore cautioned, harboring no illusions. "Tom would not place all his hopes upon a singular Horcrux. It seems we face a formidable battle ahead." Fortunately, although Professor McGonagall felt somewhat disheartened by the news, she rallied her spirits and remarked, "He remains in a state of soul. Currently he is quite weak, and we have ample time." Snape, standing to the side, murmured about Flint's situation. "I perceive no signs of coercion. He poses a significant threat." Dumbledore sighed. "Yet we cannot imprison him in Azkaban. Should we expel him, the situation may become even more convoluted." Snape initially intended to argue that Flint had allied with the Dark Lord and attempted to murder a fellow student, but reconsidered. Despite Flint's actions, he could easily assert he had been manipulated, and with the diary now destroyed, there would be no evidence to contradict him. As Dumbledore had stated, they were unable to reach a decisive conclusion regarding Flint's imprisonment in Azkaban, for the Flint family could readily erase any trace of his wrongdoing. Allowing a resentful aspiring Death Eater to remain outside the school was undeniably perilous. They were now certain that Voldemort could return at any moment, and when that time came, Snape's role as a spy would be crucial. If Flint were to emerge and testify that Snape had aligned himself with Dumbledore, the situation would deteriorate dramatically. He is on the verge of graduating, Dumbledore reflected. Professor Snape has advocated for him to complete his exams at the school, regardless of his performance. We shall not see him again next term. Snape, somewhat vexed, nodded. During the remaining time, he must remain under my supervision. What of Professor Lockhart? At last, Dumbledore recalled this pressing matter. Professor McGonagall succinctly recounted the situation surrounding Gilderoy Lockhart. "It seems I must once again place an advertisement for a new defense against the dark arts professor." Once Harry and Ginny had completed their examinations, they, along with Ron, pieced together the events that had transpired, sharing their story with the assembly. Professor McGonagall regarded Harry and Ron, shaking her head. "Throughout this ordeal, you have contravened over 100 school rules. It is only fitting that points be deducted. Why not take a page from your good friend's book and disclose everything to the professors?" Harry and Ron appeared distinctly perplexed. "It is Miss Sue and Mr. M.O., Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye. "On the day of my temporary suspension, Miss Sue had already come to me bearing a significant portion of the clues." "Oh, I see," Harry responded, somewhat incredulous, for they had never mentioned it. "This information is to be kept confidential," Dumbledore enigmatically remarked. "You might consider placing a bit more trust in the professor. I inquired earlier if you had anything to share, Harry, yet you did not mention hearing the basilisk's voice." Harry flushed slightly at this revelation. "By the way, Professor, Riddle also claimed he was unsure how he had come into possession of Ginny, only to mysteriously lose her from Flint's dormitory, resulting in her appearance in that restroom. I suspect there lies a mysterious force within the school." Dumbledore, aware of the implications related to Sue Lili, replied vaguely, "That may indeed be the case, but I believe it is merely a coincidence, coupled with a dash of serendipity." At that moment, the door to the headmaster's office swung open, revealing Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by a bandaged Dobby. Sue Lili had remained quietly in her dormitory for half the night, only to hear that Dumbledore had returned, with the prefects notifying everyone to gather in the Great Hall for a feast. Sue Lili and Hannah roused the sleeping Susan, and joined the throng heading toward the hall. Su Lili observed the students clad in a riot of colorful pajamas, feeling somewhat out of place. However, she herself was not in the traditional black robes, but wore a light blue dress, the sleeves reaching her elbows and the hem falling below her knees. As the aroma of food wafted through the air, Su Lili felt a wave of happiness wash over her. A few petrified classmates also entered the hall, hastening to reunite with their friends. Hermione leapt into Su Lili's embrace, then engaged in animated conversation with Harry and Ron about how they had unraveled the mystery. Justin trailed behind Hermione, grasping Harry's hand to apologize for previously doubting him. Su Lili listened as Harry recounted to the Gryffindor students the events he had experienced. From a distance, Su Lili learned that Gilderoy Lockhart's antics had been revealed, and he might well find himself incarcerated in Azkaban for several years. Harry also shared with Hermione how he had orchestrated Dobby's emancipation from the Malfoy family. Hermione expressed her admiration for Dobby's yearning for freedom, launching into a critique of the institution of slavery, asserting that wizards of this era should rid themselves of such antiquated practices. The feast continued throughout the evening. Chapter 59. The end of the second year. Without comparison, there is no pain. Thanks to Su Lili's proactive decision to inform the professor, Harry and Ron received an additional 100 points each for the Chamber of Secrets incident, while Su Lili was awarded 200 points. Nevertheless, the House Cup still went to Gryffindor, as the Hufflepuffs consistently placed last, earning the same number of points as Gryffindor. Hufflepuff's ranking rose to second place, a mere step away from first. This outcome left the Hufflepuff students lamenting their missed opportunity. Had they known such a chance would arise this year, they might have exerted a bit more effort. Although they had never aspired to claim first, the difference between that and watching it slip away was palpable. However, Dumbledore later announced the cancellation of exams for the year, providing some comfort to the students, though Hermione was not pleased by this news. With the prospect of examinations no longer looming over them, the remaining time passed relatively joyfully for everyone except Draco, as Lucius had been removed from the Board of Governors. Su Lili and Mo Chongsong went to console him. In truth, this is rather fortuitous. It appears that the conflict between your father and Dumbledore is irreconcilable, Su Lili analyzed, revealing a snippet of insider information. As we understand it, Voldemort, don't look at me that way, still possesses some residual power. If he were to return one day, your father's opposition to Dumbledore would only solidify his belief in Voldemort. Will he truly return? Draco's face revealed a flicker of fear. Do you wish for his return? Su Lili inquired. I don't know, Draco responded, visibly confused, tugging at the grass beside him. I think life is rather pleasant now. If he comes back, what then? That would depend on your father's capabilities, but I would wager he would meet his demise. After all, Harry's lifeline is rather extensive. If the two are destined adversaries, it is likely that Harry will emerge victorious. My father. He is indeed formidable, yet I cannot fathom how he could extricate himself from those accusations, Draco stated, casting a wary glance around. Ahem, what I meant to say is he acted under the influence of the Cruciatus curse. This foolish child had unwittingly acknowledged his father's affiliation with the Death Eaters, and now he hastily sought to amend his words. I know, Su Lili replied nonchalantly. If that man returns, he will undoubtedly require considerable wealth to regain his footing, so the Malfoy family and other deeply rooted pureblood families will likely become his targets. Perhaps your father will again fall under his control through the Cruciatus curse. Of course, I recognize that your father still yearns for justice. That is not incorrect. After all, history is written by the victors. Draco found her words somewhat peculiar, yet he nodded in agreement. After comforting Draco for a while, Su Lili added, nonetheless, you are somewhat at risk in this situation. For the time being, it might be wise to feign displeasure. If there are any grievances, vent your frustrations vocally. At the very least, maintain a certain distance from Harry, the so-called savior. If Voldemort were to wish for Lucius to undertake some task, and then saw you getting along well with Harry Potter, that would be quite disastrous. Although Draco had been troubled by the issues surrounding Lucius and Dobby, his emotional fluctuations remained manageable, free from any impulsive outbursts. However, he was still quite willing to find ways to trouble Harry Potter. Before long, the time to depart from school arrived. This time, Su Lili and Mo Chongsong opted not to take the train, but instead planned to fly back to Shushan directly on their swords, saving several hours in travel time. Upon learning of this, Harry handed Su Lili a piece of paper with his phone number written on it. This is the Dursleys' number, he said, looking at her and Mo Chongsong. You can call me. 2 whole months of only speaking to Dudley is more than I can bear. Su Lili accepted the paper, deciding not to mention that international call rates were rather steep, and that it would be more practical to have someone relay messages as they did the previous year. During the summer break, Sue Lili devoted most of her energy to divination, fearing that in a year or two, her fate might become so intertwined with that of Hogwarts that she would be unable to read it at all. Of course, her summer was not solely mundane. Bai Yuan would take his apprentice to traverse every corner of China, dealing with malevolent spirits and demons, all under the guise of practical training. Notably, upon her return, Alan finally regained consciousness and began to recover, albeit with some memory loss concerning that particular soul. It was an exceptionally powerful ghost. I couldn't quite see its face. Initially, it resided within that necklace, but later it discovered me. I tried to escape through the mirror, but after that, I can't remember. However, I felt a certain resemblance to you. No way, Sue Lili exclaimed, her eyes widening. I am so cute and kind. How could I resemble that? That villain? I don't know, Alan replied innocently. I can't say where the resemblance lies, but it was just a feeling. Sue Lili felt at a loss, as the clues had once again come to an abrupt halt, leaving her somewhat vexed. By the end of July, Sue Lili sent Harry a birthday gift, accompanied by a letter and a parcel that would eventually find its way back. Harry expressed that he was experiencing great joy on his birthday, having received gifts from both Hermione and Ron. In their letters, Ron mentioned that his family had won a lottery and were currently traveling in Egypt, while Hermione was enjoying a holiday in France. The letters contained numerous updates, such as Percy being elected as the president of the male student council, and that the female president was the same girl from Ravenclaw who had been petrified alongside Hermione. She and Percy were now in a romantic relationship, as Ginny had informed them. Sue Lili read the letter twice before setting it aside and gazing at the parcel. Inside was a letter from Hogwarts, which included a book list and a permission slip for visiting Hogsmeade on weekends. Sue Lili intended to consult Mo Chongsong regarding their third-year curriculum. They had opted for all 5 elective courses, and upon their return to school, they would face a heavy workload. Thus, they pondered whether to purchase their books in advance for a thorough review. Mo Chongsong agreed. But the only question remained. Should they make the trip themselves or enlist someone to procure the books for them? After some deliberation, they resolved to go themselves. A few days later, they calculated their timing to arrive in England in the morning. Upon entering the leaky cauldron, they were pleasantly surprised to encounter Harry. Lili, Macau. What are you doing here? Harry exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Mo Chongsong retorted. That's a question I should be asking you. Shouldn't you be at the Dursleys? Oh. Don't mention it, Harry replied, feeling uneasy at the thought, and recounted how he had inflated Aunt March and then taken the night bus to arrive here, where he had also met Cornelius Fudge. Upon learning that they were there to buy books, Harry expressed his desire to accompany them. On their way, Harry brought up the escape of Sirius Black, with others warning him that Black must be seeking him and advising him to be cautious. Sue Lili and Mo Chongsong were not well versed in this particular history of the wizarding world. After all, it was unreasonable to expect them to memorize years' worth of newspapers and the Azkaban inmate roster, leaving them unable to form any judgment on the matter. Harry did not anticipate them providing any suggestions and continued, "The Ministry of Magic is truly peculiar. Last year, I received a warning from them because Dobby ruined a cake, stating that if anyone used magic there, I would be expelled from Hogwarts. Yet that night, Fudge claimed it was no big deal." Sue Lili understood the implications. The escape of Sirius Black was a significant blow to the so-called impenetrable Azkaban, and the Ministry would inevitably face consequences for this incident. After Harry glanced her way, she continued, "Everyone believes Black's target is you. Should anything happen to you, the Ministry would bear most of the blame, hence their eagerness to suppress the situation." Harry suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. Compared to the threat to his life posed by Black's escape, his violation of the regulation of underage wizardry seemed trivial. Sue Lili nodded in agreement. Indeed, they would rather you remain safe. This revelation exposed the hypocrisy of the politicians to Harry, and his fondness for the Ministry gradually diminished. After purchasing their books, Sue Lili and Mo Chongsong also acquired some parchment and other school supplies. "Aren't you buying robes?" Harry inquired, puzzled. "You've both grown quite a bit. The ones you bought before must be a bit short now." "That's not a concern," Mo Chongsong explained. "Shoe Mountain has cultivated a batch of spiders and silkworms that have developed intelligence, specifically tasked with spinning fabric for our clothing. The robes made from our quota over the years are not only beautiful but also of excellent quality." Harry listened with half understanding, but he recognized that they had other means to obtain new robes, and did not press further. Overjoyed to see his friends, Harry treated them to ice cream at Florian Fortescue's. In the afternoon, they played with a newly acquired set of pure gold gobstones, which were exquisitely crafted and not inexpensive. Sue Lili had reason to suspect that he might end up broke before graduation, as Harry had been staring wide-eyed at the newly released Firebolt broomstick in the Quidditch shop, which was priced at a staggering 5,000 galleons. How exorbitant! Sulilimjus. Though her family's finances were robust enough to afford it. Especially after White Yuan had assisted some stars and wealthy individuals with ghostly troubles, and had gifted her many delightful items, turning her wealth into something substantial. She had little interest in such luxuries. 5,000 galleons could procure a substantial amount of food. It is unnecessary to squander it on a broomstick. As night fell, Su Lili and Mo Chongsong prepared to return home. After their departure, Harry's exhilaration from the day began to dissipate, and he found himself once again engulfed by a sense of solitude and emptiness in the now quiet room. Time swiftly passed, leading to the end of August, and Su Lili and Mo Chongsong had to pack their belongings and take their flying swords to King's Cross Station. Studying geography has its advantages, Su Lili remarked as they landed in an inconspicuous alley. Look, we timed it perfectly. We have 20 minutes to catch the train. If it weren't for the convenience of management, I would prefer to fly directly to the school, Mo Chongsong observed, glancing at the sky, which appeared to threaten rain. Let us go. We can't be late, Su Lili advised, stowing her sword while retrieving a fluffy creature from her magical pet bag. Upon boarding the train, they found it already filled with passengers. Su Lili located a somewhat secluded compartment towards the back and settled in. Goodness, it's crowded. Susan approached them. Long time no see, Lili, and Mo Chongsong greeted her briefly before returning to his book. Is that a fox? It's so beautiful, Susan remarked, her attention drawn to the creature in Su Lili's arms. No, this is a Fifi, a unique creature from our area. Her name is Wuyo, Su Lili explained, elaborating on the characteristics of the Fifi species. Really? Susan gazed at the fox-like creature in awe. If raised, can it truly alleviate one's sorrows? Isn't that akin to a calming agent? I believe it to be true, Su Lili replied, burying her face in Wuyo's fur and inhaling deeply. Honestly, just holding her in my arms significantly diminishes my hunger. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and pulled out a stash of snacks from her space bag. I find that hard to believe, Susan said with a hint of skepticism. Su Lili, unembarrassed, calmly munched on her treats. It seems that gluttonous cravings are indeed more powerful than the Fifi's soothing abilities. After a while, a girl with somewhat disheveled hair knocked on their compartment door. Hello. May I sit here? Everyone readily agreed, and the only boy present helped her with her luggage before they all took their seats. Su Lili recognized her as Luna Lovegood, who had been sorted into Ravenclaw last year. Pushing some snacks towards her, Su Lili encouraged, "Have some, Luna." Luna was taken aback to find a Hufflepuff upperclassman who knew her name, her eyes widening slightly as she obediently picked up a cookie to eat. To make her feel more at ease, Su Lili included her in the subsequent conversation. However, as the girls chatted, the boy's presence seemed to fade. Mo Chongsong was thoroughly overlooked, yet he appeared to find solace in his book, merely responding occasionally. Overall, the atmosphere in the compartment remained harmonious. Chapter 61 Dementors. Shortly thereafter, Harry and his companions passed by their compartment, but upon seeing it fully occupied, they continued on. The train glided smoothly along the tracks, as it always had. Su Lili gazed out the window, observing the shifting scenery as the sky darkened and rain began to fall. By afternoon, the downpour intensified, as if heralding the arrival of some ominous event. Soon after, the sky outside was completely shrouded in darkness, and the lights in the corridor and overhead luggage racks flickered to life. Su Lili heard the head boy patrolling the aisle, and then the door to their compartment swung open to reveal Cedric. Her eyes were drawn to his head boy badge. "Wow, Cedric, you've become the head boy." Cedric smiled at them, inquiring about their summer. Luna remained silent, while Susan exchanged amused glances with Su Lili. Puzzled, Su Lili shot her a curious look, then turned to Cedric, saying, "It was quite enjoyable. Look at my little companion." She lifted Wuyo, who obediently allowed her to hold him, his tiny pink paws stretching forward, his tail wagging uncontrollably. "He is utterly adorable," Cedric remarked, suddenly recalling Su Lili's previous transformation into a kitten. "What is his name?" However, Cedric did not linger with Su Lili for long, as he had to continue his rounds in other compartments. Just as he was about to depart, the train suddenly slowed. "Have we reached our destination?" Susan asked, peering out the window, but all she could see was an impenetrable darkness, leaving her uncertain of their whereabouts. "Not yet," Su Lili replied, rising from her seat and moving toward Cedric as something strange approached the train. "Stay in the compartment, I'll go take a look." Cedric stopped Su Lili, who was eager to peek outside, and cautiously stepped out with his wand raised. Luna and Susan also readied their wands. Luna turned to Su Lili and asked softly, What is that thing? Can you describe it? It feels somewhat like a ghost, its face obscured. Overall, it resembles a tattered, floating robe, Lili responded. It must be a Dementor. Luna suddenly recalled a creature. I forgot who among us can cast the Patronus charm. You all are third years. Thanks to Luna's explanation, they learned that the entity was indeed a guard of Azkaban. They wouldn't think Sirius Black is on the train, would they? Susan asked. A hint of fear in her voice. Generally speaking, no. But who knows if they might lose control? Luna replied calmly, gazing at the darkened sky. The train came to a complete stop, and Susan and Luna's luggage nearly tumbled down due to inertia, accompanied by distant clattering sounds. Then all the lights extinguished, plunging the carriage into darkness. Lumos. 2 beams of light appeared in their compartment, illuminating the space brightly from different corners. Lili glanced at Susan and Luna, aware that while the light provided a sense of safety, it could also attract the attention of foes in the dark, making them prime targets. I heard some noises. They are boarding the train, Emo Changsong said. You all stay here. I need to warn them that those are Dementors. After saying this, Lili quickly handed Wuyo to Emo Changsong and dashed out of the compartment, casting a protective charm on the door, without lighting her wand. Her night vision was sufficient to discern everything within the carriage, including the Dementor that had squeezed through the door and Cedric standing before it. Cedric also refrained from lighting his wand, pushing a younger student into the compartment while keeping a vigilant eye on the Dementor. Set. Lili called softly as she ran towards him, and upon confirming the absence of others around, she pulled Cedric aside. She felt uneasy. The area surrounding the Dementor was suffused with an icy chill that made her feel as though something was draining from her very essence. An overwhelming hunger and other desires flooding her soul. Lili detested this sensation, as it made her feel akin to a beast driven by primal instincts. The Dementor seemed intrigued by them, drifting closer. Lili swiftly cast a banishing charm, halting the creature's advance, and they both slipped into a compartment, shutting the door behind them. Are you alright? Are you okay? Lili and Cedric simultaneously inquired about each other's well-being. Can someone tell us what is happening outside? The few students originally in the compartment weakly asked. Lili returned to her senses and answered, in short, the train has been forced to stop by Dementors, and they are currently searching for any sign of Sirius Black. Dementors! Gasps erupted within the compartment. They are outside. Cedric pulled Lili back a step as a wave of frigid air swept through the door. At that moment, Lili distinctly felt the sensation of joy and warmth ebbing away, the desire she had previously suppressed due to Wuyo now rebounding tenfold. She could even feel Cedric's pulse through his grip on her hand. The door swung open, and a Dementor, towering almost as high as the ceiling, peered inside, searching for something. Just then, a silvery light surged toward them, causing the Dementor to recoil in fear and drift away. Soon the lights flickered back on, and the train resumed its journey as Cedric guided Lili back to her original compartment. Are you really alright? Cedric offered her a chocolate, observing her pallor. You seem a bit off. I'm fine, just that feeling was rather peculiar, Lili replied softly, especially strange. I can't quite comprehend it. Lili sensed that when her joy faded, alongside her hunger, there lingered a unique yearning. She was well aware of her own flaws, gluttonous by nature. She was never merely driven by appetite. Yet what was this newfound, unfamiliar desire? She found it perplexing. However, one thing was certain. This urge was far more terrifying than mere hunger, and it would likely intensify with time. Chapter 62. The new professor upon returning to the compartment. Lili embraced Wuyo, and that yearning gradually subsided. Subsequently, Lili remained somewhat silent, her thoughts vacated, exuding a sense of tranquility. As they disembarked from the train, a bone-chilling cold assaulted them, and the torrential rain made it arduous for the students. The older students fared somewhat better, utilizing various spells to shield themselves from the rain, while the first years endured a harsher fate, having to take a boat to the school in this wretched weather. Lili approached the carriage drawn by the Thestrals, eschewing an umbrella, as the rain seemed to part around her, leaving her dry until she stepped into the carriage. The carriage swayed gently, progressing slowly forward. Before long, Lili noticed 2 Dementors stationed outside the castle, standing guard as though on duty. However, this time, she did not feel the previous overwhelming sense of loss. Nestled in her arms, Wuyo radiated warmth and joy like a flickering flame. After the carriage came to a stop, as Lili opened the door, she heard Draco's voice. Did you faint, Potter? Were you truly frightened by that dreadful old Dementor? Lili perked up slightly and exchanged glances with Emo Changsong. Do you think he is doing it on purpose, or is he, once again, under someone else's control like last year? Emo Changsong glanced at Draco. It seems to be a normal reaction. Wasn't it you who said he should maintain some distance from Harry Potter? His behavior is quite fitting. Lili maneuvered past them, making her way into the castle. Still able to hear their squabbling and a strange man speaking up for Harry. As she traversed the entrance hall, Lili intended to head toward the Great Hall, but was called aside by Professor Sprout, while Mo Chongsong was summoned by Professor Snape. Upon her return, Lili adorned her neck with a golden chain, from which dangled a time-turner. This semester, she had opted for an array of elective courses. However, due to scheduling conflicts, she found herself compelled to attend multiple classes simultaneously. Consequently, Professor Sprout had taken the initiative to write to the Ministry of Magic, requesting a time-turner on her behalf. Lili reflected that one must not be overly prideful. Although wizards appeared fragile and their spellcasting relied heavily on wands, they possessed an array of peculiar magical applications. Consider, for instance, the Philosopher's Stone encountered in their first year, which not only had the power to transmute base metals into gold, but also to extend life. Nicholas Flamel and his wife lived for over 6 centuries due to its enchantments. 6 centuries is a span that would stir even the hearts of the most gifted practitioners, as those who can boast of such longevity are now exceedingly rare. In their second year, they had encountered Horcruxes, which practitioners generally viewed with disdain. For them, death signified the transition into a spiritual state, necessitating rebirth in the afterlife. Nonetheless, the theoretical underpinnings of such objects were sound, and could certainly be adapted for other uses. And now the time-turner. Research regarding time also existed in the realms of the Shu Mountain, with ancient artifacts like the Kunlun Mirror possessing the ability to traverse time. Yet the forces governing time remain shrouded in mystery. Thus, it is apparent that the creativity of wizards is commendable and worthy of emulation. Lili noticed that Mo Chongsong also wore a similar delicate gold chain around his neck. Shortly thereafter, Hermione returned from Professor McGonagall's office. They exchanged knowing glances before silently returning to their respective seats in their houses. By the time they returned, the sorting ceremony had concluded, yet none felt any regret. Having experienced it once and witnessed another sorting, the novelty had long since faded. In comparison, the newly acquired time-turner seemed far more engaging. Before the meal commenced, Dumbledore announced that Dementors would be stationed at every entrance of Hogwarts. It was imperative to clarify that while they were present, no one was permitted to leave the school without permission. Even the most cunning disguises would be futile against the Dementors, including the invisibility cloak. Lili felt as though Dumbledore was on the verge of directly mentioning Harry's name, yet she was intrigued by the prospect of attempting to outsmart the Dementors. After all, if Sirius Black could deceive them to escape, why not her? The inherent nature of Dementors prevents them from comprehending deceit or pleas for mercy. Therefore, I advise everyone present to avoid giving them any justification to harm you. I trust that the prefects and the newly elected student council president will ensure that no student encounters a conflict with the Dementors. Lili noticed Cedric's gaze linger on her for a moment. She mused. Could it be that after becoming prefect, he has developed the ability to read minds and discern my intentions to provoke the Dementors? Feeling inexplicably guilty, she suppressed her previous thoughts. Dumbledore then introduced 2 new professors for the semester. Professor Lupin, who would teach defense against the dark arts, and Hagrid, who would succeed Professor Kettleburn. Lili couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the students who would be taking the care of magical creatures class in the coming years. Given Hagrid's love for dangerous creatures, and that book of fantastic beasts and where to find them, which is known for its propensity to bite, she was certain their experiences would be nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, she herself was not afraid. Lili was eager to discover if there were any magical creatures in the wizarding world that could rival her own abilities, particularly those of substantial size that reproduce swiftly, serving as a source of long-term sustenance. Compared to the sparse applause for Professor Lupin, the applause for Hagrid was far more exuberant, especially from Gryffindor. We should have known. Lili overheard Ron exclaim, "Who else would make us prepare a book that bites?" While smoothing the fur of her pet, Wuyo, Lili observed Professor Lupin. From his demeanor, she could not ascertain any imminent troubles in his near future, yet she was aware that he would meet his end in a few years. Another short-lived one. Furthermore, Lili sensed an incongruity about Lupin, as if he were not entirely human. She speculated that the curse associated with this class must be quite formidable, as no one who taught it seemed to have a favorable fate. A senior had once expressed a desire to take this class for a year, and while Lili had initially supported the notion, she now felt compelled to advise her against it. In matters like these, it is better to err on the side of caution. She would be far better off honing her skills as a ghost hunter back home. While observing Professor Lupin, Sue Lili could not help but notice Professor Snape's expression of disdain towards him. In comparison, his usual demeanor during potions class seemed positively amiable. Well then, let's not dwell on the important matters any longer. Let us feast, Dumbledore declared. And before them appeared an abundance of food and drink. Chapter 63. The New Semester's Classes. During breakfast in the Great Hall, Professor Sprout distributed the class schedules. Upon receiving her schedule, Sue Lili noted that 3 classes commenced at 9 o'clock. Divination, Muggle Studies, and Arithmancy. It appeared that she would have the opportunity to test the capabilities of the time turner right from the start. Excitement bubbled within her. During her time in Shoe Mountain, she had never encountered an artifact related to time, and was unaware of what it would feel like to utilize one. With such thoughts, she found herself eating at a quicker pace. As she reached for a piece of fried tomato, laughter erupted from the Slytherin table. She looked up to see Draco entertaining his housemates with a recount of how Harry had fainted when the Dementors approached, complete with exaggerated gestures that elicited laughter from the crowd. After a while, Harry and his friends entered the Great Hall, and Pansy Parkinson shrieked, "Potter, the Dementors are coming!" followed by a bout of laughter. After breakfast, Sue Lili contemplated which class to attend first, and ultimately decided on Arithmancy. She found a seat and within a minute, Hermione joined her. Sue Lili had seen Hermione head to divination with Harry and the others, so the Hermione beside her must be the one who had used the time turner. "Hermione, how does it feel?" Sue Lili whispered, gesturing to the delicate gold chain around her neck. "Quite well," Hermione replied. "When you use it, it feels as though you are rapidly flying backward. Everything before you becomes a blur, and it feels as if something is pounding in your ears. Is it uncomfortable?" Hermione shook her head. "It's just a blink of an eye. The sensation is tolerable." "What about divination? Did you learn anything?" Sue Lili asked, taking advantage of the teacher's absence. "Not much," Hermione replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. "Professor Trelawney said that Harry encountered an ominous sign. But as for the textbook knowledge, all I could discern from the tea leaves was a heap of dregs." "I see." Sue Lili suddenly recalled something. "By the way, does your schedule indicate 3 classes for this lesson?" "Yes," Hermione confirmed, divination, arithmancy, and Muggle studies. Mo Chongsong approached, looking puzzled. "I have a question. In this time slot, there are 3 classes scheduled. Given that each house can only have 1 class, why is there a 3rd class?" "Good question," Sue Lili pondered. "It's not unusual. Some students only select 2 classes, and with 4 houses, there will inevitably be some students for whom these 3 classes do not conflict." Hermione added, "Lily's right. There are quite a few students in divination, and it's not just Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students. Upon my prior observation, it became evident that Gryffindor boasted the largest cohort of students, while the total enrollment from the other 3 houses was merely 12, culminating in an approximate attendance of 20 in the classroom. During this time slot, apart from those whose 3 courses did not conflict, we were the only ones burdened by overlapping classes." Mo Chongsong articulated a rather convoluted statement. The afternoon class on care of magical creatures was attended jointly by Slytherin and Gryffindor, indicating a significant interest in this subject, with a balanced representation from all 4 houses. Sue Lili discerned this. Hermione remained silent, as the professor had already entered the room. The course on arithmancy was notably intriguing, employing numbers for divination. Hermione exhibited a keen interest in this subject, and both Sue Lili and Mo Chongsong excelled in utilizing numerical calculations, leading the trio to find the class relatively easy, though others held a different opinion. After class, Sue Lili remarked to Mo Chongsong, "This feels remarkably akin to divination. The distinction lies in one relying on corresponding number charts while the other necessitates memorization of mnemonic rhymes." Mo Chongsong concurred, stating that as long as one committed the number charts to memory and calculated swiftly, passing the examination would be manageable. However, in reality, the nuances of life often hinge on minute details, and to cultivate a long-term proficiency in this subject necessitates a certain innate talent. Much like mathematics, where some individuals memorize all formulas yet still falter in problem-solving, they retreated to a secluded area, each employing their time turner to transition to their next class. The sensation of using the time turner was akin to Hermione's description. They found themselves transported back to a time prior to the lesson. Sue Lili surmised that their current location was closer to the Muggle Studies classroom than to the divination classroom. Thus she proceeded there first, with Mo Chongsong naturally accompanying her. As Hermione had not yet enrolled in that class, the trio journeyed together. Previously, Ron had expressed bewilderment, pondering why he would select a course centered on Muggle studies, having grown up in the Muggle world. Hermione explained, "I believe it would be fascinating to view Muggles from a wizard's perspective." Sue Lili affirmed, "I have no doubt about that. The Muggle Studies class was conducted by Professor Charity Burbage, who donned Muggle attire, appearing distinctly out of place among the young wizards clad in black robes and pointed hats. Nonetheless, her lecture was engaging, flowing with a fervor that suggested she sought to impart a wealth of knowledge upon them. So engrossed was Professor Burbage in her teaching that she nearly ran over time. Upon the ringing of the bell, she seemed startled, hastily concluding her lecture, assigning them some work before declaring the class dismissed. Su Lili organized her books and bid farewell to Hermione. Then she and Mo Chongsong utilized their time-turners once more to attend the divination class. The classroom for divination was located in the North Tower, a place they had seldom visited. However, the compass would guide them accurately, eliminating the need to follow Sir Cadogan as Harry and the others had done. Upon their arrival, they coincidentally spotted Harry and his companions entering the classroom, allowing them to slip in without the need to knock. The classroom's decor was rather peculiar, resembling a fusion of an attic and an old-fashioned tea house, with over 20 small round tables surrounded by patterned armchairs and cushions. The curtains were drawn, casting a dim crimson glow over every item within. The fireplace was stuffed to capacity, emitting a heavy, cloying aroma from the burning wood, while a large copper kettle simmered above the flames. Su Lili mused that this space resembled anything but a traditional classroom, more akin to a site of some clandestine cult. Chapter 64. In the divination class. The students congregated, whispering amongst themselves. Hermione leaned toward Su Lili, hesitating to speak. Su Lili, aware of Hermione's unvoiced inquiry, nodded in understanding. "How do you feel?" Hermione, who had yet to experience a time-turner, appeared somewhat anxious. Su Lili, recalling the familiar question, paused before responding. "When you use it, you feel as though you are soaring swiftly backward. Everything before you becomes a blur, and it feels as if something is pounding in your ears." She observed Hermione nodding, contemplating who first uttered this phrase to whom. Su Lili overheard Ron inquiring, "Where is she?" She glanced toward a shadowy corner of the classroom. But before she could speak, Professor Trelawney said, "Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you in the tangible world." Her voice was soft and indistinct, almost ethereal. Professor Trelawney stepped into the light, allowing the students to see her clearly. Her large spectacles magnified her eyes, while her frail frame was draped in a sheer, flowing shawl, and her slender neck adorned with an array of necklaces and beads, her arms and hands bedecked with bangles and rings. Professor Trelawney instructed everyone to take their seats and provided a brief introduction to the divination course. "This is the most challenging of all magical arts. If you lack the sight, there is little I can teach you, for in this realm, the written word holds limited value." Hermione appeared somewhat taken aback, while Harry and Ron exchanged amused glances. Professor Trelawney informed them that this semester would focus on tea leaf interpretation, with palmistry set for the following term. Su Lili, intrigued by the various forms of divination, listened intently. "By the way, dear," Professor Trelawney suddenly addressed Parvati Patil, "beware of red-haired men." Parvati cast a fearful glance at Ron, shifting her chair slightly away from him. Following that, she foretold an influenza outbreak in February that would necessitate class cancellations, and around Easter, someone would depart from their midst. Su Lili began to reverse engineer her predictions. After a moment of calculation, she realized that the teacher indeed possessed some insight, and the departure merely implied Hermione leaving the divination class, rather than the grim conclusion others might assume. This was satisfactory. Although a divination instructor may not excel in teaching students, as long as one's own interpretations aligned closely with those of the teacher, it could affirm one's proficiency. However, for Su Lili and Mo Chongsong, they could seamlessly integrate both divination and calculations, cross-referencing for double assurance. Su Lili had already devised a plan. If unable to divine during the examination, she would calculate the outcome and then reverse engineer it, relaying her vision to the professor. Would this be considered cheating? At that moment, Professor Trelawney summoned Lavender to assist her in retrieving the teapot. Lavender, upon hearing her name, shrank back into her seat, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon realizing she was merely being asked for assistance rather than being forewarned of some unfortunate event. As Lavender placed the teapot on Professor Trelawney's table, she spoke again. "Thank you, dear. By the way, the thing you fear will occur on Friday, October 16th. Su Lili found herself at a loss for words. It seemed Professor Trelawney lacked emotional intelligence. Lavender trembled at this revelation, her face displaying a hint of distress. Professor Trelawney instructed the class to form two groups, retrieve teacups, and allow her to pour tea for them, which they were to drink before passing the cups to their partners for interpretation. Hermione wished to pair with Su Lili, while Mo Chongsong sought another partner. Su Lili and Hermione returned to their table, each holding a steaming cup of tea. Hermione took a sip of the scalding liquid, immediately burning her tongue. Consequently, Hermione had to let the tea cool before gulping it down, swirling the tea leaves before emptying her cup. Lili, with her back to Professor Trelawney, seized the opportunity to quickly pop 2 pastries into her mouth while drinking her tea, her speed catching even Hermione off guard. After giving Lili a disapproving glance, Hermione cautiously helped her keep track of Professor Trelawney's movements. The two of them exchanged teacups and then opened their textbooks. While Hermione inspected the remnants at the bottom of her teacup, she turned the pages, utterly bewildered. I see. Hermione stammered for quite a while without articulating any particular significance regarding Li's fate. Let me see, dear, Professor Trelawney, having overheard Ron, swiftly turned around and snatched the teacup from his hands. The classmates' attention shifted toward them, and Hermione, no longer preoccupied with the contents of her teacup, lifted her gaze to observe what predictions Professor Trelawney had concerning Harry's teacup and destiny. Dear Hawk, you have a mortal enemy, Hermione muttered audibly, though it was common knowledge. Trelawney shot her an incredulous glare, and Hermione continued, everyone knows about Harry and the mysterious one. Lili scrutinized the contents of Hermione's teacup, offering no intervention. However, Professor Trelawney did not respond to Hermione's comment, instead continuing to peer into Harry's cup. Shortly thereafter, she foretold of Harry's peril, an ominous dark dog. Professor Trelawney, seated in an armchair, was visibly shaken. Hermione once again stepped forward, maneuvering around the back of Trelawney's chair, and stated bluntly, I don't see how this is ominous. Trelawney regarded Hermione with increasing disdain, remarking, Dear, do not be discontent. I perceive your aura is rather dim, and your receptivity to resonating with the future is quite poor. Seamus Finnegan shook his head in agreement, advising Hermione to reconsider from a different perspective, as it appeared ominous, and from another angle, resembled a donkey. Harry, seemingly unable to accept this prophecy, exclaimed, When will you all collectively decide whether or not I'm going to die? The classmates had witnessed Professor Trelawney's abilities, and many believed Harry was nearing his demise, unable to bear the sight of him. Lili, however, fell into an eerie silence. So, was Trelawney truly a charlatan? Despite Harry's tumultuous fate, his lifespan was undoubtedly secure. Lili felt compelled to consult her own fortune. Although obscured by a veil of fog, Trelawney still appeared to possess some talent, yet her confidence in her own abilities was wavering. Professor Trelawney dismissed the class, and the students silently returned their teacups to her. Chapter 65. Care of Magical Creatures. During lunchtime, Lili noticed that the 5th-year students bore troubled expressions. She pondered briefly before approaching Cedric. Did you have Hagrid's class this morning? Cedric's demeanor shifted subtly. Yes, care of magical creatures. I think we need protection ourselves. Suli's curiosity piqued. What? Did he bring in a dragon? Not quite, Cedric chuckled. If Hagrid had managed to acquire a dragon, he might not have been inclined to teach us. So, what was the lesson about? Thestrals, though most of the class didn't see them during the lesson. Lili recalled having learned a bit about Thestrals from Hagrid, realizing they could only be seen by those who had witnessed death. Cedric added, They're the creatures that pull the carriages when we arrive at school. Lili nodded, I can see Thestrals. Cedric's expression turned peculiar, and he cautiously inquired, You've seen death? It was a long time ago. Lili shrugged nonchalantly, It was my mother first, then my father. I'm sorry, Cedric stammered, somewhat at a loss. It's all right. That was ages ago. Lili truly did not dwell on it. Sensing the oddity in her tone, Cedric chose not to press further, and shifted the conversation to the weather. The first class in the afternoon was potions, shared with Ravenclaw, where they were to learn about shrinking solution. Lili was becoming increasingly adept at potion making, understanding that stirring clockwise or counterclockwise was crucial for proper amalgamation of the potion in the cauldron. Following the textbook steps was the safest approach, but if one had a sensitive feel for the potion's magic, one could afford to be less rigid. Perhaps stirring 14 times could yield a more exquisite concoction. Though Snape did not deliberately set out to make anyone's life difficult, various mishaps ensued, resulting in some students being doused with venom. At dinner, Lili heard that during Slytherin and Gryffindor's Care of Magical Creatures class, an incident had occurred. Draco nearly sustained an injury due to provoking a hippogriff, but was saved by Imo Chongsong. Lili mused, could it be that the fellow was once again swept away by fate, prompting such foolish behavior? Had he been in his right mind, Lili would genuinely question his intelligence. However, Imo Chongsong also shared a useful piece of information about the book Fantastic Beasts and where to find them, stating that merely stroking the spine of the book would calm its inhabitants. Previously, Lili had struggled to subdue the book through force, expending considerable effort, while her fellow Hufflepuff classmates had been utterly at a loss, having not previewed it. Armed with this valuable information from Mo Chongsong, she promptly shared it with her classmates, enabling them to quiet the book and read peacefully. Most Hufflepuff students were not particularly studious and generally lacked the habit of previewing, yet today's circumstances were unique. As the day's classes concluded, the professors assigned a substantial amount of homework, and they typically preferred to procrastinate until the last moment to submit it. To avoid doing homework, they would rather preview. Of course, another reason was that through discussions with upperclassmen, they discovered that the new professor had a particular fondness for certain dangerous magical creatures, suggesting that the lesson content might not be entirely lighthearted. The Badgers were laid back, but they did not wish to merely lie down and await their fate in such perilous classes, so they had no choice but to preview the textbook in advance. The following morning, after their herbology class, they made their way to Hagrid's hut, filled with curiosity and trepidation. Perhaps due to Mo Chongsong's intervention in saving Draco from injury, they were once again studying hippogriffs, though this time only 4 of them, adorned with leather collars, were tethered to the fence. Hagrid instructed everyone to maintain a safe distance from the hippogriffs, and had them open fantastic beasts and where to find them, providing a brief introduction to the basic characteristics of the creatures. Hagrid warned, "It is crucial to note that hippogriffs are proud creatures. You must not offend them, or the consequences may be beyond your imagination." Without Hagrid's warning, everyone was already aware of this fact, as the book explicitly stated that such beings were classified as XXX level magical creatures, posing a danger that third-year students could not handle. In the face of such creatures, it would suffice to refrain from running away. Who would even think of offending them? Susan muttered softly. Hagrid hoped someone would volunteer to demonstrate, and among the third-year students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, he was most familiar with Su Li. Although Su Li had seen hippogriffs a few times, she had never approached them closely. She stepped forward, taking a few steps ahead, which pleased Hagrid. He unfastened one of the hippogriff's chains, intending to bring it closer to Su Li. However, for some unknown reason, the hippogriff refused to approach any closer than 3 meters from Su Li. No matter how Hagrid tugged at the chain, the creature remained obstinate. Oh well, it seems it may not like Hagrid. We'll have to try another hippogriff. However, the others seemed to harbor a strong aversion towards Su Lili, regarding her as if she were a formidable adversary, refusing to approach her under any circumstances. Oh, how peculiar. Perhaps the events of yesterday had frightened them. Hagrid scratched his head, recalling how Malfoy, after being startled, had threatened to behead Buckbeak. The classmates pondered. Are you certain these grand creatures were traumatized? Just a single remark sent them into a state of despondency? Later, when Hagrid invited other students to demonstrate, none of the hippogriffs displayed the same demeanor they had toward Su Lili, leaving Hagrid even more perplexed. Sitting on the grass, Su Lili scowled as she observed her peers engaging with the hippogriffs. They did not seem as proud as Hagrid had claimed. Rather, as long as they were not compelled to be in her presence, it mattered little who played with them. Su Lili thought to herself, "You disdain me now. But wait and see. Come nightfall, I shall venture into the Forbidden Forest and devour you all." Chapter 66. The Anti-Marriage Stance. Ultimately, Su Lili did not feast upon a char-grilled hippogriff that evening, for she encountered Snape while stepping out. This was not particularly alarming, given that she and Mo Chongsong were permitted by Dumbledore to attend classes outside the castle at night. However, the crux of the matter was that Snape intended to gather potion ingredients in the Forbidden Forest, and should they inadvertently cross paths, it would spell trouble. Thus, after tending to her vegetable patch, Su Lili dutifully commenced her lessons, while Wuyo lounged by a mirror, engaged in a game of whack-a-mole with Alan. It was not Snape's first encounter with Su Lili and Mo Chongsong during his nocturnal excursions into the Forbidden Forest, though he usually stumbled upon them on his return. Their classes typically commenced past midnight, while Snape often entered the forest around 10 when he was not required to patrol. Today, however, she had arrived unusually early, which struck Snape as odd, yet he had little time to ponder this anomaly. Certain herbs bloomed only for a fleeting moment, and if not harvested promptly, their blossoms would wither away. By the time Snape emerged from the Forbidden Forest, Su Lili and Mo Chongsong were engaged in a fierce duel. Their movements so swift that Snape could barely discern them, the sharp energy of their swordplay kicking up the earth around them. Snape silently mused. If they failed to restore this area by tomorrow, Su Lili would lose points. Yet, just as Su Lili was unable to indulge in a hippogriff feast, Snape's intention to deduct points from her was futile, for she and Mo Chongsong would surely leave the battleground immaculate. Before returning to the castle, Su Lili inspected her fruits. Though the weather was still relatively mild, these summer fruits required a greenhouse, not to mention protective charms. Su Lili did not mind her classmates picking fruits and vegetables from her garden, nor did she object to the creatures of the forbidden forest sampling them. Yet those beings, with their alien ways of thinking, often trampled her garden, nibbled on berries, devouring the sweetest parts before moving on to another, while birds delighted in pecking holes into the vegetables, feasting on the tender hearts. This incited Su Lili's displeasure. She did not pick and choose, consuming both ripe and unripe alike. So why should these creatures be allowed to ravage her produce? On Thursday morning, Su Lili attended an ancient runes class. Upon entering the classroom, she found it sparsely populated. After placing her textbook on the desk, she quietly awaited the professor's arrival. With merely 2 minutes remaining before class, she watched as Hermione rushed breathlessly into the room and took a seat beside her. "You have quite a few classes today," Su Lili observed. Gauging the weight of Hermione's bag, why not devise a solution? With more than 10 books crammed inside, your bag is bound to rupture. Hermione inhaled deeply before exclaiming, "Oh! The Ministry of Magic forbids the undetectable extension charm for personal use, otherwise." Su Lili blinked. "But you don't even need such a complex spell. A simple shrinking charm on the textbooks will suffice." Hermione was momentarily taken aback. "Oh right, I overcomplicated the issue. In fact, I had been pondering how splendid it would be to have a bag like yours, yet I completely overlooked this spell. Although shrinking the textbooks would necessitate using an expansion charm to restore them during class, a bit cumbersome, it was undeniably practical for Hermione. As she began to shrink her textbooks, Hermione noticed that a seam on her bag had come undone. If she persisted in cramming so many books into it, it would soon fall apart. Su Lili noticed the tear as well, and helped Hermione mend it. "Thank you," Hermione said. "Are you also interested in household magic?" "It's nothing much," Su Lili replied. "I learned this practical spell out of necessity, as I often tore my clothes while fighting, and I wanted to avoid embarrassment when returning home." Hermione could hardly fathom such a scene. "Did you truly ruin your clothes? Wasn't that a bit excessive?" "It's nothing. We sword cultivators have endured far worse," Su Lili shrugged. "You get used to it." Hermione remained somewhat unconvinced. After class, it was time for lunch, and they made their way toward the Great Hall. As they ascended the staircase and reached the foyer, Ron inquired, "How did you manage that?" Hermione looked puzzled. "What? Just a moment ago, you were behind us. And now you're back at the bottom of the stairs?" Hermione was still a bit confused but quickly recalled that Ron was likely referring to her earlier self before using the time turner. So she vaguely replied, "I just went back to retrieve something. Let us hurry, I'm famished." Hermione strode toward the Great Hall, while Su Lili and Mo Changsong quickened their pace, passing Harry and Ron. Ron remarked, "Hermione seems to have a secret," pointing at Su Lili and Mo Changsong. "They appear to know something too." Harry couldn't fathom what common secret they might share, as the enticing aroma of the meal wafted from the Great Hall. Halting his thoughts, "Let us not dwell on that. Let us get inside," Harry urged, pulling Ron along. Su Lili relished her lunch, but suddenly felt a weight on her lap. Looking down, she discovered Wuyo, the adorable creature, had inexplicably jumped onto her knee. Su Lili extended her left hand to stroke its head, and offered it a small piece of roasted lamb. "I've never seen you so fond of anything," Cedric remarked, glancing at the creature on Su Lili's lap, momentarily distracted from his meal. Su Lili smiled. "It brings me joy far greater than the pleasure derived from food. I can certainly afford to eat less. I've heard that some people adore their cats more than their romantic partners. Aren't you worried you might struggle to find a boyfriend because of it?" Su Lili looked at Cedric in astonishment. "But I am an advocate of remaining unmarried. I don't believe I need a boyfriend." Cedric's perfect smile faltered. "May I inquire what led you to this conclusion?" Su Lili hesitated, her gaze drifting, slowly responding. "We sword cultivators feel that one sword is sufficient. Marriage is not a necessity." Chapter 67. The imitation flying broomstick. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts class was attended by Gryffindor and Hufflepuff together. Having endured 2 years of unreliable professors, the students held little hope for the poorly dressed instructor. When Professor Lupin instructed everyone to stow their books back into their bags for a practical lesson, Hufflepuff students could not help but feel a spark of anticipation, while Gryffindor students exchanged incredulous glances. In the second-grade defense against the dark arts class, Hufflepuff shared their lesson with Slytherin, conducted behind the Gryffindor Tower. They had heard whispers that Gilderoy Lockhart was to present them with some house elves. Yet after the sole practical session concluded, the eager Slytherins and Hufflepuffs found themselves devoid of any sight of the elusive creatures. It was not until later that Sully learned from Harry and Ron that the situation had turned dire. Professor Lupin escorted the students out of the classroom, and after a brief walk, they encountered Peeves, who was upside down, shoving a piece of gum into the nearest keyhole. Approaching Peeves closely, Professor Lupin gained the poltergeist's attention. Yet unlike his demeanor towards other professors, Peeves showed no semblance of respect and began to sing, Lupin the Foolish, Lupin the Foolish. Unperturbed, Lupin simply smiled and remarked, Peeves, if I were you, I would extract that gum from the keyhole. Mr. Filch wouldn't be able to retrieve his broom otherwise. Peeves ignored him, prompting Lupin to draw his wand and declare, here's a useful little spell. Wadawasi. The gum shot out of the keyhole like a bullet, striking Peeves squarely in the left nostril, and sending him scuttling away, cursing all the while. This display of skill endeared Lupin to the students, who regarded him with newfound respect. Dean Thomas, astonished, exclaimed, brilliant, sir. Lupin led them onward, eventually halting outside the staff room. Inside, Snape sat, and upon seeing Lupin, a mocking smile crossed his face before he exited, clearly reluctant to share the same space with Lupin. Before leaving, however, he took a moment to ridicule Neville, while also dragging Hermione into the jest, leaving Sully somewhat perplexed. She feigned disinterest, though her ears perked up at Lupin's announcement that he wished for Neville to be his assistant, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him caught between the two professors. Hermione, too, suffered unjustly. Despite her commendable performance in potions, Snape refused to award her any points, instead noting her assistance to Neville and her friendship with Harry in his little notebook. It seemed that sometimes standing out was not advantageous, and remaining in the background could draw just as much attention. The wisdom of moderation echoed in Sully's mind, a lesson passed down through generations. To live comfortably, one must discern the appropriateness of the situation. The lesson that day focused on boggarts. Lupin guided Neville in compelling the boggart, which had transformed into Snape, to don women's attire, thus allowing Neville a moment of reprieve. The sight of Snape in women's clothing elicited laughter from the entire class, though Sully found it rather dull. Even in a dress, Snape appeared quite normal. She mused that if she were to conjure an image, it would involve black stockings paired with a backless dress, complemented by smoky eye makeup. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that her classmates might find it amusing. But with Snape's face it would be utterly horrifying. Parvati took Neville's place, and the boggart circled him, transforming into a bloodied mummy. Next was Seamus, whose greatest fear manifested as a ghostly woman with a skeletal face and long, black hair dragging on the ground. Ron's boggart morphed into a giant spider with roller skates on its legs, careening uncontrollably towards Harry. Before the boggart could fully assume its form, Lupin intervened. Sully felt a pang of regret. She still did not know what her own fear was. Lupin assigned only a small amount of homework, and the class exited the staff room, buzzing with excitement. As September drew to a close, Sully prepared 2 birthday gifts, one for Emo Chongsong and another for Cedric. The gift for Emo was straightforward, as they shared a common interest in swordsmanship, and being an elder, she could present anything without fear of misstep. However, the conundrum lay with Cedric. She pondered, this was not the collective gift-giving of Christmas, and with their growing familiarity, a thoughtless offering of snacks or ink would seem rather insincere. Thus, Sully decided to seek the opinions of her dormitory mates. Gifts? Birthdays? Susan and Hannah perked up at the mention. Who is it for? For Cedric, of course, Sully replied, somewhat puzzled by their curiosity. Oh, came their replies, laced with intrigue. When giving gifts, the most important aspect is the sentiment, Susan asserted. The value is secondary. You could craft a beautiful handmade card. If it were merely a card, I wouldn't have asked you, Hannah countered, dismissing Susan's suggestion. We should outline a general range before selecting specifics. Are you thinking of giving him something edible or something practical? Sully blinked, initially inclined to suggest food, but recognizing her own fondness for treats. She considered that Cedric might not wish for such. Something practical, she finally answered, albeit hesitantly. Perhaps you could explore his interest in Quidditch? Susan proposed, raising a hand. Good idea, Hannah chuckled. That way, he'll think of you while playing Quidditch. I mean, gifting him something related to Quidditch would certainly show thoughtfulness. Sully's eyes brightened at this prospect. She could indeed forge a flying broomstick using her crafting skills. Yet she hesitated, pondering whether the broomstick she created would merely resemble a broomstick-shaped artifact. Would using such a broomstick in Quidditch be considered cheating? After all, the brooms used by students varied in models, speed, and responsiveness, so if her broom were slightly steadier and faster, surely it would be acceptable? Or would such a broom require certification from the Broomstick Manufacturing Guild? No, Sully resolved. Monopolies are unacceptable. Why shouldn't I be permitted to use a magical artifact crafted through my own abilities? With that thought, she set about crafting her makeshift flying broom with a clear conscience. Chapter 68. The Pet Dilemma. When Sully presented the flying broom to Cedric, he was instantly captivated by its elegant and smooth lines. What model is this? Cedric asked, momentarily taken aback. I've never seen one like it. Upon realizing his mistake, he felt a twinge of regret. Just as he began to clarify that he wasn't dismissing it, Suli interjected, I made it myself. It can reach a speed of 200 miles per hour within 5 seconds, but due to its speed, you must exercise strong control over it. That sounds incredible, Cedric exclaimed, his previous reservations forgotten as he beamed. You can actually make flying broomsticks? I must say, the education at your school seems exceptionally diverse. Cedric appeared somewhat flustered, unsure of how to continue the conversation. We merely covered the basics and then focused on honing our individual strengths, Suli explained, glancing at the broom. But for something like this, I can only create a low-tier artifact. Well, it should suffice. She also informed him that if he struggled to control the broom with his own skill, he could infuse it with magic. Just a small amount would allow him to master it completely. Ultimately, the differences in their training systems were evident. Otherwise, even a novice practitioner could easily manage such a low-level artifact. Cedric mounted the broom to give it a try, following Suli's advice to infuse it with magic. Instantly, he felt as though the broom had become an extension of his own body, effortlessly adjusting speed and making turns with ease. This is truly wonderful. Cedric rushed in front of Suli, leapt off his broom, and enveloped her in an embrace. This was the most splendid birthday gift I have ever received. Thank you, Lili. Sensing the excitement in his voice, Suli's initially tense body began to relax gradually. Oh, I'm glad you like it. After that day, Cedric completely discarded his old broom, becoming enamored with the new one he had aptly named Dawn. This year, Cedric had assembled a formidable team, ready to lead them in the quest for the Quidditch Cup, with every member believing that victory was well within their grasp. However, it was never easy for Hufflepuff to secure training time on the Quidditch pitch. Slytherin always sought Professor Snape's approval to grant them access to the field, while Gryffindor, having not won the Quidditch Cup in 7 years, would fervently determined to train the team, hoping for a victory before his departure. In contrast, although Cedric yearned for triumph, his training regimen was considerably less intense than that of Slytherin and Gryffindor. Incidentally, due to Ivy Shun's graduation, there was a slight reshuffle in Hufflepuff's roster, and Cedric, with his commendable dynamic vision, became the Seeker. A month had passed since the term began. Following the incident when Buckbeak nearly injured Draco, Hagrid had exercised caution for a while, but after a period of no further mishaps he brought in several large creatures. This turned out to be troublesome. The sparks from a fire lizard burned several holes in Lavender Brown's robes and singed Ron's hair. But the real issue arose when a griffin, which Hagrid had painstakingly acquired, sent several fourth-year students to the hospital wing. Among those students were a Slytherin chaser and a Slytherin keeper, which incited great fury within the Slytherin team, and left Hagrid in a state of dread. Consequently, he only allowed students to study flobberworms for a while. Suli had no objections regarding the lesson content. Do you think if that griffin were beheaded, I could retrieve its body? Mo Chong Song pondered for a moment before honestly replying, in that case, Hagrid would sever ties with you. Suli weighed the importance of Hagrid against that of the griffin in her mind, only to be interrupted by the carefree creature leaping onto her. A few days later, the school announced that students could visit Hogsmeade on the eve of Halloween. Over the past 2 years, everyone had explored the school thoroughly, and upon hearing the news, upperclassmen were indifferent, but the third-year students were overjoyed, jumping for joy. As she listened to Hannah and Susan discussing their itinerary, Suli couldn't help but feel curious about Hogsmeade. Honeydukes had released new sweets, and the Three Broomsticks butterbeer was quite renowned. Hannah chattered incessantly, reminiscent of a joyful little bird. Although they had never been to Hogsmeade before, the upperclassmen always returned with a wealth of new information, and over time, they had grown familiar with the village. The afternoon before Transfiguration class, Suli keenly sensed a peculiar atmosphere between Hermione, Harry, and Ron. She blinked, gently stroking the back of Wuyu, eager to inquire what had transpired. Just then, Hermione stepped forward to comfort a sobbing Lavender Brown. Suli overheard Hermione asking what was wrong, and Parvati quietly informed her that Lavender's rabbit had been killed by a fox. Lavender mournfully remarked, I should have realized today is October 16th. Initially, Trelawney had predicted in their first lesson that the event Lavender feared would occur on this day. While Hermione had great faith in Suli's fortune-telling abilities, she was skeptical of Trelawney and attempted to rationalize the situation, which displeased everyone, particularly Ron, who loudly declared, Don't mind Hermione Lavender, she thinks other people's pets are trivial. It appeared that the tension between Ron and Hermione was indeed related to pets, and he harbored considerable resentment. Suli recalled that Ron had a pet rat which, in their first year, had soiled his sheets, which were then utilized to create a banner encouraging Harry, However, Lili had little fondness for rats. The time spent among different houses was limited. And Ron didn't carry scabbers in his pocket all the time, so she had only seen the rat a few times. Did Hermione's cat clash with Ron's rat? Lili asked Harry after class. He glanced at his two friends and nodded. Chapter 69. Undermining each other. Lili said nothing more, and exited the classroom, only to spot Hermione and Ron waiting in the corridor. They stood a considerable distance apart, not speaking to each other. Are you waiting for Harry? Hermione looked at her. A hint of cheerfulness in her response as she nodded. Yes, Harry wants to ask Professor McGonagall if he can go to Hogsmeade. You know, the Dursleys didn't give him permission. Lili, having no classes next, decided to wait here with Wu Yu as well. Shortly thereafter, Harry emerged with his head down, looking as though he had not succeeded. Ron, visibly frustrated, unleashed a barrage of unpleasant words aimed at Professor McGonagall, leading Lili to suspect he was using this opportunity to vent his discontent regarding Hermione and Crookshanks. Hermione was particularly incensed. Professor McGonagall had always been so kind to them, and she was merely adhering to the rules, even if it seemed a bit unfeeling. Yet she did not deserve such insults. Lili shook her head, watching them hastily head to their next class while she made her way to the library. Cedric had been feeling somewhat out of sorts lately. As the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, he had to dedicate much time to organizing practices, and as a prefect, he also spent time patrolling at night. Is your night patrol going poorly? Lili inquired. Cedric replied, not too bad. It's just that I've lost track of the nocturnal wanderers twice. They seem to know exactly where I am and narrowly evade me each time. Lili immediately thought of her compass. Perhaps they possessed something similar. Noticing Cedric looking her way, Lili retrieved her compass and explained its utility. Cedric pondered for a moment. Could I borrow it for my next night patrol? Lili had no objections, and expressed sympathy for the students out after hours. Thank you, Cedric said. When we go to Hogsmeade, I'll treat you to some sweets from Honeydukes. What do you say? Sounds splendid. Lili accepted eagerly. On the morning before Halloween, Lili changed out of her school robes into casual attire, donning a white hooded cloak trimmed with fur. Upon seeing the fluffy Lili, Susan and Hannah couldn't resist playfully tugging at her. Over the past 2 years, the students in their year had grown significantly taller, and Lili had developed more slowly than Susan and Hannah, now only reaching 150 centimeters, making her appear quite petite. When they arrived at the common room, Cedric approached them naturally. Susan and Hannah discreetly stepped back a pace, receiving a grateful smile from Cedric. His gaze turned to Lili. Lili, you look lovely today. No girl could hear such words without feeling elated, and Lili felt a swell of pride. I think so too. Let us go. We're off to Hogsmeade. Cedric's eyes sparkled with mirth, and he certainly wouldn't overlook Lili's roommates. He would surely need their assistance in the future. As they made their way to the foyer, Ferky stood by the entrance, meticulously checking off names from a list. Students formed a long queue, the younger ones brimming with excitement, while the older students were equally pleased, relishing this rare opportunity to escape the confines of the school. A group of them walked together, and Cedric spoke about his career guidance. I suppose you aspire to work in the Ministry of Magic, don't you? Lili inquired. Indeed, my father works at the ministry, and he hopes I secure a respectable position, Cedric replied, a hint of pride in his voice. That sounds wonderful, Lili smiled. Suddenly, Susan posed a question. Hesitating briefly before speaking up, Lili, after coming here to study, do you plan to stay and work? Without a moment's thought, Lili responded, I already have a job. What? The three were taken aback. Lili produced 2 small notebooks from her spatial bag for them to see. Certified Master of Chinese Metaphysics, authorized to practice, she declared, showing them her credentials. And this is my work permit from the Special Department of China. Observing their astonished expressions, she added, although I am still young and they are reluctant to let me take the Advanced Master certification, currently, I am just a level 5 master. I am nonetheless officially recognized. The trio felt a surge of mixed emotions. Hannah and Susan exchanged glances with Cedric, filled with sympathy. It was one thing for the girl he liked not to have awakened to her feelings, but the prospect of her returning to work in her homeland was truly a tragedy. Hannah hesitated, speaking softly, but can you really work here? If you return to China, we might not see each other for a long time, and we would miss you. That's not an issue, Lili replied nonchalantly, we can meet up every so often. It only takes me about 10 hours to fly from China to the UK. That distance will probably shorten in the future, allowing us to see each other frequently. Hannah fell silent, realizing she could do nothing to help her senior. It was up to him now. Cedric quickly masked his true feelings, and inquired about the specifics of Lili's work. We generally handle dangerous items. such as ancient paintings and mirrors that may harbor vengeful spirits or malevolent ghosts. We also keep an eye on rogue practitioners, akin to dark wizards, who enjoy causing havoc. We must monitor their movements and apprehend them, Sue Lili elaborated. As she spoke, Cedric found her work intriguingly similar to that of the ministry. In a moment of contemplation, Sue Lili asked, by the way, said, "Would you be interested in working in China? The benefits are quite appealing, not just monetary compensation, but also access to ancient texts and magical artifacts as part of our welfare package, with flexible working hours." Hannah and Susan listened, taken aback by Sue Lili's adept recruitment tactics. The most crucial point was how many people work in the ministry. Advancement there requires enduring a lengthy tenure. In our realm, if you possess the skill, promotion comes swiftly. I could even take you along for freelance jobs, working while traveling. What could be better? I wouldn't share this with just anyone. Sue Lili continued, skillfully enticing Cedric. Her interest in Cedric was no mere whim. She had observed his potential as one of the finest students nurtured by Hogwarts in recent years. Exceptional individuals are always in demand, and as they were good friends, she believed guiding him to develop in China would truly benefit him. Cedric, previously disheartened by Sue Lili's intention to return home, found his feelings quite complicated after hearing her lengthy discourse. Chapter 70, A Halloween Surprise. Soon they arrived at Hogsmeade, the only village in all of Britain devoid of muggles. The three girls quickly forgot their earlier conversation, their curiosity piqued as they gazed at the shops. Noticing that Sue Lili seemed disinterested in probing further, Cedric felt relieved and began to introduce them to the local attractions. Honeyduke's was among the most popular shops, frequented predominantly by third and fourth year students. Third years typically bought a little of everything to savor at home, ensuring they knew their preferences for the next visit, while older students targeted specific candies, eager to try new flavors. Cedric fit the latter description. He appeared to have a clear objective, selecting a few candies and handing them to Sue Lili. "These candies aren't overly sweet. I thought you might enjoy them." Sue Lili placed her pet, Uyo, on her shoulder and accepted the treats, unwrapping one and popping it into her mouth, finding it quite delightful. Before long, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. They headed to the Three Broomsticks to buy some butterbeer and settled in to rest. After a while, the snow gradually ceased, and Cedric led them to explore other places. At Zonko's joke shop, they encountered the Weasley twins, who were there to purchase some of their infamous items. In the shop of devastating devices, Sue Lili waved to Qiuzhang, who seemed to be repairing something. After an entire day filled with activities, they returned to the castle, still buzzing with excitement. As Sue Lili reached the entrance hall, she was called away by Imo Chongsong, while the others headed to their dormitories to drop off their belongings before attending the feast, leaving her behind. "What happened?" Sue Lili inquired. "Jack Monroe from Ravenclaw's 6th year has gone missing. He was seen on the 8th floor. I followed him and found he entered a room, but I couldn't locate the door," Imo Chongsong explained. Ever since Sue Lili learned of the lurking enemy in the shadows, she had remained vigilant. She spent the entire year at school, except for the summer break, knowing that if the adversary intended to act, they could only do so while concealed within Hogwarts. Imo Chongsong had stayed behind instead of visiting Hogsmeade today, determined to prevent anyone from taking advantage of their absence. "I waited there for quite some time, but no one emerged. It seems the other party is aware of something," Imo Chongsong added. "Do you think the ghosts in the castle know about that secret room? Or the portraits, or the house elves?" Sue Lili pondered aloud. "It's uncertain, but I can inquire." Montauk Chongsong replied. "Are you sure it was him? If he used Polyjuice potion or transformed, could you be certain?" Sue Lili pressed. Imo Chongsong hesitated, shaking his head. "I wasn't close enough to determine if it was indeed him." Sue Lili contemplated this before hearing someone call out, "It's almost time for the feast. Aren't you two leaving?" Turning, she and Imo Chongsong discovered Blaise Zabini standing about 5 meters away. They hurried to join the feast. Cedric noticed that Sue Lili seemed somewhat distracted during dinner, her gaze frequently drifting toward the Ravenclaw table, as if searching for something. However, their seating arrangement was somewhat distant, making it impossible for him to inquire directly. So he buried his concern deep within. Sue Lili glanced toward the Ravenclaw table several times, but failed to spot Jack Monroe. A sense of dread began to settle within her. It appeared that Imo Chongsong had indeed been discovered. So what was Jack Monroe's fate? Sue Lili clearly recalled having scrutinized the faces of all the students in the school. None had perished before 1995. Yet fate is a capricious force, and having altered the course of certain events, the outcome was now uncertain. During the Halloween feast, nothing particularly significant transpired. Sue Lili planned to search for Jack Monroe's whereabouts later that evening. However, to her surprise, Less than 10 minutes after the feast concluded, they were summoned back to the Great Hall. Everyone was utterly bewildered by the situation. When suddenly Dumbledore spoke, "My colleagues and I shall conduct a thorough search of the castle. For your safety, I believe it is prudent for you to remain here overnight." He also assigned the heads of houses the duty of standing guard at each entrance of the Great Hall, while the chairs of the Student Council were to stay behind to oversee matters within. It was clear that Sue Lili would have no opportunity for any activities that evening. Though she had reached some understanding with Dumbledore, on the surface she remained merely an ordinary student, allowed to leave the castle for classes solely due to her status as an international student alongside Mo Chongsong. Before departing the Great Hall, Dumbledore made all the long tables levitate to the walls, creating space on the floor for several hundred purple sleeping bags. Once he exited, the hall was instantly filled with a buzzing cacophony, as if hundreds of flies were swarming, while the Gryffindor students busied themselves sharing what had just transpired. Percy shouted, "Everyone into their sleeping bags, no talking. Lights out in 10 minutes. Utilizing her keen hearing, Sue Lili gleaned the information she sought amidst the clamor. The guardian portrait of the Gryffindor common room had been vandalized, and the fat lady had vanished. According to Peeves, it was the doing of Sirius Black. Sue Lili pondered. Last year, there were two malevolent forces causing chaos. This year, Jack Monroe is acting strangely, and now Sirius Black has entered the school to wreak havoc. Are these two separate forces, or is it the same individual at play?" Grabbing a sleeping bag, she found a vacant spot and nestled inside, aware that meditating alone would draw too much attention. Better to blend in with the crowd. Although everyone had crawled into their sleeping bags, they did not heed Percy's command for silence. Instead, they lowered their voices to converse, creating a raucous atmosphere. Suddenly, a gasp pierced the air as the head of Ravenclaw, upon conducting a head count, discovered that one of their own was missing. This was no trivial matter. He immediately sought out Percy, who, upon confirming the situation, dispatched a ghost to relay the news. The professors promptly expressed grave concern, fearing that the student may have fallen victim to Black's attack. It was not until around 4 in the morning that Jack was found. Chapter 71. Guess who I am? At around 5, Sue Lili heard Cedric softly calling her name. Having barely slept through the night, she opened her eyes wide in surprise. "What is it?" Cedric, taken aback by her sudden alertness, replied, "Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office." Sue Lili then emerged from her sleeping bag, donned her shoes and cheerfully declared, "Shall we go?" Cedric caught her arm as she moved to leave, suggesting, "Perhaps you should wear that cloak you had on yesterday. It might be a bit chilly outside." Sue Lili initially thought to dismiss his concern, but after a moment's reflection, complied. As she wrapped the cloak around her, it felt as though no chill could penetrate it. On the way, Sue Lili noticed that Cedric appeared rather fatigued. "Did you keep watch all night?" she inquired. "Not really. I managed to sleep for 2 hours during the latter part of the night," he replied, his voice slightly hoarse from exhaustion. "Do the heads of houses enjoy a privilege of no classes this morning?" Sue Lili asked. "No, but I have a history of magic class this morning," Cedric chuckled. "Wow. I thought you were above sleeping through history of magic." Cedric explained, "I generally don't do that." "Here," Sue Lili said, retrieving a small porcelain vial from her bag, and offering him a brown pill. Without hesitation, Cedric swallowed it, feeling a warm sensation flowing through him, alleviating his fatigue. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, Cedric uttered the password, "lemon drops." After watching Sue Lili enter, he turned to leave. "Headmaster?" Sue Lili stepped inside, finding only Dumbledore and a tall, slender boy present. She quickly matched the face to a name. "Jack Monroe?" "That's me," he confirmed. From the two of them, Sue Lili learned what had transpired the previous day. Around 10 a.m., Jack, having visited Hogsmeade numerous times, had lost interest in it and remained in the Ravenclaw common room. Later, for reasons unknown, he felt compelled to wander the castle. "It was at that moment that I was taken over," he recounted. He had roamed the school for quite a while, and eventually found himself on the 8th floor, where he became entirely under another's control. Without knowing how it happened, a hidden chamber suddenly appeared, and he entered. It resembled a storeroom, long neglected, filled with dust and clutter. Inside he discovered something, a diadem. "I immediately recognized it as Ravenclaw's lost diadem, and for some reason, I was fully aware, even able to converse with it," Jack Monroe stated. "What did it say?" "It told me just one thing." Jack looked at Sue Lili. "It asked me to relay the message. Guess who I am?" Sue Lili pressed her lips together. Faced with such a provocation, which swordsman would not feel anger? A sly trickster. How dare he ask me to guess? "What happened next?" Dumbledore inquired. "After that, I have no recollection. When I awoke, you had already found me." Jack Monroe shook his head, uncertain about the subsequent events. "The clues stalled here. like a fishbone lodged in the throat, neither moving up nor down, causing frustration. Lili entered with high spirits but departed enveloped in a cloud of low energy. Yet this was not the worst of her encounters that day. When she sought solace in her vegetable garden, the sight before her utterly shattered her mood. The edges of the garden, protected by enchantments, revealed numerous chaotic paw prints in the snow, and a vibrant red tomato lay on the ground, bitten into and discarded. A pile of strawberries had their tips nibbled away, yet the culprit had carelessly left them dangling from the vines. Suppressing her anger, Lili scrutinized the scene. The bite marks on the strawberries and tomato were clearly human, and alongside the paw prints, there were several men's shoe prints. Judging by the depth of the impressions and the length of the shoes, it seemed to belong to a man approximately 6 feet tall, and weighing around 140 pounds. Connecting this to the incident involving the fat lady's escape the previous night, it was evident that this unusually heavy man was none other than the despicable dog thief, Sirius Black. Given that he should not have been accompanied by a dog while fleeing, he must be an illegal animagus. Unfortunately, the heavy snowfall last night had covered the ground outside the protective enchantments of the garden, obscuring any footprints he may have left. Nevertheless, Lili thought, a fugitive on the run likely does not indulge in fine dining. Perhaps he would return tonight. As night fell, a large, dark dog concealed itself in the shadows, gazing at the castle, from which a soft glow emanated through the windows. It then turned and made its way to a newly discovered food supply base. Just last night, it had feasted heartily. Bountiful fresh strawberries, oblivious to the season's chill, hung from the vines, their sweet, juicy taste providing immense satisfaction. Tonight, it desired another meal. For anything would be preferable to a dead rat. The dog approached the perimeter of the vegetable garden, noticing a newly erected fence that made it feel somewhat guilty for having indulged so freely the previous night, as if it had spoiled someone else's plot. The dog silently resolved to exercise restraint today, lest the garden's owner harvest all the ripe vegetables and fruits, leaving it with nothing to eat. The fence stands over a meter tall, adorned with sharp protrusions, making it quite a challenge to leap over. However, the large black dog is no ordinary canine. He transforms back into his human form amidst the icy desolation and tears the fence apart, slipping into the vegetable garden. With practiced ease, he plucks the fruits and devours them, pondering that he would restore the fence to its original state upon his departure. "Ha, caught you! Let me see which little thief is pilfering my vegetables." A voice echoes from the shadows, causing the gluttonous Sirius to freeze in place. Yet, upon noticing the absence of a lantern, he swiftly morphs back into a dog, casting aside his shame and barking excitedly. Lili observes this scene with clarity, surprised by the audacity of this creature. A dog? She muses, stepping closer and realizing that the silly dog is feigning innocence. "So that rascal left you here, did he?" Sirius continues to play the fool, panting with his tongue lolling out. "Very well." Just as Sirius breathes a sigh of relief, she declares, "In that case, tonight we shall feast on dog meat hot pot. Having consumed my strawberries and tomatoes, leaving behind just a dog, this transaction is quite profitable." Chapter 72, Sirius Black. Sirius Black is utterly taken aback, his gaze fixed on Lili. This is not how it was supposed to unfold. Yet, regardless of the discrepancies, he must flee. A wandless wizard is no match for a third-year student wielding a wand. Before he can make his escape, Lili lunges forward, grasping the scruff of his neck, rendering the massive black dog entirely powerless. Naturally, Sirius is unwilling to surrender easily. He twists his neck, attempting to bite her, while his forepaws struggle against their bindings. "What a ruckus," Lili remarks, her brow furrowing in irritation as she delivers a swift chop to the back of his neck. Although the anatomical differences between humans and dogs might render this strike a tad excessive, she thinks serves him right. She retrieves a length of rope and binds the dog's forepaws together before dragging him away. When Sirius regains consciousness, he finds himself suspended from a tree, his eyes darting around, and soon spots a large pot nearby, bubbling with boiling water. The sound of a knife being sharpened captures his attention, and he turns his head with difficulty to see Lili vigorously honing a large kitchen knife on a whetstone. As he looks, she meets his gaze with a smile, cleansing the blade with water before raising it aloft. The thin edge gleams ominously as Lili stands and strides toward him. "Oh!" Sirius's eyes widen in terror as he struggles fiercely, fearing he might truly have his throat slit for a dog meat hot pot. Feigning regret, Lili addresses him. "Had I known you would awaken so quickly, I would have struck harder, allowing you to perish blissfully unaware, but now you must endure more suffering. Woof woof, you fiend! You devil!" Sirius has no choice but to revert to his human form. Bound by ropes, he feels an even greater sense of confinement in his human state. "Wait. You can't kill me. I am a person, not a dog. Sirius cries out. Little did he know he was facing a descendant of a Chinese food deity. And his predicament held a unique significance for Su Lili. Ah, so you are a transformed dog. Foreign creatures are not protected under the Chinese Demon Beast Protection Act. I have never tasted one before. What a rare delicacy this shall be. Sirius's face pales. No, I refuse to believe you are unaware of my identity. I am Sirius Black. Surely you have seen the Daily Prophet? Professor McGonagall is an animagus. My situation is akin to hers. Put down the knife. I am indeed human. Black. Su Lili presses the knife against his neck. You escaped from prison. Intending to harm Harry Potter? No. I would never hurt him. Sirius exclaims desperately. Harry is like a son to me. How could I possibly harm him? Do not deceive me. Su Lili deepens the pressure of the blade. A murderer who has taken the lives of many. If you had not leaked information, how could Harry have become an orphan? And you dare claim to be a guardian? I am not the one you think I am. Sirius protests loudly. I came here to find Peter Pettigrew. He is the true traitor. Subsequently, Sirius recounts the events of how they had attempted to deceive Voldemort, detailing how Pettigrew, that foul rat, had reported the Potter's whereabouts. But he is dead, Su Lili retorts coldly. Sirius vehemently objects, his teeth clenched in fury as he mentions his nemesis. He is not dead. He is alive. He is in the possession of the Weasleys. Ron Weasley's rat is him. Su Lili sheathes the knife, and in the midst of Sirius's shock, she states, very well, professors. The matter is now in your hands. Sirius, bewildered, turns to see several figures emerging from the darkness. Dumbledore, Snape, and Lupin. When Snape locks eyes with Sirius, his muscles twitch involuntarily, revealing a glimmer of hatred, as if he longs to flay him and toss the pieces into the pot to be cooked. Thank you, Miss Su. Dumbledore says kindly. We shall take it from here. Su Lili then removes the large pot, preparing to fish from the Black Lake for a meal. Isn't it hot? Sirius, at a loss for words, can only grasp at conversation. Hot. It's barely a few degrees, Su Lili responds, unfazed by the heat. She sets the pot by the lake's edge, where Emo Chongsong awaits her. Uncle, I have caught some fish from the lake. And I also gathered some fresh vegetables from the garden. All washed and chopped, along with some fruit. Su Lili surveys the array of sliced meats and vegetables in bowls, nodding silently, impressed by Mo's thoughtfulness. You should sit as well. I shall now demonstrate my culinary skills. Su Lili sets 3 pots, dividing a hearty broth into 3 portions. One spicy, another tomato-based, and the last a sour vegetable soup. Sirius wonders why, after years of confinement in Azkaban, he suddenly claims innocence. Professor, I believe this. Snape begins, only to notice Dumbledore's nostrils flaring as if he is sniffing something. Headmaster, what are you doing? Snape raises his voice. Dumbledore seems to snap back to reality. Severus, I believe Sirius's claims warrant further investigation. How about you fetch the Weasley boy's rat? We shall examine it together. Snape shoots Sirius a glare before marching off towards the castle, wand at the ready. Once Snape's figure disappears from view, Dumbledore promptly invites everyone to join Su Lili for a late-night feast. Sirius, astonished by the rapid turn of events, wonders if this is still the Dumbledore he once knew. Chapter 73, The Trial. Su Lili is not surprised by the arrival of Dumbledore and the others. After all, there is plenty to eat, catering to various tastes. And she welcomes all. Compared to Dumbledore, Lupin and Professor McGonagall appear much more reserved, while Sirius is particularly anxious, fearing that his presence may draw Su Lili's attention and lead to his meat being tossed into the pot. Upon Snape's return, he discovers that the area where Sirius was bound is now empty. After a moment's contemplation, he heads to the Black Lake, where he is met with an overwhelmingly pungent aroma of spices. Professor Dumbledore. Snape pointed at Dumbledore, trembling uncontrollably. What on earth are you doing? Oh, do not be cross. Severus. Come, have some of this fish fillet. It's fresh, just sliced. By the way, did you bring the rat? Dumbledore had not entirely forgotten the matter at hand. Sirius, who was munching on a leafy vegetable, perked up his ears. The rat is here, Snape declared, lifting a small cage containing a panicked mouse desperately gnawing at the bars in a futile attempt to escape. I shall see if it is indeed him. Sirius glared at the scraggly old rodent, a fierce glint in his eyes. That's him, that's Peter Pettigrew. Indeed, Dumbledore confirmed, casting a petrifying spell on the mouse before instructing Snape to open the cage. The rigid rodent fell to the ground, powerless to resist Dumbledore's magic, and was transformed back into a short, stout, balding middle-aged man. Is it true that one's appearance reflects their heart? Emo Chongsong stared intently at Peter Pettigrew for several moments before quietly whispering to Su Lili, Aunt, Did you not say we should strive to avoid interfering with the threads of fate? Well, it is as such, Emo Chongsong replied, somewhat puzzled. But how can I ascertain that now is not the time to expose him? I do not wish to do so either, Su Lili said, her expression troubled. The more I calculate, the less I am able to discern, and the more I inadvertently interfere with events. It is unavoidable. However, if we allow things to drift, we may not finish this academic year before critical information eludes us. Athimo. Do you not remember that we are disciples of the Shu Mountain Sword Sect and not mere fortune-tellers? Suliliri Martlaitli. As cultivators, our path is to defy destiny. Divination is merely a tool. If we can discern the future, that is splendid, but if we cannot, does that mean we are powerless to assist them in altering their fate? Of course not, Aunt, Emo Chongsong exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened. Perceptions regarding a certain matter must shift with time. Previously, I was too attached to my notions. I noticed that when you are with me and the senior brothers and sisters, you often refrain from using your intellect. Perhaps that should change. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and the others subjected Peter Pettigrew to a thorough interrogation, listening to the blubbering confession of the man who resembled an oversized rat. Suddenly, the sky darkened, thunder rumbled, and winds howled. What is happening? What season is this that we have thunder and lightning? Oh, it is nothing, Su Lili raised her voice to address them. Continue. Emo is merely undergoing a tribulation. His cultivation level is not very high, so 9 bolts of lightning will suffice. A tribulation? Lupin asked, puzzled. Lightning strikes? Snape furrowed his brow. 9. Sirius exclaimed in shock. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Are you not concerned that someone could be struck dead? It is fine. Emo usually cultivates steadily. 9 bolts of heavenly lightning are not to be feared. Only with an additional 9 might there be some danger, Su Lili replied, entirely unconcerned. By Merlin's beard, Dumbledore marveled at the thick bolts of lightning descending from the sky. Surely, there is no one there who could be killed by such lightning? Indeed. There have been fatalities. They all fell silent, Dumbledore unsure of what to say. Su Lili shrugged nonchalantly, but death is just death. Cultivators contend with fate. The stronger one is, the longer they live. If one fears even the slightest risk, then what is the purpose of cultivation? Surely none of the deceased are your friends or family. Otherwise, you would not speak so lightly, Sirius chimed in with a snide remark. Su Lili did not even spare him a glance. Every person must meet death, whether early or late. If one fears death, then what is the point of cultivation? It is essential to have such awareness, even for oneself. How ruthless, Sirius murmured. Hearing his words, Su Lili sneered. People ought to be a bit harsher on themselves. As the heavenly thunder struck repeatedly, the others began to worry at first, but soon their eyes were blinded by the flashes, leaving them no choice but to chat amongst themselves. How many strikes has that been? Su Lili asked, glancing at the group a few meters away from the pot. Happily savoring her food. That was the 7th. Only 2 more to go, just a matter of moments, she replied cheerily. Do you think he feels pain? I feel weak and numb just watching. Sirius had transformed back into his dog form, his paws itching to dig at the ground. I must say, Su Lili remarked. Noticing Sirius's position, this is near the Black Lake. The pit you're digging is filling with water. Do you not feel the electricity coursing through you? Sirius paused, glancing at the water on his paws, looking bewildered. At that moment, the last bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, thicker than all the previous 8 combined, a blinding white beam cascading from the sky. Instinctively, Sirius the dog bolted, barking in fright as he ran. Dumbledore and the others felt their lives were in danger, and quickly distanced themselves, while only Su Lili remained leisurely dipping her fish fillet. Seeing that the final bolt seemed particularly potent, Su Lili calculated the timing, and at the moment the lightning fell, she tossed a skewer in that direction. The lightning struck, and after the dazzling white light, the gathering dark clouds dispersed, and Emo Chongsong approached slowly. Aunt, your skewers, he said, placing a skewer of perfectly grilled meat beside Su Lili. She looked at the perfectly cooked skewer, sprinkled a little sesame on top, took a bite, and found the flavor just right. The taste of food grilled by heavenly lightning was indeed exquisite, subtly infused with spiritual energy. However, a hint of yearning flickered in Su Lili's eyes as she gazed skyward. My power is still too weak. Otherwise, tasting the essence of heavenly lightning would be delightful. Emo Chongsong remained silent for a moment, then sincerely suggested, Aunt, it is not that you cannot taste heavenly lightning. Rather, it is that you have had too little. If you could ascend quickly, you could savor it more. Su Lili pondered the feasibility of this suggestion earnestly. Chapter 74. The Bagua. In the latter half of the night, Cornelius Fudge, having received word, hurried over with a group of people. Su Lili and Emo Chongsong preferred to avoid getting embroiled in the situation. So they packed their belongings and headed back. Within moments, the few individuals sitting idly by the Black Lake silently packed up their benches. With no food and no fire. It was quite cold. Upon returning to the common room, Lili was surrounded by a throng of seniors clad in pajamas. Startled, she looked at the pitch-black sky outside and asked in confusion, "Why are you not sleeping? What is going on?" "We were indeed sleeping," Cedric stepped forward. "But the thunder just now was quite loud and woke us all up." Lili observed the fatigued expressions of her seniors and took a step back, saying, "That was not my doing." Though the Badgers were generally good-natured, they could be quite formidable when provoked. Noticing Lili's guilty demeanor, the group exchanged glances, and Cedric spoke up, "No one said it was you. We just wanted to ask what happened outside." Upon hearing this question, Lili realized they were eager for gossip. So she summoned a house elf to serve everyone warm milk, and they gathered around the table to listen as she animatedly recounted the events of the evening. From discovering the garden had been trampled during the day, to deducing that Sirius Black was responsible, and finally to how justice was served. Lili understood the essence of storytelling. She articulated her deductions to spark their thoughts, described Sirius Black's antics in the garden, showcasing his foolishness, and detailed the threats she had posed to him vividly. The narrative was filled with twists and turns. Of course, there were elements of exaggeration. But isn't that what people enjoy in gossip? After half an hour, the Badgers were wide awake, their desire to share stories outweighing any remaining sleepiness. "Are you not tired?" After Lili finished speaking, she looked at their excited expressions, her face filled with perplexity. It is worth noting that they hardly slept well the previous night, due to the incidents involving Sirius and the fat lady, attended a full day of classes, and were awakened in the middle of the night by the thunderous sounds of the storm. They should be utterly fatigued, shouldn't they? "There's one thing," a senior said, finishing the last dregs of her milk in one gulp, "but right now, I am more eager to inform students from other houses about this incident." Others nodded in silent agreement, clearly in accord with her sentiments. "Let us get some rest." Lili stood up, revitalized. "Once dawn breaks, you can discuss it to your heart's content. Just don't let the tale be told with you sporting dark circles under your eyes, or you'll become the subject of ridicule." Her words held considerable weight. While the Badgers didn't mind being the topic of gossip, preserving Hufflepuff's reputation was paramount. At the very least, they should not allow it to decline. "Then let us disperse," she continued. "Staying here late at night is rather pointless." Her statement seemed to lift an unseen seal, and everyone rose from their seats. Someone yawned, and soon, the common room echoed with a chorus of yawns. The next morning, shortly after Lili appeared in the Great Hall, she noticed a tall figure beside her. Turning her head, her gaze ascended to behold a rather canine visage, and she promptly diverted her attention back to her meal. The slighted Sirius was not pleased. "What sort of look is that? Am I so inconspicuous?" Without raising her eyes, Lili retorted, "Has anyone seen my pot of dog meat hot pot?" The mere mention of dog meat hot pot sent Sirius into a fury. "How dare you bring that up? I am still a fugitive who has yet to clear your name," Lili interjected, setting down her chopsticks and looking up at him, her demeanor unwavering. "To appear so brazenly in a dining establishment within the school gives me ample reason to suspect you intend to poison us. I am not a criminal. You heard it all last night." Sirius was taken aback by her audacity. "What more is there to say? There has been no retrial, no public declaration. I remain neutral regarding your words. Your current identity is merely that of a wanted man," Lili replied softly. Sirius opened his mouth to argue but caught sight of a glint of steel. Lili was meticulously polishing her sword, and the words died on his lips as he glanced up. Why the sudden silence? Sirius recalled her threatening demeanor from the previous night, where she wielded a kitchen knife with ease. Though he wished to retort, the memory of her nonchalantly enjoying her hot pot beside the storm quelled his bravado. I won't engage with you any further. How could someone with such a vile character be sorted into Hufflepuff?" With that, he feigned nonchalance and turned away from the Hufflepuff table. Pathetic, Lili thought, fully displaying her disdain for the dog. Sirius, of course, heard her contemptuous tone. His fists clenched tightly, yet without a wand he dared not retaliate. He could only feign ignorance. "Who is that?" Cedric inquired, noticing the tall figure departing, seemingly unfamiliar. Lili swallowed her food and replied, "That is Sirius Black. I thought the Ministry of Magic had apprehended him last night, but it appears he is still here." Cedric furrowed his brow. "Is he here to thank you?" "No, he is here to provoke me." Unfortunately, he lacked both the argument and the strength to stand his ground. "So he fled in disgrace," Lili said proudly. "In this day and age, one must always strive to strengthen oneself." Cedric quietly assessed his own prowess, diplomatically adding, "However, In friendships, strength doesn't seem to matter much. Lili regarded him earnestly. How could that be? Strength is always advantageous. With it, one can protect those they cherish. Cedric met her sincere gaze, and though he understood her words were not laden with special meaning, he could not suppress the warmth blooming in his heart, his lips curling into a smile. In the following days, Cedric found himself in high spirits, often reflecting, I am someone she cares about. However, this buoyant mood was disrupted before the first Quidditch match. I must share some news, Cedric addressed his fellow Hufflepuff players. They exchanged glances, unsure what could have caused the usually cheerful Cedric to adopt such a serious demeanor. The Slytherin team claimed their seeker and keeper were still injured, and requested a postponement of their match. They must be trying to avoid unfavorable weather, Lili remarked. Glancing out at the overcast sky, heavy rain was expected on Saturday, which would be a significant disruption to the Quidditch match. Changing the opposing team at the last minute puts us at a disadvantage, one player noted. While Gryffindor may be weaker overall than Ravenclaw, their styles are vastly different. Plus, Harry Potter is an excellent flyer. Cedric, are you confident you can defeat him? Cedric certainly would not boast of his guaranteed victory over Harry. He could only respond, I will give it my all. Lili pursed her lips, uncertain of the outcome of this match. She had not calculated the potential victory or loss of a single game. But from the moment Sirius Black revealed his plight that fateful night, the team's fortunes had fluctuated. Just days after the Dementors departed the school, she sensed a significant shift in their luck. Without even consulting the stars, she knew they had previously been destined to win, a result intertwined with the Dementors, and now the uncertainties were manifold. Yet, she did not believe they were doomed to defeat. Until the final moment, no one could dictate the outcome. On the Hufflepuff side, Gryffindor was even more animated. Those two have been healed by Madame Pomfrey. They were faking illness. Harry shouted in anger, they simply do not wish to compete in this weather. Wood was equally distressed. This was his final year at school, and if Gryffindor failed to secure the Quidditch Cup, it would be one of his greatest regrets. I am aware of this, but we have no way to prove it. The Hufflepuff team style is vastly different from Slytherin's. They have a new captain and seeker, Cedric Diggory. Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell giggled at the mention of his name. Yes, that tall, handsome boy, isn't he? Very striking, but he hardly speaks. Fred, impatient, quipped. He doesn't speak much because he's too dim-witted to string two words together. I don't understand why you're worried, Oliver. Hufflepuff is an easy opponent to defeat. But we haven't won previously, Wood insisted loudly. Diggory has assembled a formidable team this year. He is an exceptional seeker. Wood believed they were underestimating the gravity of the situation. Although last year's Quidditch match was cancelled, and they had not faced Hufflepuff, their performances against other houses indicated Diggory's strength. We must not be complacent. We cannot afford to make mistakes. Don't be upset, Fred quickly reassured him, but you know. Aside from Avery, we're not afraid of anyone. George and I will block him and protect you. George nodded in agreement. Wood rubbed his face in exasperation. All right. Let us pray he isn't as good as Avery was, but before that, we must intensify our training. In recent days, Harry's mood has been rather unstable. Shortly after Halloween, Dumbledore approached him, facilitating a meeting with Sirius Black. Through their conversation, Harry was finally enlightened about the truth of past events and gained a godfather. However, the Ministry of Magic had yet to formally reopen the case regarding the wrongful conviction from years ago, necessitating that Sirius return with them to the ministry. As Harry daydreamed about spending the summer with his newly found godfather, Dumbledore informed him that he must reside with the Dursleys for a fortnight each year. Due to the blood protection spell his mother had left to safeguard him, only by living alongside blood relatives, and considering it a home could the enchantment effectively shield him. The weight of this myriad of information nearly overwhelmed Harry, leaving him somewhat distracted in his classes over the past few days. Ron had also been feeling rather downcast, repulsed by the thought that the murderer Peter Pettigrew had been living as a rat in his home for over a decade, even sowing discord between him and Hermione. The mere thought was nauseating. Naturally, Ron harbored a deep resentment for that rat, convinced that Crookshanks had caught him out of malice, entirely ignoring the instinctual nature of cats to pursue mice. Meanwhile, Hermione had been proudly holding Crookshanks, confident in her companion's ability to restrain his instincts, knowing that the only reason he pursued Scabbers was because he recognized him as a nefarious creature. In recent days, Sully had taken Wuyo to the library, where they would often encounter Hermione with Crookshanks. Of course, Madame Pants forbade pets within the library, compelling everyone to sneak their animals in discreetly, finding a secluded corner to let them out. Wuyo perched upon Sully's shoulder, his fluffy tail curling around her neck like a scarf, appearing irresistibly cuddly. though few beyond Sully seemed inclined to approach him. Hermione envied Wuyo's plush tail, pondering aloud, isn't it true? Yet you still pay attention to Mo. And it's perfectly fine when Cedric holds you. Sully had never witnessed Wuyo ignoring anyone. Hermione laughed. When you're together, she practically stays in your arms. How would you know she disregards everyone else when you're not around? Sully tilted her head, rubbing her face against Wuyo's fur. Oh, how I see you can be rather double-standard. Fei, not an ordinary creature, certainly comprehended Sully's words and gently nudged her face with his paw, initially unperturbed. Sully found herself even less affected now. Hermione, watching Wuyo intently with a hint of envy, inadvertently caused Crookshanks to leap from her lap, his paws landing on her book. No, Crookshanks. Hermione swiftly swatted him away. That's a book I need to read shortly. If you ruin it, Madam Pants will never allow me back into the library again. The day before the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff match, Sully was surprised to find Severus Snape in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Although she had heard from her classmates that Professor Snape applied each year to teach this subject, it was already under the instruction of someone else. Was it not? Ahem. Since Professor Lupin is unable to teach due to illness, I shall step in temporarily, Snape announced, his demeanor markedly improved. No longer wearing his usual scowl, but instead sporting a smug expression as he surveyed the students. I'll take attendance, Harry Potter. Snape's gaze swept the room, a hint of disappointment crossing his features upon realizing Harry was absent. Is this truly the caliber of Gryffindor students? He noted, making a mark on the roster before continuing. After finishing the roll call, Snape informed the class, as Professor Lupin did not leave behind any records indicating your progress, we shall proceed without that information. At that moment, Harry burst in breathless and apologetic. I'm sorry for being late, Professor Lupin. Upon realizing that it was Snape at the front rather than Lupin, Harry froze. 10 minutes into the lesson, Snape remarked with satisfaction, I believe Gryffindor should lose 10 points. Sit down. Sully observed Harry's expressions shift as he inquired about Lupin's whereabouts. Snape's lips curled into a somewhat menacing smile. He is too ill to teach. Did I not instruct you to take your seat? Sully mused that it was no wonder the students perceived him as a villain. His demeanor was decidedly unlikable. Harry persisted in questioning Lupin's condition, prompting Sully to recall Harry's earlier mention of Snape delivering potions to Lupin, making her wonder if he still believed Snape intended to poison him. Another 5 points were deducted from Gryffindor as Snape warned, if I tell you to sit down again and you fail to comply, it will cost you 50 points. Bored. Sully began twirling a quill, listening to her fellow Gryffindors challenge Snape's assertions, mentally cheering them on. After several pointed exchanges, and a significant loss of points for Gryffindor, silence finally fell. Snape could now adequately address the day's lesson on defense against the dark arts, skipping over a great deal of material to discuss werewolves. The class proved exhausting, with Gryffindor suffering repeated point deductions, while Hufflepuff fared considerably better, gaining points as Snape used them as a contrasting example. Upon dismissal, Snape assigned a 2-foot parchment essay on identifying and defeating werewolves, while Ron was tasked with scrubbing the hospital wing's chamber pots, prohibited from using magic. Snape has never treated any other defense against the dark arts teachers like this. Why is he so harsh on Lupin? Harry queried. Do you think it's because of the Boggett incident? I don't know. I truly hope Professor Lupin recovers soon, Hermione replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. Sully glanced at her, and Hermione caught the look, her expression shifting subtly, affirming Sully's suspicion that Lupin was indeed unwell. The following morning, the weather remained unchanged, perpetually overcast and wild winds howling. As Sully opened the dormitory door to head to the Great Hall for breakfast, she was startled to find Cedric standing outside. What are you doing here? She asked, perplexed. There was a slight incident, Cedric replied, his expression somewhat resigned. As they walked together, Sully learned that one of Hufflepuff's beaters had fallen ill, suffering from severe gastrointestinal distress, and was now in the hospital wing. Sully blinked, struggling to comprehend the situation. With the match the very next day, how could someone have eaten something bad so close to the event? Actually, this weather is advantageous for you, she said, extending her hand to feel the fierce wind. You're tall enough that it won't easily blow you away. I want to catch the golden snitch, Cedric said, looking at her. Do you want to? Sully's fingers curled momentarily before relaxing. Is that allowed? Though I'm not particularly interested in it. Cedric's expression dimmed slightly. I see. As the time approached, they crossed the lawn toward the Quidditch pitch, donning their canary yellow robes. The fierce winds made it difficult even for the more slender players to maintain their footing, causing them to sway precariously. Thunder rumbled overhead, drowning out the cheers of the spectators. At the center of the pitch, The two team captains stepped forward to shake hands. And compared to the previous confrontations between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the atmosphere between the two teams was decidedly more harmonious. After Madame Hooch instructed them to mount their broomsticks, Sully received a pointed look. Unbothered, she was simply relieved not to be forced to sit on a broomstick. A few minutes into the match, both Cedric and Harry hovered in the air, scanning for the elusive golden snitch. The raindrops fell with such intensity and density that they severely hindered their visibility. It was only through sheer concentration that one might catch sight of the golden snitch. Sue Lily skillfully maneuvered the bludger, exhausting the Weasley twins while still having the energy to search for the elusive snitch. She refrained from casting a protective charm, allowing the rain to drench her hair, which cascaded down her cheeks, rendering her as disheveled as the others. Approximately 15 minutes into the match, the score stood at 30 for Gryffindor and 70 for Hufflepuff, a gap not insurmountable. At that moment, Sue Lily spotted the golden snitch. She wished to alert Cedric, but the tiny ball was closer to Harry's position, and she did not want to draw Harry's attention. Focusing intently on the snitch's trajectory, she noted its slow drift towards the Gryffindor goal, moving further away. However, with the match already well underway, they still had to evade the bludgers, and neither seeker remained stationary. They moved within a certain range. Just then, Sue Lily witnessed an opportunity as a bludger hurtled toward Cedric. She swiftly approached him, redirecting the bludger toward Harry. Bewildered, Harry dodged the incoming bludger, raindrops splattering on his glasses, severely obstructing his vision. Seizing the moment, Sue Lily pointed out the location of the golden snitch to Cedric. With a look of surprise, Cedric gazed at the snitch and, employing the technique Sue Lily had taught him, accelerated his broomstick with magic, pursuing the snitch. Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, Hufflepuff had already claimed victory. Chapter 77, I Have a Friend. Amidst the torrential downpour, the Hufflepuff players erupted in jubilant cheers. Wood's expression twisted in dismay. Losing this match significantly diminished Gryffindor's chances of capturing the Quidditch Cup, a thought that weighed heavily on him. However, he was not one to direct his frustration towards others. With 2 matches remaining, he believed that with a little more effort and a larger point margin, they could still turn things around. Wood felt as if his head might explode, prompting the Gryffindor team to enter a grueling training phase. Upon returning to the Hufflepuff common room, everyone was soaked to the skin, their robes clinging uncomfortably to their bodies. Silently, they retreated to their dorms to shower and change before gathering a feast in the kitchen to celebrate. That night, Sue Lily found herself lost in thought when Aaron unexpectedly appeared from the mirror. What are you pondering? Skipping classes again? Sue Lily waved her hand dismissively. This class is taught by Elder Sloth, you see. Aaron immediately understood. This elder, though ill-suited for teaching, had been deemed capable of imparting lessons on patience by the other elders, resulting in a monthly class. The disciples of Mount Shu could sit still for days in meditation, so attending a class was no great hardship. Yet the elder's tendency to drone on endlessly was quite the nuisance. Sue Lily turned to Aaron. And you? You've been rather elusive lately. Where have you been wandering? I've been exploring everywhere. You have no idea how enjoyable it is to eavesdrop on their gossip through the mirror. Aaron excitedly shared the juicy tales she had overheard, ranging from romantic dramas within the school to various ethical quandaries and corporate rivalries beyond its walls. Sue Lily sighed, lamenting that the innocence of school life was far preferable to the chaos of the outside world, and she found herself more intrigued by the business conflicts. What are these corporate rivalries like? She asked curiously. Is it a back-and-forth game of wits? Not quite what you might expect, Aaron replied. I've only seen instances of sabotage, like slipping competitors' laxatives to prevent contract signings, or even assaulting them in burlap sacks. Sue Lily's disappointment was palpable. It was nothing like the novels or television dramas she had imagined. After sharing her stories, Aaron turned to Sue Lily. And you? Have you encountered any odd characters lately? Sue Lily pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Odd characters don't quite cover it. Really? Aaron scrutinized her closely. I heard a rumor that you might be in a relationship. Sue Lily instinctively denied it. Who did you hear that from? You can't possibly believe such unreliable gossip. Upon hearing her response, Aaron's curiosity waned. TSK, I thought by now you'd have some understanding of romance. It seems I was mistaken. Watching Aaron retreat into the mirror, Sue Lily felt a tumult of emotions within her. The following day, Sue Lily and Hermione were working on their assignments in the library. Sue Lily bit her pen, unable to contain herself. Hermione, yes? Hermione looked up. Sue Lily seemed hesitant, taking a moment before finally asking, do any of the girls in your dorm have boyfriends? Hermione shook her head. They haven't mentioned anything. Have any of the girls in your dorm found boyfriends? Sue Lili also shook her head. No. Why the inquiry? Hermione found it peculiar. Well, I have a friend who she discovered someone has feelings for her, and she is a bit conflicted. I'm not very familiar with such matters, so I thought I'd ask you. Hermione blinked. But I'm not very knowledgeable about it either. That's fine. I was just curious. Sue Lili chuckled awkwardly before returning to her work. Come on, share. I could use a distraction from this paper, Hermione insisted. Who likes your friend? Is he good looking? Well, he is quite handsome and tall, Sue Lili replied without looking up. As for his personality, he is very kind and academically accomplished. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. That sounds promising. Does your friend like him? Sue Lili paused in her writing, muttering, How would I know? Hermione regarded her with suspicion. So, your friend still hasn't figured out her feelings for him? Yes, Sue Lili confirmed with a nod. Hermione tentatively asked Sue Lili. The friend you're referring to, could it be? Sue Lili abruptly looked up. Hermione quickly changed her wording. It's not your roommate, is it? Sue Lili's impending rebuttal was swallowed as she quietly replied, It's not them. Hermione pieced together the clues and probed further. So the boy you mentioned, is he more handsome than Diggory? Sue Lili blinked. About the same. Hermione grew excited. If he is that good looking, your friend must have some feelings for him. She has never been in a relationship, so she doesn't know what liking someone feels like. Well, now that your friend knows about it and is feeling conflicted, it's clear she cares about him, Hermione analyzed. If it were someone else, they might have written several love letters without even remembering his name. Sue Lili countered. That is because they are already good friends. After all this time, learning that someone likes you can't be a trivial matter. Let me ask you this, Hermione said, putting her books away. During this time, what has your friend been thinking about the most? Sue Lili contemplated seriously before responding, Not food but studying. Yes. It's definitely studying. Confronted with Sue Lili's earnest gaze, Hermione momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Aside from that, Hermione continued, racking her brain. Might she occasionally think of that boy? Or upon realizing his feelings, might she feel repulsed and instinctively want to distance herself? How could that be? They are friends and classmates, and he hasn't confessed anything. Wouldn't it be awkward to suddenly pull away? Exactly. Hermione clapped her hands together. Not wanting to distance herself means she likely has feelings for him. They could definitely try going on a date. Sue Lili felt that her perspective on romance differed significantly from that of the people here. If she couldn't even comprehend her own feelings, how could she possibly engage in a relationship? In Chapter 78, Sirius's Case Revisited, Sue Lili confided her thoughts to Hermione. After a moment of contemplation, Hermione suggested that she should embark on a courtship aimed at marriage. As she spoke, she believed her idea was rather sound, especially considering that the senior student, Diggory, the young man you mentioned, seemed to possess a serious disposition rather than one prone to trifles. You could certainly explore a relationship and let feelings develop over time. What do you mean by you? Sue Lili exclaimed, her temper flaring. It's them. Hermione quickly soothed her, saying, All right, I misspoke. It's them. But aren't you adept at divination? Can't you discern whether they? Hermione cast a suggestive glance at her. Upon hearing this, Sue Lili felt a pang of guilt and muttered softly, I can't read for myself. A diviner cannot predict their own fate. And readings concerning oneself or their loved ones are generally inaccurate. Even if Sue Lili wished to exploit the loophole, it proved futile. For instance, she couldn't foresee Cedric's future spouse, as there were several possibilities. The first scenario could be that they had previously been together but later parted ways. This would pertain to her own situation. The second possibility was that Cedric might never marry, thus eluding divination altogether. Naturally, there was also the chance that they would end up together, in which case it would truly be impossible to predict. Such outcomes were fraught with uncertainties, making it challenging to eliminate options. Hermione, at her wit's end, prodded. You mentioned that the young man hasn't confessed to your friend yet. Perhaps that's merely her illusion. He might not be interested in her at all. Sue Lili fell silent for a moment, pondering her words. Is that really true? She asked, then reflected further. Perhaps since she had never been in a relationship, it might indeed just be her imagination? With this thought, Sue Lili felt a weight lift from her heart. If that were the case, she needn't be troubled. Hermione had anticipated that her comment would instill a sense of urgency in Sue Lili, prompting her to clarify matters with Cedric. Yet she was taken aback when Sue Lili appeared to retreat into her shell with an air of contentment. Hermione found herself uncertain about Sue Lili's feelings for Cedric. Perhaps it was best to allow them to navigate their own affairs. At the end of November, during the Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, Cedric once again caught the golden snitch. Lili! Cedric exclaimed, holding aloft the broomstick Su Lili had gifted him. Without this broom, I surely wouldn't have been able to catch it. In this match, the golden snitch made a late appearance, and it was remarkably close to the player from Ravenclaw at the time. Had it not been for the exceptional speed of that broom, Cedric might have missed the snitch. Nonetheless, Hufflepuff's victory was not overwhelmingly decisive. Ravenclaw was indeed a formidable team, and after Cedric's catch, Hufflepuff only secured a win by 60 points. Yet, a win was still a win. This outcome left Wood quite disheartened, and Gryffindor's morale sank even lower than that of Ravenclaw. If Hufflepuff triumphed over Slytherin next, their hopes would be utterly dashed. By early December, the trial regarding Sirius was underway, and Harry anxiously awaited the verdict at school. It wasn't until the next day that the Daily Prophet reported Sirius's exoneration, which lifted Harry's spirits. Sirius's acquittal ushered in a significant change. Harry was now permitted to visit Hogsmeade. Sirius wants to meet me in Hogsmeade this weekend. Let us all go together, Harry excitedly announced to his friends. Ron and Hermione, of course, had no objections. After all, they were headed to Hogsmeade, and it was pleasant to spend time with friends. Su Lili, however, was not particularly eager to encounter that dog. Seeing him would inevitably remind her of her once ruined garden. She thought that Sirius would probably not wish to see her either. Rather than outright refusal, she simply stated, I have plans with someone else. If we cross paths, I wouldn't mind sitting for a while. Hermione's expression shifted as if she had come to a realization. After Su Lili departed, she explained to Harry and Ron. Lily might be going on a date that day, so you two instantly, Harry and Ron understood, not wishing to be the glaring third wheel. Nor did they want to be forced to tag along behind a couple, so they dropped the subject. On the day they headed to Hogsmeade, Harry and his friends stood in line and were momentarily taken aback upon spotting Su Lili, Cedric, Emo Chongsong, Hannah, and Susan in a large group. Hermione, Ron asked, bewildered. Which guy did Lily say she was meeting? Hermione shielded her face with her hand, beginning to doubt her previous assessment. Did Su Lili truly have someone she liked? Su Lili was oblivious to any awkwardness. She was currently engaged in a discussion about the Patronus charm with Cedric. Professor Lupin mentioned that due to the presence of Dementors at school, to better ensure student safety, he encouraged the prefects to learn the Patronus charm with him, Cedric explained. Su Lili inquired, is that spell difficult? Quite challenging, Cedric replied. To master it, one must possess joyful memories and a steadfast belief in protecting someone. At that moment, Su Lili looked up and unexpectedly locked eyes with Cedric's earnest gaze, causing her to forget everything she had intended to say. Hannah and Susan, who had been quietly conversing, suddenly noticed the two in front had fallen silent and looked up, stifling giggles behind their hands. Emo Chongsong wore a serious expression, silently jotting down the incident in his notebook, preparing to report to their guardians, while giving Cedric several disapproving glares. You think you can lure my uncle? Not a chance. Cedric and Su Lili held each other's gaze for a few seconds before both averted their eyes. Surely there must be an abundance of joyful memories, Su Lili thought. Hoping to mask her emotions through casual conversation, receiving her acceptance letter from Hogwarts, winning the Quidditch match. Cedric's ears turned slightly red as he restrained himself, saying, Yes, but I wonder what my Patronus will be. Perhaps a badger, Su Lili replied earnestly. You are a quintessential Hufflepuff, so it would be quite fitting. What do you think your Patronus would be? Cedric suddenly asked her. Su Lili hesitated. I'm not yet at the stage where I can learn the Patronus charm, so it's uncertain. I've heard that the form of a Patronus can change. In Chapter 79, don't treat Phineas as a magical beast. Upon their arrival in Hogsmeade, each had their own objectives. Hannah and Susan, unwilling to play the role of third wheel, linked arms and departed. The remaining trio aligned their plans with Su Lili's. Cedric had primarily come to accompany Su Lili, while Emo Chongsong, being a devoted sword cultivator, merely needed to follow her lead. Su Lili had a clear goal, the candy shop and the ice cream parlor. After purchasing a plethora of snacks, they proceeded to the 3 broomsticks. Upon entering, Su Lili immediately heard Hermione's voice as she eagerly beckoned Su Lili and the others to join her. The 3 approached, and Su Lili quickly spotted Sirius's rather displeased expression. Harry made the introductions. Sirius, this is my good friend Lily Sue. Upon hearing Harry refer to Su Lili as his good friend, Sirius's face contorted. Yet he was compelled to offer Su Lili a smile under Harry's expectant gaze. Once seated, Sirius ordered each of them a warm butterbeer, commenting that the weather was quite chilly and they could use something to warm themselves. After this gesture, he seemed disinclined to speak further, contrasting sharply with the lively persona he had presented to Harry earlier. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety as he recalled the minor discord between Sirius and Su Li. which he had learned about from Dumbledore and Sirius himself. He certainly did not wish to witness any rift between his godfather and dear friend. After exchanging several meaningful glances, Sirius, resigned, took the initiative to broach a topic. Ahem. Miss Sue, he remarked, his gaze falling upon the fox nestled in her arms. Your little fox is quite well behaved. Both Su Li and the fox, Wu Yo, turned their attention toward him. And for some inexplicable reason, Sirius felt an inkling of danger. She is not a fox, she is a pygmy puff. Su Li corrected him earnestly, emphasizing the significant distinction between the two. Observing Wu Yo closely, Sirius could not discern any differences from a common fox. What difference? Magical creatures versus ordinary foxes? Noticing Wu Yo's displeasure, Su Li gently smoothed her fur and proceeded to elucidate the nature of pygmy puffs. Owning a pet brings joy, Sirius chuckled, dismissing her assertion that pygmy puffs induce happiness as an exaggeration. Wu Yo, feeling affronted, leaped from Su Li's embrace, striding across the tabletop to scrutinize Sirius from head to toe. Her eyes filled with disdain. What is this? Could he possibly be an animagus? I can see contempt in her eyes. Sirius thought, bemused. The expression seemed too human for a creature of high intelligence. Wu Yo began to vociferate at Sirius, her tone unmistakably one of reproach rather than affection. Su Li, observing this, wore an amused expression and began to translate. She says, you are merely a dog. What right do you have to critique her? Her family has a name recorded in the Shanhai Jing, far superior to a nameless mutt like you. Sirius was incredulous that Su Li could comprehend Wu Yo's words. He glanced at Wu Yo on the table and then back at Su Li, skeptically inquiring, you're not using this opportunity to insult me, are you? Wu Yo, in the midst of her passionate speech, grew displeased and firmly struck the table with her right paw. Quick as a flash, Su Li scooped Wu Yo back into her arms, while Mo Chong Song swiftly removed the food from the table. The next moment, the table began to splinter from the spot Wu Yo had occupied, producing a thunderous noise. Everyone present was taken aback. Sirius, particularly startled, swallowed hard and instinctively thought about the consequences had those claws landed upon him. Restoration came swiftly. Cedric, nearly reflexively, drew his wand and returned the table to its original state. Mo Chong Song then placed the previously removed beverages and snacks back onto the table. That must be at least a XXXX level magical creature. How perilous. Do you have proper permits for such a pet? Sirius stammered, expressing his concern. Su Li disregarded his words, cradling Wu Yo's paw and observing her intently. She is so adorable. How could she possibly be dangerous? The others interjected, indeed. She is quite charming, but to say she poses no danger? The table would certainly disagree. If you keep such a pet without registering it with the Ministry of Magic, any trouble that arises will not be easily forgiven. Sirius cautioned Su Li once more. Rest assured, pygmy puffs are not easily angered. Wu Yo is a good child, always mindful and never seeking trouble, Su Li replied, shaking her head at Sirius's apprehensions. This fellow did not seem like one to abide by rules, and he was quite short-lived in nature. They had not lingered long in that atmosphere, as the tension between them was decidedly disharmonious. Upon exiting the Three Broomsticks, Mo Chong Song remarked, "Aunt, it seems you do not harbor any fondness for Black." "Why should I? He ruined my vegetable patch and has yet to apologize," Su Li retorted, her displeasure evident. "Though I did retaliate, it was merely a scare. I did not resort to violence." Mo Chong Song fell silent. Indeed, such a transgression was intolerable for Su Li, as she held food in the highest regard. Cedric concurred, believing such a waste of food to be unforgivable. A matter of principle. However, he had not anticipated Wu Yo's capabilities. Cedric had always thought pygmy puffs were merely for amusement, but today's display had opened his eyes. She is inherently formidable, Su Li beamed, though she may appear to simply be a playful and adorable creature. After all, pygmy puffs are magical beasts. Even if their combat prowess is slightly diminished, they are not akin to a pet cat that cannot catch mice. Is that what you call slightly diminished? Then what would the truly powerful be like? Cedric inquired, puzzled. And there are cats that cannot catch mice? In the Muggle world, some cats are bred specifically as pets and have become rather inept, even fearful of mice, Su Li explained. Cedric felt it was inhumane to deprive cats of their natural instincts. Such a notion seemed rather cruel. Yet perhaps those pet cats find joy in their existence, indulging in food and play without the need to hunt. I have heard many express the desire to be reborn as a pet cat in their next life. Su Li mused. Cedric chuckled, pondering why he should concern himself. Everyone has their own aspirations. And who knows whether a cat might not find such a life to be delightful. Chapter 80. Learning the Patronus Charm. On their return to the castle, Su Li beheld the vibrant hues of her vegetable garden, contemplating the impending Christmas holiday and the prospect of processing these delights to offer as gifts. Strawberry jam, blueberry preserves, and dried fruits filled her thoughts, and she felt an irresistible urge to begin creating these treats immediately, envisioning sending them off via owl come Christmas. Upon entering the common room, they found it relatively empty as many were still in Hogsmeade. Cedric turned to Lili and said, "I won't be going home this Christmas. If you wish to learn the Patronus charm, we could seek out Professor Lupin together." Cedric expressed a hint of regret in his voice. Had he already mastered the charm, he could have taught Lili himself, eliminating the need for a third party. "That sounds splendid," Lili readily agreed. On the eve of the Christmas holiday, Cedric accompanied Lili to seek out Lupin, who appeared somewhat surprised by their visit. Upon understanding their intentions, Professor Lupin calmly stated, "The Patronus charm is quite a complex spell, and with the Dementors having left the school, are you certain you wish to learn, Miss Sue?" Lili nodded affirmatively. Knowledge is never burdensome. Though the Dementors have departed, one can never be too prepared for future encounters. Learning as much as possible during the holidays is advantageous. "Very well then," Lupin replied, clearly pleased with Li's eagerness to learn. However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a knock at the office door. "Professor Lupin, I have made up my mind. I wish to learn the Patronus charm." Harry's voice rang out from outside. Lili interjected, "Wait, Professor Lupin, why the favoritism? Harry and I are both third years. You welcomed him to learn, yet I had to come seeking your guidance." Lupin allowed Harry to enter and then turned to them, saying, "I can teach you both the Patronus charm, but I will not remain at the school during Christmas. I can offer you practice this afternoon, but further lessons will have to wait until I return after the holiday." The three expressed their understanding, and thus the learning process commenced. Each progressed at different rates, requiring Cedric to practice separately. His practice partner was a boggart. Although it was not a Dementor, confronting his deepest fears would certainly be beneficial. It is worth noting that Lupin appeared to feel remorse for his previous failure to safeguard the student's privacy, as he drew a curtain while Cedric practiced in another corner of the office. This curtain effectively concealed the cabinet containing the boggart, although Cedric could still see it. Perhaps Professor Lupin wished to keep a vigilant eye on his students to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Meanwhile, Lili and Harry listened attentively as Lupin explained the Patronus charm. "Since you have chosen to be here, you should possess a certain understanding of the Patronus charm. Given the time constraints today, I will briefly discuss the essential elements of mastering this magic. A Patronus embodies a positive force, an external manifestation of hope, joy, and the will to survive. To wield this magic, you must conjure a pleasurable memory and concentrate your thoughts upon it." The two listened intently as Lupin elaborated. Then each began to recall their happiest memories. Lili felt an abundance of joyful recollections, including the moment she successfully forged her life-bonding spirit sword, and the time she was treated to delightful meals by her culinary mentor. Harry seemed to have conjured his happiest memory as well, reciting the incantation Lupin had mentioned earlier, Expecto Patronum. Lili observed in silence as a silvery mist erupted from the tip of Harry's wand. Cedric quietly watched, his gaze seemingly encouraging Harry. However, the silvery mist did not take on a tangible form, indicating that Harry still needed more practice. Feeling somewhat distressed, Lili pondered over her multitude of happy memories, unsure of which to select. Ultimately, she chose the moment of successfully forging her life-bonding spirit sword, the elation of her hand touching the blade. "Expecto Patronum," she exclaimed, and a large burst of silvery mist erupted from her wand, forming a vague, elongated shape. This distinct outline led her to speculate about her Patronus. "Wow, have you succeeded?" Harry exclaimed, "It looks like a snake." Lili continued to reflect on her emotions from that time, retorting, "It's not a snake." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Harry's mind. "I know. It's that Chinese dragon you mentioned before, right?" "Indeed," Lili confirmed, gazing at her Patronus, which though still indistinct, resembled a serpent. Yet through her keen vision, she could discern the dragon's unformed claws. "A Chinese dragon?" Lupin inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Is that a magical creature unique to China? I feel I have heard of it before." Harry fervently recalled Li's previous introduction, and began to explain. "How fascinating," Lupin remarked after hearing him. "It is rare for someone's Patronus to take the form of a magical creature. Professor Dumbledore is one of the few exceptions, as his Patronus is a phoenix." After this reflection, Lupin added, "Miss Sue, you possess remarkable talent. For this, I must award Hufflepuff 10 points." Li's Patronus continued to take shape, revealing the vague outline of a dragon's head, complete with horns and several claws. Lupin felt a whirlwind of emotions towards such a gifted student. Firstly, he felt delighted. Teaching Li required little effort, as she grasped concepts readily, making the experience fulfilling. On the other hand, he felt a tinge of frustration, aware that any instructor would thrive with such an exceptional student, and as a professor he could not help but feel somewhat inadequate. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and urged Suli, Miss Su, why not attempt to use the Patronus charm in front of the boggart? Many struggle to remain calm when faced with dementors. Even if they have learned the spell, they often cannot repel them, which can be detrimental. However, we have no dementors here, so the practice may be somewhat less effective. Suli, unhesitant, approached the curtain. Before she arrived, Cedric had stepped back. Though he yearned to know everything about Suli, he felt it best not to pry into her privacy, hoping that one day she would willingly share such matters with him. Once Suli was in position, she opened the cabinet door with a flick of her wand, allowing the boggart to emerge. She focused intently on the swirling mist that billowed forth, wand raised, poised to confront whatever fearsome apparition might arise with her Patronus charm. However, the boggart drifted for some time without transforming, prompting Suli to finally exclaim, "Professor, I think this boggart might be broken." Lupin approached briskly, followed closely by Cedric and Harry. Upon reaching Suli's side, the boggart, which had initially been a swirling mass of black mist, suddenly morphed into a silvery sphere. Lupin blinked in surprise. "Isn't this quite splendid?" Suli replied, "Perhaps it's because I don't have anything that frightens me. The boggart was merely a swirling mass of black mist before me, and I felt no fear at all." Lupin sighed, "Well, I may not have much more to teach you, Miss Su. You are neither afraid of the boggart nor incapable of summoning a Patronus. From here, it is simply a matter of practice." Suli continued alongside them, practicing to refine her Patronus' clarity by revisiting several joyful memories, ultimately finding that her initial memory was the most suitable. The following morning, as everyone boarded the train to depart, the school instantly felt desolate. Suli and Cedric headed to the library, eager to complete their assignments early, allowing time for magical practice and leisure afterward. Cedric quietly confided in Suli. The previous two defense against the dark arts professors were rather unreliable. If it weren't for Professor Lupin this year, I fear my OWL exams would be in jeopardy. Suli reassured him, "It's all right. Even if those two professors were not dependable, you are quite remarkable. Professor Lupin's teaching this term has been commendable. Take advantage of this opportunity to review previous knowledge, and you will surely achieve great results." "Do you have such confidence in me?" Cedric, momentarily disheartened, felt his gloom dissipate under Suli's encouragement. "This is based on a correct assessment of your abilities. If you doubt it, let us quiz each other." Suli casually named a creature from the Defense Against the Dark Arts syllabus, prompting Cedric to recite its characteristics. He complied dutifully. Subsequently, Suli quizzed him on various subjects, spanning from the 1st to the 5th year, employing diverse methods to keep Cedric engaged. After their session, Cedric realized the areas he needed to review further, and before long, the morning had passed, signaling it was time for them to head to the Great Hall for a meal. Feeling somewhat bashful, Cedric produced some snacks from his bag, tearing open the packaging to offer her some. "You've spent all morning quizzing me. Truly, it's quite generous of you." Suli accepted the snacks with ease, responding nonchalantly, "No worries, we are friends after all. I'm helping you now, and surely, when I need assistance, you will reciprocate." Continuing with a smile, Suli added, "While I quizzed you this morning, I also reinforced my own understanding of the material, and I didn't neglect my assignments either." Cedric, recalling the 5 parchment papers Suli had completed that morning, could not help but admire her remarkable efficiency. This Christmas, in addition to snacks, Suli received 4 pots of plum blossoms from Bai Yuan. White, red, waxy, and green. Unpacking them filled the entire dormitory with their fragrant aroma. Suli delicately touched the petals of the waxy plum blossoms and arranged the pots in the common room, infusing the warm space with a hint of winter's chill. In the days that followed, Mo Chongsong joined Suli and Cedric's study group. Confronted by Su Lili's perplexed gaze, Mo Chongsong gravely remarked, "The elder master stated explicitly that you cannot be alone with any other wild man." He then added, "Uncle Master, please do not glare at me." Cedric, maintaining his amiable demeanor, expressed, "It is quite all right. I have long wished to witness your training. I have heard tales of the formidable prowess of Chinese cultivators, and I am eager to discern the extent of our disparities." Subsequently, Mo Chongsong proposed a sparring match with Su Lili to fulfill Cedric's desire. They departed the castle, and made their way to the shores of the Black Lake. "Here shall suffice," Mo Chongsong declared, "the terrain is spacious, and we need not fear causing harm to others." "Uncle Master, if you please." Su Lili produced an ordinary flying sword, soaring to the center of the lake, before turning to face the shore. Cedric observed Su Lili, and sensed a transformation in her aura. The gentle facade she wore had dissipated, revealing a sharp and indomitable spirit. Mo Chongsong likewise summoned his flying sword, appearing before Su Lili in the blink of an eye. He swung his sword towards her with no superfluous movements. Su Lili, equally devoid of ostentation, met his strike head-on. The two swords clashed, unleashing a formidable shockwave that radiated outward, shattering the thick ice and sending spray from the lake into the air. In unison, they ascended, and in the next moment, enormous tentacles emerged from the gaping hole in the ice at the lake's center. Frustrated by their failure to seize the culprits behind the recent disturbance, the tentacles thrashed about in the water, seemingly incensed. Oblivious to the giant octopus's ire, the two combatants continued their exchange. The pace of their duel quickened to such a degree that Cedric, as a seeker, could barely keep his eyes open without straining to catch their movements. At last, after a brief respite, they drew apart. "Xiao Mo, your swordsmanship requires further refinement," Su Lili commented. "Indeed, I shall diligently practice over the summer," Mo Chongsong replied earnestly. Before adding, "Uncle Master, I have noticed that Mr. Diggory seems unable to fully perceive our techniques. Since we aim to accommodate his wishes, should we not alter our sparring format?" Su Lili glanced towards the shore, where Cedric waved at her. "That is acceptable," she nodded. Thereafter, Cedric observed that their movements had slowed somewhat, yet their power had intensified significantly. Chapter 82. The Tentacles of the Giant Octopus. On this day, Dumbledore and several professors were taking a leisurely stroll around the school, relishing a rare moment free from troublesome students. Their spirits lifted. As they meandered, they found themselves reminiscing about days gone by, sharing tales of the past, each complementing the other in a harmonious atmosphere. After their tour of the castle, they proceeded outside to bask in the rare winter sun. However, as they stepped beyond the castle gates, a tremendous noise erupted from a distance. Their previously light-hearted smiles froze in an instant, and they turned in unison towards the source of the sound. It emanated from the direction of the Black Lake. Despite the distance, the professor's keen instincts, honed from dealing with mischievous children, detected an unusual disturbance. "If I catch that little giant who cannot seem to settle down even during the holidays, I shall ensure he knows what fear truly is," Snape exclaimed, seething with anger. Before striding off towards the lake, wand raised, the other professors exchanged glances, then followed suit. After walking for a while, they spotted two figures engaged in a fierce duel above the Black Lake. Su Lili sliced her sword across the surface, causing massive ice spikes to erupt, all directed towards Mo Chongsong under her command. Mo Chongsong twirled his sword, conjuring a thick wall of flames that the ice spikes pierced through, losing some of their initial force but not entirely vanquished. Yet, while he successfully defended against one of Su Lili's attacks, he was unaware that several clumps of reinforced water plants had ensnared his ankles, forcefully dragging him downward. "My goodness, what are they doing? Have they come to blows?" Dumbledore could not help but exclaim. Rather than spectate from a distance, Snape approached the edge of the Black Lake, his voice booming as he admonished the two. "What on earth is going on with you two? Cease this at once." Snape's expression was darker than a cauldron's bottom. He had assumed that the ruckus was caused by Gryffindor students and had intended to deduct points from the troublemakers. To his utter astonishment, the culprits were none other than Mo Chongsong and Su Lili. Had it not been for the professors trailing behind, he might have deducted points from Su Lili without a second thought. However, with them present, any penalty imposed on her would undoubtedly reflect on Mo Chongsong as well. While a few points lost for Hufflepuff might not matter, a deduction for Slytherin could blur the distinctions between the houses. Should Dumbledore find a reason to award Gryffindor extra points come the end of the term, the House Cup could once again slip from Slytherin's grasp. Contemplating this, Snape felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, wishing he could toss these two troublemakers into a cauldron for a good stew. He directed his venomous words towards Cedric. "Mr. Diggory, as a prefect, why do you not rein in these unruly students? Are you content to appear compliant while being utterly ineffectual?" Cedric, having developed a certain immunity to Snape's barbs through years of potions classes, understood that anything he said at this juncture would be deemed wrong. The best course of action was to remain silent, waiting for the professors to come forth with a fair assessment. "Gentlemen," Dumbledore said, drawing nearer, "might you enlighten me as to what transpired just now?" Just as Su Lili was about to step forward to explain, Cedric interjected, "Professor, I have a keen interest in Eastern magic, and thus hoped that Lili and Mr. Mo could demonstrate a bit, allowing me to deepen my understanding." Dumbledore was fond of Cedric, a loyal, kind-hearted student with commendable grades. He adjusted his glasses and turned to the other two. "Oh, is that so?" "Indeed, Professor," they replied in unison. "How unfortunate," Dumbledore remarked, glancing at the lake's surface. now scattered with chunks of shattered ice. I had thought you were here to fish. Professor, would you like some fish as well? Sue Lili chimed in excitedly. We just managed to catch a particularly plump octopus leg. I intend to prepare several different dishes. Would you care to join? Professor McGonagall could no longer contain herself. Her hands trembling as she exclaimed, You killed that giant octopus? Not at all, Sue Lili replied, shaking her head. I merely severed one of its legs. Octopuses possess remarkable regenerative abilities. It may very well grow back by tomorrow. As she spoke, Sue Lili began contemplating the potential of keeping an octopus as a long-term food source. Suddenly, her thoughts veered towards the deep sea. If only she could find a particularly intelligent octopus. You think severing its leg is not enough? You intend to consume its tentacle as well. McGonagall's voice rose in incredulity. Sue Lili gazed at her in confusion. What else would I do? Should I reattach the tentacle to the octopus? That octopus is also one of Hogwarts' protectors. It safeguards new students as they arrive by boat, having resided in the Black Lake for centuries. How can you treat it so callously? McGonagall admonished sternly. Dumbledore interjected, Minerva, please remain calm. Miss Sue and Mr. M.O. are still young. Their understanding of Hogwarts is merely the tip of the iceberg, and we cannot expect too much from them. After speaking, he turned to Sue Lili and M.O. Chongsong. Considering that your actions were rather egregious, although the school regulations do not explicitly prohibit dueling on the Black Lake, each of you will incur a deduction of 5 points. I shall also ensure this rule is inscribed in the regulations to prevent any unfortunate accidents among the old fellows in the Black Lake. Snape sighed in relief. A 5-point deduction was tolerable. Just as he contemplated sending these troublesome individuals away, he noticed Dumbledore beckoning everyone to partake in a feast of roasted octopus legs. I must tell you, Miss Sue's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Let us lend a hand today. Preparing a delightful meal is imperative, and believe me, you will regret it if you do not partake. Thus, the group transitioned from their earlier leisurely stroll to an eager afternoon tea, bustling about washing and gathering vegetables, as well as preparing snacks. Observing this, Snape felt a sense of despair for Hogwarts. I often find myself at odds with your frivolity, due to my excessive seriousness. Ah. Life, how wonderfully peculiar it is. Chapter 83. Peter Pettigrew's Escape. On the final day of the holiday, everyone returned to school. In the corridors they encountered Hermione, who, clasping Sue Lili's arm, recounted how they spent Christmas. We stayed at a house belonging to Sirius, and Professor Lupin was also there. I heard they were good friends. Everything was splendid, except Sirius took Harry out to play, and he was always reluctant to do his homework. We had a wonderful time. It would have been even better if you had joined us. Hermione spoke at length before inquiring about Sue Lili's Christmas holiday. It was fine. We spent quite a bit of time studying at school. Sue Lili, much like Hermione, highlighted the key points of their Christmas experiences. Before long, it was time for the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Harry, wielding his firebolt, a Christmas gift from Sirius, trained diligently each day, determined not to lose this match. On the day of the game, Sue Lili attentively watched from the stands. With the firebolt, Harry's speed and agility had markedly improved, and although Cho was flying well, her Comet 260 could not compete with Harry's firebolt. The golden snitch appeared rather early in the match, yet Harry lost sight of it on 2 occasions for various reasons. Ultimately, he managed to catch the snitch, eliciting a thunderous cheer from the Gryffindor stands. Rising from her seat, Sue Lili noticed Cedric's expression was somewhat grave. If Gryffindor maintained such a performance, the outcome of the Quidditch Cup was uncertain. It seemed extra practice would be necessary. A few days later, the incident where Hagrid had brought a Griffin to the 4th-year class, resulting in injuries to several students, was resolved. The Griffin was sent away, and Hagrid was required to document each lesson he prepared in writing for school review before proceeding with his teaching schedule. With the fantastical beasts gone, Hagrid had to deal with smaller creatures. This is somewhat of a relief, Hermione remarked. At least we need not worry about our lives being in jeopardy during Hagrid's lessons. The group generally disagreed with Hagrid's aesthetic choices, yet due to his position as a professor and their friendship, they offered their advice with subtlety, though Hagrid often failed to grasp their implications. Now, the matter had been swiftly resolved. Days later, the Daily Prophet published a shocking news piece. Peter Pettigrew had escaped from prison. Upon hearing this news, Ron was filled with rage. Recalling how Pettigrew had lived as a rat in his home for years, sharing a bed with him and his brothers. What on earth is the ministry doing? They couldn't rectify 2 wrongful convictions in a year without learning their lesson? The escape of Sirius should have alerted them to the fact that animagi can evade Dementors. Do they not care at all? His barrage of questions perfectly illustrated Ron's inner turmoil. Calm down, Hermione frowned. What good does it do to rant here? It would be far more effective to send a howler, and give those negligent officials a piece of your mind. You're right, Hermione. Ron exhaled, unwilling to waste another moment, and hurried off to prepare a howler. Sue Lili, munching on sunflower seeds, observed the group venting their frustration at the ministry, not inclined to join in. Once Ron departed, she spat out a few seed shells and said to Harry, Peter Pettigrew's animagus form is a rat. If he wishes to infiltrate the school, it would be far easier than it was for Sirius. Harry blinked in surprise. What should we do? My advice is to avoid Hogsmeade altogether, and inform the professors about the secret passages you know. By the way, I heard Fred and George have a magical map. You could borrow it. Previously, Cedric had noticed someone wandering at night, but could never catch them. After seeking Sue Lili's assistance, he discovered it was the Weasley twins. Sue Lili had expressed interest in their method of eluding Cedric, leading her to learn about the extraordinary magical object known as the Marauder's Map. Harry said, Even if he escaped, it doesn't necessarily mean he'll come after me. He never did anything while we were at school together. That may not hold true now. Sue Lili replied, Previously, no one knew whether Voldemort was truly dead. He disguised himself as a rat because he revealed your parents' address to Voldemort, which led to their demise. Rather than fearing the ministry, he is far more afraid of the remaining Death Eaters. Sulili Gardith Harry. Now that his identity is exposed and he has been imprisoned in Azkaban, do you think they will let him go? Harry shook his head. Thus, while before he could hide his identity, remaining neutral and comfortably avoiding responsibility, now he is a prisoner of the ministry, with no recourse but to seek Voldemort. But Voldemort is dead, isn't he? Harry replied, Your master destroyed his soul. Sue Lili remained silent, recalling the day she first visited Hogsmeade, the Ravenclaw student under control, and the diadem he had stolen, an object that could very well be causing chaos outside. Sue Lili's silence left Harry anxious. Could he return? I am uncertain. But I believe it would be wise for you to exercise caution. The school may not seal off those secret passages, but they must be aware of them. Otherwise, when trouble arises, they will be oblivious to the source of the problem. Harry steeled himself. He was now someone with a godfather. Sirius had willingly endured years in Azkaban out of guilt, and should anything happen to Harry, Sirius would undoubtedly seek retribution. Soon he approached Professor McGonagall and Dumbledore, voluntarily disclosing the secret passages within the school. I am rather surprised, Mr. Potter, Professor McGonagall remarked. In light of your honesty, I shall award you 5 points. Chapter 84, Amortentia. Recently, Sue Lili had been feeling rather restless. Where could that diadem, which Dumbledore had been unable to locate, possibly be hidden? What were the intentions of the one who stole it? Though there was currently no information, Sue Lili was unwilling to view the situation with optimism. She preferred to believe that some individuals were orchestrating a far more sinister plot. She pondered for a moment and, alongside Mo Chang-song, performed a divination for some individuals at school who were initially believed to possess unfavorable destinies. The results indicated that within the upcoming year, they would be free from any calamities. However, Cedric's reading foretold a significant disaster a year hence, with a harrowing prognosis of near fatality. While this omen was not particularly auspicious, it was still a modest improvement compared to the bleak visage Sue Lili had observed when she first encountered him, which alluded to an untimely demise. At least now there was a glimmer of hope. Should we inform him? Although Mo Chang-song harbored a certain disdain for the individual who coveted his mentor, he still wished for Cedric's survival. Sue Lili contemplated the matter, but ultimately shook her head. Revealing this information would be futile. There was still a year left, and it would be unwise to immerse him in anxiety prematurely. After speaking, Sue Lili appeared somewhat fatigued, sinking into the sofa and retrieving a stone to gnaw on. If I am not mistaken, Master, that appears to be a magical stone, does it not? Mo Chang-song's lips twitched. Nonsense, magical stones are artificially synthesized. This is entirely natural. Sue Lili held the stone aloft, asserting that it is one of the primary materials for crafting time-turners. Our current restrictions have intensified. In the past, even if I were to divine for a multitude of individuals, I would not tire easily. Now I must consume this to replenish my strength. Very well then. Dumbledore shared similar concerns. He was already aware that those items were Horcruxes, and was eager to locate and destroy them all. Yet despite the passage of time, not even the shadow of Ravenclaw's diadem had been uncovered. Although there had been no recent disturbances, he remained convinced that Voldemort's fragment would manifest some grand scheme. And the next encounter might very well be with a corporeal Voldemort. Dumbledore was distressed, noticing the considerable amount of white hair that had fallen out. As a British man, he had managed to escape the early balding fate, Yet he never anticipated facing such a crisis in his twilight years. Concerns were scarce among the other students, who felt that this academic year was progressing smoothly. Despite the initial shadows cast by Sirius's escape, everything seemed relatively stable now. Recently, Peter Pettigrew's breakout had stirred some commotion, but the absence of Dementis stationed outside the school reassured the students that Hogwarts remained a safe haven. Unlike the petrification incident that had loomed over the entire previous year, on Valentine's Day, everyone completely forgot the unpleasant events of the past. Confessions were made, dates were arranged, and the Singletons clutched their assignments and textbooks, pretending to be engrossed in their studies, oblivious to love. The Weasley twins, however, were quite distinct from their peers, enthusiastically vending their previously concocted joke products. Some were designed to aid in confessions and dates, while others were intended to humiliate. Often purchased by buyers to use against their romantic rivals, eliminating one competitor at a time. Since Valentine's Day did not fall on a weekend, Emo Chongsong was unable to keep an eye on things, allowing Su Lili to receive a multitude of love letters and chocolates during class transitions. Approaching her 15th year, the sweet and delicate girl was quite popular at school, garnering an increasing number of admirers. These suitors recognized that offering food was far superior to any other gift, resulting in Su Lili receiving chocolates of various flavors and an assortment of other snacks, with love letters merely a secondary accompaniment. That evening, while Su Lili was completing her assignments in the common room, basking in the warmth of the fireplace, she felt particularly comfortable. Even though she was not cold-averse, she preferred the cozy environment. As she worked, she heard the sound of the common room door opening, and idly glanced up to see Cedric entering, arms laden with a plethora of flowers and chocolates. Cedric, upon noticing Su Lili, appeared somewhat embarrassed, wishing he could cast away the burden he bore. Many girls who attempted to present him with love letters and flowers had been turned down, and a significant portion of what he carried had been delivered by owls, with the remainder being passed along by classmates. Returning them would be quite troublesome. "Wow, you received so many too," Su Lili remarked in awe. Hannah, overhearing this, lifted her gaze from her work, noting that Cedric had always been quite popular. "I suspect he must have declined a portion, as these are likely the ones he cannot return." Cedric, however, was more interested in Su Lili's response. He inquired nonchalantly, "Lili, being so well-liked, you must have received quite a few gifts as well." "It's all right, probably not as many as yours," she replied, producing a large assortment of chocolates from her belongings. "Here, have some." "I'll take one," Hannah said, eyeing the chocolates with delight. "They look delicious. Too bad no one has given me any." "I'll have one too," Susan chimed in. "You don't mind, do you, Lili?" Su Lili, finding little interest in such low-energy snacks and considering them friends, readily acquiesced. Thus, the situation evolved into a gathering where they all indulged in chocolates together. As they shared, Su Lili suddenly sensed something amiss and sifted through the pile of chocolates. Scrutinizing a few pieces, these chocolates seemed to have something added to them. Cedric's expression darkened upon hearing this. "Let me see." Su Lili presented the chocolate to him. Cedric examined it closely, then sniffed it, his cheeks flushing slightly. "This has been laced with an aphrodisiac. It's not safe to consume." Upon hearing the term aphrodisiac, both Hannah and Susan's expressions soured. The term sounded vaguely familiar to Su Lili, and suddenly she recalled that Gilderoy Lockhart had mentioned it the previous year. At the time, she had dismissed it, assuming anything that came from Lockhart's mouth was dubious at best, and had not pursued further investigation. "So what exactly is an aphrodisiac? Is it some sort of love potion?" Su Lili asked innocently. "What?" "No," Cedric instinctively shook his head. "It's a type of potion. Once brewed, it requires a strand of one's hair, and then after administering it to someone, they will become infatuated with you." Su Lili began to understand. Yet as a glutton, she had never heard of anyone dying from consuming such a potion. Surely, eating an aphrodisiac would pose no real threat. She lifted a piece and took a bite, swallowing it without hesitation, finding it devoid of any particularly distinctive flavor. The three of them stared at her in shock, unable to intervene in time. "How fascinating," Su Lili remarked after finishing the chocolate. "I could taste a hint of meat and faintly discern some other flavors as well." Cedric looked at her anxiously. "Did you not feel anything unusual?" Su Lili blinked. "Like what?" "Nothing? If that's the case, then it's good." Cedric sighed in relief. "Impressive." Hannah gazed at Su Lili in awe. "Have you never had an upset stomach from anything you've eaten?" "Never," Su Lili replied. "I once visited a senior in Yunnan, and I must say, those poisonous mushrooms were quite delectable." A nostalgic look crossed her face. "When summer vacation arrives, I must return there to indulge in those fungi." Cedric cautioned, "Be cautious when eating. Although you've consumed so much without issue, what if you were to get poisoned? Take an antidote? Lili looked at him quizzically. What other answer could there be? Furthermore, whenever I encounter uncertain food, I always perform a divination to determine whether it is safe to eat. A simple reading suffices to resolve the dilemma. Cedric had no further retort. Lili was practically an anomaly. By the way, Cedric, what have you thought about my earlier suggestion regarding working in China? Lili inquired. Perhaps you could travel to China during the summer and see for yourself? I could show you what my work entails. Cedric paused momentarily before responding. Traveling to China does sound appealing. I will soon be of age. And exploring new places is certainly worthwhile. As for working in China, I still have 2 years until graduation, so I need to contemplate that further. Perhaps by the end of this summer, you won't have to think about it anymore, Lili said with joy. I'll take you to enjoy hot pot, to savor mushroom soup in Yunnan, to relish roasted lamb skewers in Inner Mongolia, and to experience Chaozhou's raw marinated dishes, which vary every day of the year. By the time we're done, you might not even want to leave. Cedric had yet to utter a word when the 2 little badgers nearby couldn't contain themselves. Hannah exclaimed, "That sounds absolutely delicious." Susan added, "Now you've made me hungry. It's a pity no one has invited us." Hey, are you 2 possessed by the Weasley twins? Lili rapped on the table. Enough with the gossip. Let's finish our homework. I started with you, and I've already completed mine. While you still have so much left to do. But I want to chat about gossip, not do homework, Susan complained, cradling her chin in her hands. Her eyes wandering aimlessly, unwilling to spare a hand for her assignments. Count me in, Hannah chimed in. Cedric, sensing the situation, decided to step away and not disturb them. That evening, the 3 of them were chatting in their dormitory when Susan suddenly asked, "Hey Lili, what do you think of Cedric?" Lili paused for a moment and replied, "He's quite nice. I mean, if he were to be a boyfriend, he should be adequate enough." Susan continued, "But he has never had a girlfriend. Otherwise, you could ask her opinion." Hannah interjected, "I can't believe you haven't noticed that he likes you. You clearly have feelings for him too. But why? What is it that he lacks?" Lili hesitated at the question, and after a moment of silence, she said, "It's not his fault. It's that I don't want to." Susan found Lili's reasoning absurd. "Why not? You're outstanding. You 2 together would only make others envious. You are not unworthy of him." Hannah speculated that perhaps Lili's resistance stemmed from her parents' troubled marriage. Lili gazed at the canopy hanging above her bed and softly said, "My father killed my mother." What? The revelation was so shocking that Susan and Hannah were momentarily rendered speechless. Lili paid little heed to their reactions and continued, "I was quite young then, and my memories of them are not profound. This event itself did not significantly shape my views on marriage. Rather, it was the reason behind my father's actions." And what was that? He craved power. He possessed considerable talent and a trace of the Taotai bloodline, which destined him to surpass others. He was not greedy for wealth, nor was he lustful, and he held little desire for power, yet he was exceptionally concerned about his own strength, leading him to choose the path of a sword cultivator. He was among the best of his peers, yet he still could not match my master. After my birth, because of the ancestral return, the Taotai bloodline manifested strongly in me, and his yearning for power led him to entertain the notion of consuming me, believing it might make him stronger. Hannah and Susan gasped in disbelief. How could a father be like that? At first he managed to restrain himself, but as I grew older, he gradually could not control his greed. My mother sensed his intentions and tried to stop him, but ultimately, Lili found it absurd that someone with such a meager Taotai bloodline, someone who should have been resolute as a sword cultivator, could descend into a beastly state. Yet, amidst this absurdity, she harbored a fear that she too might one day lose control. Back when she was at Mount Shu, it was fine, although her talent was commendable. There were numerous elders of higher cultivation and her master present, who could easily keep their impulses in check and deepen the seals. Moreover, while Lili enjoyed food, she had her limits, understanding what was acceptable to consume and what was not, allowing her to lead a carefree life all these years. However, upon realizing that Cedric had feelings for her and that she reciprocated, she began to withdraw, fearing that one day she too might transform into that kind of beast. If that day were to come, it would be better to refuse from the onset. After all, a sword cultivator's partner is their sword. Not engaging in romance or marriage is not a concern. In the future, whether to take on an apprentice or not, wandering the world with her sword is also a splendid choice. Upon hearing Lili's words, Hannah and Susan found themselves at a loss. They initially thought it was only natural for someone as wonderful as Lili to be liked, and among those who liked her, Cedric was exceptionally outstanding. If they were to end up together, It would be quite nice, so they silently offered their support. Yet, the situation had grown complicated. But can't you control yourself? You wouldn't harm your future children just because they might be stronger than you. Why sacrifice your happiness for uncertainties? Chapter 86. Tension and Preparation for Battle. After Su Lili expressed her concerns, she instantly felt a significant weight lifted off her shoulders. Conversely, Hannah and Susan found themselves restless, unable to sleep. They counted sheep for half the night before finally getting out of bed in frustration, deciding to focus on their homework since sleep eluded them. The next day, the two girls tacitly agreed not to share this matter with Cedric. While they hoped for a union between the two, they felt it was not their place to divulge Su Lili's private thoughts to him. It would be better for Su Lili to come to her own conclusions and share them with Cedric when she was ready. Unbeknownst to Cedric, who was preoccupied with studying for his OWL exams, he had little time to waste. However, he did take a moment to write a letter to his parents, informing them of his plans to travel to China during the summer. As a soon-to-be adult, his parents were unlikely to oppose his travels and expressed their open-minded approval. Su Lili noticed that Hermione's demeanor had grown increasingly haggard. She was struggling with 12 subjects. Although the time turner allowed her to attend multiple classes simultaneously, her personal energy was finite. Finally, before Easter, Hermione left the divination class, declaring that Trelawney was a fraud. Since the beginning of the term, she had been incessantly predicting that Harry would face death. Even after Sirius was confirmed to be innocent and Harry's godfather, death had nothing to do with him. Peter Pettigrew had also been revealed, and although his whereabouts were unknown, she doubted he would return to Hogwarts, especially with Dumbledore and Lily present. Hermione excitedly stated. She also mentioned that he has a mortal enemy, which is quite evident. We all know that the Dark Lord is Harry's enemy. This class is far less interesting than arithmancy. Oh, come on, Hermione, you can't dismiss the entire subject just because you lack talent in it. After all, she predicted that you would leave this class, Ron quipped. Although Ron had also only learned to fabricate nonsense from this class, it didn't stop him from displaying superiority in front of Hermione. Hermione scoffed, that's just rhetoric, Ron. If you ventured into the Muggle world, you'd see how adept those frauds can be. If you went, you might even end up being sold and have to count money for them. Su Lili thought that Hermione must have been influenced by too much anti-fraud propaganda. However, a broader perspective was beneficial. One must be cautious in a world fraught with dangers. Have you ever encountered such scams? Ron asked Harry, who had grown up in the Muggle world. How could I? Harry shook his head. I always wore Dudley's old clothes. No scam artist would be foolish enough to target a poor kid who couldn't even produce a few coins. Ron fell silent, lost in thought. Although Harry didn't understand why, he sensed that something he had said had struck a chord with Ron, so he proactively shifted the topic. Lily, are there many scammers in China? I mean the kind Hermione mentioned. After all, with such a large population, it's normal for some to be fraudulent. If you ever travel to China and see fortune tellers under the overpass, it's generally best to ignore them. Su Lili imparted her wisdom to them. These individuals were well versed in rhetoric and had long since mastered their craft, fully aware of any potential flaws in their discourse. If they were to make predictions, they would invariably find a way to justify their assertions. However, when it came to true skill, their abilities varied significantly. Two individuals, having never experienced the nuances of the situation, could hardly grasp the seriousness of others' words. After Easter, Gryffindor was set to face Slytherin in the last Quidditch match of the academic year. In the previous Quidditch League, Hufflepuff led Gryffindor by 240 points, while Slytherin was ahead by 200 points. If Gryffindor failed to bridge the 240-point gap, the Quidditch Cup would inevitably fall into the hands of either Hufflepuff or Slytherin. Wood repeatedly urged Harry that they must secure a lead of 90 points before attempting to catch the golden snitch. Otherwise, they would lose the House Cup. Harry felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach. If Slytherin were not aided by Mo Chang-song, this task, though challenging, would not be insurmountable. Yet, with Mo and Su Lili, it was as if they were an overpowering glitch in the game. While soaring through the air, they could precisely angle the bludgers to strike the opposing players. Although this was within the rules, the frequency with which they were targeted was irksome. As if their skill in vexing their adversaries was maxed out, leaving everyone seething with frustration. Without Su Lili, Hufflepuff found themselves at a disadvantage against Mo Chang-song. And Ravenclaw was equally helpless. If Harry merely sought to capture the golden snitch, he would feel some confidence. However, if the match dragged on, Mo could easily outpace him. Observing the dark circles under Wood's eyes and the bloodshot appearance of his gaze, Harry refrained from expressing his despondency, and instead intensified his training. On the day of the match, Harry awoke in the middle of the night, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, haunted by nightmares. He dreamt of sleeping so soundly that Gryffindor's Seeker had to be replaced by Neville, resulting in a loss. In another dream, he envisioned the Slytherin team riding fire-breathing dragons, while he soared on his firebolt, only to be knocked from his broom by a dragon. Both dreams were utterly absurd, yet Harry sensed they portended something. An ominous feeling that he might lose the match. In the morning, Harry appeared listless during breakfast. Wood approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Good morning, Harry. Did you not sleep well last night?" "I slept all right," Harry quickly replied. "I just need to wash my face and I'll feel more awake." "Then you must eat more. We cannot afford to have you starving," Wood said, seemingly reluctant to add more pressure on Harry, swallowing the second half of his sentence. Harry managed a weak smile, but even the dishes he once relished held no flavor for him. Wood then urged the other team members to eat. Though he himself barely touched his food, Lili noticed the commotion and chewed her food slowly, reflecting on how swiftly time passed. With yet another cohort of students about to graduate, she also observed that Slytherin was genuinely unpopular at Hogwarts. The majority of students from the other three houses adorned themselves with red flowers to cheer for Gryffindor, while it seemed only Slytherin students supported their own house. Chapter 87. A Flight with You. The match proved to be exceedingly challenging for Gryffindor. With Mo Chongsong's assistance, the score remained tight between Gryffindor and Slytherin. When the golden snitch appeared, Draco spotted it immediately and sped toward it. Although the Weasley twins did their utmost to disrupt Draco with bludgers, Mo Chongsong was no easy opponent. Harry followed suit, wrestling with an internal conflict. At this juncture, Harry seemed to have only two choices. Either attempt to distract Draco, hoping to widen the score gap before seizing the snitch, which would significantly increase Slytherin's chances of claiming the Quidditch Cup, or he could aim to capture the snitch first. But that would not be enough to surpass Hufflepuff, leaving them without the cup regardless. In the stands, students from all four houses were tense. This match was far more exhilarating than a mere showcase of Seekers. The match concluded with Harry catching the golden snitch. Yet the ultimate victor of the Quidditch Cup was Hufflepuff. Poor Wood was left at a loss for how to express his emotions. This was indeed disheartening. Once the match was over, Cedric dedicated himself wholeheartedly to revising for the OWL exams, set to commence in June and spanning 2 weeks. After completing his exams, Cedric relaxed and began planning the holiday itinerary with Lili. "Are you planning to fly back with me on a broomstick, or take a plane?" Lili asked, her face alight with excitement at the prospect of carrying him back. Cedric immediately envisioned her poised on a broom, his expression morphing into one of uncertainty. "I'd like to try it first. Can you take me for a flight?" Lili produced her flying sword. As Cedric watched the slender blade, he felt a pang of existential doubt, but she transformed it into a broad and elongated sword before leaping atop it and extending her hand toward him. "Come on. Let me take you for a ride." Cedric placed his hand in hers and was swiftly lifted onto the sword. Though the blade was now spacious, he still felt a touch awkward with their proximity. Once Cedric steadied himself, Lili commenced their flight. "I just realized something," she remarked. "What?" "I could stand for days without issue, but if you were to stay with us for 10 hours, you might find it uncomfortable." She appeared somewhat troubled. "Actually, I can ride a broom too. It's just that muggles might notice, which is why you travel at night, right?" Cedric replied, noting that this method was safer, albeit prone to directional mishaps. "Not exclusively at night," Lili countered. "In the event of an emergency, we must be prepared to venture out, whether day or night. A touch of disguise suffices." "What sort of disguise?" Cedric inquired, his curiosity piqued. "Like an invisibility cloak?" Invisibility cloaks were available for purchase, but they were limited in use and exorbitantly priced. "Actually, it's unnecessary. One can create visual distortion through light magic for simple concealment, or employ a spell akin to the muggle-repelling charm to make others overlook you," Lili explained, sharing several practical methods. Cedric quickly grasped the key concept. The reflection and refraction of light were indeed straightforward and useful techniques, though they likely required extensive calculations. The principle behind the muggle-repelling charm was not overly complex, yet it necessitated a substantial reservoir of magical energy to sustain the spell. While the theory was laid out, putting it into practice was not something everyone could achieve. "I need to accelerate. Are you ready?" Lili warned Cedric. Just as he acknowledged her, the sword surged forward, and the scenery whirled past, overwhelming Cedric's mind and leaving him slightly dizzy. However, once he acclimated, the exhilaration of such speed sent his heart racing, as if all his pressures and discontent had vanished. June brought with it sweltering heat. The afternoon sun bore down, yet during their rapid flight, the brisk currents of air lowered their surface temperature, rendering the heat nearly imperceptible. "Do you want to fly even higher?" Sue Lili shouted. Is that possible? Cedric replied. Then let us go higher. Understood. Let us soar. Soaring through the azure expanse, Cedric cast a glance downward, discovering that Hogwarts Castle lay nestled within his view, reduced to a mere size smaller than that of a feline. The students frolicking outside appeared no larger than ants in comparison. After soaring for half an hour, they came to a halt, left with an insatiable yearning for more. No wonder you shy away from riding broomsticks, Cedric mused. I believe I have fallen in love with it as well. Who could possibly resist the allure of flying on a sword? Sue Lili chuckled, however. Such a pursuit is not for the faint-hearted. Should one tumble from the blade, it would not be a pleasant affair. Cedric comprehended her trepidation entirely, given her recent speed. Colliding with a flock of birds could easily result in a catastrophic breach. A mere aircraft could be rendered inoperative by a bird strike, let alone a human. Yet, amidst the thrill, Cedric felt a twinge of concern. You fly so swiftly, do you not fear anything? What if you were to collide with an airplane? An airplane is rather large. Who would be foolish enough to crash into one? Sue Lili blinked in response. And the sky is so vast that even if we did encounter one, avoiding it would be childish play. But there are always unforeseen circumstances, Sue Lili pondered, her expression turning to one of alarm. If that were to happen, I would be burdened with an enormous debt. Cedric was perplexed. If we were to collide with an airplane, wouldn't that mean meeting the Grim Reaper? What debt would there be to bear? All right. Let us not dwell on such a grim topic, Sue Lili interjected. Tomorrow we shall take the train together, retrieve some belongings from your home, and then fly back the day after. Do you not wish to experience a flight on an airplane? Cedric inquired. I recall you mentioning that you have never boarded one. And coincidentally, I have not either. We should fly back together. With a heavy heart, Sue Lili replied, but purchasing an airplane ticket requires a passport. And I entered the UK illegally. Before I could secure a ticket, I would likely be apprehended for that reason. Chapter 88. The Journey Home. Ultimately, Cedric acquiesced to accompany Sue Lili and the others on their return flight. Sue Lili planned to utilize the few days remaining before the holiday to craft a small flying apparatus, should Cedric find himself unable to endure the journey. However, time was of the essence. The device would likely sustain flight for only 2 to 3 hours. Thus their primary mode of travel would remain the flying sword and broomstick. On the train, Hermione approached Sue Lili, exclaiming, I thought you would fly straight from school like last year, rather than taking the train. That was indeed the initial plan. Sue Lili admitted. What caused the change of heart? Hermione inquired, intrigued. Naturally, we have matters to attend to, Sue Lili replied. When Hermione learned of Sue Lili's invitation to Cedric to visit China, her eyes widened in astonishment, akin to a startled kitten, and her pet Crookshanks mirrored her dismay. You never invited me. Would you like to join us? Sue Lili asked. That sounds insincere, Hermione remarked. Sue Lili gazed at her earnestly. Our clever and adorable Miss Know-it-all. Might I inquire if you wish to accompany me to China during the summer? Since you asked so sincerely, Hermione said, drawing closer to Sue Lili and whispering, I would rather not be a third wheel. With that, she dashed away. Across the aisle, the perceptive Mo Chongsong observed. You two seem to have missed the entire exchange. Cedric, who had not overheard, turned to Mo Chongsong, who had borrowed his 5th grade textbooks. Do you not feel as though we are merely background characters? Without lifting his head, Mo Chongsong replied, There is nothing amiss. I have long known how to be a proper backdrop. Not only was he adept at being a background figure, but he also understood how to be an adequate third wheel. Cedric. After the train came to a halt, Cedric guided them towards the Diggory couple, who awaited their arrival. Mum. Dad. The Diggorys extended an exceptional warmth towards Sue Lili and Mo Chongsong as well, and soon after, they departed Platform 9 via the portkey. This mode of travel led Sue Lili to reflect upon the differences with the apparition. While the portkey was evidently more versatile, the sensation during the transition was somewhat disconcerting, akin to a small hook tugging sharply at one's navel. The other end of the portkey deposited them in the Diggorys' living room, which boasted a traditional wizarding decor, exuding a cosy ambiance. This place is truly lovely, Sue Lili remarked. I imagine Mrs. Diggory must take great care in maintaining this home. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Diggory's smile deepened as she replied, Thank you. I enjoy tidying up the house during my leisure time. It is presentable enough. By the way, Lili, come and see the room I have prepared for you. I hope you like it. Cedric gazed in bewilderment at his mother, who had transitioned from addressing Sue Lili as Miss Sue to Lili, even linking arms with her affectionately. This is illogical. No, this is not magic. Sue Lili followed Mrs. Diggory upstairs, where she was shown to her room. Although they would only be staying for one night, allowing Cedric to collect his belongings and rest. Mrs. Diggory had clearly put thought into the room's arrangement. The decor featured soft yellow and pale green hues, creating a refreshing aesthetic that aligned with Sue Lily's taste. I was uncertain of your preferences, so I arranged it based on Cedric's descriptions. There is even a cozy nook for your pet. Of course, if you wish to sleep with it, that is perfectly fine. Sue Lily expressed her gratitude sincerely. Thank you, Mrs. Diggory. I truly love it. After inspecting the room, Mrs. Diggory commenced preparing dinner. As a guest, Sue Lily felt a twinge of guilt for imposing upon the Diggorys, wishing to assist and showcase her culinary skills. Yet the Diggory family insisted she remain out of the kitchen. Thus, they occupied themselves with a game of wizard's chess in her room. The Diggorys laid out a substantial feast, evidently catering to someone reputed to have an insatiable appetite. After the meal, Sue Lily lavishly praised Mrs. Diggory's culinary prowess and then presented a bounty of fruits she had grown, inviting everyone to indulge. Once satiated, they retreated to their rooms to rest, for the three minors would need to rise early the next morning. However, amongst them, only Cedric required sleep. To honor Mrs. Diggory's thoughtful room arrangement, Sue Lily graciously slept for 2 hours before commencing her meditation. At 4:30 in the morning, while the sky remained shrouded in darkness, the trio awoke. Cedric joined Sue Lily atop a flying sword, soaring through the night sky like a shooting star, heading eastward. Surrounded by darkness, Cedric could only faintly perceive that their velocity surpassed that of the previous flight with Sue Lily, though his mind was not burdened with processing excessive information. Thus he did not feel dizzy. After approximately half an hour, the horizon began to brighten. Cedric suddenly felt a surge of anxiety, as if they were destined to be photographed by a Muggle camera. However, Mo Chongsong and Sue Lily remained unfazed, maintaining their swift pace. After flying for about another hour, Sue Lily retrieved the small flying device she had crafted earlier, and alighted upon it. Shall Mo join us? It is time for breakfast. Cedric, who had not felt hunger earlier, now experienced a pang of appetite. They quickly consumed some sandwiches, with Sue Lily preparing a salad for him as well. In contrast to the somewhat dry sandwiches, Cedric preferred the salad. Look below, Sue Lily pointed to the landscape beneath them. That is the Bode Plain. We are currently positioned above Poland. Have we really traveled so far? Cedric expressed his astonishment. Indeed, Sue Lily affirmed, at our current speed, along with the time difference and the Earth's rotation, by the time we reach Mount Shu, the sun should still be above the horizon. As they traversed the majestic Himalayas, she pointed towards a direction and said to Cedric, in that direction lies the Earth's highest peak, Mount Everest. If you wish to ascend it, I would be delighted to accompany you. Cedric gazed at the way she pointed, feeling a twinge of awe. One would not typically regard the world's tallest mountain as a mere destination. Yet he was a wizard, and Sue Lily a cultivator. Their bloodlines entwined with the mythical creature, Tautai, thus rendering them anything but ordinary. Upon reaching Mount Shu, the sun was noticeably skewed to the west, though it had yet to fully set. Chapter 89 Disparate Treatment. Hurry, hurry, we must be swift. The cafeteria still has food at this hour, and the senior brothers and sisters are undoubtedly preparing a feast. As soon as they landed, Sue Lily beckoned them towards a narrow path. After navigating around 2 clusters of bamboo, they stepped into a quaint courtyard. Senior brothers and sisters, we have returned, Sue Lily announced as she crossed the threshold. In the kitchen, a group of men and women, engrossed in their meal, immediately turned their attention to Sue Lily. They swiftly set down their braised pig trotters and marinated chicken feet, wiped their hands on their aprons and rushed over, enveloping her in their warm welcome. One senior sister pressed Sue Lily into an armchair, while another brother brought over a large table, and the rest of the junior disciples placed the dishes from the pot before her. Lily, you've lost weight. Is the food there not to your liking? Come. Try this braised pig trotter that my sister just made. It is absolutely delectable. Senior sister, don't let Lily starve. Let her indulge in something meaty first. The trotters are rather cumbersome to eat. Come, sample this meat-filled bun. It contains all your favorites. Enough of this crowding. It's sweltering in here. One brother exclaimed. The dishes on this table are insufficient. We need to prepare more for Lily. Meanwhile, Cedric and Mo Chongsong stood at the entrance, completely overlooked. You'll get used to it, Mo Chongsong remarked to Cedric, aware that as a guest, he couldn't afford to disregard him like the other elders. Thus, he led him inside. Sue Lily's mouth was stuffed with an array of dishes, rendering her speech somewhat indistinct. It seemed the others only then noticed them. Shifting closer to the table and making room for 2 seats. Junior brother Mo, and you must be Mr. Diggory, correct? What would you like to eat? One of Sue Lily's junior disciples inquired. Are there dumplings? I'd like a plate with dipping sauce. Unfortunately not, junior brother Mo. We Haven tea made dumplings these past 2 days, but we do have beef wontons. Then let us go with that. Please bring a plate of stir-fried vegetables. Mo Chong Song hesitated, glancing at Cedric, contemplating what to offer him. Lili, here's a roast leg of lamb, a brother proclaimed, presenting an enormous leg. Generously sprinkled with spices, its aroma tantalizing. Su Lili produced a knife and with a few deft strokes, plated a portion and presented it to Cedric, along with a bowl of spinach and crispy meat soup. Cedric, would you like a staple? We don't have bread, only steamed buns. But I can prepare a bowl of noodles or a serving of wontons. Cedric politely declined, feeling that even the roast leg of lamb and soup combined would likely be more than he could consume. While Su Lili was being pampered by her senior brothers and sisters, the little creature Wuyo was also being doted upon. As those skilled in culinary arts always knew how to cater to others, simultaneously attending to its dining needs. Su Lili enjoyed over 50 dishes in total, comprising a bounty of local ingredients as well as an abundance of seafood, all remarkably fresh. Cedric and Mo Chong Song were not merely limited to a couple of dishes either. The culinary display was enough to whet their appetites significantly. Only after finishing her meal did Su Lili recall a pressing question. Isn't my master absent from the sect? In previous instances, if Bai Yuan had been present, he would have come to retrieve her halfway through her meal. A senior brother responded, the elder has just taken on a task. It is said that a Cheongqi has suddenly emerged from the Qinling Mountains, awakening to find the landscape altered, and is currently in a state of discontent. Our elder has been invited to converse with it. Cheongqi? Su Lili's curiosity brimmed, I have yet to see one. I truly wish to have a look. A senior sister gently pressed on her shoulder. You should remain here and not wander off. Perhaps the elder will bring it back in a few days. Su Lili pondered. If her master were to return with the Cheongqi, it would surely not revert to its original form for her to witness. What would be the point in that? Yet, she did not insist on going. It was late, and she still needed to find Cedric a place to stay. After the meal, Mo Chong Song escorted Cedric to the guest room. Suddenly, Su Lili recalled a significant detail. Mount Shu had no electric lights, nor even candles. The inhabitants possessed extraordinary eyesight, rendering artificial light unnecessary, yet Cedric would likely require it. Although he wielded a wand capable of producing a flickering light, it would not reflect favorably on their conditions. Su Lili rummaged through her storage and unearthed a lotus lamp, a simple illumination device she had previously crafted to dispel her fears of the dark when sleeping. Though it had not seen use in quite some time, she presented it to Cedric. This lamp remains lit. If the brightness disturbs your sleep, you may cover it with the lampshade. However, it must be placed outside during the day to absorb sunlight. What is your daily routine like here? At what times do you typically retire and rise? Cedric sought clarity to avoid appearing indolent by waking too late. Generally, we hardly sleep, Su Lili instinctively replied. This time is suitable for practicing swordplay and memorizing techniques. Cedric interjected, I apologize for the interruption. However, our morning classes commence at 7:30, with breakfast at 7. You need not rise so early. At that hour, everyone is dining, and the cafeteria tends to be crowded. After 7:30, I will take you to eat. Cedric hastily replied. No need. I can align with the others. I only need to retire a bit earlier in the evening. But I wish to take you for breakfast at the foot of the mountain tomorrow morning. While it may not compare to the fare prepared by my sister, it possesses its own unique charm, Su Lili continued. Ah, by the way, your watch is likely still set to London time. It needs to be adjusted to our local time. Cedric magically reset his watch, already feeling a sense of anticipation for the next day's plans. Where do you typically enjoy eating? Cedric inquired, eager to learn more about Su Lili. There are many options such as rice noodles. My favorite is a small eatery on the eastern side of the town, and the oil tea next door is quite delightful. Li Ji's buns have an impeccable ratio of skin to filling, and there's also the cold noodles from northern Sichuan. Cedric patiently listened as they conversed until approximately 9 o'clock, the night having deepened to a profound darkness. Su Lili sensed Cedric's fatigue and prepared to leave, wishing not to intrude upon his rest. Rest well, good night, she waved at him. Good night, Cedric replied, standing at the doorway until her silhouette faded from view before returning to his chamber. Chapter 90. The years we spent raising a Siberian husky. Arriving in an entirely foreign land, Cedric found himself unable to adjust to the time difference and was wide awake. After contemplating, he rummaged through his suitcase and retrieved a box of incense, a Christmas gift from Su Lili, known for its calming and sleep-inducing properties. Not long after lighting the incense, Cedric felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. At around 5 in the morning, Cedric awoke, having enjoyed a full 8 hours of sleep and feeling quite refreshed. He got up, freshened up, and tidied himself before pulling open the door. The next moment, he shut the door again, taking a few deep breaths to prepare himself. Before once more opening the door, the scene before him had not altered in the slightest. The sky erupted in dazzling bursts of light, causing the leaves on the ground to tremble. It was evident that a brawl was underway, not merely involving one or two individuals, but a veritable throng. Was this a nocturnal pastime unique to Mount Shu? Cedric surmised that the absence of sound from his room earlier might have been due to protective enchantments in place, prompting him to retreat back indoors. This nighttime revelry seemed perilous, and to avoid becoming an unintended casualty, he resolved it was best not to venture out and complicate matters. As dawn broke shortly after 6, Cedric reopened the door, relieved to find the sky nearly devoid of people. However, his relief was premature. Following the path etched in his memory, he advanced a short distance until, just before rounding a corner, a shadow darted past him, stirring a gust of wind. Cedric paused momentarily, rationalizing that such speed was likely normal in this vicinity, and continued on his way. To his astonishment, upon rounding the bend, he encountered a youth with distinctly Slavic features, whose bright eyes were fixed intently upon him. "Foreigner?" the boy inquired. Cedric's face reflected confusion. The youth spoke with a pronounced accent, his words tumbling forth too swiftly for Cedric to grasp their meaning. "Why aren't you speaking? Don't understand?" the boy said, his expression one of mild frustration. Cedric, indeed, failed to comprehend, and was uncertain how to respond. Observing the boy's eagerness to converse, he felt it would be impolite to simply walk away. "You are English?" After a moment's struggle, the boy managed to articulate a grammatically flawed sentence. Despite the accent and errors, Cedric inferred the gist. "Yes, I am from England." Although his pronunciation was less than perfect, it was intelligible. The boy sighed with relief but then asked, perplexed, "You can speak Chinese, so why didn't you answer my question earlier?" Cedric, laboring to decode the dialect, replied, "I can understand Mandarin. Your speech seems to be a dialect." "What dialect?" the boy queried. "We all speak like this here. Are you the classmate that my junior uncle mentioned?" he added, his words now more coherent. "Junior uncle? I came here with Lili su Lili. Do you know where she lives?" Cedric was eager to conclude the conversation. "Ah, susi uncle? Yes, I know. I'll take you there," the boy exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "By the way, I'm Aki. What's your name?" "Cedric Diggory." "That's a rather long name. Do all you foreigners have such lengthy names that are difficult to pronounce?" Aki chuckled. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. Before Cedric could knock, the gate swung open of its own accord. "Come in," a voice called out, belonging to Su Lili. "Uncle, are you still practicing swordplay? Let's go eat. It's early and the crowd will be sparse," Aki said casually. "I'm planning to eat at the foot of the mountain. You can go to the cafeteria." Su Lili replied, sheathing her sword after completing a set of movements. Aki's demeanor fell. "What? If you don't go? The other uncles and masters at the cafeteria surely want to serve me their specialties." Exasperated, Su Lili tossed a ball outside the courtyard. Woof. Cedric was unsure of what had just transpired, but Aki had already vanished. "What was that?" Cedric inquired. Su Lili replied calmly. "Aki's true form is that of a husky. He possesses boundless energy and will pester you incessantly unless occupied." Cedric had grown accustomed to the notion of non-human companions over the past 3 years. "Since you're up so early, shall we tidy up and head down the mountain? This way, we'll have more time to eat," Su Lili suggested. Woof. Aki soon bounded back, his silly expression unchanged, waving the ball and exclaiming, "Uncle, I want to go too." "Sure, but you'll have to pay for your meal," Su Lili replied amiably. "Not a problem. I still have last year's red envelope money. I can cover my own expenses," Aki declared confidently. "What? Red envelope money? How much do you have? You're still young. Money like that doesn't stay in your pocket. Come, let your uncle keep it safe for you, and I'll return it when you're grown." Su Lili feigned surprise. Though Aki was somewhat naive, he wasn't gullible enough to hand over his money without hesitation. After a moment of deliberation, he said, "Don't think I don't know. If I give you the money, you'll put it in a bank and banks earn interest. When I grow up, you'll owe me both the principal and the interest." Su Lili blinked, continuing to persuade him. "I want to lend your money out. Keeping it with me is akin to storing it in a vault. Technically, you should be paying me a commission." Aki scratched his head, puzzled. "Is that so?" "Of course," Su Lili replied earnestly, "but I wouldn't dream of taking your money. I'll keep it safe for you to retrieve when needed." Thus, the silly husky dutifully surrendered his offering, $5.30. In truth, It was a considerable sum, as a sesame pancake cost only 50 cents. And $10 could buy 3 pounds of pork. Lili accepted the money and then produced a bag of chocolate frogs. However, recalling that dogs should not consume chocolate, she opted for a bag of jelly beans instead and handed it to Aki. Chapter 91 Cheongchi. Aki clutched the bag of jelly beans, trailing behind the two as he munched away. Which way do we go down the mountain? Cedric asked. Noting the absence of steps in the area Lili had led him to, his curiosity piqued. Of course, we'll fly straight down from here. Lili pointed to the cliff before them. It's not high, you can ride a broomstick down. As she spoke, someone approached, drew a sword, and leaped onto its blade, descending gracefully, their movements fluid like skiing. You should jump too, Lili encouraged. Me? Aki blinked in surprise, realizing she was addressing him, and quickly tucked away the jelly beans. I'll go right now, he exclaimed, transforming back into his original form and leaping down the mountain. After a few adjustments, he landed smoothly on the ground and reverted to human shape, waving at them. Come on, let us go skate. The two stepped onto a magically conjured longboard and slid down the mountain, the sensation of weightlessness quickening their heartbeats. Upon reaching the ground, Cedric discovered they had landed in a small grove. After gathering their belongings, they navigated through the woods and emerged onto a bustling street, alive with the aroma of street food. Aki, go buy a steamer of dumplings. We'll wait for you at Lili Noodle House, Lili instructed, handing him some money, and he dashed off. Boss 3 big bowls of rice noodles, each with an extra fried tofu, she shouted as they entered a somewhat antiquated establishment, clearly familiar to her. Oh, isn't this little Master Su? Long time no see. You're back from vacation, the owner exclaimed with a smile. And who is this? Lili introduced Cedric. This is my classmate. He is here to have fun during the summer, and I brought him here first to try your rice noodles. Of course. Is there anything you don't eat? The owner inquired, his smile widening. One bowl with less spice, the others can have the usual, Lili replied. Cedric observed her demeanor, noting how significantly more at ease she appeared compared to her behavior in school. You must know all the shopkeepers on this street, don't you? Lili pulled him to sit at an empty table and said, Of course I know them well. I've been taking care of their business for many years. Cedric nodded in understanding, recognizing her as a significant patron. Master, I've brought it back, Achi exclaimed as he rushed in. Sitting down on the opposite side of the table, and placing the bag of buns before them, Lili extracted a pair of chopsticks and offered them to Cedric, saying, Said you must try these buns, they are quite delectable. Cedric picked up a small steamed bun with his chopsticks and took a bite. He had to admit, Lili's recommendations were always excellent. The bun was fresh, the meatball inside was perfectly sized, seasoned with scallions and ginger, and not at all greasy. Shortly thereafter, 3 large bowls of rice noodles arrived, adorned with a few pieces of beef, half submerged in broth, topped with a layer of chopped scallions and cilantro, making it utterly tantalizing. The noodles were freshly cooked and still hot, so they savored them slowly. Oh, how delightful! This place has a little gluttonous creature. That is quite rare. A voice chimed in near them. Before Lili could react, someone grabbed the back of her collar. A peculiar feeling washed over her, as if this person was holding her by the scruff of her neck. How adorable! Whose child is this? She turned her head to find a youthful rogue-looking man. Don't be foolish. This is my apprentice, Bai Yuan's voice interjected. Lili blinked, breaking free from the hand behind her, and rushed over, saying, Master, there's a strange uncle here and I'm so scared. Achi suddenly lost his appetite, feeling a chill run down his spine at such a fright. Seriously, what is wrong with your Baizé? You actually took in a gluttonous child as an apprentice. Are you planning to teach her how to devour you when she grows up? The man remarked. Now I finally understand why people liken educators to the phrase the wax torch turns to ash, tears dry. Stop your nonsense. Bai Yuan approached Lili, introducing both parties. This is my apprentice Lili. This is Jirong, whose true form is Cheongchi. You may address him as uncle. Uncle. Lili disregarded Jirong's comment about being older than Bai Yuan and respectfully greeted him. Jirong could only reluctantly acknowledge, good. I just awakened from slumber, and have nothing of value to offer. I hear you are a sword cultivator. Take this and play with it. Lili looked at it. Copper from Shushan? My goodness, this is the raw material for the Xianyuan sword. It can be forged into my life spirit sword. What a tremendous gain. Boss, 2 more bowls of rice noodles, please, Lili called out as they settled down to eat. Is this your classmate? Bai Yuan asked after sitting down, his gaze landing on Cedric. Yes, Lili played. It's not easy to play around here. You must treat him well. Bai Yuan said calmly. Understood. Su Lili felt an odd atmosphere and, to escape it, focused intently on her meal. Cedric sensed Bai Yuan's disapproval towards him. The man's imposing aura left him feeling somewhat adrift. However, Bai Yuan refrained from making things uncomfortable for the underage boy, as Ji Rong, the Cheongqi, was also present. Thus he moderated his demeanor, ensuring Cedric did not feel unwelcome. The meal lasted for 20 minutes, and everyone at the table felt a bit out of place, especially Achi. After Bai Yuan introduced Ji Rong as Cheongqi, he tried to diminish his presence, internally lamenting why he always encountered such powerful beings. Although he understood it was normal to meet such influential figures within a large sect like Shushan, he wondered why he couldn't be an ordinary human. If that were the case, the bloodline suppression would not affect him. Alas, he was merely a weak and pitiful little dog, capable of bullying his home, but unable to confront anything else, often being bullied himself. Truly, it was a challenging existence for a dog. Fortunately, after the meal, the two formidable figures parted ways with them, as their agenda for the day remained unaltered. First, our primary destination is the amusement park. Sif. Have you ever been to a Muggle amusement park? Su Lili's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at him. Cedric shook his head. No, but I've heard of them. Great. Let us go then. We must have a fantastic time. Or else how can I justify the discomfort of this breakfast? Su Lili murmured softly. Chapter 92. Those years of mooched meals and drinks. Cedric truly did not anticipate the vastness of Su Lili's connections. She seemed to know individuals from all walks of life, from ordinary citizens to high-ranking officials and wealthy merchants. It was the 10th day of summer vacation, and they found themselves in Hong Kong. Su Lili had brought him to a dim sum restaurant early in the morning, ordering one of everything on the menu without even glancing at it. The server, being new and unfamiliar with Su Lili, repeatedly questioned whether they could finish so much food, or if some needed to be packed for later. Su Lili produced a special card and placed it on the table, replying, "No need to worry, just bring it all out. We can finish it. And please check the balance on this card, I haven't been here in a while." Soon, the dim sum began to arrive one by one, filling the table completely. The restaurant owner followed suit, beaming upon seeing Su Lili. "Master Su, it's been a while." "Indeed, it's been too long, Boss Jiang." Su Lili nodded. "Your business is thriving. I see the place is packed." "It's all thanks to you." Boss Jiang smiled even wider. "If it weren't for your guidance on the feng shui of this establishment, I would have been severely harmed by those petty individuals." "It's nothing," Su Lili replied with a smile. "But I assume you didn't come just to catch up with me." "Master Su, you are truly astute." Boss Jiang took a seat across from her, however. "Let us discuss this after you have finished eating, so as not to delay your meal." "It's not a major issue," Su Lili said. "Let me put it this way. Your daughter's new boyfriend has a fated connection with her, but it only lasts 7 years. Ah. Boss Jiang's countenance changed dramatically. "What does this mean? Is the lad unsuitable?" Cedric perked up his ears, his innate curiosity piqued by the gossip he had heard during his time with Su Lili. Su Lili shook her head. "Not exactly, it's merely fate. After he departs, your daughter won't remarry and will raise her children alone. This." Boss Jiang was visibly unsettled. Who would wish for their daughter to live such a life? Yet, according to Su Lili, their marital bond would remain strong in the future. And if he were to meddle, his daughter might miss out on a good man. "Master Su, what should I do?" At that moment, Su Lili was not contemplating strategies. She was simply reveling in the ease with which she could discern matters upon returning home, far quicker than when she had to consult an oracle at Hogwarts. Su Lili shook her head. "Boss Jiang, you know the rules here. If you've encountered petty individuals or supernatural phenomena, I can assist you. But altering destiny is beyond my capabilities. If I were unaware, it would be one thing, but now that I know, how can I allow your daughter to fall into a pit of fire? She is still young. Even in 7 years, she would only be 30. The remaining years spent in widowhood would be a sorrowful burden." Boss Jiang's expression was one of genuine concern for his daughter. "However, there may still be a turning point." Su Lili continued. "I see that the calamity she faces is not an ordinary misfortune." Boss Jiang shuddered. Could it be some malevolent spirit or demon? Su Lili shook her head. "Time is too distant. Even slight changes can yield multiple outcomes. It would be better for me to return in a few years to reassess the situation." Very well, Boss Jiang repeated 3 times. "I truly appreciate your assistance. Master Su, I cannot express my gratitude enough for your help this time. From now on, every meal that Master Su enjoys at my establishment shall be complimentary. This is but a token of my esteem, and I implore Master Su to graciously accept it." Cedric gazed at Su Lili in utter bewilderment. After she uttered a few words, not only did the proprietor waive the bill, but he also insisted on gifting her money, leaving one at a loss for words. Following a delightful repast, Boss Jiang cordially escorted the two of them outside. After they had walked a short distance, Cedric could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "You seem to earn money with such ease. I thought you would first mention how splendid the early tea shop at home is." Su Lili looked at him with a hint of sorrow. "Oh Badger, you have fallen from grace." Indeed, the food was delectable, with an abundance of dim sum. Each morsel a delight, particularly the shrimp dumplings, where whole prawns were enveloped in a delicate skin, both visually appealing and delicious. As Cedric recalled the flavors of the dim sum, despite his full stomach, he found himself yearning for more. Su Lili patted his shoulder. "Let us take a stroll to aid digestion. I shall take you to another restaurant for a splendid meal at noon." The so-called aid to digestion involved indulging in milk tea and an array of snacks, munching as they walked. Cedric gazed at Su Lili with a hint of melancholy. He truly could not eat another bite, yet her enjoyment was painfully evident. "Please do not look at me like that," Su Lili said with exasperation. "The disparity between us is unmistakable. My lack of appetite does not bother me, whereas you would only feel stuffed." Cedric replied pitifully, "I shall merely watch and savor the aroma to quell my cravings." Su Lili pondered for a moment before proposing a solution. "What if I create a couple of empathy charms? While I eat, you will be able to sense the flavors, thus alleviating your cravings." However, she hesitated, aware that such charms should not be used lightly, particularly given their differing genders, as it could lead to awkwardness. Cedric, sensing the implications of the charm's effects, feigned ignorance and said, "Then let us proceed with it. I would not wish for you to feel uncomfortable with me merely watching you." Having spent considerable time in Shushan, Cedric had learned a few local dialects. Reluctantly, Su Lili conjured two charms, yet she hesitated on whether to utilize them. Cedric, however, seized one from her hand. "Where should I place this?" Without waiting for an answer, he affixed it to his chest. Su Lili casually held the other charm in her palm, and in that instant, their sensations intertwined. Before Cedric could perceive the flavors of Su Lili's meal, she found herself enveloped by the fervent affection he had concealed. The shyness and unreserved warmth of his love, normally hidden, now poured forth completely, leaving her momentarily speechless. As she lifted her gaze, she met Cedric's eyes, brimming with adoration. Chapter 93, The Quidditch World Cup. As Su Lili was enveloped in this affection, Cedric naturally sensed the fluctuations in her emotions. This was not an opportune moment for a declaration, yet if he missed this chance, he could not foresee when another would arise. "Lili, may I court you as my girlfriend?" he inquired. A ripple of emotion surged through Su Lili's heart, a silent sigh escaping her lips. Yes. Why not accept? Compared to the doubts surrounding his self-control, the trajectory of Cedric's fate seemed far more daunting. One can never predict whether tomorrow or an unforeseen event will come first. Since it is possible, why not relish the present? Striving to live better and happier is of utmost importance. Cedric had never anticipated receiving such an affirmative response from Su Lili so readily, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was not until Su Lili's lips brushed against his cheek, a gentle caress, that he regained his senses. This was not a kiss. Cedric blinked, and in the innocence of Su Lili's gaze, he demonstrated what a true kiss between lovers entailed. After parting, both felt a tinge of shyness and sought a topic to redirect their emotions. In August, the Quidditch World Cup final will commence. "Will you be attending?" Cedric asked her. Su Lili nodded. "Of course, it will be shortly before school resumes, allowing us to purchase our textbooks and preview the upcoming semester's content. We might as well enjoy the game. I can assure you, you shall not be disappointed. Victor Krum, the seeker for Bulgaria, flies remarkably well." Su Lili smiled as she listened. This Quidditch star was quite renowned, and she had heard his name several times at school. The daily interactions between Su Lili and Cedric seemed unchanged by their newfound relationship, save for the occasional exchange of glances that reminded others that they were indeed courting. As July neared its end, Cedric suddenly recalled that since the holidays began, he had been following Su Lili in search of culinary delights. "Am I gaining weight?" he pondered, but after weighing himself, the concern dissipated. He gained weight, but had instead grown more robust. Su Lili had taught him some basic breathing techniques. Meditating for 3 to 4 hours each day invigorated him far more than his previous 8 hours of sleep. Following this training, Cedric gradually adapted to the rhythms of Shushan, committing to daily exercise, making it impossible not to become fit. In mid-August, upon their arrival at the Diggory residence, Mrs. Diggory was astonished. "Sir, you have grown at least half an inch and have become quite sturdy. It seems you've had a splendid holiday." "Indeed, mother," Cedric replied with a bright smile. However, Mrs. Diggory soon shifted her attention entirely to Su Lili. "Lili, I am so delighted. You have also grown a bit taller. and have become even more beautiful. Thank you, Elisa. By the way, your dress is simply stunning. The patterns are exquisite. Su Lili naturally complimented Mrs. Diggory's attire. Mrs. Diggory beamed with joy, twirling before Su Lili. This is a new dress I purchased. Isn't it lovely? It's a summer release, and I spotted it immediately at the Elegant Witch's clothing store. Conversations among women about makeup, jewelry, and fashion often consume a great deal of time. Although Su Lili had not delved deeply into this realm, her travels with mentors had afforded her indirect insights into such topics, allowing her to engage effortlessly. Mrs. Diggory was also curious about Eastern trends, and their dialogue flowed seamlessly, growing increasingly animated. In the evening, Su Lili volunteered to assist in the kitchen, eager to showcase her culinary skills. Mr. Diggory returned home, exuberantly discussing the Quidditch World Cup. Why hasn't China organized a Quidditch team? You should truly consider participating. What a grand event it is. Mr. Diggory, caught up in enthusiasm, could not help but suggest that Su Lili lead the charge for a Chinese team. Surely, the Wizards of China should not remain absent from the International Wizarding Federation. In truth, if China were to assemble a team, the championship would undoubtedly be theirs, Cedric remarked. Father, you have no idea how well they can fly. I am eager to witness this, Mr. Diggory expressed, filled with curiosity. Miss Sue and Mr. Mo are both members of the school's Quidditch team. During matches, you must play spectacularly. Cedric replied, Indeed, I cannot imagine anyone more exceptional than them. Mr. Diggory chuckled. You are quite impressive as well, said. You defeated Harry Potter. One day, you can share that tale with your grandchildren. Cedric found little humor in that statement, while Elisa gently elbowed her husband, urging him to change the subject. How shall we go about watching the World Cup? Mo Chongsong provided a means of dissent. The situation is as follows. The Ministry of Magic has expended several months of effort on this matter, and we must locate a key to a portal, which will transport us to the venue of the World Cup. Mr. Diggory indicated that the nearest key is situated atop White Weasel Mountain, and I surmise we shall need to rise at 2 in the morning, for it is quite a distance from here. I truly hope you have all passed your apparition exams. Why not choose to fly on broomsticks? Asked Su Lili. At this hour, it's unlikely any muggles will see us, right? We can assist you with the launch, Mo Chongsong added. Do you possess any items utilizing the undetectable extension charm? Mr. Diggory inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Oh, indeed. You have all not brought any luggage. Su Lili clarified, we have specialized bags for storing items. This is not prohibited on our side, and muggles would not notice. That is splendid. Mr. Diggory chuckled. If we fly on broomsticks, we can afford an extra 2 hours of sleep. However, in reality, those 2 hours made little difference to the 3 students. Cedric hardly required much sleep at night, rendering the suggestion more convenient for Mr. Diggory. Even with the 2 hours, they would still need to retire early, and after dinner, they each returned to their respective rooms. Around 4 in the morning, there was a knock on Su Lili's door. She promptly opened it, stepping out with an invigorated demeanor. Chapter 94, Arrival at the Venue. Elisa had no interest in watching the Quidditch World Cup. She found it rather mundane, and the ticket prices were exorbitant. She preferred to spend her money on dresses. The remaining 4 consisted of 2 on broomsticks and 2 on flying swords. Mr. Diggory asked somewhat uneasily, Do I appear to you like a muggle in this attire? I must not reveal my identity there. I have mentioned it several times, Father, Cedric replied with exasperation. This outfit is what I purchased for you at a muggle shop. It is perfectly suitable. Su Lili and Mo Chongsong nodded in agreement. Very well, let us depart, Mr. Diggory said, producing the broom Cedric had previously discarded. Once everyone was prepared, they ascended into the sky. I have always wondered, Cedric remarked, glancing at Su Lili as she stood on her sword, its blade faintly glowing. Why does your sword emit light while Mo's does not? That is an excellent question. Su Lili's voice danced upon the wind. Each sword possesses its own personality, and this particular one simply has a penchant for aesthetics. It may not stand out among renowned swords during the day, but at night it yearns to shine, distinguishing itself from the others. Cedric was not particularly surprised. He had encountered many magical artifacts, and those with distinct personalities were quite common. Speaking of which, I have yet to see your fated spirit sword. Is it beautiful? It's decent, though rather fierce. I seldom wield it. I plan to gather suitable materials over the next few years, and refine it once more. Perhaps then I can use it regularly, Su Lili replied. Children, we are nearing our destination, Mr. Diggory, who had remained silent in the front, announced. They landed at the summit of White Weasel Mountain, and Su Lili stowed the 2 broomsticks. Mr. Diggory suggested we should commence our search. The key will not be large. Likely something a muggle would not bother to pick up. Upon hearing this, Su Lili and Mo Chongsong swiftly began to scour the surroundings, dividing their efforts efficiently. Before long, Mo Chongsong called out, "An old boot. Excellent. We found it so quickly." Mr. Diggory approached to examine it, confirming it was indeed the key. "There is still some time. We can certainly rest our feet here for a while." After a short interval, they heard a man's voice stating, "We arrived right on time. We have 10 minutes. Now we simply need to find the key, so hurry." Su Lili recognized the voice as that of Mr. Arthur Weasley, who had visited the school during her second year due to Ginny's circumstances. Mr. Diggory evidently recognized it too, calling out, "Over here, Arthur. Come quickly." Mr. Weasley approached with a throng of children, cheerfully patting Mr. Diggory on the shoulder. "Amos." Mr. Weasley introduced Mr. Diggory to his 4 children, as well as Harry and Hermione, leading to a flurry of polite exchanges. As Cedric and Mo Chongsong greeted them, the others joined in, while the twins merely nodded in silence, still harboring a grudge over Hufflepuff's victory in the Quidditch Cup. Mo Chongsong, that sly little serpent, was certainly not without his faults. Yet, when faced with Su Lili, they were notably friendlier. Despite Gryffindor's loss being somewhat connected to her, it mattered little, for they shared a revolutionary camaraderie in pranking Quirrell. Hermione hurried over, engaging Su Lili in hushed conversation, brimming with gossip. "Have you?" Su Lili, feeling a bit embarrassed, shifted closer to Cedric, who took her hand. Wow. At that moment, the sky brightened slightly, turning a deep blue, thus their actions were entirely observed by the others. The twins and Harry, along with Ron, exclaimed, drawing the attention of the 2 adults engaged in conversation, who turned to regard them with knowing expressions. "Cedric and Lily are both remarkable children," Mr. Weasley remarked. "That is unequivocally true," Mr. Diggory replied with a benevolent smile. "As time draws near, are we expecting anyone else, Amos?" Mr. Weasley inquired, glancing at his pocket watch. Mr. Diggory responded, "No need. The Lovegoods arrived at their destination a week ago, and the Fawcett family did not secure tickets. There is no one else in this vicinity." "Very well, 1 minute remains. Let us take our positions. You merely need to touch the key with a finger," Mr. Weasley instructed Harry and Hermione. With great difficulty, the large group managed to assemble, Mr. Weasley keeping one eye on his watch, softly counting down, 3, 2, 1. The sensation of the key was always rather unremarkable, Su Lili thought, experiencing a slight discomfort herself. How did these physically delicate wizards endure such a mode of travel? Before long, she landed on solid ground, instinctively sidestepping to avoid being toppled by others, and she assisted Hermione and Ginny in the process. One could not deny the wisdom of her actions. In the next moment, the previously unsteady Harry was knocked off balance by Ron, resulting in both tumbling to the ground. 507, from White Weasel Mountain, a voice remarked nearby. Su Lili released Hermione and Ginny, surveying their surroundings, which resembled a desolate marshland, shrouded in mist. Before them stood 2 weary wizards, seemingly inexperienced in Muggle attire, their clothing mismatched and appearing quite awkward. "Good morning, Basil," Mr. Weasley greeted one of them, tossing the boot into a large trunk filled with used keys. Basil, looking fatigued, replied, "Good morning, Arthur." He lamented his ill fortune, lacking the inclination to engage in conversation with Mr. Weasley, urging them to clear the way as a large group would soon be coming from the Forbidden Forest. He located both the Weasley and Diggory camps on his list, informing them which administrator to seek. "Poor fellow," Mr. Diggory commented after Basil departed. "If I were on duty in such circumstances, I would consider myself incredibly unlucky. Even if I could score a few free tickets to the Quidditch match, I wouldn't want to work. It would ruin my enjoyment of the game." The others remained silent, trailing behind Mr. Diggory, unwilling to voice any opinions on the matter.